Like this video guys for more crazy parts. Chapter 1. Blue Star. May 1st, 2024. 9 o'clock in the morning. Tianlang No. 6 Middle School. Classroom 6 of Grade 3. At this moment, there is a commotion. Everyone was very excited. The tone revealed excitement, anticipation, and nervousness. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Now it's time for us to awaken our divine runes. So excited, so nervous. So excited. My request isn't too high. Just give me a silver level divine rune. The type doesn't matter. I laughed. Silver divine pattern. It's already good enough to awaken a top grade bronze level, but you're dreaming about a silver level. No, he's just dreaming. Ah ha 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 ha. That's right. Last year, out of Tianlang's 10 million high school seniors, only 10,000 awakened silver-level divine runes. In this noisy environment, there was a quiet person sitting in the back row of the classroom. He seems out of tune with the people around him. Not surprisingly, this person is the protagonist of our book. Chen, who was sitting by the window, was also very nervous and excited. While feeling anxious, but also eager. He is not from this world. He is from Earth. And this world is a parallel world called Blue Star. And became a baby. But he was an orphan in his previous life. After traveling through time, I don't have much nostalgia for the Earth. Instead, I look forward to making a difference in this world through advanced knowledge. But as he grew older, he discovered that this planet has a similar civilizational development to Earth. It wasn't as peaceful as he imagined. Hundreds of years ago, a scarlet blood moon appeared in this world. A huge meteorite exploded in the sky. From that moment on, everything in the world has changed. All living things have undergone mutations to varying degrees. This mutation originated from the explosion of the meteorite. Combined with the blood moon, an unknown alien virus was produced. Also at this time, a kind of monsters of horror born. They are mutated from alien viruses that infected humans, land life, and underwater life. And the reproduction speed is very fast, and so is the growth speed. Low-level monsters. It can withstand bullet shooting. High-level monsters. Even missiles can't do anything to it. When monsters first appeared, human territory is constantly being encroached upon by monsters. The population is declining rapidly. In the later period, the monster invasion is getting more and more ferocious. The population of Blue Star is less than 100 million. And it is still decreasing rapidly. Fine. At this time when mankind is about to perish, the saviors are born. Those who have successfully survived the virus became the first group of humans who could awaken the divine runes. This group of people are also called divine markers. The emergence of the virus. It also changed the elements of the blue planet. A special energy called divine pattern appeared. As long as humans survive the pain of the virus sweeping through them, the original gene sequence will change. There is an additional gene sequence called divine pattern in the gene sequence. With this layer of divine pattern gene sequence, humans can begin to communicate with heaven and earth. Awaken your own divine runes. Then you can absorb the power of the divine patterns between heaven and earth. Become a divine rune user. And gain extraordinary power to kill monsters. Someone awakened a grass pattern and killed the monster with just one blade of grass. Someone has awakened the Haotian Hammer pattern and can break the universe with one hammer. Someone has awakened the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus pattern. When the dragon becomes angry, the sky turns into thunder and destroys all directions. Someone awakened the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire mark, and in anger, the entire earth became a fire zone, burning to death all invading monsters. This kind of divine pattern is imprinted in the sequence of one's own divine pattern. It cannot be changed and cannot be replaced. At the beginning, it is the era of the great nirvana of the divine patterns, also known as the era of speeding. The divine rune masters born in this era, affected by the rich divine energy, after enjoying the initial benefits, the growth rate is faster than a rocket. What a pity! Later, the energy of the divine pattern gradually faded away. The effect of welfare has been greatly weakened. There was no such rapid emergence of awesomeness afterwards. So our ancestors found another way. Find ways to speed up your cultivation. Under the original top-level research, referencing the martial arts system of the online novel Before the Destruction of the World, developed a series of similar methods. Time has proven that their research is correct. It is also the most suitable practice for those who practice divine runes so far. With the blessing of practicing the exercises, a large number of divine runes have been enhanced. Let humans gradually gain a firm foothold. Resisted the invasion of monsters. In the following hundreds of years, humanity's research on the source of power is becoming more and more in-depth. A lot of information has been learned through the continuous development of human gene sequences. For example, the descendants of the divine rune owner will inevitably have divine rune sequences in their genetic sequences. So there is no need to worry about the future generations not being able to withstand the pain of the virus baptism. The grades of divine runes are divided into 9 levels: God, King, Glory, Diamond, Platinum, Gold, Silver, Bronze, and Black Iron. After crossing the Black Iron level, in each major level, there are 4 more small levels. They are low quality, middle quality, high quality, top quality. The stronger the divine pattern, the stronger the strength. And the study found that this is the period when humans are most likely to awaken high-quality divine patterns. It turned out to be the year I just turned 18. So, the top experts of the entire Blue Star set the rules. All the new humans on the Blue Planet. You can only awaken the divine rune after you reach the age of 18. Today, it was the day when they collectively awakened the divine runes. I wonder how many high-quality divine rune masters will emerge from our class in the end. Chen looked around and thought to himself. Although the students in the class were nervous, but there was still excitement on their faces. But he knew. After today. No. Even after the awakening ceremony later, everyone's destiny will be completely different. My requirements are not high. As long as you can awaken a bronze-level divine rune, that will be enough. Chen thought to himself. Although everyone can awaken the divine pattern, but the divine runes below the bronze level, that is Black Iron level, it's basically useless. No different from ordinary people. Only the divine runes that have reached the bronze level have a certain combat power. Passed the Divine Mark College entrance examination. Enter the Divine Rune University. Become a privileged class that possesses the power of divine runes, the Divine Rune Masters. Everyone, gather in the playground. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. Just then, the voice of the head teacher Su Yun Tao interrupted his thoughts. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. Let's go, let's gather at the playground. Why are you pushing? Stop pushing. Who stepped on my foot? Let go. As soon as the words fell, the classmates in the class rushed out like crazy. Just like single men and women who have been hungry for a long time seeing beautiful opposite S**X. It suddenly became extremely crowded. Forget it, there's no point in thinking so much now. Let's talk about it after I awaken the divine rune. Chen took a deep breath when he saw this. Stand up and follow the crowd out. Tianlang No. 6 Middle School, Playground. Everyone came in a rush. The entire playground soon became dark. In the middle of the playground are the senior high school students. On both sides of the playground were the first and second year high school students who came to watch the ceremony. Around the playground, There stood dozens of serious-looking soldiers holding guns. Judging from the murderous aura emanating from them, if a suspicious person approaches, what awaits them will surely be the baptism of gunfire. The soldier looked serious. The students were curious and discussed. Many people tiptoed, looking towards the front of the playground. There are 18 colorful instruments over 2 meters high that are full of science fiction atmosphere. In the middle of each instrument, there is a transparent crystal ball the size of a basketball suspended in it. This is the Divine Rune Awakening instrument. All senior high school students will use it to awaken the Divine Runes later. On the summit platform in front of the Awakening instrument area, all the teachers of number 6 middle school are here. Sitting in the front row are the principal and the vice principal. Between the two of them, sitting there was a tall man in a green military uniform. The two principals said something to him with a smile on their faces. But he just quietly glanced at the students on the playground. No words. As he scanned the students on the playground, occasionally there is a gleam in the eyes. Obviously not an ordinary person. Divine Rune. Gu Chen's eyes flashed in the 6th class. There are 5 realms for those who use divine patterns. Those with divine patterns are further divided into divine masters, divine kings, divine emperors, and divine patriarchs. At least, that's how the traditional 5 levels have been for hundreds of years. It is enough for now. Chapter 2. Only the Divine Rune Masters will come to each school on a specific day each year to perform the awakening ceremony. Although these people are only low-level divine runes. But after ordinary people awaken the divine pattern and become awakened, it takes several years of practice to reach this level. What's more, the commander-in-chief of the awakening ceremony this time. This shouldn't be an ordinary 1-star divine pattern user. At least they have the strength of a 6 or 7-star divine pattern master. What a domineering divine rune master! So cool! So handsome! After saying that, Oscar came up again and said with a chuckle. Awaken, are you nervous? A little. Such an important day. Even Gu Chen, who had lived 2 lives, felt his heart beating faster. Sweat is oozing from the palms of my hands. Wow, I didn't realize you could get nervous. Oscar let out a strange laugh. Although the top masters of Blue Star stipulated that everyone must awaken the divine runes at the age of 18. But before that, everyone will receive corresponding fighting skills training. Even this relatively ordinary Tianlang No. 6 middle school is no exception. Fighting class once a day. Practical classes are held once a month. Just like a monthly exam. And the one in front of me. But he is a ruthless guy who can knock down 5 fighters. Even if he fights against an ordinary divine rune master who does not use divine power, he can still fight to a draw. You're still smiling here, aren't you nervous? Gu Chen cursed with a smile. But with Oscar's interruption, his tension was relieved quite a bit. Why should I be nervous? If I can't become a divine rune master, the worst that can happen is that I can go home after college and inherit billions of dollars. Oscar pursed his lips and said nonchalantly. Oh. Gu Chen felt a little heartbroken. My best friend. The family assets are worth billions. A true rich second generation. So, I am a real poor guy. Time slowly passes. At 10:30 in the morning, the principal's voice came from the speakers around the playground. The awakening ceremony begins now. Students from each class, please come forward according to your student number and awaken your divine runes under the guidance of your homeroom teacher. As the words fell, the students on the playground suddenly became agitated. Especially those high school students who are watching the awakening ceremony for the first time. They were even more curious and looked around. Most of the senior high school students have tense expressions. He was obviously extremely nervous. Some people trembled with nervousness. Because this is the first step to prove their future prospects. This is a stage that all of you must go through. There's no escaping it, you can only face it bravely. The head teacher Su Yun Tao sighed and comforted everyone. Then he shouted. Number 50, Li Ziyu, step out. A tall and thin school uniform boy was in full view of the crowd. Get out of the team. As the first awakeners. It can be seen that he was very nervous. There was some sweat on my forehead. There are a total of 18 classes in Tianlang Senior High School. One student from each class walked out, a total of 18 people. These 18 people walked out of the class team. Stand in front of the corresponding awakening instrument in front of the playground. Just let your mind wander and keep your hands light on the ball. A deep voice came from the leading man in military uniform. He didn't use the microphone. But the voice was clearly heard by every student. In full view of the public. The students placed their hands on the awakening crystal one after another. The first group of awakeners have arrived and are beginning to awaken. The moment the military uniform man's majestic voice fell. There are 18 crystal balls in front of the playground. At the same time, a burst of brilliant colorful light burst out. Under this shroud of light, all those who came forward to awaken closed their eyes. The other students on the playground also held their breath, waiting for the first batch of awakening results. The entire playground. It was quiet in an instant. After a while, Li Ziyu, who was in front of Class 6 and was enveloped by the light of the awakening crystal, was the first to show an abnormal reaction. Buzz! I saw the void above his head. Colorful light appeared. Quickly draw. Blue vine patterns. Exuding a mysterious atmosphere. Lifelike. Blue ivy, black iron grade divine rune. The moment the electronic prompt sounded. Black iron. Li Ziyu was overshadowed, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He felt chilled to the bone and his heart was racing. The face looks bitter. In fact, most people awaken to the black iron level. High-level divine patterns are rare and not easy to come by. The next second, the divine pattern of Lan Qingtang was injected into his brow. It directly flowed into the divine pattern sequence at the very end of the DNA chain. The surface of the divine pattern sequence is imprinted with the patterns of blue vines. At this point, he could control himself freely in a moment of thought. Ho, black iron divine mark. Blue silver grass, black iron grade divine rune. Wooden staff, black iron grade divine pattern. Rusty iron sword, low grade bronze level divine rune. The electronic prompt sounds of the awakening instrument sounded one after another. Soon, the first batch of people have awakened. Returned to their respective classes. Everyone's expression is different. The depressed Li Ziyu also walked back to the team. Su Yun Tao didn't say much when he saw this. Because he's seen too much. I'm all numb. Again. After the new era, every new human being. Both are necessary and must be. Go through this level. Next one, number 30, Zhao Ming Xiao. Number 12, San Tang. No 3, Lu Ying. The ceremony continues. The students whose names were called went up one after another. After awakening, some people are sad and some are happy. Those who have awakened bronze level and above divine runes. It was a surprise, naturally. And those who awakened the black iron grade divine runes. His face was ashen and he was in despair. Unless some families are extremely wealthy, they don't have to worry about food and drink. Gu Chen, noticing the emotional changes among the students around him, gradually calmed down. In fact, even if he couldn't awaken the bronze divine rune, his grades were still very good and he had nothing to worry about. You can also get into a good university. With the advantage of having lived 2 lives. He could definitely become a social elite. No worries about food and drink. Time passed quickly, and soon it was Gu Chen's turn. No one, Gu Chen. When the sound rang out, Su Yun Tao also looked over. Gu Chen also came back to his senses from his daze. Awaken, don't be nervous. Best friend Oscar patted Gu Chen's shoulder. Gu Chen, who had calmed down, nodded. Then he walked forward. It's Gu Chen's turn now. I wonder what divine pattern he will awaken. This guy's fighting skills are so good, I guess he's at least at the top bronze level. There's no point in saying so much. The results will be out soon. Under the curious gaze of the Class 6 people, Gu Chen placed his hand on the awakening crystal ball. Unlike what I imagined, the crystal ball is not cold to the touch. On the contrary, it feels a bit warm. It feels pretty good. The 29th batch of awakening begins. As the man in military uniform on the summit platform finished speaking, awakening crystal erupts again. A burst of brilliant colorful light. Then, Gu Chen felt a surge of warm energy flowing into his arms. This warm energy, after entering the body through the arm, it began to move around. Arms, torso, head, internal organs, meridians, cells, blood, warm energy flows through one by one. It made him feel as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. Slowly, Gu Chen closed his eyes. After he closed his eyes, it's like arriving in another space. The noise of the surrounding students disappeared. Instead, there was silence. The strange thing is, he didn't notice anything unusual. On the contrary, under the effect of warm energy, gradually falling into a dream. In this dream, he transformed into a huge black dragon, standing at the end of the universe, looking down at countless stars and galaxies, controlling the terrifying dark power. In a moment, shuttle through the black hole, flying freely in the universe. The black ball jade is like a black hole. Everything he touched lost its color in an instant, was sucked in, turned into ashes, merged into his source, became his power, and was freely wielded. At this moment, he is the supreme ruler of this universe. Around the huge black dragon body, there are also various kinds of elemental spherical jades circling. In a flash, the elemental jade ball transformed into a circle of divine rings that formed an array behind him. This is the elemental power he controls besides the ultimate darkness. Chapter 3. Just when Gu Chen was immersed in the universe, outside world, the awakening continues. Crystal Purple Swallow, Top Grade Bronze Divine Mark. Steel Claw Cat, Bronze Level Divine Rune. Rusty Golden Sword, Top Grade Bronze Level Divine Rune. Thunderbolt Spider, Low Grade Silver Level Divine Pattern. When the silver level appeared, everyone in the audience was excited. The originally disappointed leader smiled. So far in the 29th batch, a low-grade silver-level Divine Rune Awakener has finally appeared. Moreover, this low-grade silver level is also the highest level so far. As the chief conductor of the awakening ceremony of Tianlang No. 6 Middle School, the more students who awaken advanced divine runes, the more likely he is to get more rewards. However, according to the current situation, the probability of getting a reward is extremely low. I wonder if these last few people can produce a low-grade silver level. The leading man was somewhat expectant. There were only 4 people left with their eyes closed in front of the awakening instrument. But he knew, if you want to find a low-grade silver level or higher divine rune awakener among these 4 people, the probability is extremely low, or even 0 directly. Commander Huang, Gu Chen from Class 6 has the best combat performance among our class. He should be able to awaken a good divine pattern. The principal beside him noticed the man's expression and spoke quickly. Commander Huang quickly looked towards the awakening instrument number 6 and saw Along. The handsome young man stood there straight with his eyes slightly closed. Generally speaking, the better the actual combat results, the probability of awakening advanced divine runes is also higher. When he was in high school, the actual combat results are among the best. Only then can the silver level divine pattern be awakened. And this Gu Chen, who is number 1 in actual combat, might actually be able to give himself a surprise. Thinking of this, a hint of anticipation reappeared in his eyes. Dandelion, Black Iron Grade Divine Rune. Qingfeng Blade, Mid-Grade Bronze Divine Pattern. Silver Gallbladder Spear, Top Grade Silver Grade Divine Rune. Soon, of the remaining 4, 3 of them have awakened. Only Gu Chen was left standing there. And the person who awakened the divine pattern of the top grade silver bristle spear. The future will be limitless. Silver Gallbladder Spear. Silver level divine rune. Haha, the second one. It's still top quality. The leader's eyes were filled with joy. Oh my god, that's amazing. The second one to reach the silver level. And it's top quality. I'm so envious. This brother took off. Hey? Why hasn't Gu Chen awakened yet? It's a bit strange. The rest of this group have already awakened. Could something have happened? While everyone envied the top grade silver level student, they also felt strange for Gu Chen. Gu Chen, who ranked first in both fighting and actual combat, is well known throughout Tianlang No. 6 Middle School. At this time, seeing that he had not yet awakened the divine pattern, the students on the playground began to discuss quietly. Holy crap! Look at this! What's that on Gu Chen's head? Suddenly, someone screamed loudly, attracting the attention of everyone around. Next, they saw a scene they would never forget. I saw in the sky above Gu Chen's head. A terrifying dark wormhole appeared. The colorful light turned into pure black. At the bottom are the embellishments of other colors. Quickly draw a super huge dragon body. This dragon's body is more than 100 stories high. Looking down upon the world with its majestic and invincible dragon head and body. A pair of black wings that covered the sky and the sun, and on the wings were circles of obsidian gems that were as delicate and flawless as jade. Supreme. Most noble. Most powerful. Most dark. A pair of bright black eyes without a trace of human emotion. It's like a god who despises everything in the world. God. As the divine patterns condensed, circles of divine rings emerged behind it. The terrifying dark power made the surroundings lose their color in an instant. The terrifying divine power bursts forth. Everyone is in panic. This is a huge black dragon, a black dragon with a dark aura all over its body. Roar. It clearly didn't open its mouth. There was a dragon roar like thunder, ringing in everyone's ears. The vibration made the eardrums of everyone in the playground sting. Fear in my heart. Many people showed expressions of pain and fear and knelt down directly. Worship the Supreme God. After a while, when the dragon roar stopped, they finally came to their senses. How terrifying! What kind of divine pattern is this? The dragon's divine pattern, could it be of the king level? That dragon gives me a god-like feeling. Could it be a god level above the king? Such a strange phenomenon appeared when awakening the divine rune. There's no doubt about it. This is either a king level divine rune or a god level divine rune. Hiss, forget about the god level, even just the king level divine runes. Gu Chen is soaring to the sky. Divine patterns are divided into animal, plant, and weapon types. Dragon divine patterns are an extremely rare type of divine patterns among the beast divine patterns. Once awakened, they will be at least diamond level. According to the vision that is now appearing. This is definitely higher than diamond level. Such a terrifying and rare divine pattern. Not only the first and second year high school students were shocked. Even high school students are the same. After all, in the history of awakening in these years. But there has never been such a big commotion. Divine pattern vision. The leader's face was filled with joy. The whole body is filled with blue divine power. Jumping up from the stage. Directly across more than 10 meters. Landed in front of the playground. About 30 meters away from Gu Chen. Commander-in-Chief. The armed soldiers around shouted hurriedly. As a soldier. Although they were also shocked by the fierce black dragon that was more than 100 stories high. But they were not at all panicked. Still standing straight. The leader issued an order, strengthen the guards and prohibit anyone from approaching the 30-meter range of the number 6 awakening device. Yes. The surrounding soldiers took action one after another. Students who wanted to watch closely were driven out of the 30-meter range. What a terrifying dragon divine pattern! The surrounding sky and earth have turned dark. My divine pattern is so tiny in front of it. No, my divine pattern is trembling. It is afraid of this dragon. The man looked at the huge black dragon. And the surrounding world is darkened by the night. And even his divine power. The original blue turned into black. The excitement on his face was not concealed at all. With the presence of this student. This time, I commanded the awakening ceremony myself. It's definitely stable. Holy crap, Chen actually awakened a dragon divine pattern. In Team 6, Oscar looked at Chen who was protected by the black dragon in shock. He knew that his best friend was usually very fierce. But he thought that the other party could at most awaken a silver-level divine pattern. Unexpectedly. It turned out to be a king-level divine pattern. And it's very likely that there's more. The shocked reaction of the people on the playground. Chen is surrounded by a black dragon. I don't know. He only felt a warm golden-red energy filling his whole body. And your own meridians, bones, muscles, cells. Under the influence of this energy, it rapidly increases. The enhancement process is not painful. On the contrary, it is very comfortable. Chen couldn't help but immerse himself in it. Don't want to wake up. In this dark world. He is the Lord. Darkness is his home. It's his mother. Chapter 4. At the same time. Inside the Tianlang main office building. Luxurious reception room. Here. It is a place he uses specially to receive distinguished guests. At this time. In this luxurious reception room of more than 100 square meters. There were 3 beautiful women who looked like they were leaders arguing. This year, our Jinling Divine Rune Academy wants half of the king-level Divine Rune Awakeners from GD Province. Half? You're dreaming. Do you think our Jingbei Divine Rune Academy doesn't exist? Humph, stop arguing, I want all of Sea Demon Divine Rune Academy. Get lost, X2. One of the plump women, whose breathtaking figure was outlined by the purple tutor's uniform, stretched and said something casually. The other 2 beautiful tutors snorted and cursed when they heard this. There's nothing to argue about. Let's just wait and see how each of us performs based on our college's abilities. The purple-clothed woman leaned lazily on the sofa, crossed her legs, revealing her plump buttocks, and took a sip from a cup of black tea. After hearing this, the other 2 also shut up. Really? Special recruitment mainly depends on the conditions given by each school. There's no point in arguing now. The debate is over. The entire reception room fell into silence. Not long after. The sky was bright and clear, and Lord Lin opened the door. He walked in with an apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry, everyone. I just had a meeting and I'm late. Because of the existence of monsters. All countries in Blue Star are vigorously cultivating divine rune practitioners. The Central Plains Kingdom was no exception. More than 500 divine rune academies have been built for this purpose. Among these 500 divine rune colleges, the top divine rune academy. There are 3 in total. Jinling Divine Rune Academy, Beijing North Divine Rune Academy, and Sea Demon Divine Rune Academy. Every year, these 3 colleges arrange mentors to travel to various places to select outstanding freshmen. Once these high-quality freshmen are cultivated, they will be the mainstay in the future. Once the awakening ceremony is over, obtain the new awakening list. These mentors will take action immediately. Be the first to recruit students who have awakened advanced divine runes. This year, the 3 colleges in GD province have also arranged tutors. They are Yuluan from Jinling Divine Rune Academy, Xiang Cheng from the Sea Demon Divine Rune Academy. These 3 people are of noble status. He must receive them personally. Because those who can become mentors of these 3 divine rune colleges, the lowest level of their own cultivation is the God King realm. If you arrange for someone else to receive you, this is not in line with the identity. Master Lin Lang, you are too polite. We just arrived. Besides, you have official business to attend to. The blonde-haired woman Xiang Cheng said with a smile. Yuluan and Gu Xiu also nodded. Very friendly attitude. There is no such high and mighty. The behavior of looking down on others. In the central plains, there will be 2 giants in each base. One is the base commander. The other one is Lord Lang. One is responsible for military and other security precautions. One is responsible for other administrative affairs within the base. Even so, the responsibilities of both are the same. That is to protect the safety of the base area. Lin Ziyi smiled slightly, thank you all for your understanding. After placing the documents in his hand on the table, he sat down on the chair and said with a serious face. There's still some time before the awakening ceremony ends. Let me first talk to you about the current situation here. He just wanted to report the situation to these 3 people during the meeting that had just started, so that these 3 people can take the message back to the dean of the college. Besides, he also talked about some issues regarding the assignment of freshmen. Because of the new things, there are always arguments among the admissions teachers of the 3 colleges. There are also cases where direct action is taken. This is a very bad behavior. The 3 of them are all at the Divine King level. The fighting power is even more terrifying. Once the fight starts, it's not something he can stop. Because his cultivation level is not at the level of a God King. Moreover, this hall has been destroyed and rebuilt many times because of their impulsive actions. This is a very headache for him. He doesn't want to appear again. But, at this time, roar! A loud dragon roar sounded like the waves of the sea. Instantly entered the minds of the 4 of them. A shadow of a dark dragon with a terrifying aura gathered in the distant sky. Along with it came a terrifying surge of dark energy. The tidal effect formed by this dark energy. It even turned the colors of the nearby sky and ground into pure black. In an instant, the world they saw before their eyes fell into darkness. Holy crap, this is a divine pattern phenomenon. And this isn't just an ordinary divine pattern vision. The whole world has gone dark. Such a terrifying dark energy. Could it be that a disaster divine pattern has appeared? The 4 people who saw this scene through the window all changed their expressions at the same time, and their pupils suddenly shrank. Even those with high moral character couldn't help but swear at this moment. The disaster divine rune refers to a divine rune that is too powerful and evil. The divine rune holder cannot control it and is controlled by evil ideas, eventually becoming a disaster divine rune holder. It is an evil existence that is extremely harmful to society. Once such an existence grows up, it will be extremely terrifying. So as soon as you discover it, you must nip it in the bud. No, this dark energy is very pure. I don't sense any evil. As long as there is no evil, then everything is good. Yuluan's solemn expression relaxed. I never thought that such a horrifying phenomenon would appear in the Tianlang area. Ha ha ha. Judging from this strange phenomenon and the size of the dragon's body, as well as its powerful divine power, it must be at least at the king level. This guy is ours from Jingbei Divine Rune Academy. Swift Wind Peng Bird. Out. Xiang Cheng was the first to react. In ecstasy. The whole body is filled with deep blue divine power. Break out of the window directly. Buzz. The Swift Wind Peng Bird is a genuine low-grade diamond-level divine pattern. gathered from under him. Between the flapping of wings, the terrifying divine power surges. He flew rapidly towards the direction where the black dragon vision appeared. You wish. This is from my Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Yuluan snorted coldly, her plump chest heaving slightly with anger. Your swift wind peng bird is fast, but my cloud-piercing sword is even faster. The Jade Luan leaped into the sky. The next second, a blue and white long sword with divine mark solidified under his feet. Then he turned into a rainbow and chased after him quickly. The two disappeared into the sky one after another. The remaining Guxiu widened his eyes. I stamped my feet in anger. Among the three, she is the only one who can't fly. Damn it, why can't I fly? Guxiu gritted her teeth. The whole body was covered with orange divine marks. Then it turned into a phantom. Jump directly from here. Sliding down the wall of the tall building very quickly. Then he jumped and bounced on the tall buildings as if he were walking on flat ground. The speed is not slow at all. It's really God who blesses me, Tian Lang. My Tian Lang is finally going to produce a genius. King-level divine rune. After the three left, Lin Ziyi looked at the broken window and was so excited that he wanted to dance. Every year, Tian Lang will have top awakeners with divine runes and visions. But generally the scope of the impact of the vision is very limited, and it is a very short distance. But today's incident has covered the entire Tian Lang area, and it is the first case. This is definitely a top-grade king-level divine pattern. It might even be a top-grade one. Zhou Chang's voice was trembling. It would be best if it was God-level. However, the God-level divine pattern has not been encountered for hundreds of years. This is a God-level divine pattern. Such an important thing. The commander must be notified. Thinking of this, he immediately took out his cell phone. Make a phone call. After hearing Lin Ziyi's report, the voice on the other end of the phone suddenly changed. After a few screams in the distance, the voice sounded again. The remnants have been cleared out. Which school is that awakened person from? Judging from the direction the strange phenomenon appeared, it should be Tian Lang No. 6 Middle School. Okay, I'll head over there right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ziyi also breathed a sigh of relief. The combat power of the God King level is no joke. These school teachers. In the past, they would fight to compete for the new students of the lower grade King level. This time, high quality or even top quality items appeared, and they are more likely to be God level. Once the fight begins, no one can stop it. It would be terrible then. His own strength is limited. We can only ask the Commander-in-Chief to take action. Can be suppressed. Chapter 5. Over the city. A very fast stream of light passed through. It is the Jade Luan that is flying rapidly with the cloud-piercing sword under its feet. At this moment, she said to the phone, anxiously. Director Huang, Tian Lang is suspected of having a top-grade or even Supreme King-level Dragon Divine Rune Awakener. I need to apply for the highest admission authority to snatch this person away. The extremely fast speed would have caused strong resistance. But at this moment, she did not feel the resistance in the air. Because the lingering blue and white divine power aura isolated it. Not only that. Even the sound of the wind was blocked out. The noise is gone. It didn't affect the call quality at all. A top-grade King Dragon Divine Pattern. The person on the other end of the phone was shocked, and then replied decisively, approved. Whether it's top-grade or not, Yulyuan, you must snatch it away. Clear. A hint of joy appeared on Yulyuan's charming face. The highest admissions authority. It takes more than 10 years to apply for it. Once the application is successful, that means she can, within certain limits, make use of the school's top resources. Those resources, each one is extremely rare. In this way, she also has the confidence to compete with the Jingbei Divine Rune Academy, which has the most abundant resources. Now. Tianlang No. 6 Middle School Playground. Because of this divine pattern phenomenon, the awakening ceremony is suspended. All the teachers and students in the school couldn't help but look up. No way! This black dragon is so domineering. Under Gu Chen's control, the dark energy around is shrinking. This is what allowed them to escape from the dark world. Certainly. Many girls also turned their eyes to Gu Chen, their gazes full of admiration and worship. Whoosh! At this moment, the Jade Luan, stepping on the cloud-piercing sword, flew from the horizon. Landing on the playground, attracted the attention of many students. Such a powerful aura! I don't know what kind of cultivation it is. I feel even more awesome than the commander-in-chief. How cool! You can even fly by stepping on the sword like divine patterns. I want to become someone like this in the future. I don't know what her level is. Looking at her clothes, it looks like the instructor uniform of Jinling Divine Rune Academy. A mentor from Jinling Divine Rune Academy? This person is at least at the Divine King level. What is she doing here? He must be here to recruit Gu Chen. That's a king level, even god level divine pattern. And it's a dragon. That's very powerful. We all knelt down just now. Yuluan's arrival once again caused a sensation among the people present. You know, Jinling is right next to GD province. The students present also knew about Jinling Divine Rune Academy. This is one of the 3 major colleges in central Daxia. Awakening is not over yet, please stop. Just when Yuluan wanted to take a step forward, the commander-in-chief stopped her. Not over yet. Yuluan frowned when she heard this, and then was stunned. I don't feel too full. I thought I could get the upper hand by arriving first. But I didn't expect that the person who caused the divine pattern vision. The awakening has not yet ended. Although helpless. But she still stepped aside. Waiting began. Even she couldn't break this rule. Also at this time, Gu Xiu also arrived here. Likewise, was also stopped. After the last orange arrives. Then I saw Yuluan and Gu Xiu standing aside. Suddenly, he laughed unkindly. Although you two came quickly, it seems that you are of no use. She gathered all the divine energy in her body. His gaze first turned towards the huge black dragon surrounded by a dark energy ring. He said with emotion and shock. Such a powerful dark energy. Such a domineering black dragon. This power is definitely at the top grade king level. It felt terrifying from a distance before, but I didn't expect the pressure to be even more terrifying now that I'm close to here. The divine pattern in my body seems to be afraid, are you? Do I need to tell you that? Yuluan and Gu Xiu rolled their eyes and were speechless. They arrived here first. But it's of no use. I'm very angry now. I can't wait to rush up and snatch him away. Then he immediately returned to his academy. Only brought back to the college. Everything can be at ease. Haha, it seems we'll have to rely on our own methods later. Don't deny your loss when the time comes. Gu Xiu was not in a hurry. After a cold snort, just watched leisurely. Among the 3 major colleges, the one with the richest resources is the Beijing North Divine Rune Academy. After all, this can be called the official academy of the Central Plains. Jingbei is the capital of the Central Plains. He is confident that he can win Gu Chen with the best conditions. And such a monster! Such a powerful dragon divine pattern that has not appeared in hundreds of years. It must also be from their Jingbei Divine Rune Academy. On the stage, the principal and vice principal were extremely excited. The instructors from the 3 colleges are all here for Gu Chen. Our school is going to be famous this time. You know, this is the tutor of the 3 colleges. Their strength is at least at the level of God King. If it is another college, even if you don't have the God King realm, you can still become a mentor. But these 3 colleges, You must be at the level of God King. Otherwise, nothing can be discussed. Certainly. If the divine pattern is very special and powerful, exceptions can be made. Like Gu Chen. At the same time, the new mentor must also be required to have sufficient practical experience. Otherwise it will be difficult to suppress the students. And the two principals are now making small calculations in their hearts. If this could be spread, there will definitely be more new students enrolled in Tianlang No. 6 Middle School next year. This is a great hotspot for operation. I really envy Gu Chen. I also want to be noticed by the instructors of the three colleges. The Sea Demon Divine Rune Academy, the Jingbei Divine Rune Academy, and the Jinling Divine Rune Academy, the three top Divine Rune Academy all came for him. Why don't I have this blessing? You could go to the temple and pray, or have a dream at night, maybe. Now? It's time to wake up. With the arrival of the three major college instructors, the discussion among teachers and students on the playground became more and more heated. Gu Chen, who was still sleeping, was awakened by a prompt voice. Ding! Detected that the host has awakened the divine rune, the Invincible Divine Rune System activated. System. Are you sure? My divine runes are so awesome, and you're still giving me a system? How are you going to let others live? Gu Chen, who had just woken up from a deep sleep, was instantly awake and then overjoyed. As a traverser, he naturally knew the existence of the system. But in 18 years, he had already lost hope. I thought I was an outcast abandoned by the system. And this terrifying black dragon is his compensation. Unexpectedly, the system can only be activated after the divine pattern is awakened. System startup complete, panel open. The prompt sounded again. A blue screen appeared in front of Gu Chen that only he could see. Host, Gu Chen. Level, 1-star God. Divine Mark Points, 0. Divine Rune, Dark Dragon God, Super God Level. Passive Talents, God Level Dark Element Affinity, Dragon God Fury, Dragon God Body, Dragon God Might, All Elemental Control, Darkness Arrives, Forbidden, Dragon God's Twilight Symphony, Forbidden. Active Talents, Dark Ball Jade, 1/1, Elemental Burst. Forbidden, Dark Tide, Forbidden, Dark Dragon Sword, Forbidden. Divine Rune Skills, none. Current status, 10% unlocked, 90% sealed. FK, this isn't God level. This is Super God level. What the hell is that? The levels in this world are all set by the top people, and the God level is the strongest. The awakening instrument can only provide divine level information at its highest level. It seems it can't provide information above that. Gu Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. In fact, when I became the Dark Dragon God in my dream, he already had this premonition in his heart. Super God level. Dark Dragon God. So domineering. So cool. A Super God level divine pattern. An invincible system. Tisk tisk, I'm destined to take the takeoff route. Become the next generation savior. Next, is my highlight moment. Gu Chen's mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts. Crazy as hell. Chapter 6. Gu Chen thought carefully and found something strange. Hey, wait a minute. How come this Super God level Dark Dragon God pattern? Isn't he somewhat similar to the Dragon God from a mainland novel I saw in my previous life? Although this one is completely black now, but this black color is imbued with the nobility of glass. It should be the dark form of the Dragon God, right? Now he felt the power of the Dark Dragon God's divine pattern more deeply. And the complete appearance in the gene sequence. Just like the Dragon God. That's in existence over level 150. And was summoned into this world. Unleashing all the power. However, not all of the Dark Dragon Gods have been released yet. A part of the power is still sealed. He needs to wait until he reaches a certain level of strength before he can unlock it. And among these talents, some are banned. These also definitely require specific conditions to unlock. He was looking forward to it very much. Because he has feelings. This is any taboo talent triggered. It will have a very horrific impact. With this super god level divine pattern, I have completely taken off. I don't care about anything else. Gu Chen was in a good mood, and immediately asked in his heart. System, introduce yourself. The system's emotionless and cold voice sounded. The host can obtain divine rune points by killing monsters. Divine rune points can be used to increase levels and learn divine rune skills. Gu Chen's mouth curled up slightly. It's actually a routine of killing monsters and leveling up, but I like it. You know. Become a divine rune. It is destined to fight the monster to the death. And now, he can upgrade his level and skills by killing monsters. It can be said that it was completely a matter of course. This setting is perfect for me. Only fighting can make me stronger. The curve of Gu Chen's mouth became more pronounced. The fists are clenched, and the muscles are prominent. For fighting. He didn't object. Because of this. He has his own meaning in life. Determine the functionality of the system. Gu Chen glanced at Zhou Guo. Then he found himself surrounded by a dark energy. Through this energy, you can vaguely see the teachers and students outside. Roar! At this moment, the huge black dragon divine pattern roared again. Then it disappeared in this world. Into his brows. The next moment, he felt a tingling sensation coming from the end of the chromosome DNA chain deep in his body. With a thought, he gained the ability to see within himself. Seeing the surface of the divine pattern gene sequence at the very end. The pattern of the dark dragon god appeared. Very domineering and overbearing. As the divine pattern disappeared. The next second, the instrument's electronic prompt sounded. Dark Dragon God, God-level divine pattern. Unfortunately, the instrument can only display the God level. If it shows Super God level, then this group of people will become even more crazy. Holy shit! Holy shit! I guessed it right. It really is a divine pattern. Oh my god, this is really against the will of heaven. Gu Chen took off. We are no longer on the same path. Dark Dragon God, what a domineering name. And now Gu Chen is taller, faster, and stronger. The whole person looks even more handsome and cool. Hearing the prompt sound of the electronic instrument, the whole playground was boiling instantly. Most people were shocked when Gu Chen awakened the god-level Dark Dragon God. Many girls also keenly noticed the changes in Gu Chen's appearance and figure. There is more admiration and love in his eyes. This situation is very normal. After the divine pattern awakened, the awakened person's body will be strengthened. Gu Chen awakened a divine pattern of the divine level. Or the Dark Dragon God. Dragons' bodies are inherently terrifyingly strong. This kind of strengthening will naturally be more obvious. Commander-in-Chief, Gu Chen's awakening is complete. Can we go find him now? Yuluan and others in front of the playground asked impatiently. Logically speaking, they are God-King level divine rune users. There's no need to be so polite to a God-level person. But the other party is the commander-in-chief of this awakening ceremony. Standing behind us is the central plains. With this identity blessing, they dare not move rashly. Okay, I'll take you there. The commander-in-chief pondered for a moment and nodded. In fact, he also knew the impatience of these three people. Now I can talk to him so politely. It is also because the central plains is standing behind him. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. And, generally speaking, the awakening ceremony is not over yet. No student can be taken away. But he also knew the importance of the God-level divine runes. Naturally, they didn't dare to delay the admissions instructors from these 3 top colleges. On the other side, in the envy of everyone, in the eyes of reverence, Gu Chen walked back to his class. Congratulations, Gu Chen. I never thought someone here would awaken a god-level divine pattern, and that person is you. This is truly beyond our expectations. The head teacher Su Yuntao's face flushed red, obviously he was extremely excited. And he became the teacher of the god-level divine rune awakener. This is the highest honor. This kid is so awesome, he's worthy of being my buddy. From now on, I'll have a god-level divine rune user protecting me, who dares to bully me. Oscar, his best friend, looked envious and couldn't help but sigh. He knew. My best friend is now soaring to the sky. In this regard, he was truly happy for Gu Chen. Don't worry, if anyone bullies you, just tell me. Gu Chen laughed. Gu Chen, come here for a moment. At this moment, a deep voice came from the front. Turning around, I saw the front of the 6th class team. The commander-in-chief was looking at him with a smile on his face. And beside him, there were also 3 women standing there, wearing different instructor uniforms. They are all very beautiful. At this time, the 3 of them all looked Gu Chen up and down. His eyes were full of curiosity, desire, and possession. Gu Chen glanced at Su Yuntao, who nodded. He walked away from the team. Hello, Commander-in-Chief. In full view of everyone, Gu Chen came in front of the man and saluted respectfully. Commander Wang smiled and nodded. Come, let me introduce you. Under the introduction of Commander Wang, Gu Chen soon learned the identities of these 3 people. Yulyuan, Gu Xiu, and Xiang Cheng. These 3 are admissions tutors from 3 top colleges. And they are all at the level of God King. Hello, teachers. Gu Chen bowed and was surprised. He knew that every year the 3 major universities would select outstanding freshmen shortly after the awakening ceremony. Unexpectedly, now he came directly here. It seems that he must have been attracted by the strange divine pattern just now. But think about it. That was a terrifying vision that enveloped the entire Tianlang area. To this end, the entire Tianlang area fell into a dark world. Completely lost its color. This is a very scary phenomenon. Yet, not bad. Seeing this scene, Yu Luan and the other 2 nodded slightly. As an admissions teacher, they have seen countless geniuses. Some geniuses, after awakening the advanced talent, they think highly of themselves. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. A polite genius like Gu Chen. The first impression is very good. Gu Chen, you should know why we are here. As long as you enroll in our Sea Demon Divine Rune Academy, you will immediately receive a 5 million yuan admission fee and also obtain an intermediate level divine power cultivation method. Generally speaking, the special recruitment of the 3 major colleges is conducted privately. But Xiang Cheng, who was eager to learn talents, could no longer care about so much and spoke directly. This is the highest standard of genius treatment in their school. It may not be used once in more than 10 years. If this can't attract Gu Chen, then she had no other choice. Oh my god! 5 million Central Plains coins for admission. Hiss! There's also a method for cultivating intermediate divine power. This is really going to soar to the sky. Hiss! Is this the value of a genius? It's horrible, it's really horrible. Xiang Cheng didn't lower her voice deliberately. The sound was clearly heard by the students at the front of the playground. In an instant, everyone was shocked and envious. Especially girls of the opposite S*X. I admire and love Gu Chen even more. Handsome, rich, and powerful, which girl wouldn't like him? Girls all like strong heroes. Chapter 7. 5 million Central Plains coins. Intermediate Divine Power Guidance Technique. But for the 3 top colleges, this amount of money should be a small amount. The most important thing is the intermediate level divine power guidance method. Generally speaking, low-level divine power guidance methods are difficult to obtain and are in short supply. What's more, although my dark dragon god is a super god level existence, he didn't bring me the independent divine power cultivation method he inherited. Maybe my progress in unlocking it is not enough. And what I need most now is to quickly improve my strength. Only when you become stronger can you avoid danger. After all, I'm not a true dark dragon god. If I'm killed by a powerful being, I'll really die. I haven't grown up yet, and I'm still in the seedling stage. While these people were shocked, Chen was also very surprised. But soon calmed down. Because he awakened to a god level state. But in fact it is super god level. The king made the world crazy. Not to mention the god level. It is very normal to have this price. According to his understanding of the cultivation of divine power guidance methods, they are divided into beginner, low, intermediate, high and perfect. Entry-level divine power guidance methods can be found everywhere. However, only families with divine rune-wielding backgrounds can obtain low-level divine power guidance methods. The intermediate divine power guidance method. Generally, only large forces can possess it. No special channels. Ordinary divine rune users can't buy it even if they have money. And now, as long as you enroll, you can get it directly. I have to say, the Sea Demon Divine Mark Academy has released the real thing. Chen, don't worry, you can consider ours. As long as you enroll in our Jingbei Divine Rune Academy, you will not only receive a 3 million yuan tuition fee and the intermediate divine power cultivation method, but our school will also cover all the basic elixirs you will need for your 4 years of college. Besides, the country is behind our Jingbei Divine Rune Academy. Gu Xiu also hurriedly put forward the conditions of her own academy, and sounded extremely generous while speaking. Xiang Cheng said angrily, "Damn it, this is a competition between our colleges. You're going too far by bringing up the country." Yuluan took a deep breath and said in surprise, as expected of the Jingbei Divine Rune Academy, which has a national background, to be able to come up with such a masterpiece. Pills are an indispensable auxiliary means for practitioners of divine runes to practice. If used properly, it can greatly improve the cultivation speed of the divine rune practitioner. But no matter what kind of elixir it is, the price is relatively expensive. Certainly, basic elixirs are cheaper. Usually 10,000 or 20,000 per bottle. But university has a full 6 years of study time. Count it all down. Providing these pills would cost at least several million Central Plains coins. Cultivation is very expensive. Beijing North Divine Rune Academy has also invested a huge amount of money this time. Money, secret manuals, and matching elixirs. This is the treatment of a genius. Commander Wang on the side and was also a little envious. Back then, he was considered a prominent figure when he awakened the lower grade gold level divine pattern. Although it is not enough to attract the 3 top colleges. But there are still some top-ranked colleges that offer him very good benefits. But now compared with Chen, those benefits that made me very proud back then, it became normal in an instant. Haha, that's nothing. Now it's my turn at Jinling Divine Rune Academy to make an offer. After the 2 major colleges reported their conditions, Yuluan also smiled sweetly, turned around and looked at Chen. Her sexy red lips moved slightly. Our school's admissions rewards are simple. There are 3. She held up 3 fingers and said, 2 million Huaxia coins, an intermediate divine power guidance method, and a chance to enter the Tianlongtan. Hearing this, Chen was puzzled. Tianlongtan? What is this? The 2 instructors next to them screamed. Tianlongtan. For a god-level awakener, this is indeed possible. The number of places to enter Tianlongtan is very limited. Their college only has 3 places every 2 years. And this quota Students in the school who possess dragon divine runes must go through extremely cruel competition to obtain them. Such a big chip is something that even their school cannot easily throw away. A god-level divine rune awakener is worthy of our use of Tianlongtan. Yulyuan crossed her arms over her chest, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, revealing a smug look. Then he explained to Gu Chen. Tianlongtan is a special secret place for strengthening dragon divine patterns. Although you have awakened a god-level dark dragon god, I believe it will still have a significant effect on you in it. I don't know, are you satisfied with the conditions of our school? She has top-level admissions authority, so she can naturally use the places in Tianlongtan. Speaking of which, this quota, even among the resources available to top admissions authorities, it is also the rarest batch. But it is worth using it on Gu Chen, a god-level awakener who only appears once in hundreds of years. Gu Chen is destined to soar to the sky. When he grows up, the benefits that Jinling Divine Rune Academy will bring to them in the future. Too big. This. Gu Chen began to hesitate. Because the conditions offered by the three colleges are too good. But he knows a lot about these three top colleges. Because he didn't think he could awaken the advanced divine runes that would attract the attention of these three top academies. Therefore, I dare not make a decision blindly now. After all, this concerns his study and practice for the next 6 years. It might even offend people. Gu Chen, don't hesitate. Choose the Sea Demon Divine Mark Academy. That's 5 million Huaxia coins. You can do a lot of things with it. You're crazy. How can a mere 5 million Huaxia coins be worth 6 years of medicinal pills? If it were you, you should choose Jingbei Divine Rune Academy. Choose Jinling. There's Tianlongtan there, it's amazing. This is a very suitable place for Gu Chen to practice. Only by becoming stronger quickly can you have the greatest capital. Then you will have money, skills, and ammunition. Gu Chen, don't hesitate. Just choose Jinling Divine Rune Academy. When Gu Chen was still hesitating, the students on the playground started rioting. He began to analyze the pros and cons for him. It's so lively here, it seems I came at the right time. At this moment, accompanied by hearty laughter, a figure rushed in from the entrance of the playground. He's extremely fast. But in the blink of an eye, it spanned a distance of thousands of meters. Come to the playground. And Gu Chen was able to see the appearance of the person who came. This is a man wearing a black military uniform. A middle-aged man with a square face. While feeling a strong sense of security from this man, I also feel a strong sense of oppression. Commander. The commander-in-chief, upon seeing the man, quickly saluted with an excited look on his face. Commander-in-chief, it's General Tian Lang. A heavyweight figure in the entire Tian Lang military power. It's rare to see it for several years. The commander nodded slightly, then looked at Yuluan and the other two. Teachers, the awakening ceremony hasn't concluded yet. Talking here would somewhat disrupt the ceremony. How about we continue somewhere else? That would give our students some time to think about it. Yulyuan and the other two looked at each other. Really? The current commotion has affected the normal progress of the awakening ceremony. And looking at Gu Chen's appearance, it also takes time to consider the choice. So they nodded, okay. Commander Huang, you continue to preside over the awakening ceremony. Yes. Classmate, let's go. Then, the commander said to Gu Chen with a smile. He could see that. This is the student who awakened the god-level divine pattern. The most eye-catching person in the audience. Okay. Gu Chen nodded. They left here together under the leadership of the commander. After watching Gu Chen and his group turn around and leave, the students on the playground suddenly sighed. They really want to see which college Gu Chen chooses. Moreover, after this time, it seems that there will be no time to see each other again. Sometimes, once you leave, it will be for a lifetime. Chapter 8. The commander brought Gu Chen and others. He went directly to the office in the teaching building of Tianlang No. 6 Middle School. Along the way, the commander-in-chief spoke. I admire Gu Chen very much. And for Gu Chen's modesty, the attitude is not arrogant, and I am very satisfied and like it. Such a humble genius. This is rare in this era. So he laughed heartily from time to time. He doesn't have the arrogance of a commander at all. This scene. If his subordinates knew about this, it will definitely be surprising. You know, Commander Long is famous for his seriousness. Gu Chen, don't worry too much. Just go with whoever you like. Even without me, they wouldn't dare to do anything to you. You're the only one from the Central Plains in the past 100 years to have awakened a divine rune. Commander Long said with a smile. The three women following behind heard this. They all showed an awkward smile, but didn't say much. Instead, he quietly waited for Gu Chen's choice. Commander Long is here. The first purpose is to determine who the student is who awakens the God-level divine rune. The second purpose is to allow Gu Chen to make his choice with confidence and not be influenced by external means. After all, a divine marker at the Divine King level. Once you release your momentum, it is definitely not something that ordinary awakened people can endure. Commander Long, can you tell me about the characteristics of the three major colleges? I don't know anything about them. Gu Chen pondered for a moment, and instead of making a choice, he asked. Haha, this little guy is quite cautious. That's not bad, at least I'm not blinded by good welfare. Yes, it's not good for a powerful divine rune master to be unable to resist even a single temptation. The three Yulyuan who were walking behind him, after hearing what Gu Chen said, they all couldn't help but reveal a barely perceptible smile of satisfaction. Three major colleges. Although they are the top colleges in the Central Plains, but there are some subtle differences. So, regarding Gu Chen's approach, they didn't feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, I quite approve of it. After all, the more cautious you are, in the future, when you fight in the wilderness where monsters are rampant, the probability of survival is higher. A careless divine rune user, it dies the fastest. No doubt about it. Such a person, even if it is cultivated, if someone dies accidentally later, then all the training is in vain. For colleges and resources, all previous efforts are wasted. What are the differences in characteristics among the three major colleges? Commander Long thought for a moment and said. The teaching resources of these three colleges are similar. I will talk about the differences in teaching direction. Jinling Divine Rune University is more inclined towards practical combat, and has many practical tasks. The Sea Demon Divine Rune Academy is more inclined towards training and theory, with more theoretical courses. The Jingbei Divine Rune Academy, on the other hand, is more balanced, taking both into account. Of course, this is all based on the comparison of the three major colleges. Compared to ordinary divine rune colleges, the three major colleges possess overwhelming strength in every aspect. Regarding this evaluation, the three teachers at the back had no objections. After all, the other party is telling the truth. I understand. Gu Chen thought for a moment and nodded. The Invincible Divine Rune system requires hunting monsters to collect divine rune points. This means that extremely strong personal combat capabilities are required. Because you have to fight a lot of monsters. It is not enough to have powerful divine runes alone. Divine runes are just one of the auxiliary means to make yourself stronger. Unless he himself is the dark dragon god himself, then there is no need to be so troublesome. As soon as he appears, he can crush the monster with just one look. In this case, analyze according to the previous and next steps and your own needs. Which school to choose? He already had an idea in his mind. The top floor of the teaching building. After the principal of Tianlang No. 6 Middle School led everyone into the office. So he left here tactfully. He knew this scene. I am a small high school principal. You are not qualified to insert it. Student Gu Chen, have you made up your mind? No matter which school you choose, we support you. Yuluan leaned lazily on the chair, her proud figure wrapped in the slim-fitting instructor's uniform clearly revealed. The other two, Gu Xiu and Xiang Cheng, were also lying on the seats. He stared at Gu Chen with unconcealed eyes. In fact, the three of them were a little nervous. After Gu Chen sat down, he took a sip of tea to make his qi flow smoothly. I choose Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Then he nodded, took a deep breath, and spoke softly. After finishing speaking, when Gu Chen looked up again, Gu Xiu and Xiang Cheng, who were expecting something, suddenly looked disappointed. Gu Chen said humbly and politely, "Excuse me, teachers. As top universities, the teaching strength of the three colleges must be top-notch. But that's what he needs. Super strong combat power. And regarding the Tianlongtan that teacher Yulyuan promised, he was also a little looking forward to it. So, Jinling Divine Rune Academy is naturally the best choice." "Why?" Admissions teacher Gu Xiu sighed. "I knew you would choose Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Tianlongtan. For all those who possess the Dragon God Rune. It's an irresistible temptation. Yulyuan, congratulations. The only God-level Divine Rune Awakener in the Central Plains in the past 100 years has been recruited by your school." Although Gu Xiu felt a little regretful. "But I also know that this result cannot be changed. There's no point saying anything now. After all, the conditions of their schools, compared with the other two schools, it is indeed much inferior." After that, the two of them didn't stay long. Just left here. This time, the awakening ceremony has ended. The awakening list will soon be compiled. Since I can't grab the God-level awakener, we still have to continue to strive for other honors and king awakenings. Hey, these two are finally gone. Yuluan heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Then he handed Gu Chen a contract. He said, "This is our school's special recruitment contract. Aside from the Tianlong Pond, all the benefits I just promised are recorded here. There are also some precautions for you to take a look at. If you have any questions, tell me directly. As for Tianlongtan, it's just a verbal promise, but I will definitely do it. Is that okay?" "Good." Gu Chen frowned slightly, but nodded. The quota for Tianlongtan. It was presented in the presence of the Commander-in-Chief and teachers from two other institutions. If Jinling Divine Rune Academy does not admit it, at that time, he can directly ask the commander to act as a witness to support him. And looking at the relationship between the other two colleges, he can call over when the time comes. It will definitely be exciting. After taking over Yulyuan's contract, Gu Chen read it very carefully. Each payment will be carefully reviewed. From time to time, I would ask the commander to help check. This little guy, is he still afraid that I will cheat him? Yuluan was speechless after seeing this scene. But he still sat on a chair nearby with his arms folded, drinking tea, eating snacks, and waiting patiently. Now the genius has arrived. She was no longer in a hurry. And it feels more comfortable than ever before. After returning, I can get another big reward. I feel happy just thinking about this. The food in my mouth tastes better. The tea tastes better too. Chapter 9. In this way, an hour passed while reading. I have to say, Gu Chen's reading is really careful. No detail can be overlooked. Just be careful of being scammed. Yuluan was really convinced. I really want to say something to Gu Chen. Can you hurry up? I waited until the flowers withered. I have read the contract and there is no problem. At this time, Gu Chen spoke. Okay, then let's verify your genetic sequence. Yuan finally felt better. Immediately took out an exquisite blue instrument. This is a genetic testing instrument. Everyone's genetic sequence is different. Only with gene sequences to determine a person's identity. So, more important contracts. No signature used. Instead, the gene sequence is verified directly. Ding, gene sequence information collection is complete. Student Gu Chen from Tianlang No. 6 Middle School in GD Province, Special Recruitment Sequence No. 0, has been entered into the system. Not long after Gu Chen placed his finger on it, the instrument then sounded an electronic prompt. Student Gu, you are now a member of our Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Yuan showed a satisfied smile, paused, and said. All special admissions students need to report to the school in advance. I will take you away in 7 days. During these few days, you should say goodbye to your relatives and friends. Gu Chen was a little surprised when he heard this. So soon? Leaving in 7 days? I didn't expect to leave so soon. He was really reluctant to leave. According to this calculation. In other words, when he left, the Divine Rune College entrance examination hadn't even begun yet. This is too hasty. Although a little surprised. But Yuan must have done this on behalf of the school. So Gu Chen didn't say anything more. Nodding in agreement, okay, I understand. By the way, this is the intermediate divine power guidance method for you. You can try to practice it in the next few days. I believe that with your talent for divine runes, you will be able to get started quickly. Yuan handed over another light black volume. Divine Power Guidance Method. Gu Chen's eyes lit up, he took it and opened it. There was actually a dark element energy fluctuation on it. Although this energy is not as strong as his dark dragon god. But it's also very impressive. It is very suitable for him to practice now. On the cover of that book, written in regular script were 7 large, ancient black characters, Dark Divine Power Guidance Method. You know. This is the key practice method to improve the strength of divine runes. And it's not just entry level or junior level. But it is an extremely rare intermediate level. Moreover, the Dark Energy series is a rare treasure. I didn't expect that the other party would actually have it. It took him so much by surprise. Gu Chen asked curiously, Teacher, how come you happen to have a method to guide dark energy? Did you know that I would awaken the Dark Dragon Divine Rune here? It's better not to mention it. This mention. Even Commander Long was curious. Yuan was stunned, then thought for a moment and said, I accidentally found this method in the number 8 ancient civilization ruins. This time I brought all the energy attributes from the academy with me, so I brought this with me too. I didn't expect it to come in handy. Dark Dragon Divine Patterns are even rarer than rare. Ancient Civilization Ruins No. 8. Commander Long and Gu Chen were stunned, the former was shocked. The remains of this ancient civilization were discovered by the people of Blue Star several hundred years ago after the Great Nirvana. It records many technologies of alien civilizations. The new humans have developed many technologies from these alien civilizations. There are currently a total of 18 ancient civilization relics discovered on the entire blue planet. The number 8 ancient civilization ruins is one of them. It also has a relatively low risk factor. Gu Chen had read this in books. When you become stronger, you will have the opportunity to come into contact with these ancient civilization relics. They are still too dangerous for you now. Yuan seemed to see through Gu Chen's thoughts and smiled charmingly. Okay, now that I've finished all my work, I'm leaving too. Yuan will have to continue competing with the other 2 institutions for the remaining King level and Glory level awakeners in GD province. So, she put away the contract and the equipment and did not stay any longer. After speaking to Commander Long, He stepped on the cloud-piercing sword and flew out of the window. Controlling objects, this is a powerful divine pattern. Looking at the beautiful figure that quickly disappeared into the sky, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. A powerful god king. Even in the provincial capital base area of GD province. It is rare to see it under normal circumstances. Unexpectedly, he met 4 of them today. The powerful strength displayed by these people made him even more frightened. It was as if he could be suppressed with just one look. One day, I will reach this level. Gu Chen held the secret book tightly in his right hand, his heart surging. He possesses the super god level Dark Dragon God and the Invincible Divine Pattern System. We will reach this level soon. On the side. Seeing this scene, Commander Long nodded slightly. His eyes were full of admiration. Acting sophisticatedly. Calm character. And there is no lack of fighting spirit. Such character qualities. Plus the newly awakened god-level divine pattern. Gu Chen will definitely grow into a big man in the future that even he will need to look up to. If you invest now, maybe you can give yourself a pleasant surprise in the future. Thinking of this, Commander Long laughed and said, after today, the news of your awakening of the god-level divine rune will spread throughout the entire central plains. We at Tianlang can also benefit from this. As the Commander-in-Chief, I don't have much to offer you, so I'll just give you a magical skill. After saying that, Commander Long handed over an ancient secret book. Divine skill. Gu Chen was stunned for a moment, then felt happy again. Good things really keep coming. The next moment, it also reacted. The other party is trying to show goodwill to me. The other party was originally one of the 2 giants of Tianlang. Making friends with each other will bring great benefits to yourself. So, he wasn't hypocritical either. After saying thank you, he took the secret book. Commander Long also smiled when he saw this. Gu Chen was able to receive this secret book. It also means that the other party accepts this good intention. This kindness. In the future, maybe it can come in handy. Awakening Day. After the awakening ceremony, you will have a holiday. So, when he left the principal's office, the students had already gone home from school. In this regard, Gu Chen, who returned to class 6, also breathed a sigh of relief. If those people from class 6 haven't returned yet, I'm afraid I'll be surrounded. But Oscar didn't wait for me. I still don't know what divine pattern he awakened. Forget it, I'll call him when I get back. Gu Chen returned to his seat, picked up his school bag, and left the classroom directly. Gu Chen, you're back. As soon as he left the classroom, Gu Chen met his homeroom teacher Su Yun Tao in the corridor. Teacher Tao. Gu Chen shouted hurriedly. Su Yun Tao nodded with a smile on his face. We all thought we'd never see you again. Of the 3 major colleges, which one did you choose in the end? Gu Chen smiled and said, Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Jinling Divine Rune Academy? Not bad, it's quite close to GD province. Remember to come back more often when you go to college. Then I can set an example for your younger classmates. It seems we won't have the chance to meet forever. Su Yun Tao said with a smile. But I also feel a little sad. After all, Gu Chen is the best student he has ever taught in his more than 10 years of teaching career. He still felt a little reluctant to graduate and go to higher education. Don't worry, Teacher Tao, I will definitely come back more often. Gu Chen, who saw Su Yun Tao's thoughts, couldn't help but make a promise. 3 years ago, after my parents passed away, my homeroom teacher Su Yun Tao cares a lot about me. All this. He can feel it all. By the way, Teacher Tao, Jinling Divine Rune Academy wants me to report in 7 days. Can I take a leave of absence from school for the next few days? After a pause, Gu Chen spoke again. Su Yun Tao was stunned at first. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Then he nodded. Of course you can. You've already been specially recruited, so there's no need for you to come to school anymore. In fact, many students who have awakened good divine patterns. After the awakening day, everyone will choose to take a leave. To prepare for the Divine Rune College entrance examination in 10 days. Thank you, Mr. Tao. I'll be leaving now. Gu Chen nodded. Bowed solemnly. Then he turned and left. What a good kid. Looking at the back that is taller than before. Su Yun Tao couldn't help but sigh out loud. During these 3 years of high school life, he has always been watching Gu Chen's performance. Cultural courses first. Actual combat is also number 1. Now, he also entered the top Divine Rune Academy in the country. He couldn't imagine it anymore. When we meet next time, he would definitely be shocked by the achievements of his student. I really look forward to that day coming soon so I can see how tall you can grow. With you here, our Central Plains country will be safer in the future. Great Nirvana, natural disasters, scarlet blood moon, meteorites, ruins of ancient civilizations, underwater monsters, failed mutants. This world is very dangerous. All nations can be conquered at any time, but it may take a long time. Time is short. Su Yun Tao watched Gu Chen leave. I'm emoting by myself. There was a deep and mysterious gleam in his eyes. Chapter 10. After leaving school, Gu Chen walked alone on the crowded street. He was very happy and excited. Today is a big happy day for him. It's just a pity I can't share it with my parents. Gu Chen's residential complex. Located not far from Tianlang No. 6 Middle School. He walked for less than 30 minutes. Then enter the community. Walk to your doorstep. Crack. Gu Chen inserted the key into the lock. Gently spin. The door opened. The scene inside the house is in full view. Sofa, TV, coffee table. The furnishings of the entire room. Although it is no different from an ordinary family. But it seems a bit empty. There are no people and it is very quiet. It's still that familiar feeling of loneliness. Gu Chen sighed lightly upon seeing this. Suddenly, the scene of my parents at home when they were alive appeared in my eyes. When he came back, his parents would be there to cook for him. It's been so long. But every time I think of it, it all seems like it was just yesterday. Then think of my parents. He was killed by a monster during a trip 3 years ago. When the tragic scene of death, his long-suppressed emotions could no longer be contained. Endless anger and murderous intent emanated from his eyes and body. Crackle, crackle. Clenched fists. Bones creaking and grinding. Dark divine power surged in him. Monster, monster. Just wait, my revenge on you has begun. I will kill you all. Gu Chen raised his head. Looking at the devastated wilderness outside the base area in the distance. Eyes full of blood red. In blood red rage. Dark energy also bloomed in his eyes. The divine energy in the body is surging. His human pupils turned into black dragon pupils. It exudes a heart-pounding destructive murderous intent. That place was originally good. It was because of the appearance of the monster 3 years ago. Became a ruin. From then on. That was when it started. He became an orphan. Although 3 years have passed. He was used to being alone. But every time I return to this empty room, it's all sad. Now, Gu Chen, who is always calm. A rare, ferocious, and terrifying look of cruelty appeared on his face. In his previous life, is an orphan. I have never felt the warmth of my family. So, in this life, he cherishes the affection between family members very much. As for the beast that caused the death of my parents, of course he hated it immensely. Of course, before that, you still need to have enough strength. Quickly, he closed his eyes and tried to calm himself down. A thought came to my mind. A thin layer of light black divine power once again appeared on his hand. And the domineering dark dragon god pattern also faintly condensed from his body. Under the influence of this divine power, the dark color in the depths of his eyes became brighter and more gorgeous. He clenched his hand. A black sphere as black as a black hole appeared in his palm. This is the dark ball jade, one of his talents. Like a ball of jade, and also like a black hole. The moment it appeared, all the colors in the room disappeared. They became black lines. Surrounded by dark divine power. Chen suddenly had a feeling. In a moment of thought, everything in the room was instantly sucked into the dark ball jade. Chen's face turned anxious. Oh no! This room is filled with memories of him and his parents. How can I get it back? Chen shouted. Suddenly I felt. His spirit seemed to have entered the inside of the jade ball. It's pitch black here, completely dark. But he saw a lot of colorless furniture floating in front of him. At this moment, he felt as long as he thought about it, these furniture will be crushed into particles. But he abandoned the idea. In a moment of thought, summon all these furniture. The next second, the scene changed. When I look at my home again, the disappeared furniture has returned to its original place safely. And as he retracted his divine patterns, the colors are restored. What a terrifying ability! I wonder how powerful a warrior this move can devour. Chen took a deep breath. At that moment, he had the power of life and death. It seems that anything that is sucked into the dark ball jade will be destroyed. According to the inherited memory of the dark dragon god, he knew that this dark ball jade also had extremely terrifying attack power. I'm currently at the 1-star divine realm. I never thought I'd have this much power upon awakening. I'm already this powerful now. If I can reach the Divine Master realm in the future, I'll definitely be even more terrifying. I'm looking forward to the battle with the monster more and more. Chen was extremely excited. God. As the first level of Divine Rune. After awakening the Divine Pattern, it will take quite some time to reach that point. This practice time. Part of it depends on the strength of the Divine Pattern. The other part depends on the method of guiding divine power. The more advanced the divine power guidance method, the speed of cultivation will also be faster. Fortunately, I now have the intermediate level divine power guidance method, so I don't have to practice the entry-level divine power guidance method that the country distributes for free. Those free entry-level ones are naturally not suitable for him. Chen took out the dark divine power guidance method from his backpack. Sit on the sofa and read. Divine Power Guidance Method. Very rare. Even if it's him. Before this, I had only been exposed to entry-level guidance methods. It is naturally very novel to obtain the intermediate Divine Power Guidance Method. After reading carefully, before I knew it, an hour had passed quietly. He also read the entire book. I finally finished reading it. It doesn't look too difficult. Now I'll give it a try. With my talent, I should be able to get started soon. Put down the books. Chen sat cross-legged on the sofa. Eyes slightly closed. With both hands pinching the flower-picking fingers. Place them on the knees on both sides. Recite the mantras silently in your heart. Regulate the breathing sequence. According to the Dark Divine Power Guidance Method, divine power is a kind of energy that floats between heaven and earth. What the divine marker has to do? It is to absorb the divine power into one's body. Transform into your own divine power. The rarer the divine power guidance method, the longer the process of absorbing divine power lasts. Under the influence of the formula and breathing method, waves of invisible divine power gathered from between heaven and earth. Then it flowed into Chen's body, transformed into black divine power, flowing through the meridians of his body. Form a loop. As time goes by, This divine power cycle gradually stabilized. His breathing gradually became steady. Such a scene. If Yuluan saw it, it will definitely be shocking. You know, ordinary people practice the divine power guidance method. It takes almost half a month to feel the divine power for the first time. Even an average genius would need 3 or 4 days. And Gu Chen. The first time I practiced, I absorbed divine power directly. And it was transformed into his own divine power. It's simply a monster. And no one taught us all this. I figured it out completely on my own. It's so powerful. So awesome. When Gu Chen was practicing for the first time. The internet is currently spreading a lot of news with the title. The God-level Dark Dragon God is born, and the shocking vision of the godly mark is revealed. In this video, the whole world has lost its color. It turned into a dark world. A huge and majestic black dragon. Surrounded by circles of divine rings. Standing between heaven and earth. Holy and terrifying. Majestic and overwhelming. The number of below is also increasing rapidly. Hiss! How terrifying! God-level divine pattern? Dark Dragon God! Holy crap! So handsome! So powerful! What a terrifying divine vision! It's as if the entire world has become a dark world. I can feel the oppressive feeling even through the screen. And the dark visual impact of the world in front of me. A divine level divine pattern. After so many years, a divine level divine pattern has finally appeared in our central plains. God bless the central plains. My God has resurrected. Let's celebrate for him. Does anyone know who awakened this divine rune? Our creation group wants to sign a cooperation agreement with him. I know. He's a student at Tianlang No. 6 Middle School. His name seems to be Gu Chen. Hiss, the creation group, isn't that a force founded by the Divine Emperor? 66666666666x9999. The number of video views has increased rapidly. There are more and more below. Many top forces. The family also noticed this video. They arranged personnel to go to Tianlang. Want to sign Gu Chen? Provide resources during their college years. Wait until you graduate to work for yourself. But unfortunately, their fantasies will eventually turn to ashes. Gu Chen will not serve anyone. Those people are not qualified. As soon as he enters the college, you can grow quickly. By then, everything will no longer be a problem. Chapter 11. Outside Tianlang District. Kunlun Tianhe Community. This is a villa community in the suburbs of Tianlang. It covers a very large area. The structure of each villa is unique. The combination of science fiction and the style of the Central Plains. Those who can live here. Either they are rich or they have status. Also at this time. In one of the villas. An old man was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Watching TV leisurely. Suddenly, the phone beside me rang. Ding-ling-ling. The old man was stunned. Take the phone. I glanced at the caller ID. Then he answered the phone. When I was about to speak, an excited voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Dad, did you notice the strange phenomenon of the awakening of the divine pattern in Tianlang district this morning? Hearing this, the old man looked at the sky outside the villa with a puzzled look and said, Divine pattern vision? Or was it in Tianlang? No, I was in seclusion in the training room at that time. What's wrong? Even if there are divine signs, there's no need to get so excited, right? As soon as the old man finished speaking, the voice on the other end of the phone was extremely excited. It's Xiao Chen. I saw on the internet that it was our Xiao Chen who awakened the divine pattern vision. He has awakened a god-level divine pattern, the Dark Dragon God. The person on the other end of the phone became more and more excited. God-level divine pattern. Dark Dragon God. It's a dragon. The old man's pupils shrank, his face changed drastically, and his breathing became rapid. He stood up in a flash. My right hand holding the phone was shaking slightly. It takes a long time to calm down. This news is really shocking. Today is Awakening Day. There are 4 young people in their Gu family who have awakened the divine runes. Originally, he also wanted to wait until the family dinner in the evening to ask about their awakening status. Unexpectedly. Now I have been waiting for such a big surprise. Are you sure? Is it really our Xiao Chen? This is no joke, we must not make any mistakes. The old man suppressed his excitement, took a deep breath, and asked in a deep voice. Such an important thing. You still need to confirm your identity. After all, in Tianlang, there are many people with the same name and surname. The second and third brothers and I called Xiao Chen a long time ago, but no one answered. No one answered. The old man frowned. Let me try. After that, the old man hung up the phone directly. Dial Gu Chen's number. Beep, 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 beep. The bell rang 6 times. No one answered the phone. Forget it, I'll just go over there. The old man was a little nervous. He put away his phone and left the villa. Now he can't wait to confirm it. Gu Chen, who awakened the god-level dark dragon god. It's his grandson. Not a stranger with the same name and surname. On the other side, in a simple house, Gu Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling the flow of divine power in the body. This feeling is very comfortable. I saw his eyes slightly closed. Breathing steadily. The capillaries on the body open and close. Very regular. The invisible divine power actually condensed around his body. It flashes with a deep black glow. With breathing, absorbed into his body, transformed into a black divine power. At this moment, the black divine power suddenly became agitated. It poured into Gu Chen's body at a speed twice as fast as before. It makes the sound of tigers and leopards roaring and thundering. The sound was getting louder and louder. To the back, the sound gradually turned into a low dragon roar. And Gu Chen, who was practicing, seemed to have sensed something. The energy coming from the body. He couldn't help but frown. Use all your strength to guide the dark power. The divine power is becoming more and more agitated. A small black tornado of divine power actually formed in the living room. And Gu Chen. It turned into a core in the center of the tornado. Bang! I don't know how long it took. After a dull explosion, the tornado of divine power in the room suddenly dissipated. Gu Chen slowly opened his eyes. A dark glare flashed across his eyes. The next second, a thought came to my mind. Communication systems. Finally, the familiar system character interface appeared in front of me. Host, Gu Chen. Level, 2-star God. Divine Mark Points, 0. Divine Rune, Dark Dragon God, Super God Level. Passive Talents, God Level Dark Element Affinity, Dragon God Fury, Dragon God Body, Dragon God Might, All Elemental Control, Darkness Arrives, Forbidden, Dragon God's Twilight Symphony, Forbidden. Active Talents, Dark Ball Jade, 1/1, Elemental Burst. Forbidden, Dark Tide, Forbidden, Dark Dragon Sword, Forbidden. Divine Rune Skills, none. Current status, 10% unlocked, 90% sealed. My first time practicing, I was able to step into the first star again and become a 2-star god. Gu Chen's eyes flickered. The smiles are very abundant. He clenched his fists excitedly. Feel the powerful force. It feels so great to have this power. The gap between a 2-star god and a 1-star god is so huge. Is it because of my divine pattern? The divine realm is the first level of the divine rune master, with a total of 9 stars. Ordinary awakeners. It takes 1 or 2 years to enter the realm of God. Not to mention stepping into the first star and becoming a 2-star God. In summary, ordinary awakeners step into this realm. It will take more than 4 years. And it only took less than an hour. Although a 1-star God is strong, it is only relative to ordinary people. And now I have entered the realm of a 2-star God, and I am already a God pattern master. Chen was in a good mood. Stretch out your right hand. The divine power in the body moved slightly. A low humming voice sounded. Divine rune passive talent, God level dark element affinity activated. With the support of this talent, he can mobilize the dark elements around him at will and use them for his own purposes. The next second, the surrounding dark elemental energy quickly condensed into Chen's palm. Finally, on his right hand, 5 dark spherical jades appeared. It radiates dark energy outwards. The surrounding colors gradually lose their color under the influence of dark energy. And there is an attraction. And he also discovered a new way to play this thing. That means it can be infinitely varied. A thought came to my mind. The 5 dark ball jades transformed. It turned into a small black sword. Then the thought moved again. The 5 small swords merged together. It became a large black sword. Since it evolved from the dark ball jade, I'll call you the dark jade sword. Chen showed a satisfied smile. With this God-level dark element affinity, I won't have to worry about running out of dark energy in the future. As long as darkness and blackness exist in the world, my energy will be endless. The first passive talent is already so powerful, and there are other talents later on. If you use them all, it will definitely be awesome. If I can unlock the forbidden talent, then all the monsters in this world will be destroyed by me very quickly. Mom and Dad, just wait. I will avenge you soon. Having said that, Chen clenched his 5 fingers and dispersed the dark energy in his hands. As the dark energy dissipated, the dark jade sword in his hand also disappeared. He had seen it in a book. Talent is an ability that only top-level divine runes possess. Natural ability. The awakened ones also need to explore it themselves. Generally speaking, even if it is the top divine pattern, 1 or 2 talents, easier to explore. And his passive talent plus active talent, there are 11 of them visible. There is something invisible behind. That's even more. If we explore them one by one, it's really troublesome. I don't know whether the system can directly display detailed information about talents. Thinking of this, Chen said tentatively in his heart. System, display detailed information about the divine rune talent. Exploring talent information exploration successful. The system prompt sounded. A light blue light curtain suddenly projected out. The above is the introduction information of talents. Chapter 12. The system screen appears. Talent information presentation. God-level dark element affinity, you can mobilize all dark elements at will. The world evolves yin and yang, and dark element energy can be continuously supplied to you. Dragon God Fury, the more you fight, the stronger you become. As long as you are not killed instantly, you will never be defeated. The ultimate increase can reach 900%. Dragon God Body, your physical strength is terrifyingly powerful, beyond the reach of humans. With each level up, your physical strength will be strengthened, eventually reaching the strength of the Dark Dragon God. Dragon God's might, the pressure emanating from you has a powerful deterrent effect on all living things. Control of all elements, in addition to dark elements, you can also drive all elements in the world. Elemental explosion, drives all elements to a level 1 instant explosion, with the power reaching as low as a small nuclear bomb explosion, and no upper limit. Depends on the user's strength. Level requirement, Divine Master Realm. Dark Tide, creates a tidal phenomenon of dark energy riots spreading outward for 100 kilometers from you. Within this range, all those with lower cultivation than you will be transformed into nutrients in the tide. Required level, Divine King Realm. Hiss, these talents are too strong. Gu Chen was extremely excited after reading the description. These talents he possessed. Each one of them is very awesome. Especially those forbidden talents. Each one is more terrifying than the other. It's a pity that there is a level limit. So he has to improve his cultivation quickly. Especially the passive talent Dragon God Fury. That's a 9-fold increase in combat power. The more you fight, the stronger you become. As long as you can't kill me, you can't defeat me. This is a super endurance talent. Gu Chen really loves it. It's a pity that I have a talent skill, but I probably won't have the chance to use it. Gu Chen glanced at the last skill, then became confused again. However, the strength level required for the introduction of some invisible forbidden talents later on is very high. For now, I still have to stay away from them. Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. I'd better focus on these early talents first. My mission now is to quickly improve my cultivation and unlock these forbidden talents. When Gu Chen thought of this, the excitement and passion in his heart dissipated a lot. After all, I can see it, but I can't really use it. That feeling is very uncomfortable. After all, he is only at the level of a 2-star god. In this world of divine runes, it's still too weak. The Sacred Realm and the Divine Emperor Realm are still too far away from him. Hey, by the way, I'm a divine rune user now, and I can also practice divine skills. Thinking of this, Gu Chen took out the secret book given by Commander Long from his bag. When I was about to read it, the cell phone in my pocket suddenly rang. An unknown number called. The phone screen is on. But no bell rang. This was specially set up by Gu Chen before he started practicing. He knew. The fact that he has awakened the god-level divine rune will soon be known to others. Those big forces will also contact me frantically like a cat smelling blood. But he had no intention of cooperating with other forces. Naturally, he didn't want to be disturbed by these people, and he also looked down on those forces. He will never be someone else's running dog. Actually, this is also the practice of many geniuses who awaken top-level divine runes. After all, basically no one wants to embark on the path of a divine rune user. For some resources, sell yourself. No caller ID. Gu Chen carefully examined the secret book in his hand. The overall color of the cheat book is simple dark black. But the 4 words Earthly Evil Sword Technique on the cover are a dazzling black color. In a sense, Disha is something from the underworld. There is no light in Hades, only darkness. Therefore, this sword technique is very suitable for him, a person with dark elements, to practice. Earthly Evil Sword Technique, a high-level Xian-level divine skill. Cultivation requirements, possess dark elements, or elements similar to dark elements. Open the cheat book, and the first page is a general description of the cheat book. It's actually a high-level Xian-level divine skill. Gu Chen couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he saw this. There can't really be such a coincidence in this world, right? Yuluan gave me a book on dark guidance, and this person gave me this magical skill that suits me best. He was surprised. Divine skills are the common means of attack used by divine rune users. From high to low, there are 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. The Xian level magical skills are only 1 level higher than the Huang level. But the power is totally different. An ordinary divine rune user. If you master a mysterious divine skill, your strength will increase tremendously. Not to mention that this is a high-level Xian level divine skill. Even rarer. I didn't expect Commander Long to be so willing to do so. I, Gu Chen, am not an ungrateful person. When I rise in the future, I will definitely take good care of you. Gu Chen sighed and accepted the favor. He immediately began to look through the secret book attentively. 2 lives as a human being. After he learned that there were monsters in this world, he was extremely strict with himself. Every day, I will do physical exercise. Combat training. His foundation was therefore very solid. He also has a strong ability to comprehend secret techniques. So, although this earthly evil sword technique was the first magical skill he came into contact with, but he still quickly mastered the power generation techniques and the trajectory of the power of this magical skill. Hey! 10 minutes later, Gu Chen closed the book and let out a sigh. Clenching the air with right hand, dark elements emerge crazily. A black long sword condensed into a dark jade sword out of thin air. Earthly evil sword technique. A low cry. The dark jade sword dragged a series of dark shadows. With terrifying power, he slashed through the void. Boom! The dark jade sword slashed in the air. But it made a strong muffled sound as if it had hit a solid object. Then, a violent dark evil force came out. The whole room suddenly became dark, gloomy, and cold. Countless evil ghosts emerged from the dark world, transformed into the most deadly sword. If Gu Chen hadn't controlled the power of the earthly evil that came with the release of the divine skill, I'm afraid that all the items in the living room will be destroyed. So strong. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. The earthly evil sword technique just now. It consumed almost 1/10 of his divine power. Although there are no professional measuring instruments, there was no way to measure the strength of this slash. But according to his estimation, this blow, an ordinary 5-star god would definitely not be able to bear it. And he has just started to learn this magical skill. Not yet fully mastered. After mastering it, the power will definitely be stronger. The power of the divine skill is quite good. But my swordsmanship is still too awkward and stiff. Once I enter university, I will have to hone my sword skills even more. Gu Chen discovered his own shortcomings. Junior high and high school training more just involves bare-handed fighting. There is very little training in weapons. Although Gu Chen also conducts relevant training on his own. But swordsmanship, it will be more lethal only after systematic practice. Knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Which force came to our door so quickly? Gu Chen frowned. He waved his right hand. After the dark jade sword disappeared out of thin air. So he walked forward. Click. Open the door. Standing at the door was an old man full of energy and vigor. She was looking at him with passionate and expectant eyes. Grandfather. Gu Chen was stunned for a moment. This old man was actually his grandfather, Gu Long. Xiao Chen. Gu Long shouted with a smile. Then he looked at Gu Chen carefully. His eyes lit up. Surprised out loud. Xiao Chen, tell Grandpa, are you the one who awakened the divine level dark dragon god? As a divine rune master at the divine realm. Although I am a little older. But he could still see it easily. Compared with before. My grandson has indeed changed a lot. The body, eyes, temperament, are all very different from before. Especially the sense of intimidation emanating from his body. Even stronger than any of the glory level dragon divine runes owners he had seen from afar. And, most importantly, the most different thing is, he could feel that the divine pattern at the very end of the DNA chain in his body was actually sending him a sense of fear. Even when facing the glory level dragon divine rune owner, he never had such a chance. Chapter 13. Seeing the old man in front of me. A hint of surprise flashed across Gu Chen's face. After listening to the other party's words, he also understood why the other party came to him at this time. Grandpa, do you know everything? He said as he welcomed the other person into the house. Although his parents are dead, he still has other relatives in the Gu family. And the old man in front of him is his grandfather. He turned around, poured a cup of tea and handed it to Gu Long. Grandpa, have some tea. Good. This matter has now spread all over the internet. I guess you came here because you heard about it, Grandpa. Gu Chen sat aside and said with a slight smile. Looking at the old man in front of me, a warm feeling rose up and overwhelmed the loneliness in my heart. I haven't felt this way for a long time. It feels good to have family. Grandpa Gulong took the teacup. Hearing this, he smiled and shook his head. After taking a sip of tea, his smile widened as he said, "It was your uncle who told me. But he also saw it on the internet. So I couldn't wait to confirm it, so I came here." Continue to look at Gu Chen. With satisfaction twinkling in his eyes, he continued, "The divine runes that appeared when you awakened are now going viral online. It's truly remarkable. You truly are worthy of being a descendant of the Gu family. You've truly brought honor to our clan, and we've all benefited from it." In the Gu Chen family, there are 4 people in total. Except for one person who is still in the 2nd year of high school. The other 3 people all awakened their divine patterns today. And he is very grateful to Gu Chen who has always performed very well. Naturally, we have high hopes. Over the past 3 years, since Gu Chen's parents left, they provided the funds for the family. They all hope that the other party can awaken a good divine pattern. But I never expected that. The surprise that Gu Chen gave them would be so big. It turned into a shock. He actually awakened a god-level divine pattern. This surprise is so huge. By the way, you have to tell your uncle and the others the good news as soon as possible. What did Gulong think of? Take out your phone immediately. Make phone calls one by one. Son, good news. The Gu Chen that's been circulating on the internet is really our Xiao Chen. He really is the one who awakened the god-level divine pattern Dark Dragon God. Gulong's voice was extremely excited and thrilled. Really, I'm with Xiao Chen now. Second brother, I'm with Xiao Chen now. Well, it's confirmed, it's him. Old. Gu Chen was drinking tea on the side, watching and listening to this scene with a smile. Grandpa Gulong is a kind and majestic man. Under his leadership, the atmosphere inside the entire Gu family is very warm. There is absolutely no intrigue among relatives. Something big happened. It is often Grandpa Gulong who informs everyone. After a while, Grandpa Gulong finished the call. I'm leaving with Gu Chen. Come on, Xiao Chen, let's go to Grandpa's house for a family dinner. Let's celebrate for you. Grandpa, it's still early. Gu Chen asked in surprise. Because several of the younger generations have awakened their divine runes this year. So, as early as a few months ago, Grandpa Gulong decided to hold a family dinner tonight. Such a big thing happened long ago. After all, besides you, there are other juniors who have awakened their divine runes. Just follow Grandpa. Grandpa Gulong laughed out loud. He pulled Gu Chen and left here at full speed. The Gu family doesn't have many people, but they are quite a few too. Including Gu Chen's father Gu Tian. There are 4 brothers and sisters in total. Gu Chen's father is the 3rd child. Because the old man Gulong is just outside Tianlang, the area closest to the Tianlang base. So, everyone in the Gu family also lives near Tianlang. After receiving advance notice of the old man's family dinner, he immediately rushed to the villa. Soon, in the villa of Kunlun Tianhu community, in addition to Gulong and Gu Chen, the rest of the Gu family has already arrived. Xiao Chen has been my childhood sweetheart, and his grades are so good. He's truly the face of our Gu family. This time, the awakening of the god-level Dark Dragon God has made our Gu family take off. Yes, god-level divine rune awakeners are extremely rare on the entire blue planet. I didn't expect one to appear in our family. Ha 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 ha. It's a pity that the 3rd brother can't see this scene. Everyone in the Gu family sat on the sofa and chatted with each other. When mentioning Gu Chen's deceased father Gu Tian, everyone couldn't help but sigh and feel sad. Even the younger generations of Gu Chen's age fell into silence. Haha, we're all here. At this time, Gu Long laughed loudly. Take Gu Chen into the living room of the villa. Grandpa, brother. Grandpa, brother Chen. Dad. Xiao Chen. Dad. Xiao Chen. Everyone in the Gu family calmed down. He immediately stood up and greeted him. The younger ones react faster than the older ones. Gu Chen also shouted politely with a smile. Uncle, second uncle, and aunt. In the hall, there are 3 pairs of middle-aged men and women. They are all his relatives. Besides, there are 3 young people, 2 women, and 1 man. They were his cousins of the same generation. Although these relatives all settled in Tianlang. But in a situation like this where everyone is present, usually it only appears during festivals. After a greeting, Gu Chen then sat on the sofa with Grandpa Gu Long. Brother, have you really awakened a divine rune? As soon as Gu Chen sat down, Ni Wan, who is still in her 2nd year of high school, blinked her clear eyes and asked impatiently. Hearing this, Gu Feng and Gu Suner beside him also quickly cast their eyes over. Obviously equally curious. There are 4 younger people in the Gu family. Gu Chen is studying in number 6 middle school. Gu Feng studied at number 3 middle school. Gu Suner and Ni Wan attend number 1 middle school. Although the school is different, but at the morning awakening ceremony, the dark world that enveloped the entire Tianlang area, they all saw it. And also feel the feeling of completely losing sight. It's really scary. Then, they were all shocked. Fear arises within. His own divine patterns were trembling with fear. This is suppressed by the energy of the dark world. Now, I learned that the awakened one was brother Gu Chen. They were naturally shocked and curious. Gu Chen smiled and nodded. Before I could speak, the uncle next to him, Gu Liang, laughed and said. A divine level divine pattern. None of us have ever seen it. But that dark energy is indeed terrifying. At that time, our divine runes were also terrified. That oppressive dark world is so terrifying. Xiao Chen, come on, show us your skills. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked over curiously. God level. That is a legendary existence. Facing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Gu Chen also smiled helplessly. It's not that I want to show off, but others forced me to show off. The next second, he said. Dark Dragon God. The divine power in the body surges. A terrifying and huge black dragon mark quickly condensed behind him. Dark glare eyes, domineering appearance, huge black wings. The current dark dragon god was deliberately suppressed by him. It didn't soar to a height of 100 stories. But, even so, the terrifying dark energy emanating from it. Everything around me lost its light at this moment. Everyone in the living room once again felt the loss of light. And when facing the dark dragon god, the divine patterns in the body began to tremble again. There is no way, this power is simply too strong. Gu Feng, Gu Suner, and Ni Wan. It seems like he is facing an extremely ancient and powerful emperor. A palpitation. A thin layer of sweat oozed from his forehead. This dark energy is so familiar, as if all the light in the world has disappeared. Haha. Great. As expected of a divine level divine pattern, so powerful. The uncle was the first to react and laughed. Brother, you are so awesome. Brother, your awakened divine rune is so powerful. I'm so envious. Brother Chen, I'll be waiting for you to protect me from now on. Gu Feng, Gu Suner, and Ni Wan's eyes sparkled. There is admiration in his eyes. Xiao Chen, have you entered the realm of God? Suddenly, Grandpa Gu Long spoke with some surprise. Divine boundary. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Several high-ranking people. He quickly and carefully felt the dark divine power hovering around Gu Chen. Then his pupils shrank. Extremely shocked. He is truly a god. Chapter 14. What? How is this possible? Is it fake? It's only been a few hours since I awakened, how could I have already reached the god realm? That's terrifying. Back then, it took me a full year and a half to reach the divine realm. Xiao Chen, you're incredible. I haven't even sensed the divine power yet. Brother Yi is so powerful. When I awaken my divine runes, I want to be as powerful as him. They all know how powerful the god-level divine patterns are. But I didn't expect it to be this powerful. After all, they had never seen a god-level divine rune user take action. But the realm of God is different. At home. Except for Ni1. The rest of them have already tried to cultivate divine power. Even Gu Feng and Gu Suner, who just awakened today, are the same. As someone who has personally experienced it, naturally understand that in order to enter the realm of God, how difficult it is. Now, seeing Gu Chen just a few hours after awakening, then he entered the realm of God. Naturally, I was extremely shocked. There's no comparison. Our divine patterns are not even at the divine level. These are all Xiaoqin's blessings. Grandpa Gulong couldn't help but sigh. Then, it also took him a year to enter the realm of God. But fortunately, such a genius is my dear grandson. By the way, Xiao Chen, which of the 3 top colleges did you choose in the end? Grandpa Gulong laughed out loud. The satisfaction on his face was not concealed. After a pause, he asked curiously. Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Gu Chen smiled slightly. The dark dragon god pattern behind him converged. The heart-pounding pressure disappeared instantly. But the dark glint in his eyes, it still makes him look mysteriously gorgeous and noble. Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Hearing this, Gulong pondered for a moment. He looked at Gu Feng and Gu Suner. He asked, Xiao Feng, Xiaoxuan, what are the divine runes that you two awakened? Low-grade diamond level fire divine pattern, golden earth burning sky flame. Gu Suner was the first to speak. She was very tall and had a pair of beautiful long legs. She is developing very well and will definitely be a super beauty when she grows up. Compared with her younger sister Ni1, she needs to be more mature. Her dressing style is also more like that of a mature woman. Top grade platinum level beast type divine pattern, swift wind 2-headed demon wolf. A look of envy flashed in Gu Feng's eyes. Originally, the top grade platinum level divine pattern was already a very advanced divine pattern. But in front of Gu Chen and Gu Suner, it is not worth mentioning. And throughout the college entrance examination, platinum and diamond grades are actually not rare. There are also many candidates who can awaken. The awakening of the divine pattern is not inherited. It's all based on your luck. Of course, there are some really powerful divine runes. It can be inherited and awakened. But it is obvious that this situation does not exist in the Gu family. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect your divine runes to be so high in level. It really is my Gu family's offspring. Very good. Very good. Gulong's eyes lit up. The smile on his face grew brighter. Xiaoxuan, you are fully capable of applying to Jinling Divine Rune Academy. If you can pass the exam, your brother is in there and can protect you. If I can't get into my first choice, I'll also choose the Divine Rune Academy in Jinling as my second and third choices. Even though we can't be in the same academy, we can be in the same base area. That's not bad. As for Xiao Feng, forget about Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Just go to another academy in Jinling. Jinling. It is one of the 3 most prosperous base areas in the Central Plains. Being able to go to school there It will be of great benefit to the future development of these young people. Gu Feng and Gu Suner nodded at the same time. Yes, we understand. Now there is a powerful divine rune user in the family. Hold this thigh tightly. Of course, the closer the better. Who dares to bully them in the future? Just ask Gu Chen to beat him up. When we arrived at Jinling, there are platinum and diamond divine runes everywhere on the streets. So it is not a rare existence. There are only a few awakened people on Tianlang's side. It's also because the younger generation here is not good enough. Doesn't mean it can't be done elsewhere. Generally speaking, the novice village is relatively garbage. Xiao Chen, you are the eldest. When you go to Jinling, you must take care of them. In front of Jinling is the South Daxia Sea. There are many monsters in the ocean. It also attracted a large number of divine runes to go hunting. Therefore, there are countless high-level divine runes in Jinling. Various forces gathered together. Although Jinling also has a strong guard department, but there is no guarantee that other accidents will happen. And Gu Chen, he has always been very calm. By then, he will take care of the other two juniors. He also felt more at ease. Yes. Gu Chen nodded solemnly. The three of them have a good relationship. If we are both in Jinling in the future, he will naturally take better care of us. I really envy you. One of you is going to Jinling, and the other two are also preparing to go to Jinling. And I'm not even old enough to awaken the divine runes. The youngest, Ni Wan, held her cheek with her right hand. Sitting on the sofa, feeling depressed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with envy and yearning. Gu and Chen are about to graduate and leave. By then, she will be the only one left on Tianlang's side. For a moment, she felt a little lonely. Gu Suner and Gu Feng smiled slyly. There's nothing we can do about it. The whole world stipulates that one can only awaken divine runes at the age of 18. If it were before, you could awaken it now, but the quality cannot be guaranteed. But don't worry, let us go ahead and explore the way ahead, so you can avoid many detours when you come later. Gu Chen said with a smile. The lively and cheerful Ni Wan. He is the youngest of the four. It is also the most popular pistachio. Including Gu Chen. I hope that he or she can be admitted to Jinling University next year. By then, even if you awaken a garbage divine pattern, can't go to Shenwen Academy. General liberal arts universities are also good. After all, Jinling is one of the three most prosperous cities in the Central Plains. Ni Wan nodded heavily upon hearing this. I secretly set Jinling as my college entrance examination goal. Brother Gu, the banquet is ready. At this time, the villa nanny came up. Said respectfully. Gu Chen's grandmother passed away due to illness a few years ago. Now in the villa, the nanny is responsible for Gu Long's daily life. At this time, in the dining room behind the butler, on a large round table with a radius of about 2 meters, the table is already filled with sumptuous dishes. The aroma of food wafted throughout the living room. Let's go and get ready for dinner. Grandpa Gu Long smiled and called everyone over. Today is a good day for you guys to awaken your divine runes, so eat more. Especially Xiao Chen, the daily energy consumption of a divine rune master at the divine realm is enormous. Grandpa, I know. I asked the nanny to prepare some monster meat today. Eat more, it's good for your health. Yeah, there's my favorite braised pork. Everyone sat at the round table. No special remarks. Like an ordinary family. The family dinner began with chatting and laughing. This scene is very heartwarming. Gu Chen was naturally not polite. It's better not to mention it. Now. My stomach growled instantly. The feeling of powerlessness caused by hunger became even stronger. He was indeed very hungry. After all, awakening divine rune. Entering the realm of God. It consumes a lot of energy. What's more, he awakened the dragon divine pattern. While the dark dragon god was strengthening his body, it also increased his energy intake. So I started eating with relish. Chapter 15. The family happily eats and chats. Everyone is dreaming of a happy future. As a well-known villa area, Kunlun Tianhu community where Gulong lives, not only is the environment quiet, the safety work is also very good. These security guards in the community, all of them are personally selected from veterans by special departments. And they all have legal gun licenses. Everyone not only has a gun in his hand, and they were fully armed. Furthermore, the captain who manages this team is a 2-star god. Ordinary people would never dare to set foot here. But not all awakened people can successfully cultivate to the realm of gods. Even if it is possible, it will take a lot of time. The realm will not be that high. It's impossible for such a person to force his way in. Unless you want to die. Those who want to come in, you must have an invitation from the homeowner or family member of the community. Or you can lead it yourself, otherwise you can't enter. Now that Gu Chen's incident has become such a big deal, it must have been targeted by all major forces. The first place these forces wanted to find was his home. And his home is not a secret place. Anyone with some ability can find it by searching. So, in order to avoid being disturbed by these forces, after the family dinner, he did not leave Grandpa Gulong's villa. Over the next 7 days, he stayed here. He doesn't like to be disturbed by too many people. What's more, there are better conditions for cultivation here. He can just use these 7 days to keep improving yourself. Time flies. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the villa, in the spacious training room, a tall figure with his upper body naked was training with a dark jade sword in hand. His whole body was covered in sweat, and his wet hair was still dripping with sweat quickly. His strong muscular body, with each swing of the sword, they all emit the sound of thunder and dragon explosions. Fill the room with sound. The size of the dark jade sword changed with his thoughts. The same is true for weight. The weight of the dark jade sword is now controlled by him to be around 100 kilograms. And this weight is the most suitable for him so far. Very easy to use. Without the slightest burden. The earthly evil sword technique is based on the technique before nirvana. The practice method created by the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends in Journey to the West. But it does not have 72 swords here. It's just a shortened version, with only 7 swords. But the combination and continuity of each sword move is different. But each sword is more terrifying than the previous one. Gu Chen's every basic sword move is extremely standard. His muscles bulged slightly from the exertion. Unlike those fitness enthusiasts who are extremely muscular. Each of his muscles is not big. But it is very symmetrical. And as his sword moves forward, showing an extreme sense of power. After another set of sword moves, Gu Chen stopped training. Standing with sword in hand. Hot steam rose from his body. His determined face was covered with sweat. Entering the realm of the second god, his strength also grew. The strength of a single arm reached a terrifying 1000 kilograms. This must be the effect of the dark dragon god's vibration on his body. Ordinary gods are far from reaching this level. So, as he got more and more used to the weight of the dark jade sword, gradually increase the weight. Seeking to break through oneself. The dark jade sword's maximum weight limit cannot exceed the maximum weight that his body can bear. So currently, the dark jade sword's maximum weight can be increased to 1000 kilograms. Sudden. At this time, the alarm clock that was set long ago at 9 in the morning rang. The training time flies by so fast. It's time for me and my instructor to set off. Gu Chen took a deep breath. Stop your training. He took a towel and wiped the sweat off his body. I smelled the sweat on my body. The smell is not pleasant. Then he turned and entered the bathroom next to him. A quick wash. When he came out, the smell of sweat was gone. A moment later. Instead, there is fragrance. Before you leave, let me hit you one more time. Chen walked to the testing equipment in the corner of the training room. The black divine power rose from his body, and he raised the jade sword. Earthly evil sword technique. Divine power wrapped around the jade sword. The entire jade sword became even darker, like exquisite glass in the dark night. Exuding terrifying power. The glass-like black sword flashed. He transformed into a phantom and chopped at the test equipment in front of him. Boom! After a loud bang, the test equipment absorbs all attacks. This instrument is of high quality. It can fully withstand the current damage from Chen. Attack strength, 2000 kilograms. The test instrument sounded. 2000 kilograms. It's okay. With this value, Chen was quite satisfied. But not really satisfied either. Because for an awakened person who has super god level power and is a dragon, he felt that during this period, 2000 kilograms is not the true maximum limit of total damage output. There is still a lot of room for improvement. However, I have only been training for 7 days. When there's a chance later, he wants to challenge his limits even more. But even so, this is also the period for ordinary divine runes. It even surpasses the strength that several of his little stars cannot achieve. Of course, some power-type divine rune users are not considered for the time being. It can be said to be very strong. After experimenting with magic skills, Chen didn't stay long either. Turn around and walk out of the training room. Brother Chen is out. Elder brother. Xiao Chen, you've become stronger again. You really are a monster. It's true that comparison kills people. In the living room, all the members of the Gu family gathered again. Among them are the 3 younger generations, Gu Feng, Gu Suner, and Ni Wan. Xiao Chen is out, let's go. Grandpa Gu Long stepped forward. With a big smile, he waved his hand. The whole family walked out of the villa in a mighty procession. Hey, that guy Lao Long is out. Tisk tisk, the whole family is out, I'm so envious. This kind of scene is rare. After all, the Gu family has made great progress, and a god-level divine rune awakener like Chen has emerged. As soon as the Gu family members came out on the community road, residents who are taking a walk, they greeted each other. Very enthusiastic. Haha, my Gulong's grandson has made it big, so naturally the whole family has to go out and see him off. Gulong responded with a laugh. 2 days ago, Tianlang Glang Lord Lin Zi and Commander Long came to the door at the same time. The news that his grandson Chen had awakened the god-level divine pattern. This was also known to most residents in the community. From then on, every time he goes out, whether you know me or not, they would greet him warmly. Those old friends who usually have a good relationship. They even started introducing their granddaughter. Don't say. Some of them are really good, beautiful, generous, and also divine rune users. Pity. After asking Chen said, women will only slow down my growth. It won't be too late to talk about romance once I become a powerful being. He has no intention of falling in love now. The burden on him was too heavy. He needs to become stronger quickly. Kill all monsters to avenge your parents. This is the only thing he has to do. Gulong also understood this. So I politely declined those people's kindness. Tap tap tap. Just as he was thinking about the situation in the past few days, several middle-aged men in suits walked quickly over. Mr. Gu, we are from the Chuang Sheng group and would like to talk to Chen. Is that okay with you? The gentleman in the lead, wearing black and gold glasses, said respectfully. As soon as these words came out, The residents on the road began to discuss in low voices. It turned out to be the Chuang Sheng group that came to our door. This is a force created by a powerful person at the Divine Emperor level. Good fellow, you are truly worthy of being a god-level Divine Rune Awakener. How lucky! These past few days, when I went out to buy groceries, I saw quite a few high-level Divine Rune users coming to our community, but they were all stopped by the security personnel. These people could only wait outside obediently. No matter who they are, they must give face to the guards. After all, the Central Plains nation stands behind them. Even if these forces are backed by powerful people at the level of the Divine Emperor, in front of the country, the Divine Emperor is still not truly absolute. The country is very powerful. But now people from the Chuang Sheng group have come in. I guess the people behind me have communicated well. No matter what. Although the God Emperor is not the most powerful being in the eyes of the country. But it is also a powerful fighting force that a country cannot lack. In addition, his status is not low. Nor was it to kill Gu Chen. So I gave it to him. After all, from an outsider's perspective, this is a super strong person second only to the realm of the divine sect. There are only a few people in the entire Central Plains who possess this kind of strength. There are only a handful of them. Chapter 16. Gulong glanced at the person who came. He said calmly, "Please do as you please." Seeing that the other party had no intention of stopping, the man with the black and gold glasses looked delighted. Looking at Gu Chen behind him. "Student Gu, we're here to update the terms of the contract. Even though you rejected us last time, our boss still likes you very much. So, our boss will add an additional 20 million yuan in activity funding per semester based on the agreement we mentioned last time. That means you'll have 40 million in activity funds every semester. According to these conditions, are you willing to sign a cooperation agreement with us?" The middle-aged man's tone was quite excited, with anticipation flashing in his eyes. When the people around heard this, they were all startled. "Open your eyes wide. Take a breath of cold air. I feel chilled and my heart is soaring. Oh my god, 40 million per semester for activities. This is really going to take off directly. Most people can't resist such temptation. After all, the cultivation of divine runes requires too much money. As expected of a power created by a powerful divine emperor, they are indeed rich. Normally, no one can come up with this. After all, this isn't a one-time thing, it's every semester. If it were any other force, they would have gone bankrupt long ago." Amidst the shocked discussions of the Zhou people, Gu Chen was slightly stunned. The money is indeed very tempting. There was also a slight thought in my mind. But he was soon suppressed by his inner persistence. He shook his head and refused. "Your conditions are indeed very tempting, but I still stick to my principles. I will not join any private forces. Behind the security guards in Kunlun Tianhe community stands the country. But as long as both parties communicate well, if your status is high enough and your strength is strong enough, on the premise of not hurting Gu Chen, you can still come in. So the person in front of me can come in." He wasn't surprised. In these 7 days, there are already 5 people from the forces created by powerful divine emperors who have come to invite him. The funds and resources provided are also very abundant. But he rejected them all. As an awakener who possesses the god-level divine pattern of the Dark Dragon God, he is also the owner of the Invincible Divine Rune System. I won't be willing to sell myself. If there is no system, the Dark Dragon God has not been awakened. He would agree without hesitation. Certainly. The other party will not provide such high funding. Among these forces, Chuang Sheng Group was the first to arrive. The recruitment conditions are also the most generous. Until now, a full 40 million in activity funds will be provided every semester. Certainly. They also required themselves to work for the Chuangsheng group for 4 years after graduating from Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Although they promised, "During these 4 years, I will not force myself to do anything I don't want to do." But Gu Chen still didn't agree. Because of the feeling of living under someone else's roof. It really feels bad. So, no matter how the Chuangsheng group improves the conditions, he would never agree to it. Okay. Hey. A trace of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the man with black and gold glasses. Sigh softly. I understand that Gu Chen has made up his mind and cannot be easily changed. The other party is really not swayed by money. In his heart, he looked up to such people even more highly. So he had no choice but to leave. Seeing the people from Chuangsheng group leave, Gu Chen said, "Grandpa, let's go quickly, or we'll be called again." Gulong nodded, "Okay." The crowd did not stop and quickly got into the car and left. Sure enough, how could someone like this possibly sell himself out? People like this, as long as they enter the academy, naturally won't be afraid of not being able to get up. At this time, the person who was leaving stopped. After watching Gu Chen and others leave, one of them sighed. If I were also an awakener of the god-level divine rune, would I be able to have such courage? Don't even think about it, you're not. Hey! By the way, are we selling our villa? This Kunlun Tianhe community is not easy to enter. In order to get closer to Gu Chen, they can only purchase a property here. Now the mission is over. The property was of little use. Need not. Although Gu Chen rejected us, we can build a good relationship with his grandfather. The man with black and gold glasses mused. Those with divine runes have a promising future. He believes that there will still be many opportunities in the future. Keep it here so you can access it later. To buy a property just to get close to Gu Chen, that's too extravagant. From the perspective of the Trozen group, it's just a property. Other people can come up with 40 million yuan for activities in a semester, and they won't be short of money for a property. I'm so envious. Kunlun Tianhe community is a well-known villa area in Tianlang. A villa inside. The value is at least over 10 million. So, the people who can live here are not simple. Of course, some people with divine patterns want their families to live well. You may also choose to purchase with a loan. Anyway, they make a lot of money by going out on missions. At this time, seeing that Chuangsheng group had simply left this property idle for Gu Chen, they felt that all their 3 views had been overturned. Tianlang, one of the 10 major bases of the Central Plains, is extremely rich. Due to the threat of monsters, the richer the area, the military force is also getting stronger. Tanoi is no exception. In the 4 directions of the city, east, south, west and north, there are military districts built respectively. The total number of soldiers is more than 100,000. Among them, there are almost 10,000 people with divine runes. Time flies by. At this time, located in the southern military district, this is also the place where I agreed to meet Yulyuan. At this time, a train convoy came from a distance. Stop at the entrance to the military area. The atmosphere around was very depressing. This is also one of the characteristics here. After all, if you are not careful, monsters will attack. People who live here are all worried. But as soldiers, they are not afraid. Because since joining the army, their lives no longer belong to their own. But it belongs to the army. They could die at any moment. I don't know which one will come first, the accident or tomorrow. So soldiers are very great. The car door opens. A group of people got out of their respective vehicles. Walk towards the entrance of the military area. Walking in front is an old man. There were several people following behind him. In The most eye-catching thing is a teenager dragging a suitcase. He had a calm expression on his face. There is a hint of gorgeousness in the eyes. A black blaze of light flashed by. There was a strong sense of oppression emanating from his whole body. It seems extremely mysterious. The Southern Defense Military Region is truly a place that makes one's blood boil. Chen looked at the unfamiliar place and buildings in front of him, his eyes shining with gold. Full of anticipation and excitement. I can't wait to fight the monster. The oppressive atmosphere around me. Ordinary people will become crazy if they stay here for a long time. An environment where only those with strong willpower can survive. The huge walls and buildings in front of us. Like a giant monster crawling. The pressure it exudes is also very terrifying. The 4 major military regions are all located in the suburbs. Few people come here specifically. Today. It was also the first time he truly saw what a military district looked like. Yes. Everyone nodded when they heard this. In the Tianlang base area. There are many wilderness areas around. The monster level is not low either. The strength is also very strong. In order to ensure the safety of the base area to the greatest extent possible. Military district's size. The bigger the better. A group of people were discussing with emotion. Soon we arrived at the entrance to the military area. The further you go inside, the more terrifying the pressure. But Chen, who possesses a more powerful divine pattern. But he was able to ignore this kind of pressure. Because of these. After all, it is not as terrifying as the pressure of the super god level dark dragon god. This is an almighty and powerful being who controls the entire universe, an almighty ruler. Chapter 17. Stop. This is a military stronghold. No outsiders are allowed to approach. Seeing Chen and his men coming towards this side. The armed soldiers on the city wall spoke in a cold and emotionless tone. As one person spoke, the other patrolling soldiers also looked over. In this place, everyone's spirits are tense. Never relaxed. Once the visitor shows any abnormal behavior, these people will immediately pull the trigger. Shoot Chen and others into a hornet's nest. What a fierce guard! As expected of the Southern Defense Command. Looking at this scene, the feeling of oppression came immediately. But fortunately, because I am a divine pattern, this feeling is not too strong. Here. Besides the hostility of these soldiers, he could also feel that in an unknown location, there were already several extremely powerful auras that surpassed those of these soldiers locking onto him. As long as he has any bad move against the Southern Defense Military Region, then it will appear immediately. Kill yourself. Judging from the intensity of the breath, the levels of these auras are at least at the level of a 7th or 8th star god. For someone of this level to be in charge here, he wasn't surprised at all. After all, this is one of the important places for defending the country. Chen also maintained his own breath. His face was extremely calm. Although the opponent is several stars higher than him. But as long as you are still in the god realm. If we really fight. He used all his strength to completely activate the dark dragon god. There is no need to fear them anymore. He slowly stretched out his hand. He took out his identity document. Put the character information side in front of the soldiers. Said lightly. Hello, my name is Chen, and I'm a special student at Jinling Divine Rune Academy. My mentor and I agreed to meet here. Her name is Yulyuan. A special recruit from Jinling Divine Rune Academy. One of the armed soldiers stepped forward, took the ID from Chen's hand, and examined it. The other soldiers loaded their guns and prepared to prevent Chen and others from attacking this soldier. Gulong and others became nervous, but Chen just frowned slightly. He hated and didn't like this feeling. But think about it from another angle. These don't seem to be a big problem anymore. Then his frown relaxed. He said to Gulong and others, don't be afraid, Just don't move and you'll be fine. Gulong and others nodded. The soldier took out an instrument. Place Gu Chen's ID on it and scan it. Then scan Gu Chen himself. Soon. The ding sound from the instrument. An emotionless intelligent voice sounded. Identity confirmed. Gu Chen, a student at Tianlang 6th Middle School, has awakened to the Dark Dragon God level of Divine Rune. He is a special admissions student at Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Codename, 0. The soldier was shocked when he heard this, God level divine pattern. Dark Dragon God. The soldiers around had good hearing, and they looked at Gu Chen in shock after hearing it. Then he said to Gu Chen. According to the rules, you can enter the military area. But the rest of the people can't enter. Hearing this, Gu Chen turned around, glanced at Gulong and other family members, and said. Everyone, it looks like we're parting ways here. Okay, we'll just send it here and not embarrass the soldiers. Although Grandpa Gulong was a little reluctant. But the kind smile on his face remains unchanged. Xiao Chen, grow up well in the academy. You are the greatest hope of our Gu family. Brother, I will definitely be admitted to Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Brother Chen, we will also work hard to pass the exam. If it doesn't work out, I'll definitely take the exam to go to the Jinling area. Everyone in the Gu family said goodbye. The other three younger generations expressed their true feelings even more sincerely. The tone is firm. Okay, I'm just going to school. I'll be back later. Don't be like this. I don't want to leave anymore. Separation is for a better reunion. Wait for me, become strong enough and come back. When we meet again, I will definitely not be the same as before. Gu Chen looked at everyone in the Gu family, his fists clenched, his eyes sharp and determined. His words also made the surrounding soldiers' eyes light up. They like people like Gu Chen. Everyone, please go back. I'm fine. I'll call you as soon as I get there to let you know I'm safe. After saying the last sentence, Gu Chen didn't even turn his head. He took a step forward and followed the man in military uniform into the military area. I'm afraid it will take a long time for Xiao Chen to come back after he leaves. Seeing Gu Chen disappear in front of my eyes, Gulong couldn't help but sigh. Doesn't Jinling Divine Rune Academy have winter and summer holidays? Niwan asked with a puzzled look. She feels that 2 holidays a year are not enough. Not once a year. That would have killed her. There will be, but the journey is long, and this is the most precious period of growth for everyone. Most people will never come back. Some people may not meet again until graduation 6 years later. Gu Suner beside her spoke. The overall appearance of the Gu family is good. Gu Suner, who is the same age as Gu Chen, is even more outstanding. Not only is her appearance the school beauty level, and the voice is also melodious and beautiful. It makes people feel like spring breeze. It doesn't necessarily have to be. Niwan, a clear-headed and naive high school student, blinked. It's too stupid to take a vacation without taking any leave. Gu Feng said, because the competition in Jinling Divine Rune Academy is very fierce. At this time, the eyes of this boy, who was a few months younger than Gu Chen, shone with wisdom. As one of the top Divine Rune Academies in the Central Plains, Jinling Divine Rune Academy is home to countless talented and brilliant people. Almost all wealthy and powerful families will send their descendants to these places. They have advantages and resources that ordinary people don't have. They can lay a solid foundation from the beginning, and their awakened divine runes will not be bad either. The same is true for the descendants of powerful divine kings and even divine emperors. Their descendants can be found in this academy. And these people have powerful backgrounds, rich resources, and they advance quickly. Brother Chen doesn't have their advantages. Even if he possesses a god-level divine pattern, the effort he puts into his training must be even greater than these people. That's why he won't take a day off. A divine rune user needs to consume a large amount of resources to advance quickly. Even if the awakening is the top divine pattern. But faced with the crazy resources piled up by the descendants of the God King and the God Emperor, it is not certain that you will gain the upper hand. After all, able to enter Jinling Divine Rune Academy. This also means that the other party's awakening divine pattern will not be too bad. Then tell Brother Chen not to compete with them. After all, he has an advantage that others don't have. That's a God-level divine pattern. How could the country not pay attention to it? Niwan is still young, and she says she is too young and knows very little about the world. That's why I ask such an innocent question now. Warriors must compete. If you want to become stronger, you must compete with those geniuses. If you don't want to become stronger, you don't have to compete, of course. But do you think that's possible for Brother Chen? Gu Feng rolled his eyes. 2. Thinking of her brother Gu Chen's personality, Niwan suddenly understood. My brother is calm and resolute. And he has extraordinary perseverance in becoming stronger. When I was in junior high school, I started training to strengthen my physical fitness. As far as she knew. Until now. Brother Gu Chen also undergoes 10 hours of high-intensity training every day. Now awaken the divine pattern. Became a divine rune user. We will definitely not let up. Such a character. Ask the other party to give up the competition and become stronger. It's absolutely unrealistic. Because of the possession of the divine runes. So we should take advantage of this. Grow up quickly. The younger generation of the Gu family all had good grades in liberal arts. As for her, she is neither too popular nor too unpopular in the class, and is in the middle position. But her combat training is good. Throughout the school, they are all in the top 30. Okay, stop talking about Xiao Chen and let's go back. The rest of the journey will depend on him. We can't offer any help. Gulong sighed, feeling helpless about his own incompetence. Then he turned around and boarded the train. The others followed. The train starts moving. When they looked at the military defense city again. This huge building is getting farther and farther away. What you see is getting smaller and smaller. Chapter 18. The military district city is very large. All the buildings are very close together. No space is wasted. The soldier leading the way stopped and said, "Zero, we're here." Thank you. While expressing his gratitude, Gu Chen kept looking around. The architecture here really subverted his 3 views. And now, where he is. It is an open area as big as 5 football fields. In the middle position, there are many thick black tracks. At this time, on the track directly ahead, there is a row of cars parked, all in red. The light rail is about 50 meters long. Marked in red is a huge 5-clawed dragon. There were many soldiers around carrying supplies onto the train. Where is he? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows when he saw this. And these are maglev trains. Magnetic levitation train. It is a means of transportation. Similar to the high-speed rail in the previous life. But it should be faster. And as the train may pass through a wilderness area where monsters roam. Each train is equipped with a high-voltage arc grid. Once the train starts, the high-voltage arc will cover the entire surface of the train. Arc protection. In addition, the maximum speed of the maglev train itself is as high as 550 km per hour. After the train starts, it's like a railgun. Such power. Even if you encounter a low-level monster, you can still kill it by knocking it over. According to the current situation, he will probably take this train to Jinling later. But why not just use a plane? Gu Chen was a little puzzled. Although the train has an arc protection mechanism. But this thing is not a panacea. Bad luck. Encountered a group of monsters attack. Will also fall. If you are traveling by plane. You can fly directly over the wilderness area. And it only takes less than 30 minutes to reach the destination. Flying is much more dangerous than taking a train. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Turning around, the person coming was Yuluan. Compared with 7 days ago, her clothing style has changed a lot. The original loose clothes have now been replaced by a black and red tight combat suit. This black and red tight-fitting suit perfectly outlines Yuluan's perfect figure. Where it should be convex, it should be convex, where it should be concave, it should be concave. Although she had a smile on her face, but his whole body exuded a suffocating aura like that of a monster. Gu Chen knew. This is because the divine marker at the divine king level has slightly released his aura. Teacher Jade. Gu Chen greeted him. Yuluan nodded and continued. Although there are fewer monsters in the sky than in the wilderness, they are generally stronger. If you're unlucky and encounter a third-level bird-like monster equivalent to a god king, even I can't protect you. And this time you're not going alone, there are other special recruits with you. I see. After listening to Yuluan's explanation, Gu Chen nodded and finally understood. Although Yuluan has the ability to fly, but it is still far from the third-level flying monster. After all, one is amateur and the other is professional. This is totally no fun. Once you encounter an attack from a level 3 flying monster during flight, according to the monster's terrifying flying speed, Yuluan might still be able to protect herself. And these students? You will only become prey. If you take the train, you don't have to face these problems. At least, when the monster attacks, don't worry about being smashed into pieces. I understand. Yuluan nodded, leading Gu Chen towards the train. She slowly said, there are 3 special recruits going with you. So little. When Gu Chen heard this number, he was stunned at first. You know, in the hundreds of years since the emergence of the divine rune, human beings rest and recuperate. The population has grown rapidly. Today, the entire Central Plains has a population of 2 billion. GD province is one of the most populous provinces. The population is more than 200 million. In turning 18 this year, those who awaken the divine pattern, at least tens of millions. That is to say, among tens of millions of students, only 4 special recruits were selected. What a horrible screening rate! We only want the best of the best. If it weren't for the other 2 academies competing for them, we would have even more people. Yuluan smiled slightly. He said as he took Gu Chen into the first carriage of the train. Hello, Instructor Yu. Teacher Jade. Hello, Instructor Yu. As soon as you come in. A respectful voice was heard. Gu Chen glanced around. I saw 2 girls and 1 boy standing in the carriage. Judging from Gu Chen's vicious eyes, these 3 people are the other 3 special recruits. Really? Yuluan nodded and said casually. Okay, now that everyone is here, you can get familiar with the place. I'm going to take a break. During these 7 days, Yuluan has been competing with people from the other 2 schools for geniuses, engaging in intrigue and scheming, and is very exhausted. Now the special recruitment is over. Finally have some time to rest. Naturally, she didn't want to waste time introducing the students. So he turned around and walked to a seat and sat down. Close your eyes and rest. Tian Lang, Gu Chen, nice to meet you. Gu Chen smiled slightly and spoke first. Gu Chen? Could it be that you're the person who awakened the god-level dark dragon god with the most popular post on the internet these days? The girl on the far left's eyes lit up and she looked at Gu Chen excitedly. My name is Xiao Mei, nice to meet you. Special admissions information. It's all confidential. Before meeting, the instructor will not disclose relevant information. So, Now that I know that the God-level Divine Rune Awakener is in the same school as me. She was naturally excited. The man and woman next to them were also a little surprised when they heard this. Unexpectedly, the God-level Divine Rune Awakener who is in the limelight recently. He actually went to the same school as me. Hello. Chen nodded and observed the girl carefully. This girl named Xiao Mei is very cute and likable. Diegen, cold Yuzhu. The second woman spoke. This tall man. The girl named Leng Yuzhu's tone was much colder. It has a bit of the meaning of an ice beauty. It really deserves the surname Leng. Not buried at all. Certainly. Her beautiful face. It really deserves this title. In particular, she has a charming demeanor. It looks more beautiful and attractive. The figure is also top-notch. Hello. Chen didn't care and greeted him with a smile. My name is Zhang Kailing, and I'm also from Tianlang. I'm a graduate of Tianlang No. 3 Middle School. The thin boy at the end showed a simple smile. Tianlang No. 3 Middle School? Do you know Gu Feng? Chen raised his eyebrows. His cousin Gu Feng was in the 3rd middle school. Gu Feng? I know him. We are best friends. Zhang Kailing was a little surprised. Then I thought of something. A look of surprise appeared on his face. I remember now, you are A Feng's brother. He knew that Gu Feng had an older brother named Gu Chen. However, I have never seen it. After learning that the God-level Divine Rune Awakener was named Gu Chen, he then asked Gu Feng. Is that his brother? The answer I got was, maybe it's just the same name. Chapter 19. After learning that Gu Chen is Gu Feng's cousin, he is also the only one who has awakened the God-level Dark Dragon God. Zhang Kailing became particularly enthusiastic. Stand up and invite to sit together. In that case, I'll call you Brother Chen too. If you don't mind, how about sitting next to me? Zhang Kailing smiled and looked forward to it. Okay, thanks. Gu Chen smiled slightly, nodded and sat down. Teacher Yu, can we set off now? There was a sound of footsteps. A man in military uniform with a square face walked into the carriage. The sense of pressure is very strong. As he walked, he looked at Gu Chen and others. This person is also a high-level divine rune user. Gu Chen felt a chill in his heart when he was glanced at by the other party, and thought to himself. This place is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Different from the aura of Yulyuan. The man in military uniform looked even more fierce. And there is a very strong murderous aura. This murderous aura. It can only be formed after years of desperate fighting with monsters. If ordinary people faced this kind of momentum, your legs will become weak, you will feel fear in your heart, and it will be difficult to breathe. Fortunately, Gu Chen did not do that. He was just surprised. Well, everyone is here. Yuluan didn't open her eyes and responded simply. You can see that she is very tired now. The man in military uniform noticed her fatigue. After scanning everyone, he slowly said. I am Zhao Qishan, the Commander-in-Chief of the Southern Defense Military Region. You will take this train to Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Because the train has to pass through the wilderness, it is inevitable that it will be attacked by monsters. When the time comes, I hope you will all follow my instructions. Do you all understand? Zhao Qishan's voice was extremely low. With an unquestionable sense of majesty. Clear. Gu, Chen, and the other three quickly agreed. Joke. This trip will take you through a wilderness area full of dangers. Not listening to orders. I don't even know how I died. They are just freshmen. But it has not grown to the point where it can fight monsters. With these two high-level divine rune masters escorting us, this trip will definitely be fine. After Zhao Qishan sat down, Zhang Kailing whispered excitedly. Gu Chen also smiled and nodded, then closed his eyes to rest. He had just gone through a high-intensity training this morning. Now that I can rest, that feeling of tiredness sweeps over me. You know, Tianlang's 4 major military regions. The commander-in-chief of each military region has the strength of a 9-star peak divine master. The chief commander of the 9-star peak divine master realm. In addition, Yuluan, who possesses the power of the God King realm. This safety factor is maxed out. He could also sleep peacefully. Also at this time, the train doors were tightly closed. Then it started to move. The train has officially departed. The train was covered in red arcs. Quickly speed up. Rushing forward along the track. In addition to the front of the train where the driver sits. There are 9 carriages in total. The next 8 sections were all carrying supplies. The first carriage was occupied by Gu Chen and others. Unlike ordinary train carriages, the first carriage has only 3 rows of seats. 2 positions per row. There are 6 seats in total. Sitting in the front, it was Yuluan and Zhao Qishan. In the middle are Gu Chen and Zhang Kailing. Sitting at the back were Lang Yuzhu and Xiao Mei. In addition to Yuluan and Zhao Qishan, we are all 18 years old, in the prime of youth. And they are going to the same university. So, not long after the train started, the others started chatting. Among them, the little girl Xiao Mei was particularly active and was the one who started all the topics. With this person to liven up the atmosphere, even the aloof Lang Yuzhu joined in. Everyone was chatting and the atmosphere was very harmonious. When Gu Chen was just taking a break, secretly activated the God-level Dark Element Affinity talent. Absorbed the dark elements floating in the air to replenish itself. At this time, his fatigue also disappeared. This talent is really useful. In some ways, very comprehensive. Brother Chen, this is the first time we've seen a God-level Divine Rune Awakener. I wonder how many talents your Dark Dragon God has given you. At this time, Zhang Kailing looked at Gu Chen curiously. This is a divine pattern of the divine level. I guess there are 4. Xiao Mei said very positively. Lang Yuzhu beside him was also very curious. Focus those beautiful eyes on Gu Chen. In the chat just now, Gu Chen has already learned the levels of divine runes awakened by the 3 people. They are Zhang Kailing, who awakened the diamond level divine water Kailan. His water Kailan is not the real sacred beast in the legend. Otherwise, the grade would not be diamond grade. It is just a water attributed Kailan with the bloodline of the water Kailan. Also, Xiao Mei, who has awakened the diamond level divine pattern netherworld spirit tiger. In the end, Lang Yuzhu awakened the low-grade glory level divine pattern 8-angled black ice grass. Moreover, they all have an innate divine pattern talent. Now everyone has revealed the truth to Gu Chen. There is nothing too noble about him. It's just that his talent is too great. He was afraid that if he told them, these people would go crazy and explode on the spot. The passive and active talents that can be seen on the surface alone add up to a total of 11. Of course, the forbidden divine patterns are also among them. Gu Chen pondered for a moment and said, 6. These 6 are exactly the ones he can use at the moment. Eliminate taboos. But even so, it is enough to drive this group of people crazy. What? FK. 6. Really? When everyone heard this, his eyes were wide open. An egg could fit into his mouth, which was so wide open from shock. This gap is too big. The divine rune is an innate talent that not all divine runes have. Only those divine patterns of very high grade or very special ones will come with innate talents. Only Zhang Kailing and Xiao Mei, who were at the diamond level, were specially recruited into the Jinling Divine Rune Academy. This is also because they have an innate talent. A divine rune talent can allow them to be specially recruited. Gu Chen's 6 divine runes. In their view, it's unimaginable. The voices of their discussion were also heard by Yuluan and Zhao Qishan in front. The former's beautiful eyes slowly opened because of this information. There was also a flash of shock in the exquisite eyes. Then came great joy. The latter was also shocked. But I soon realized. He sighed, the god-level divine runes are truly terrifying. It's already a luxury for us to have just one innate divine rune talent, but I didn't expect him to have 6. Congratulations! You've truly recruited a super genius. We must train him well so that our Central Plains nation can better dominate the international arena. As long as he grows up, the Central Plains will have another powerful trump card to fight against powerful monsters. People abroad must have known about this too. Fortunately, they didn't know he had 6 talents, otherwise the assassination would have been even faster and more intense. You must protect him well. Zhao Qishan stands on the side of the country and considers everything for the country. He was worried and spoke to Yuluan earnestly. Don't worry, once he enters Jinling Divine Rune Academy, his safety will be guaranteed. With the benefits of our academy, I believe he will grow up quickly. Yuluan said with a slight smile. Then he closed his eyes again, his heart filled with joy. Zhao Qishan also calmed down. He must report this matter to the country. An extra layer of protection is also good. Chapter 20. Oh my god! This is outrageous! 6 divine rune talents, Brother Chen, you are too strong to be a foul. Zhang Kailing was also amazed. Thumbs up! My admiration for Gu Chen deepened. Divine rune talents are divided into 2 types, passive talents and active talents. But no matter what type of divine rune talent, the power will increase as the level of the divine rune user increases. Let's take him as an example. If I can enter the God King realm in the future, after his innate divine rune talent was unleashed, the power is at least equivalent to a primary earth level divine skill. The power is terrifying. This is a divine earth level skill that was obtained for no reason. No matter how many people beg for it, it won't come true. If Gu Chen enters the realm of God King, the divine rune talent is used. At least they are all powerful heavenly level divine skills. You know, the use of divine rune talent does not require the consumption of divine power. That is to say, once Gu Chen enters the God King realm, you can then use the 6 heavenly level magical skills without any consumption. How horrible this is! Keep a low profile. Gu Chen waved his hand, his tone indifferent. If they knew they still had several talents that were yet to be unlocked, I'm afraid he'll be so frightened that he won't be able to eat. If I let them know, there are many other forbidden skills that I haven't seen. I'm sure you want to die. It was a huge blow to them. 6 divine rune talents, is this a god-level divine rune awakener? A trace of sadness flashed across Lang Yuzhi's pretty face. As a lower-grade glory-level divine rune awakener, she actually has a hint of pride and complacency. But now compared with the god-level divine pattern, her low-grade glory-level divine rune, it's really bad. It would be a lie to say I'm not envious. At the same time, she also developed a sense of admiration for Gu Chen in her heart. On the other side, now, Jinling Divine Rune Academy, in a large conference hall. Here, luxurious decoration. The ornaments displayed randomly around all emit strong fluctuations of divine power. Blue Silver Emperor, Clear Sky Hammer, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. On the 4 walls of the conference room, everything is so lifelike. It looks like the original is here. In the middle of the conference room, there is a huge conference table. This conference table is made of unknown materials. The whole body glows with a mysterious brown-red light. At this time, on the 6 chairs surrounding the brown-red conference table, 5 of the chairs, there were 5 instructors sitting there in instructor uniforms. These 5 mentors. Although I didn't let go of my momentum, but the occasional glint in his eyes, it can also be seen that they are extremely strong. Today's meeting is specifically for the God-level divine Mark Gu Chen who is about to enroll. He will start school today. One of the men said, if nothing unexpected happens, he should be assigned to the Celestial Beast Department. After he officially reports, who among you is willing to be his exclusive mentor? I'll do it. With my 9-star peak Divine King strength, I'm the most suitable person to take the position. Bullshit. You're the only one who's at the peak of the 9-star Divine King realm? I said I'm at the same level, so is he asking me to teach you? There's nothing to argue about. Gu Chen is a dragon, and I also have a dragon divine rune. Who among all the people present here is more qualified than me to be his mentor? Hee. As the words fell, the remaining 4 people all started scrambling for it. They argued until their faces turned red. One of them was even more smug. Because the advantage lies with him. This scene. If other students saw it, you will definitely be stunned. You know. The instructor here. But they are all the ones with the strongest overall strength in the Celestial Beast Department. You don't usually see them lose their composure like this. Well. The man who spoke earlier seemed to have anticipated this scene. After all, this is a God-level divine rune awakener. Be able to be each other's teacher. It is a great honor. Everyone, listen to me. The short-haired man coughed dryly. From my personal professional perspective, Gu Chen's dark dragon god marking is the purest form of dragon. How about having instructor Yu Tianzhang teach him? Yu Tianzhang is a high-level god king in Jinling Divine Rune Academy. The awakened divine pattern is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. It is more than enough to teach a genius who has not yet grown up. And the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is also a top-level divine pattern. The strongest one has reached the ultimate king level. Although he was not the first person to awaken the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex divine mark. But it's not the last one either. And hundreds of years ago, the first generation of awakened Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex relied on the terrifying power of Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex to destroy monsters from all directions. The first generation of awakeners enjoyed the super benefits of nirvana. Grow up quickly. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, when the dragon is angry, the sky turns into thunder and destroys the monsters in all directions. This is a very terrifying divine pattern. It's a pity that as time goes by, no one else can replicate or even surpass the original generation. There are still many people who awaken the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Everything is random. Of course, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex also has different qualities. The first generation awakening is of the ultimate king level super top quality. For those who awaken later, the highest level is only the upper grade king level. Until now, no one has exceeded or even reached the top grade king level. The quality of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex that Yu Tianzhang awakened was only diamond grade. The other 4 heard this. One person showed a look of surprise. There were 3 others who looked unwilling, but still nodded in agreement. Hey, all right. The short-haired man, Wang Gang, is the head of the Celestial Beast Department, and his strength has reached the peak of the 9-star God King realm. It is only 1 step away from the realm of Divine Emperor. But, this 1 step is still too far. There has been no breakthrough. Now that the other party has set the tone. These mentors. There's no point in opposing it. Now that the decision has been made, today's meeting ends here. When Wang Gang was about to announce the end of the meeting. Ding-dong sound. A message popped up on the phone. Wang Gang frowned. Before starting the meeting, he had already set his phone to silent mode. If it weren't for the news sent by those important figures, there will be no prompt sound. Thinking of this, he quickly picked up the phone. Click on the message. The message is not long. But Wang Gang's pupils shrank when he saw the news. His eyes didn't move away for a long time. Dean Wang, what's wrong? The teacher who noticed the change in Wang Gang's expression asked. Wang Gang took a deep breath, slowly raised his head, and said in a deep voice, Gu Chen's exclusive mentor has changed. Vice Principal Yu Yuanzhen plans to take him in as his apprentice. This news is explosive. What? Vice Principal Yu is actually going to accept a disciple. I remember he hasn't accepted any disciples for a long time. I didn't expect him to come out in person this time. Yet, it looks like we're hopeless. In the conference hall, the teachers who had originally looked unwilling were all relieved. Even Wang Li, whose student was snatched away, did not show any dissatisfaction. There was just a hint of loss in his eyes. After all, this was the identity of a mentor of a god-level awakener. Moreover, he has some relationship with Vice Principal Yu Yuanzhen. They are a family. Yu Yuanzhen is even his elder. And this person is a powerful god emperor who has awakened the top-level glory-level Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. The strongest leader of the celestial beasts. He is also the strongest awakened Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex in the past 100 years. In this celestial beast conference hall, there is a seat reserved specifically for him. Naturally, they would have no objection to such a person personally teaching the students. Tisk tisk, Teacher Yu is actually going to accept a disciple. Department head Wang Gang couldn't help but sigh. Although all their teachers, they will provide guidance to students in the Department of Celestial Beasts. But this is just the most general guidance. It will not involve your core secrets. But it's different with a dedicated mentor. As long as you become the other party's exclusive mentor. It is similar to the practice of recruiting disciples in ancient times. Will guide students wholeheartedly. Pass on your skills. And the inheritance of Yu Yuanzhen. It is exactly what countless dragon divine pattern holders dream of. Okay, that's all for today, let's adjourn. Finally, Gu Chen's exclusive mentor was confirmed. There is no need to continue this meeting. But these teachers, when leaving, still discussing this matter. After all, behind this news. But it's not as simple as just accepting disciples. From now on, Gu Chen's identity will undergo a drastic change. Even their status is not as good as Gu Chen. Under Yu Yuanzhen's guidance, this god-level world, it will grow very fast and truly soar into the sky. Chapter 21. On the other side, in a fast-moving train, Gu, Chen, and the other three were still chatting. The four of them quickly became friends. The atmosphere is very pleasant. In less than 5 minutes, the train has left the suburbs of Tianlang. The scenery outside the window is also composed of trees and jungles. It has become a broken ruin city again. The broken rock walls all tell of the desolation of this place. Everything that had happened here before was inhumane. Looking at this scene, Gu Chen's eyes were somewhat dull. For a moment, he recalled the memory of 3 years ago. Monsters invaded, parents died tragically, and everything was reduced to ruins. Monsters, I will destroy you. Gu Chen took a deep breath. Calm your inner restlessness. Scenes passed by the window. There are no traces of human life here anymore. Roar. Ao Ming. Roar. But at this time, one after another, the roars of terrifying monsters rang out in the ruins of the city. It entered the train through the bulletproof windows. We've entered the wilderness area. Hearing the roar echoing in their ears, everyone looked out the window. At this moment, their hearts were lifted. This place in front of me. Gu Chen is very familiar with it. 3 years ago, he lived here. This was originally a base city called Dongguan. When the monster appeared, the city quickly fell. It has become a paradise for monsters. Until now, this place has become a large wilderness area covering an area of 8,000 square kilometers. The number of monsters is also extremely large. So, when Gu Chen turned his head and looked out the window, you can see monsters moving among the ruins of the city. They are agile and large in size. The occasional roar even with the filtering of bulletproof windows. You can also feel the bloodthirstiness in it. Also at this time, the murderous intent and anger that Gu Chen had just suppressed with great difficulty rose again. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists, and the dark power of anger and murderous intent around him was revealed for a moment. But the next second, he suppressed it. Lang Yuzhi saw Gu Chen's state. He quickly asked, "Gu Chen, what's wrong with you?" She looked out the window again. Seems to have thought of something. "This place is called Dongguan. I lived here 3 years ago. 3 years ago, a group of monsters attacked this place, turning it into a complete ruin. Many people died, including my parents. I watched them being devoured by the monsters, but I was powerless to do anything. I swear, in the future I will kill all the monsters and avenge them." Gu Chen's tone was extremely cold, and his murderous intent was not concealed at all. The dark power that had just been suppressed appeared again, even more terrifying than before. Everything around was plunged into darkness at this moment. This fluctuation of divine power has actually reached the level of a 2-star god. How is this possible? Yuluan and Zhao Qishan also noticed this scene. Their faces changed drastically and they hurried over here. A low dragon roar sounded from Gu Chen's body. I vaguely saw him transform into the out-of-control form of the dark dragon god. The 3 companions with him were also startled. The hair on my body stood up in fear. Oh, so scary. The 3 of them had difficulty breathing and finally realized the gap between their divine patterns and the divine level. "Gu Chen, calm down." Just then, Yuluan's voice came. As they approached, the divine patterns trembled. Gu Chen, enveloped in anger, suddenly woke up. He took a deep breath and quickly controlled his breath. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Chen said, "Sorry, I lost my composure just now." "Are you a 2-star god?" Yuluan put her hand on Gu Chen's shoulder and asked. "What? A 2-star god? Gu Chen has only been awakened for 7 days." Hearing this, Lang Yuzhu and the other 2 were shocked. Gu Chen nodded, yet. Seeing him admit it himself. Everyone was shocked again. "Well, is this the terror of the divine runes?" Yuluan patted him, then turned around and went back with Zhao Qishan. Afterwards, the others wanted to discuss Gu Chen's cultivation. But he was brought back to reality by a series of monster roars outside the window. What a huge monster! It ate so many of us humans. Damn it! Zhang Kailing took a deep breath, but was also very angry. Just listening to the roar, he felt his heart tremble a little. He knew. This is a self-protection mechanism that humans use after sensing danger. This also shows that now he not strong enough to fight monsters yet. Subconsciously, Zhang Kailing looked at Gu Chen next to him again. Gu Chen is unusually calm now. But you can see that in his eyes. A dark yellow light faintly flashed by, and besides anger, it was the will to fight. As expected of brother Gu. Zhang Kailing praised inwardly, then turned his head to look back. Same as Gu Chen. Lang Yuzhu also had no reaction. Only Xiao Mei had a nervous look on her face, just like him. The 3 of them were also sad about what Gu Chen had experienced before. But now that it has happened, there is nothing we can do about it. No matter how much we say, it will be of no use. So everyone kept silent about it. Change the subject whenever possible. Zhang Kailing felt relieved and said secretly, "Luckily, there is someone who feels the same as me." Outside the train, the roars of monsters came one after another. But no monster dared to approach within 30 meters of the train. After all, even if they are of low intelligence. But I also felt that the arc on the train was very strong. Enough to threaten their lives. Soon, the train gradually went deeper into the wilderness. After watching the monsters in the ruins of the city for a while, Gu Chen, I didn't pay attention anymore, thinking to myself, Character Panel. Host, Gu Chen. Level, 2-star God. Divine Mark Points, 0. Divine Rune, Dark Dragon God, Super God Level. Passive Talents, God Level Dark Element Affinity, Dragon God Fury, Dragon God Body, Dragon God Might, All Elemental Control, Darkness Arrives, Forbidden, Dragon God's Twilight Symphony, Forbidden. Active Talents, Dark Ball Jade, 1/1, Elemental Burst. Forbidden, Dark Tide, Forbidden, Dark Dragon Sword, Forbidden. Divine Rune Skill, Earthly Evil Sword Technique, Beginner. Current status, 10% unlocked, 90% sealed. Once I arrive in Jinling, I'll start the first kill. Gu Chen's eagerness to kill the monster has always existed. Some time ago, he has been practicing his magical skills. Practice swordsmanship. Moreover, the wilderness area is very far away from Tianlang. So I didn't try to hunt monsters. So, the functionality of the system. He hadn't had the chance to try it until now. Wow! Suddenly, the closed door at the front of the carriage is opened. A soldier with a sword on his back walked out of the cab. He walked up to Zhao Qishan and said, "Commander-in-Chief, the train's detection system has detected a track fracture 3 kilometers ahead, hindering train movement. Broken track." Zhao Qishan frowned and ordered, "Notify the conductor and have them stop 20 meters from the break. Engineers are also ready to start repairs as soon as the train stops. Also, notify everyone to be on alert and prepare for battle. The tracks for the maglev train are built in areas where monsters rarely pass through. Generally speaking, track breakage is not a very common occurrence. Now this situation occurs. It can only be said that they were unlucky." Chapter 22. Yes. The man in military uniform, carrying a sword, saluted in a standard military salute. Then he turned and walked into the cab. "The track is actually broken. It will take quite some time to repair it." "Yes, by the time we arrived in Jinling, it was almost noon. There is Yulyuan, a divine pattern master at the Divine King level. Although the track is broken, need to stay in the wilderness area for a while. But no one paid too much attention to it. Even if a monster comes during the repair process, Yulyuan can also be killed easily. At that time, they just need to watch and eat melons." When Gu Chen heard this, he was secretly delighted. "God helps me." The train stopped in the wilderness area. This means that he is likely to have the opportunity to fight monsters. While killing monsters for revenge, you can also hone yourself. Maybe you can even get divine pattern points. Gu Chen thought to himself. Although he was full of fighting spirit and anger, but he had no experience fighting monsters before. So, if a monster attacks later, you also need to determine the level and strength of the monster. He will take action. "Excuse me, I was hoping to have a good rest, but it seems I can't." Yulyuan, who was sitting in the front row, stretched and sat up straight. The original laziness disappeared instantly. Instead, it is a feeling of oppression that is extremely dangerous. Gu Chen, Lang Yuzhu, Xiao Mei, Zhang Kailing, you all stay here and are not allowed to leave the train. Yulyuan turned to look at Gu Chen and others with an extremely serious expression. These 4 people are the main purpose of her trip. She would never allow anyone to have an accident. Especially Gu Chen, the God-level Divine Rune Awakener, must be protected. Yes. Gu Chen and others all nodded. The other 3 were naturally obedient. But that's not necessarily the case for Gu Chen. The train's speed gradually slowed down after confirming the broken track ahead. Final. It slowly stopped more than 20 meters away from the point where the track broke. At this moment, everyone became nervous. "So accurate," Gu Chen said in surprise as he looked at the distance and location of the train stop. That's because our train conductors are all veterans who have been in the industry for over 10 years. Zhao Qishan laughed. With a wave of his hand, he said, the train has stopped, let's go. In the first carriage. In addition to Gu Chen and the other 6. There were more than 10 more soldiers. Unlike ordinary soldiers holding guns. These people were holding various weapons. Several people used swords. Judging from the strength of the divine power lingering around them. These people. Their levels are roughly at the level of 7 or 8 star gods. This level of divine rune users. Even in the military area. It is also a very outstanding existence. Laugh. The door of the crowded train opens. Zhao Qishan took the lead. A group of people headed towards the track. Walked to the breaking point. Gu Chen and others stayed in the carriage. There is Yulyuan here. Zhao Qishan was not worried about the safety of these students at all. If a monster attacks later, it would be very helpful for you to observe their fighting methods and learn from them. Jade Luan's body is surrounded by pale divine power. The diamond-level cloud-piercing sword divine pattern had already condensed in his hand. At this time, she, just like a female warrior, exuding powerful momentum. Monster combat. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is worthy of being the school with the most actual combat among the 3 major divine rune academies. Not yet enrolled. I started thinking about training students to fight monsters. Is Gu Chen so interested in actual monster combat? Xiao Mei, the girl with twin ponytails sitting in the back row, complained quietly to Lang Yuzhu. However, it is understandable, considering that the other party's parents died in the mouth of a monster. As a girl, she was a little afraid of the ferocious monster. So, she is more afraid. Only by fighting monsters can he grow up quickly and avenge his parents. Lang Yuzhu smiled faintly when she heard this. There was an inexplicable light flashing in her beautiful eyes. For some girls, men in battle, it is more attractive. And coincidentally, she is such a girl. Roar. Soon, a monster discovered Zhao Qishan and his group. This is a head with hair all over its body like thorns. A monster that is 3 meters tall. It has a pair of dark horns on its forehead. Under the sunlight, it reflects a chilling cold light that makes one's heart pound. I saw the excitement of finding prey flashing in its eyes. Roaring, they rushed towards them from the ruins of the city. That huge body, just like a small armored vehicle, full of oppression. Bison of the Thorns. Gu Chen's eyes flashed. Thorn bison. It is the most common monster in the wilderness. The strength also varies according to body shape. This should be a first-level iron-haired pig. His strength is equivalent to that of an ordinary 3-star god. In fact, this thing is very easy to judge strength. Because it increases by 1 star for every meter it grows. Now it is 3 meters, that is Samsung. If it is 4 meters, it is 4 stars. And so on for the future. Such a monster. If you break into the city, a random run can knock down many houses. Causes great harm. But when I met Zhao Qishan and his group, it can only be killed instantly. Really? The thorn bison had not yet come within 10 meters. His head was chopped off by a soldier with a light red divine power all over his body. Puff! The thorn buffalo's head flew away powerlessly. Red blood like a water dragon. The head usually emerges from the neck. A strong smell of blood suddenly filled the air. And the carcass of the thorny buffalo. He ran more than 5 meters due to inertia before collapsing with a bang. A long trail of blood was dragged across the cracked and dilapidated ground. Vomit. Xiao Mei, who was watching the entire fight through the bulletproof glass, retched and turned pale. This scene was very shocking to an 18-year-old girl who had never killed a chicken before. It's really cruel. It's okay, just don't look over there. Lang Yuzhi gently patted Xiao Mei's back. Relieve her discomfort. Compared with Xiao Mei, although her pretty face was a little pale, but it's not to the point of retching. From this point we can see that the adaptability of Lang Yuzhi is better than Xiao Mei is much stronger. Of course, this doesn't mean she can kill monsters. Although awakening the divine runes can strengthen our bodies through practice, our fighting strength is also strong. But there are also some people who, when facing a monster head-on, can only exert 20% of their full strength. If you intend to pursue a career as a combat-oriented divine rune master in the future, it would be best to get used to this kind of situation as soon as possible. Yuluan, who was standing next to him, smiled faintly and said, "If you can't get used to it, then the social studies department is also a good choice. There are two categories of divine runes. One is the social system, which has weaker practical ability, such as Lin Ziyi, the former leader of Tianlang Glang. The other type is the practical system. This faction of divine runes has strong combat capabilities. The most important thing is to fight with monsters. And Jinling Divine Rune Academy, although it tends to cultivate combat-oriented divine runes, but for the training of social divine runes, it is also involved." Chapter 23. Okay, I'll get used to it soon. Xiao Mei, the girl with twin ponytails, took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Before awakening the divine runes, although her actual combat performance is not ideal, but she still wanted to take the path of a practical divine rune user and was unwilling to give up easily. After all, in this world, the stronger you are, the safer you are. Yuluan nodded with satisfaction. As the top divine rune academy, it is a practical academy. Selection of special admissions students. It's not just about the rarity of the divine runes. The student's personality, combat capability. It is also the focus of the investigation. Gu Chen, Lang Yuzhi, and Zhang Kailing, these three had relatively good combat performance in high school, only Xiao Mei could only be considered above average. Now, even Xiao Mei, who has the weakest combat ability, is so determined to leave practical route. She was naturally very satisfied. Time slowly passes. After the first thorn buffalo monster, 3 or 4 more monsters attacked Zhao Qishan and others. Certainly, these monsters, basically they were killed instantly. This side of the train, there are also monsters attacking. But no monster could make Yuluan swing the sword a second time. This time, a faint red divine power flashed by. The cloud-piercing sword cut through the air at a graceful angle. Another monster died at the hands of Yuluan. She didn't even get out of the train. It is to directly control the piercing cloud sword through the air. He killed the monster more than 100 meters away. Including this one, they have killed 10 monsters. The more I watch, the more I want to touch it. I can no longer suppress the restlessness in my heart. I must use the blood of the monster to suppress it again. On the seat, Gu Chen, who had been watching the monster being killed, was so agitated that he could no longer suppress his emotions. He took a deep breath. After finally making a decision, he stood up and looked at Yuluan. "Teacher Yu, I want to kill a monster myself. Please help me." During the period of time just now, 4 monsters passed by Zhao Qishan. 3 first-level primary monsters and 1 first-level intermediate monster. First-level primary monster. His strength is equivalent to that of a 1-star to 3-star human god. The first intermediate level is equivalent to the existence of 4 to 6 human gods. Teacher Yuluan also had 3 monsters, but they were all at the first level. Every time a monster comes, he will concentrate. Observe the monster's attack patterns yourself. According to the monster's ultimate speed and power, simulate how you would attack. It can be said that I have benefited a lot. Because the more I look at it, the more restless he became. with the abilities he now possesses. There is also the cultivation of a 2-star god. There is also a high-level mysterious skill. There are also various talents. It has the power to burst out 2,000 kilograms of force. He believed that he could complete the task of killing the monster. No matter what you do, the first thing is to have full confidence in yourself. Otherwise, nothing can be discussed. What, you're going? Yulyuan's eyebrows knitted together. There is hesitation in her beautiful eyes. Finally said. No, even though you've reached the level of a 2-star god, you don't have any experience fighting monsters. It would be very dangerous if you went. This is no joke. The next second, she shook her head decisively and refused. Teacher Yu, I'm very strong, and everything must have a first time. I can no longer suppress the restlessness in my body. The Dark Dragon God wants me to fight. Only fighting can make me stronger quickly. Gu Chen's heart moved slightly, and his eyes were burning. At the same time, divine patterns appeared on his body. The shadow of the Dark Dragon God emerged. A dragon's might blooms. The atmosphere in the venue changed instantly. At the same time, a dark divine power emerged from him, lingering around his body. Under the control of Gu Chen's thoughts, the dark ball jades, floating around its body. It looks like a god. It brings a strong visual impact. It's really scary. Seeing this, Yulian began to hesitate. As a powerful person in the realm of God King, now she could feel more clearly that Gu Chen was even more terrifying than the divine pattern summoning state 7 days ago. More than one level. Although I already knew that you were at the 2-star divine realm, I never expected that a 2-star divine realm like you would be so powerful. And you're growing so fast. It had only been 7 days since she taught Gu Chen the method to guide the dark divine power. It's not enough that he entered the god realm in such a short time. And it's a 2-star. That's even more outrageous. You know, it takes about 5 years for an average person to get into this field, right? Even longer. What a terrifying talent this is. There are also people who have entered the realm of gods within 7 days. Lang Yuzhu and Xiao Mei are the two of them. But these two people. A father who has reached the realm of God King. The other family is also quite powerful. In this context, the two have been consuming various natural treasures containing magical powers since childhood. Even if most of the divine power will be lost, but some of the divine power still remains in the body. Little by little, it adds up to a lot. Once they awaken the divine runes, practice the divine power guidance method, it can release the divine power that has been dormant in the body for more than 10 years. All converted into one's own divine power. Then within a few days, there was a rapid breakthrough. Enter the realm of God. But Gu Chen is different. She investigated. There are 2 divine runes in the Gu family. But they are all at the level of gods. And he just opened a few small companies with assets of millions. It is simply impossible to give Gu Chen the magical herbs or pills that cost millions. That is to say, Gu Chen relies on himself alone. He entered the realm of 2-star god within 7 days. When I just learned that Gu Chen was a 2-star god. In fact, she couldn't believe it. I thought it was a dream. But now I feel it again. That's the truth. This practice speed. It's really too evil. He is worthy of being a god-level divine pattern awakener. After a while, Yulian asked, have you ever tested how many kilograms of force you can exert? Gu Chen said, 2,000 kilograms. 2,000 kilograms, What? 2,000 kilograms? Yulian didn't think anything of it at first. But think about it carefully. He felt something was wrong and exploded the next second, his eyes widening. Looking at Gu Chen. When Lang Yuzhu and the other 2 heard this, they had the same expression as her. Oh my god, even when I became a 1-star god, I only had 150 kilograms of strength, and when I exploded, I only had 200 kilograms. Even if he reached the level of a 2-star god, he would still weigh far less than 2,000 kilograms. Gu Chen is so terrifying. Xiao Mei took a breath and said. It's really a monster. Lang Yuzhu was shocked again. Brother Chen is awesome. Zhang Kailing gave a thumbs up. Yuluan finally recovered from her shock and nodded, saying. Okay, I'll let you take on the next beast. But if it's a medium-level first-level ferocious beast, let me do it. God-level Divine Rune Awakener. Once you enter the realm of God, it is normal to have the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels. However, she was still not reassured. Now Gu Chen is her baby. And this was the first time that Gu Chen faced a ferocious beast. Of course, she couldn't let the other party deal with a first-level intermediate beast. It's better to practice with the first-level beginner first. Yes. Gu Chen nodded excitedly. The dark divine power on his body became even stronger. Although I was excited. But he quickly calmed down. With a fixed gaze. Staring closely at the city ruins outside the train entrance. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Chapter 24. Then. Wait quietly for the next monster to appear. Yuluan nodded slightly upon seeing this. Entering combat mode quickly. She was also very curious about how Gu Chen would perform in his first battle with a monster. Some people. The first time I fought a monster. They might even be so scared that they can't move. Gu Chen is indeed very powerful, especially his strongest burst of force, which can reach 2,000 kilograms. However, this is definitely also the effect of the divine rune. Is it really surprising, teacher? From the perspective of cultivation, he is only 1 star higher than us. In the back row of seats, Xiao Mei asked Lang Yuzhu in a low voice. You know, she and Lang Yuzhu were the first to arrive here. And he informed Teacher Yu of his progress in cultivation immediately. All I got was a word of encouragement, good job, keep up the good work. There was no sense of shock or surprise at all. Does Teacher Yu prefer Gu Chen? Xiao Mei looked at Gu Chen, who was standing quietly at the train door, with some suspicion. Sword eyebrows and star eyes. A resolute appearance. Those big eyes with a hint of black are even more bright and handsome. It's okay if he's handsome. Gu Chen is also quite tall. There is no sense of thinness at all. Such a face and figure. It is very consistent with the aesthetic of a hot and mature beauty like Yuluan. Of course, it suits her taste as well. If she were Yuluan, maybe he will also prefer Gu Chen. Just as she was daydreaming. Lang Yuzhu beside her is graceful and sweet. A voice sounded. Maybe it's because his background is different from ours. Your background is different from ours? What do you mean? Xiao Mei hasn't reacted yet. I mean, Gu Chen is probably just from an ordinary family. Lang Yuzhu first explained and then continued to analyze. The reason we were able to enter the divine realm within 7 days is because our families nurtured us with numerous precious treasures since childhood, but Gu Chen didn't. That's why Instructor Yu was so shocked. This is the only explanation at the moment. No way, that's too scary. Xiao Mei widened her eyes and gasped. So terrifying. You know. They are descendants of high-level divine runes. Taking precious medicinal herbs from childhood is a huge advantage. It allows them to awaken the divine runes. Entering the realm of God at a terrifying speed. Just now, after Gu Chen showed his strength in the God realm, she subconsciously thought that the other person was the same as herself. He is the descendant of a high-level divine rune user. But I didn't expect that he came from an ordinary family. Xiao Miming understood. No wonder teacher Yuluan was so surprised. Born into an ordinary family, he has no resource advantages at all. It only took 7 days to enter the realm of God, and even stepped into the realm of 2-star God. It's really a monster, so terrifying. Subconsciously, she thought about her guess again. I couldn't help but blush a little. I almost got the wrong idea. What? You all have entered the God realm. After hearing what the two women said, Zhang Kailing widened his eyes and was a little confused. He arrived just before Gu Chen entered the carriage. So I didn't hear Xiao Mei and Lang Yuzhi reporting their levels to Yuluan. Result. Now you tell me. Are you all already in the divine realm? At this time, Zhang Kailing. Suddenly I felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through my heart. Being able to reach the divine realm so quickly doesn't mean much. Once you arrive at Jinling Divine Rune Academy, you'll find that divine realms are everywhere. And the cultivation after entering the divine realm is what you need to work hard on the most. Yuluan, holding the cloud-piercing sword, said lightly. For ordinary awakeners, it takes several years to reach the God realm. It may even take years to gain access. It's not easy. And for a top school like Jinling Divine Rune Academy, spend half a year. You can cultivate a bunch of gods. But so what? Aren't low-level gods still ants? So, students' potential. That is the focus of their attention. Otherwise, why do they need to go to various places to recruit students? Wouldn't it be much easier to directly recruit the descendants of high-level divine runes? Save time and effort, and you don't have to run around. Gu Chen also heard their words. But he didn't care. Instead, focus on regulating your breathing. The divine power in the body keeps running steadily, waiting for the monster to appear. Then he launched a thundering attack. Roar! After a while, a head with blue and silver hair all over its body. It looks like a lion. A monster larger than a lion appeared in Gu Chen's sight. There are flames swirling around its body, exuding a terrifying aura. Even more powerful than the previous thorn bison. Flaming lion. Flame lion is a beast-type monster with a very large body. But this guy is rare in the wilderness area. I didn't expect to meet them this time. A low-level flaming lion. The bite force is 1,500 kilograms. One claw can exert a force of 1,000 kilograms. It is equivalent to a small and flexible pusher. Gu Chen had also read information about these monsters in books. He is a top student with a great memory. Now when he sees this thing, corresponding memory fragments appear in his mind at once. This fiery mad lion is a monster that is about to enter the first intermediate stage. But I haven't really reached the intermediate level yet, so this is a good opportunity for me to practice. Gu Chen's eyes flashed with excitement, and he was about to step forward. He was stopped by Yuluan who was standing next to him. Gu Chen asked, "What's wrong, mentor?" Yuluan frowned and said, "No, you are wrong. The records in the books you know are incomplete. This fiery mad lion has already reached the intermediate level of the first stage." Incomplete? Gu Chen was stunned. Yuluan nodded and said, "Judging it is different from judging the thorny bison. The strength of the flaming lion is not judged by its size, but by the number of its tails. Look at its tail. One tail means it's a first-level beginner. Two tails mean it's a first-level intermediate. By analogy, when a fiery lion has 4 tails, it means it has entered the second stage. Look carefully. This fiery lion has a small tail growing out from its long tail. This means it has already entered the intermediate first stage. Even though it's only just entered, it's still very dangerous for you. Its strength will be double what we expected. Teacher Yu, let me try." After listening to Yuluan's words, Gu Chen was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit. "I have a strong feeling that I can kill it. Just let me try. If it doesn't work, then you can kill it." Yuluan hesitated after hearing this, and after thinking for a moment, she nodded in agreement. "Well, be careful. If that doesn't work, I'll just kill it. First level monster. Her aura alone was enough to suppress them. As long as it is not killed instantly, she can save them all. And according to Gu Chen's previous results of being first in both combat and actual combat, he also mentioned the Dragon Divine Pattern. It is also impossible to be so weak that it can be killed instantly. Clear. Gu Chen nodded. The corners of his mouth curled up in excitement. Raise your hand. Sword. Chapter 25. As soon as Gu Chen finished speaking, God-level Dark Element Affinity is activated. The dark forces surged and gathered. According to his thoughts, several dark spherical jades on his body instantly condensed in his hands and turned into a dark jade sword that was very suitable for him. Dark Attribute Talent. Lang Yuzhu, who was sitting in the back row, was secretly shocked when she saw this. Attribute Talent, a type of divine talent. It is also divided into gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, thunder, wind, etc. This kind of attribute talent is extremely rare even among the innate talents of divine runes. Once one of the attribute talents is awakened, you will be able to master attribute skills that are more powerful than ordinary skills. Unexpectedly, among Gu Chen's 6 natal divine rune talents, one of them is the dark attribute talent. But thinking of the Dark Dragon God Awakening video circulating on the internet, and the scene I just saw, it feels like nothing. After all, the dark energy that enveloped the entire Tianlang made the entire Tianlang lose its light. It would be unreasonable if he didn't have the innate talent of divine runes that were compatible with dark elements. The dark jade sword is condensed. Gu Chen rushed out in one leap. The sudden acceleration made Lang Yuzhu frightened again. This speed was much faster than hers. Jump out of the train. Gu Chen hid behind an overturned car that he had been watching for a long time. Look around carefully. Where he is now. It is located in the center of Huiyang City. There are many buildings tens of meters high around. But these buildings are all dilapidated. A lot has collapsed. The few still standing. It is also crumbling. At his feet. After 3 years of being baptized by the time monster, the floor has already cracked and collapsed. Overgrown with weeds. On the road. Everywhere you look, you can see broken or shattered cars. Sports cars, etc. There were even some broken tires lying around. Among these dilapidated vehicles, occasionally, you can see some blackened and dried bloodstains. Quickly look around. Gu Chen looked at his target and wandered around. A flaming lion is standing outside the dilapidated store a few dozen meters ahead. This fiery lion has long, sharp blue-silver hair all over its body. But you can also clearly see its huge muscles standing up. And the sharp claws that were accidentally revealed when it walked. It is more like a bunch of shrunken sharp knives. Under the sunlight near midday. Reflecting a cold light. According to the power. If the thorn buffalo is like a heavy bulldozer. Wild and fierce words. This flaming lion. The feeling it gives people. It's flexible and fierce. Today I will use you as my sword and let my jade sword bleed. My plan of revenge against the monsters will begin with you. A cold look of hatred flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. But he wasn't afraid. What I feel more is excitement. Gu Chen took a deep breath. Adjust your own stability. He stood up suddenly. Holding the dark jade sword, he quickly approached the dilapidated store. Can Gu Chen be killed? In the car, Xiao Mei asked with some concern. She had just witnessed the monster's ferocity with her own eyes. Gu Chen is just like her. It's just special enrollment. She was naturally a little worried. This fiery mad lion has entered the 4-star divine realm, and all its attributes will be doubled. Although Gu Chen has the cultivation of a 2-star divine realm and can burst out a tremendous force of 2,000 kilograms, compared to a monster like the fiery mad lion, these powers are nothing. Gu Chen can't kill it, but it can't do anything to Gu Chen either. Gu Chen's Dark Dragon God has a deterrent effect on our divine runes, so it should have the same effect on this guy. Yuluan smiled faintly and said, the final result should be a stalemate. As a teacher, she was naturally well aware of Gu Chen's potential. Ordinary first-level primary monsters are naturally no problem. But like the Blazing Lion, it's not someone that Gu Chen, who is fighting a monster for the first time, can kill. That's good. Xiao Mei breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that. Am I seeing things? That's a special recruit. Is he going to fight a monster? And that one is a first-level flame mad lion. No, it has grown a second tail, but it's very small. It's now a first-level intermediate. Equivalent to a 4-star god. On the other side. Track breakage. Some soldiers also discovered Gu Chen. I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In that case, Master Yulyuan still lets him go? Isn't that courting death? With Teacher Yu here, we won't die. Besides, this can be tempered. The repair time is not that fast anyway. This guy is really brave. He hasn't even started school yet, but he dares to kill with a sword. Whatever the case, this is great courage. At least he and I didn't dare go at that time. Those who can board this train with the Commander-in-Chief. They are all battle-hardened divine markers at the 7th or 8th star divine realm. For them, low-level monsters. There is no pressure at all. When there are no monsters to fight, they are also a bit boring. At this time, Gu Chen got out of the car alone to fight the monster. They were shocked but also happy to chat and discuss. Courage is indeed admirable, but he will suffer. Zhao Qishan, who was standing by, narrowed his eyes. There was a faint smile on his face. Those who have divine runes will wait until they reach the 3rd or 4th star level before they dare to enter the wilderness area and fight monsters. Going below this level would just mean death. Special admissions. Although the divine pattern is powerful, their strength is also much stronger than that of ordinary divine runes. But after all, he has not received any systematic training, and his body movements and swordsmanship are extremely immature. And Gu Chen is still a rookie. I have never experienced the ferocious fighting style of monsters. In this case, it is basically impossible to kill this flaming lion, and it is more likely to be killed in return. Of course, with Yuluan around, it is impossible for him to be killed by the monster. At most, he will be slightly injured. Thinking of this, Zhao Qishan turned his head and looked to the right. More than 20 meters to his right, Yuluan, wearing a tight combat uniform, leaned against the door of the first carriage of the train. The remaining 3 special admissions students stood inside the carriage, staring closely at Gu Chen in the distance. More than 10 meters above their heads, the light blue cloud-piercing sword floated quietly, flashing with a captivating cold light. Zhao Qishan knew that if Gu Chen is in any fatal danger, this sword will fly out at supersonic speed, directly cut off the nerves behind the neck of the fiery lion. Train entrance. It is only 50 meters away from the dilapidated store. There are very few obstructions in the middle. There were only a few cars that were over 1 meter high. With Gu Chen's height of about 1.8 meters, just got up and started running. He was discovered by the flaming lion wandering in front of the small store. Roar! The flaming lion let out a threatening growl. The huge body lowered. The scarlet eyes stared at Gu Chen. But he did not initiate the attack. Gu Chen, who was speeding, raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Same as humans. Monsters can also roughly estimate the strength of the divine rune user after activating their divine power. And the divine power he now unleashed, although it is stronger than ordinary 2-star gods, but it didn't go beyond that. Logically speaking, the fiery mad lion, who has reached the 4-star god level, should have taken the initiative to attack. Why are you shrinking into the same place? Chapter 26. After a little thought, Chen immediately figured out the reason. That can be explained by the Dark Dragon God's passive talent power of the Dragon God. It has a natural suppressive power over both humans and monsters. Human perception is weaker. I only feel a faint sense of oppression emanating from Chen. I won't care too much. But monsters are different. Their bloodline and hierarchy concepts are even stricter. In the eyes of this lion, Chen is equivalent to a top monster cub. Although weak, but it doesn't dare to provoke it easily. I thought of the reason. Chen didn't hesitate. Speed up again. But his whole body was covered by the black divine power. Chen, with the shadow of the dark dragon god faintly condensed behind him, was extremely dazzling. The dark jade sword held in his right hand. It even left behind a trail of black afterimages while running, which was extremely gorgeous. Roar! It seems that he knows he can't escape. The flaming lion in front no longer avoided it. The strong limbs exert force. Rushing towards Chen. That huge body. There was no burden on it. Instead, it became its strongest weapon. The abandoned cars along the way are like toys. Just a touch. He was knocked several meters away. With fierce momentum, the flaming lion quickly approached Chen within 5 meters. Here I come. There is a huge difference in the physical qualities of the divine pattern people and the monsters. A slight bump can cause serious injury. Therefore, Chen did not choose to confront it head-on. Push your feet hard. The body suddenly jumped up and did a side flip in mid-air. Now he is in mid-air. The entire back of the fiery lion was seen. The next moment, he swung the dark jade sword and slashed hard at the spine. Dang! Crunch! The silver blue hair on the fiery lion stood up and became very hard. The dark jade sword cuts on its hairs. It actually made a sound like the collision of metal. So hard! Feeling the recoil from the dark jade sword, Chen frowned. The power of this monster. Some of it was beyond his imagination. And this has been weakened by his dragon power. If there is no dragon's influence, the power of this lion will be even more terrifying. However, this attack was not without effect. Although the hair is tough, Chen's dark jade sword is not a vegetarian either. What's more, it was a full-strength attack. The dark jade sword's passive ability is activated. The tough hairs were cut off. Inserted directly into the flesh. Draw a long line. Blood splattered. Chen's body also fell behind its buttocks. Even if it causes injuries. But for the fiery lion that is more than 4 meters long, it's nothing. But under the engulfment of the dark power, the fiery lion felt a great pain in his body. Suddenly angry, he opened his bloody mouth and turned around so quickly. Bit towards Chen's head. Chen exerted all his strength on his legs and quickly dodged. He's not slow at all. Now with divine power, it will only be more agile. There are 2 strongest melee fighting methods for the flame lion. One is biting. Another one is claw attack. Seeing that biting didn't work, the rage in the fiery lion's eyes deepened again. A jump. Flying up more than 4 meters high. The sharp claws flashed with a cold light and swung down towards Chen's head. Now the flame lion's single arm strength is as high as 2,000 kilograms. Plus those claws that are as hard as alloy. If it hits, even if it is Chen who possesses the dark dragon god, it will be smashed in an instant. But although the idea of fiery lion is good, but with Chen's reaction speed, this attack was doomed to fail. His gaze fixed. His face was calm, not panicked. As his mind moved, the dark jade sword in his hand quickly changed its form. It transformed from a sword into a black shield blocking in front of him. With a bang, successfully blocked the powerful claw attack of the fiery lion. The huge body pressed down on the shield with all its strength. The shield was about 1 centimeter away from Gu Chen. Under the outbreak of terrifying power, the surrounding ground collapsed instantly. Smoke splashes. Such a powerful force was blocked by him. Zhao Qishan, who had been paying close attention, was also shocked when he saw this scene. The monsters themselves have advantages. At the same level, monsters are stronger than humans because of their physical advantages. So, when the divine markers and the monsters were fighting, I dare not confront them head-on. Because humans will suffer greatly. Then you can only use skills and magical skills to kill. Like Gu Chen. If you forcefully take the claw attack. He had seen very little. These following divine runes. They have all awakened beasts that are not weaker than the flame lion beast or extremely strong defense beasts. Although the power of dragon divine patterns is equally strong. But the two star gods possessed this power. It really made him feel a little unbelievable. Although Gu Chen did not catch it directly. Instead, it was blocked by the black barrier that evolved in front of it. But ordinary energy barriers will be broken directly. But this thing doesn't. Just a little trembling. Oh my god! What a powerful force! So strong! Inside the carriage, Xiao Mei and Zhang Kailing, who had been watching nervously, opened their eyes wide in shock. Lang Yuzhi's pretty face was filled with surprise. The fiery mad lion's attack must have reached a force of 3,000 kilograms. How could Gu Chen withstand it? The strongest force he can unleash is 2,000 kilograms. There's no way he can withstand it. This block. Seemingly simple. But it revealed Gu Chen's amazing strength. If an ordinary divine rune user dared to do this, it had already been torn in half. His sword is so magical, it can actually turn into a barrier. Could this also be one of Brother Chen's talents? And that defense is so solid. Could it be that the barrier weakened the flame lion's attack power? Zhang Kailing's eyes suddenly lit up, like a detective who saw through everything. It made him think that he could do it too. But reason told him. If he rushed forward, it will definitely be torn to pieces. For them at this level, it's really terrifying. But your guess is not wrong. His black barrier seems to have the effect of weakening the collective strength of the flame lions. And its double amplitude. Yuluan, who was leaning against the train, was also a little surprised and said with a smile. From what she knew, not all dragon divine runes can increase the power of the rune wielder. Many dragon divine runes only increase the elemental control power given to the divine rune holder. Their physical enhancement is actually not as good as that of other lower-level divine dragons. When Gu Chen showed his strong affinity with dark elements, she also thought that the Dark Dragon King also had a divine rune type that tended to amplify elemental power. Now it seems that Gu Chen's Dark Dragon God should have both types of amplification. Moreover, both amplifications are extremely powerful. Two types of amplification. Lang Yuzhu exclaimed in surprise. Gu Chen's strength. Although they already knew that the strongest burst was 2,000 kilograms. But hearing this now still makes it difficult for them to calm down. So terrifying. Hey! Lang Yuzhu took a deep breath. After digesting this shocking news. Then he continued to look into the distance with Xiao Mei and others. Stay tuned for the upcoming battle. Little lion, you're quite strong. But luckily, you can't hurt me in the face of my dark energy. On the dilapidated road, Gu Chen snorted coldly after receiving the claw attack. Dark barrier has the effect of weakening the opponent's strength. And if you get close, there will be suction. All attacks that hit the dark barrier will be absorbed, lose their color, and be swallowed by darkness. Gu Chen could feel the surge of his own power. This feels really good. Normally, his single arm strength is only about 1,000 kilograms. But now, with the blessing of the Dark Dragon God's violent talent, the proportion increased a lot in an instant. You know, the current maximum amplitude is 900%. After he entered the battle, the strength will become stronger and stronger. Now, it was only about 10 seconds before the battle began. His single arm strength reached 2,000 kilograms. The combined weight of both arms exceeds 4,000 kilograms. It really is a humanoid monster. So he, under the effect of the dark barrier. Naturally, it was very easy to block the claw of the fiery lion. Chapter 27. Now that we're warmed up, it's time to send you on your way. After verifying the amplification brought to him by the dragon god's fury, Chen didn't want to fight any longer. He exerted force suddenly, and the terrifying dark energy gathered again, forming a dark jade sword in his hand. The next second, dark energy surged in his body. A sinister ghost appeared. Earthly evil sword technique. At this moment, all the energy gathered on the dark jade sword and stabbed fiercely. Like lightning. He struck the flaming lion at lightning speed. Phew! No time to react. The huge head of the flaming lion was chopped off directly. It flew 3 or 4 meters away before falling to the ground helplessly. And a large amount of blood was like a fountain. It sprayed more than 1 meter high from the neck. Then, the body of the headless flaming lion was quickly wrapped in the dark spherical jade. When it appears again, only a skeleton remained. The flesh, skin, hair, organs, everything on it disappeared. Dark energy spreads. The bloody smell around it was also attracted into the ball jade. Purified this place. Lang Yuzhu and others who were watching from a distance couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The fiery lion died just like that. Yuluan also opened her eyes wide, which was rare, with a strange look on her face. The lazy body also straightened up directly. When did killing monsters become so easy? Even a special recruit who has never seen a monster can kill a 4-star monster? This is so far from her prediction. Teacher Yu, is there any problem with this? Zhang Kailing is a guy who has never seen the world. Naturally, I don't understand the difficulties involved. He said, Brother Chen, who is a god-level dark dragon god awakener and a 2-star god, is it difficult for him to surpass his level and kill a flaming lion that has just entered the first intermediate level? Is there anything difficult? Yuluan couldn't help but rolled her eyes. Awakening the divine rune doesn't mean you possess all of its power. After all, we are not the divine rune's true self. And the most difficult thing about a monster is its vitality. Even if you cut into its neck more than 10 centimeters, you won't kill it. Instead, it will arouse its ferocity and go into a frenzy. Chen can kill instantly with one sword strike, and you tell me this is a simple thing. At this point, Lang Yuzhu, who was thinking, spoke. Teacher Yu, that sword move by Chen is a mystical level divine skill, right? She had seen the elders in her family display their profound divine skills. It is very similar to the intensity of Chen's divine power just now. Yuluan nodded, her expression somewhat complicated. It is indeed a Xian-level divine skill, and judging by the energy fluctuations, it is more than just a primary Xian-level skill. It is even stronger than a mid-level Xian-level skill. It should be a high-level Xian-level skill. Divine skills, as the killer weapon of the divine rune user, are not so easy to practice successfully. Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, the higher the level of the magical skill, the more difficult it is to practice. Thinking back to the beginning, when she was in the god realm, in order to practice a Xian-level primary divine skill. But it took several months. Now, Chen mastered it in just 7 days. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. It's actually a high-level Xian level. How did he, from an ordinary family, get it? Lang Yuzhu's eyes widened, and naturally she would not doubt that it was given by Yuluan. And with her background, she can certainly access Xian-level magical skills. However, she still hasn't even reached the threshold of that profound level divine skill. And Chen has already mastered the Xian-level advanced magical skills. Also at this time. Ding! Kill a first level monster and gain 100 divine pattern points. The system's voice sounded in Gu Chen's mind. Finally got the divine mark points. Gu Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened the system panel. Host, Gu Chen. Level, 2-star God. Divine mark points, 100. Divine rune, Dark Dragon God, Super God level. Passive talents, God level Dark Element Affinity, Dragon God Fury, Dragon God Body, Dragon God Might, All Elemental Control, Darkness Arrives, Forbidden, Dragon God's Twilight Symphony, Forbidden. Active talents, Dark Ball Jade, 1/1, Elemental Burst. Forbidden, Dark Tide, Forbidden, Dark Dragon Sword, Forbidden. Divine Rune Skill, Earthly Evil Sword Technique, Beginner. Current status, 10% unlocked, 90% sealed. I finally got the divine mark points, and 100 at that, not bad. Gu Chen nodded. Although 100 divine pattern points are few, not enough to increase levels and upgrade skills. But Gu Chen didn't care much. After all, this was his first time killing a monster. It's just the beginning. What a pity, no materials were collected. Gu Chen glanced at the bones in front of him and said, I forgot that the parts of this guy are still very valuable. Next time, I will keep them and try not to let them be devoured. These bones are of no use. The materials from monsters can be sold. First class intermediate flame lion elite materials. It can be sold for about 20,000 Central Plains coins. But like the bones on the ground, still somewhat useful. At least you can sell it for some money. Gu Chen's heart moved, and he looked at Yuluan and others and said, this thing is quite valuable. Can you help me send it back? Yuluan said, these bones are worthless, don't think about it. All right. Gu Chen shook his head. As he walked back, he summarized the battle. In fact, according to my physical condition, even without using any magical skills, he can be killed. It's just that he lacks experience in fighting monsters, and his swordsmanship is immature. As a result, I was unable to kill the dog quickly and had to use my magical skills to kill it. After reporting to school, you must make up for your shortcomings as soon as possible. Wilderness area. Monsters are rampant. If you are not careful, you will be attacked by the monsters that jump out. So, when the divine marker was fighting with the monster, they will also try their best to control the consumption of divine power. Don't use your magical skills if you can avoid it. So, only then will there be enough divine power left to deal with unexpected situations. If you kill a monster, you need to use a magic skill. I'm afraid it won't take half a day. You need to go back for supplies. Certainly. The first time I fought a monster, able to exert full strength. That's pretty good. Many divine runes. When facing the monster for the first time, he was so nervous that he couldn't even use his magical skills. But just when he had just chopped off the head of the flaming lion, the moment the blood spurted out, he still had a palpitation out of instinct. However, even so, he has already far surpassed the ordinary divine rune users. But Gu Chen was still not satisfied. Prepare to hone your skills a little more. He will continue to fight monsters in the future. It's normal to do this the first time. It won't happen again if you come a few more times. Brother Chen, you are so awesome. Gu Chen, you are so strong. You killed such a huge flaming lion in an instant. As soon as Gu Chen entered the carriage, 3 familiar people came up to greet me with smiles on their faces, and worship him very much. Especially Xiao Mei. I'm almost becoming a little fangirl. Yulyuan embraced with her arms, looking Gu Chen up and down, nodding with satisfaction. I admit that I underestimated you. You did a great job. You were able to easily kill a flaming lion equivalent to a 4-star god in an instant. It seems your power can be even greater. Chapter 28. Original. In her plan, it is difficult for Chen to kill the fiery lion. But unexpectedly, it was killed instantly. Even her mentor, who was at the God King level, was shocked. I admire you very much. But also, Chen level divine skills. Add the divine runes. It is enough to kill this monster in seconds. It was just a fluke. Chen smiled modestly and then asked. Teacher, I was just warming up just now. Now I'm even more eager to fight. Can you give me the next monsters? Suddenly, he spoke. Now the blood in his body is really boiling. Anyway, this opportunity is so rare. Then he must seize the opportunity. And Yuluan is a being at the level of God King. It's enough to protect him. Okay, I agree. You are indeed qualified. Yuluan raised her eyebrows and instantly understood Chen's idea. After saying this, she looked at Zhang Kailing and the others and said, it's rare to have my protection. Would you like to take this opportunity to experience the thrill of fighting monsters in advance? Jinling Divine Rune Academy itself focuses on actual combat. Although this kind of thing happens after students enter the college. No one has ever tried to fight before entering school. But now, a rare monster like Chen breaks the rules first. So she planned to let this rule continue. Teacher, I won't go. Zhang Kailing shrank his head. Stop kidding. He hasn't entered the realm of God yet. Going up there would only result in death. What about you two? Yuluan looked at Lang Yuzhu and Xiao Mei. If you two work together, dealing damage from a distance and attrition, there shouldn't be any problem. I want to go. Lang Yuzhu's face was firm. She is a person who never gives up. Although she thinks she is not as good as Chen. But she still has the courage to fight monsters. Then I'll go. After thinking it over again and again, Xiao Mei nodded. This is indeed a very good opportunity to adapt. Let's start the first battle here. Although both of them have the courage to fight the monster. But the first battle. The two of them still suffered a lot. It was a first-level thorn bison, with thick skin and flesh, tall and strong, and a very oppressive feeling. Even though the two of them used all their means, they only injured him severely. Instead, his own divine power was almost consumed. Finally, Chen, who had killed the monster in his hand, shot a sword. It easily pierced through the thorn bison's head and took it away. As Lang Yuzhu and Xiao Mei's power was exhausted. So the remaining monsters were dealt with by Chen. In this process, he also understood his current strength. He can easily kill all first-level monsters. Even some monsters that have entered the first intermediate level can be easily killed in seconds. He had some difficulty dealing with monsters that had the strength of a 6-star god. This is also in the first order intermediate range. It is a veteran first-level intermediate monster. He has grown into a 6-star god. When they really couldn't handle it, Yuluan finally took action. Certainly. He just let Yuluan beat him severely. In the end, he was the one who killed him. So, you can also get some divine points. In this battle, time flies by. An hour later. Track repairs completed. Everyone got back on the train. The train restarted. On the train seat. Chen closed his eyes slightly. Check your system panel. Host, Chen. Level, 2-star God plus. Divine Mark Points, 900. Divine Rune, Dark Dragon God, Super God Level. Passive Talents, God Level Dark Element Affinity, Dragon God Fury, Dragon God Body, Dragon God Might, All Elemental Control, Darkness Arrives, Forbidden, Dragon God's Twilight Symphony, Forbidden. Active Talents, Dark Ball Jade, 1/1, Elemental Burst. Forbidden, Dark Tide, Forbidden, Dark Dragon Sword, Forbidden. Divine Rune Skill, Earthly Evil Sword Technique, Beginner. Current status, 10% unlocked, 90% sealed. This battle was very rewarding. I finally gathered the amount needed for the upgrade. Looking at the plus sign behind the level, Chen couldn't help but smile. But he didn't add any more points immediately. After a pause, he sighed with some regret. It would be great if I could get all the god points by completing the final attack. In the battle just now, he had roughly figured out how to calculate the system's divine points. Those who find bargains also count. Chen has a very good attitude. I even hummed a little tune in my heart. No wonder he's happy. Gather enough divine points. After admission, he can directly be promoted to the 3-star god realm through the system. This is very scary. This is much faster than practicing directly with divine power guidance. And with experience in fighting monsters. Wait for successful promotion. He could then try to go alone to the wilderness area near Jinling to hunt monsters. Certainly. He would only go to small wilderness areas where the highest level of monsters did not exceed level 3. In a large wilderness area like Huiyang where there are even 5th order king level monsters. Not entering the realm of God King. He wouldn't even think about it. After more than an hour of fighting, everyone was tired, and the rest of the ride was very quiet. Everyone was sleeping with their eyes closed. Chen also closed his eyes after checking the system panel. He mobilized the god-level dark element affinity. Absorb the surrounding dark elements into the body and cooperate with the dark divine power guidance method. Quickly replenish his divine power consumed by fighting. In the next half hour, except for the occasional blind monster being smashed by a train, no other accidents occurred. The train arrived safely in Jinling. Finally, it stopped at a military area outside Jinling. We've arrived. Everyone, pack your things and get ready to get off the bus. Yuluan stood up and spoke slowly. Although there were some minor fluctuations along the way. But in the end, they all walked out of the wilderness safely. She relaxed, too. The tone no longer had the seriousness it had before. Are we finally here? I just took a nap. I didn't expect it to be so soon. No, I can't stand the smell of blood on my body. I need to take a shower quickly. In previous battles, Chen, Lang Yuzhu, and Xiao Mei, all stained with blood. Chen didn't feel anything. But it's different for the two girls who pay more attention to their image. As soon as I got off the car, I wanted to find a place to take a shower. Don't worry, it only takes more than 30 minutes to get from the military area to our school. After saying that, Yuluan looked at Zhao Qishan again. I'm sorry to bother you this time. This is my duty. They are our future. I must protect them. Zhao Qishan waved his hand and smiled slightly. Then he looked at Chen and others. The military district always keeps its doors open for you. You can come and register directly after you graduate. Students who can graduate from Jinling Divine Rune Academy. The lowest level of cultivation is that of a high-level Divine Rune user. The special enrollment is even stronger. After graduation, one can even enter the realm of Divine Master. It is a delicious bun that all forces are fighting for. As the Commander-in-Chief of the military region, naturally, he also hopes that there will be more powerful people in his military region in the future. And these people are from Tianlang. Of course, hometown is closer. Okay. Chen and the others all smiled and nodded. Next. After Yuluan chatted with Zhao Qishan for a few more words. Then he took Chen and his group out. This military district in Jinling, although located in the suburbs, but once you step out of the military district gate, the road outside is still flat. It's completely two different worlds. Chapter 29. As soon as I walked out, Chen saw an off-road vehicle parked on the side of the wide road. This off-road vehicle is completely black. The skin looks very thick. Even the tires seem to have been modified. Much larger than ordinary tires. Next to this SUV, there was also a man wearing a black suit. Tall and thin. A young man who looks to be in his 20s. Seeing Yulyuan and his group coming, he shouted respectfully. Teacher Jade. Yulyuan nodded. He also introduced it to Gu Chen and others. This is your junior, Wang Sheng. He will take us to school this time. Thank you, senior. Xiao Mei, Lang Yuzhu, Gu Chen, and Zhang Kailing expressed their gratitude politely. After Gu Chen expressed his gratitude, he secretly looked at the senior student in front of him named Wang Sheng. Although Wang Sheng did not release any divine power fluctuations. But Gu Chen, because of the Dark Dragon God. My own perception has also improved a lot. From the other person's temperament, Wang Sheng is very likely to be at the level of a 6th or 7th star god. Gu Chen exclaimed inwardly, Jinling Divine Rune Academy is a 6-year program, and he's a junior, so that's equivalent to 3 years of enrollment. In just 3 years, he's gone from an awakener to a 6-star divine master. It's clear this academy is truly impressive. You know, his grandfather Gulong practiced for decades. He is only at the 6th level of the divine realm. Now, any 3rd-year student at Jinling Divine Rune Academy has such strength. So Jinling Divine Rune Academy is very powerful. This is also related to the other party's resources. Just when Gu Chen was secretly amazed, Wang Sheng also glanced at the 4 of them. He smiled brightly and said, You're welcome. After all, you're all my credits. Credits? What do you mean? Xiao Mei blinked her eyes. He looked like a curious high school student with a clear and innocent look. As a special recruit of this college, she is very interested in everything here. No hurry, get in the car and I'll tell you slowly. Wang Sheng waved his hand and said. And so, everyone sat on it. This off-road vehicle is huge, twice the size of an ordinary one. It looks pretty cool, and the view is even more impressive after you sit on it. Boom! The engine roared, accompanied by a strong sense of pushing back. The off-road vehicle started quickly. There are few vehicles in the suburbs. On the wide road, less than 100 meters after the off-road vehicle started, the speed was increased to 120 kilometers per hour. Very fast. You can think of credits as a currency used within the school. Wang Sheng explained while driving leisurely. Equipment, magical skills, potions, and even the usage time of various training rooms can all be traded with credits. Once you enroll, you will all receive 20 basic credits. Once the credits are used up, you will have to complete school tasks to earn more. Some school tasks are difficult, some are easy, and the amount of credits earned also varies. It all depends on your own abilities and teamwork. For example, the mission I've taken on this time is to send you to school and teach you some basic rules of our Jinling Divine Rune Academy. After completing the mission, you will receive 4 credits. Only 4 credits, so little. Zhang Kailing said with a frown. Contrary to what you think, these 4 credits are quite a lot, and many people are rushing to do them. I got this opportunity by relying on my hand speed. Wang Sheng smiled bitterly and said, You'll understand once you start school. This kind of mission is simple, there's no danger, and it's totally easy to make money without doing anything. Wang Sheng said this and glanced at Gu Chen and others through the rear-view mirror. Did you fight with monsters when you came here? He, whose divine pattern is at least at the level of a 6-star god. I have also experienced many scenes of fighting monsters. So when I first met this group of people, he sniffed and could tell that the blood was not human. But it was his most familiar enemy, the monster. Xiao Mei nodded slightly. The track on our train broke midway, so we got off and tried our hand at fighting monsters. There was a hint of pride and boasting in her tone. But it's also true that it's very rare to find a girl at this age who dares to fight monsters. Oh? That's impressive. A freshman dares to fight monsters. Wang Sheng said in surprise. It is common for newborns to have the god realm. But this is the first time I have seen someone dare to fight monsters before entering school. We are nothing. After all, she is still just an 18-year-old girl. Hearing praise, Xiao Mei waved her hand shyly. Gu Chen is amazing. He killed 10 monsters by himself. As she spoke, she glanced at him secretly, then quickly looked away. In previous battles, Gu Chen's agile figure and calm expression as he hunts monsters. It was deeply engraved in her mind. What? 10. Wang Sheng widened his eyes. I almost lost my grip on the steering wheel. I almost slammed on the brakes. I thought I had heard it wrong. Now the freshmen. Are they all so scary? You know. These people haven't even started school yet. Their fighting skills are still very immature. If I train at Jinling Divine Rune Academy for 1 semester. That's too much? Subconsciously, Wang Sheng glanced back through the rearview mirror again. Among the 4 people in the back seat, only one could make him feel a sense of danger. Only the one with messy hair. A handsome and calm young man. It seems that he is Gu Chen. You're already capable of fighting monsters before even starting school. You can try taking on monster hunting missions in the wilderness. Wang Sheng said deeply. The school has a mission to the wilderness area. Gu Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. That's right. Our academy places the greatest emphasis on actual combat. Directly fighting monsters is the best course. Wang Sheng laughed and said. Sometimes those strong guys in the school don't even come back to school for months and stay in the wilderness. Don't they have to go to class? Gu Chen asked quickly. If so, he can do the same in the future. In this way, the accumulation of divine pattern points will be faster. The school curriculum has always been quite relaxed. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. At this time, Yu Luan on the co-pilot seat spoke. Of course, there are assessments for each course in each semester. If you fail 2 or more courses for 2 consecutive semesters, you will be assessed. Then I'm sorry, I have no choice but to fire you. Expulsion? Can you be expelled after enrolling in school? Xiao Mei's eyes widened and she cried out in surprise. Ordinary university. Even if I fail the course, at most it will just be a rebuild. As long as you don't make any major mistakes, almost never get fired. Jinling Divine Rune Academy recruits top students every year. No matter how harsh it is, it's not enough to fire him. Our academy is different from others. We give you 2 chances. If you fail once, it's fine. But if you fail the second time, it means you're not serious and have no intention of becoming stronger. If we don't expel such students, are we going to keep them here and waste resources? What's more, our academy has never lacked high-quality awakeners. Yu Luan snorted coldly. It's just right. If I fire you, I can give the resources and the places in the Tower of the Gods to other awakeners. After listening to his words, Gu, Chen and the other 3 were also stunned. It seems that the college system is indeed not as flexible as they imagined. But for Gu Chen, not a problem at all. Chapter 30. But the next second, Gu Chen caught a key word. He quickly asked, Divine Power Tower, what is that? This place. It seems to be very popular. They actually have to expel students before they can give them a position. The Divine Power Tower can speed up the cultivation of awakened ones. You will know this after you enter the academy. After you enroll, just look at the road signs in those areas. They'll record everything the academy has, so look carefully. There are many practice areas on campus. It's hard to explain right away. So Yuan didn't say much. Just a brief explanation. The huge off-road vehicle is very fast. It was like a gust of wind blowing past. Soon we left the suburbs. Entered the Jinling area. After entering the city, everything here and outside, it's a world of difference. The gap is really too big. And it's even better than Tianlang. The four people in the back seat looked out the window at the same time. Bustling streets and tall buildings. The four of them all compared themselves to Tianlang. The winner was immediately decided. He also said that Jinling is more powerful. This is the city we'll be living in for the next 6 years. It really is prosperous. It's like entering another world. Gu Chen observed the outside carefully and spoke. There was a golden glint in his eyes, full of longing for this place and his future life. He was looking forward to it so much. This feeling came from within. The ordinary Divine Rune Academy only lasts for 4 years. However, Jinling Divine Rune Academy is one of the 3 top universities. But it takes 6 years of study and training. This is the 6-year system. That is to say, in addition to going to wilderness areas. In the future, most of his activities will be in schools and urban areas. In this case, the more prosperous the urban area is, the better. As of now, Jinling, which ranks second among the top 10 base cities in the country, is indeed good. Not only is the city prosperous, there are also many people with divine patterns walking among them. Just like that, we walked into the city for a while. He saw hundreds of divine rune users. If this kind of scene is put on Tianlang's side, it's absolutely impossible to happen. Every divine rune holder is a very scarce resource. There won't be so many ordinary people in other places. After all, even if the divine pattern is awakened, the number of people who cannot enter the realm of gods still has the upper hand. Entering the city. Also at this time, the off-road vehicle, which had been very fast, slowed down. Even Wang Sheng didn't dare to drive too fast here. The speed was kept at about 50 yards. But even so, more than 30 minutes later, Gu Chen and his group also arrived at the main entrance of Jinling Divine Rune Academy. There are a lot of people here. When the off-road vehicle arrived, everyone took a look out of habit. Then he turned his gaze away and ignored it. Although this off-road vehicle is very large, but in their eyes, it is a normal object. After all, it can be seen frequently in the academy. There are many SUVs that are bigger than this one. Wang Sheng's lips curled up, his eyes sparkling, and he said, "We're here. This is our academy, and it's where you'll be living for the next 6 years, barring any unforeseen circumstances." Zhang Kailing, who was sitting by the window, couldn't wait any longer and got off the bus first. Gu Chen, who was following behind, also got off the car. Then look forward. About 40 meters in front of the crowd. This is the main entrance of Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Looking at the flow of people coming and going around me, he sighed with emotion. There are so many people here. The aura emanating from each person is so powerful. This is the college I long for. Jinling University. Here I come. Having said that, he opened his arms, wanting to embrace the entire Jinling Divine Rune Academy. The entrance to this school is huge. Looking around, 50 cars can pass through side by side without any problem. It's just a doorway, is it necessary to make it so big? What's the use of that? Gu Chen frowned and said with some curiosity and confusion. Before coming, he had already checked the information. Jinling Divine Rune Academy covers an area of 50,000 acres. 50,000 acres. What the hell? What is this concept? 1 mu is equivalent to 666.67 square meters. 50,000 mu is 33,333,500.07 square meters. This is very scary. 30 million square meters. If we convert it this way. This huge door in front of me. It seems to be very well done. And it also looks very small. With a gate nearly 1,000 meters wide. The height will naturally not be low. The gate tower is at least 10 meters high. Above the gatehouse, the 6 big characters Jinling Divine Rune Academy were engraved in a flamboyant style. Everyone walked in quickly. My eyes kept looking at the scenes and buildings along the way. It's all very amazing. Beyond the gatehouse. Keep looking inside. Apart from some tall buildings that can be vaguely seen, the most eye-catching thing is a tall tower. The tower is about 100 meters high. Thick at the bottom and thin at the top. The highest spire. Deeper into the clouds. I can't see clearly. Wow, what a tall tower! Xiao Mei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. How can there be such a huge tower that is so tall and has no top? Lang Yuzhu on the side also looked surprised. Such a tall tower with no visible top. It is extremely rare even in the entire Central Plains. This is the Divine Power Tower I just mentioned to you. Yuluan in the car said with a smile. She didn't get out of the car, but sat in the driver's seat. Okay, I've taken you to school. My mission is complete. Now, follow Wang Sheng to register. Bye. Yuluan waved her hand and said. We got it. Thank you, Instructor Yu, for escorting us along the way. Gu Chen and others thanked the car. Yuluan raised her red lips and closed the window. Driving an off-road vehicle, slowly driving into the campus. Let's go too. There are 2 beauties in the team. Wang Sheng was in a good mood. The tone of speech is relatively light. This time, after receiving credits, I also met 2 beautiful women of this appearance. It was worth it that he put so much effort into grabbing this task. Just as Gu Chen and others were walking towards the school gate under the leadership of Wang Sheng. Suddenly there was a commotion around. Everyone, look over there, isn't that Team Suzaku? Wow, looking at the blood on them, they must have just returned from the wilderness area. Senior Song is still as beautiful as ever. Even a girl like me would be turned gay if I looked at her for too long. There are quite a few students entering and leaving the school gate. At this time, most people looked in the same direction. There were occasional exclamations and Gu Chen and others also subconsciously looked over there. Then I saw it at the right rear. A group of 5 people were walking on the road. Led by. She is a beautiful red-haired girl wearing a fiery red battle suit with vermilion bird patterns carved on it. Beautiful willow eyebrows. Small nose. Rosy little lips. With a delicate face. Make her more beautiful. Although it is the period of youth and childhood. But it can also be seen that she will definitely be a peerless beauty when she grows up. She is also very tall. The fiery red tights perfectly outline her graceful figure. Gu Chen glanced at her without much reaction. His eyes looked behind the girl. There. He carried a very large weapon across his body. This weapon emits a fiery red light. The bloody and murderous aura on his body was spread out. It looks very heavy. It's hard to imagine. This slender girl in battle. How to wield such a huge weapon? Certainly. Gu Chen also wondered if it was a decoration. But from the dark red blood stains left on the weapon. Judging from the fierce aura emanating from the girl. This is definitely a genuine alloy weapon. Except for the leading girl. The 4 people following behind her. The battle clothes and weapons were also stained with blood. The whole body is filled with evil spirit. Obviously. This is a team that has truly fought against ferocious beasts. For a moment, Gu Chen's blood was boiling. I had an urge to go up and fight with this girl. But he suppressed it. Because he could feel that the girl in front of him was extremely powerful. He is not a match yet. Chapter 31. Gu Chen learned from the excited discussions of the people around him that the group of people in front of him were actually from the same team. He murmured, Suzaku team. For such a large academy, and one that's famous for its battles, it's normal for it to have a team. There are many monsters in the wilderness area. And it's very dangerous. Even if one's own strength really reaches the conditions for entry. But many people will not enter alone. Because if you are not careful, you will die in the mouth of the monster. So everyone went together in a group. In this way, everyone will be taken care of. This is often how a team is formed. We've been together for a long time. With cooperation, a team will be formed. But according to what Chen knows, to form a team, you need to register at a supply point in the wilderness area. Wang Sheng's lips curled up when he heard this. He said, "Our academy is one of the top 3, and we place the greatest emphasis on actual combat. Therefore, we have some cooperation with the military. When the conditions allow, you can directly register with the academy. To enter the wilderness area, your own strength must at least reach the level of a 5 or 6 star god. Only then can you register and go. It's still a long way off for you. It will take at least 3 or 4 years of college to start. Of course, if you have the ability, just step into this realm first and ignore what I said." Having said that, he spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. Ordinary Divine Rune Academy. The graduate's strength is only at the level of 5th or 6th Divine Master. But the top Divine Rune Academy? Of course this is impossible. Only 3 years. It can achieve the same training effect as 4 or 5 years of ordinary Divine Rune Academy. Judging from the aura emanating from the people in that team just now, they should be at more than the level of a 5 or 6 star god, right? Even higher. Chen looked quietly at the members of the Suzaku team as they left, frowning and saying, "Maybe it's because I just came back from the wilderness. The divine aura on them has not yet completely dissipated. Judging from the divine power, these people are similar to the soldiers led by Commander Zhao before. Their strength should be around the level of a 7 or 8 star god. The aura emitted by the black-haired girl in the lead. Even more than twice as strong as these people." Wang Sheng's expression was complicated. "This team is very famous in our academy. They are all veteran players. Naturally, they can't have such limited strength. Especially the young girl leading them is even more terrifying. The one walking in front is the captain of this team, named Yao Yat. The divine pattern he awakened is the exploding sky bird. This divine pattern is not simple. Legend has it that it possesses the rich bloodline of the ancient mythical sacred beast Suzaku. It has even reached the highest level of glory. His future is limitless. He will definitely be a future divine sect master. Not long ago, her cultivation level reached the 9-star divine realm. Her progress is truly rapid. Plus, she fought so fiercely on the battlefield that everyone admired her. The lowest strength of the team members behind her is at the 7-star divine realm. Besides, they are all still sophomores. They will not enter their junior year until you officially start school in September. This is the scariest place. This group of people are definitely super elites." As Wang Sheng spoke, his eyes were filled with envy. Although his own strength has now reached the level of a 7-star god. It's not bad in college either. But compared with this kind of favored child, it's still a long way off. After all, the people on the Suzaku team are 1 grade below him. And even if he is a member of the Suzaku team with the same level as him, the strength that can be exerted in actual combat, you can also easily crush yourself. 9-star God Realm. This is too terrifying. And he's only a sophomore. Zhang Kailing gasped after hearing this. A 20-year-old 9-star divine being is too strong. What an amazing senior. Lang Yuzhu and Xiao Mei were extremely shocked. Is this the Jinling Divine Rune Academy? It's really scary. 9-star God Realm. No matter where, he can be considered a top-notch expert. And the other party? But he's only 20 years old. It can be said that there is a bright future ahead. Don't worry, by the time you're in your sophomore year, even if you can't reach this level, you won't be far behind. Wang Sheng, having calmed down a bit, said with a smile. Specially recruited students generally advance faster than ordinary students. Diamond-level Divine Rune Awakeners like Xiao Mei and Zhang Kailing. In the second semester of the sophomore year, students can generally reach the level of a 7 or 8 star god. For a glory-level Divine Rune Awakener like Lang Yuzhu, there is basically no problem in reaching the 9-star god realm. As for Gu Chen, a god-level Divine Rune Awakener, Wang Sheng glanced at Gu Chen. The entire Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Over the past 5 or 6 years, it seems that only Gu Chen, a god-level Divine Rune Awakener, was enrolled. What level can you reach by then? He doesn't know either. After the Suzaku team left, the students entering the school gate gradually stopped to talk. Gu Chen and his group did not stay any longer. Walk straight into the school. As the top Divine Rune Academy, the campus environment of Jinling Shenwen University is very beautiful. As soon as you enter the school gate, it is a huge fountain square. Around the fountain in the middle, it is also decorated with colorful flowers. On both sides of the fountain square, there are 2 wide pedestrian walkways. The passage is paved with red bricks. There are tall trees planted on both sides of each channel. Walking down below, you can smell the delicate fragrance of the flowers of the big trees. Listen to Wang Sheng's introduction. This tree is called the Jingzhen tree. You know what it does as soon as you hear the name. The fragrance of the flowers can relieve mental fatigue. Under the tree, in addition to Gu Chen and his group, there are also many students from Jinling Divine Rune Academy. They all walked together in 2s and 3s. Gu Chen originally thought that the blood on his body was. It attracts a lot of attention when walking on the street. However, this is not the case. The students I met on the road just glanced at me and then paid no more attention. Even if my eyes stay here. Basically, I was also amazed by the looks of Gu Chen and Lang Yuzhu. But also, there are teams like Suzaku team that frequently go in and out of the wilderness area. Blood stains on clothes. The students are no longer surprised. On the contrary, they are not as eye-catching as handsome men and beautiful women. Under the leadership of Wang Sheng, not long after Gu Chen and his group entered the school, arrived at the new student registration office. Okay, time to register as a new student. Appearing in front of Gu Chen and his group. It is a modern building. Different from the tall buildings around. The reporting office only has 2 floors. The reporting office was built over 100 years ago. Although it has been maintained from time to time over the years, it has never been renovated or rebuilt. However, this registration office is only used when new students register each year, so there's no need to make it too elaborate. While introducing everyone, Wang Sheng led everyone into the first floor lobby. First floor lobby. The area is about 500 square meters. It looks very spacious. The hall is very simply furnished. In addition to a few rows of sofas. It's the front desk where the words New Student Registration Office are written. This is really a good place to find a bargain. Xiao Mei sighed. Chapter 32. Wang Sheng smiled and said, although it's the new student registration office, usually only specially recruited students come here to register. The scale of Jinling Divine Rune Academy is very large. There are so many talented students recruited from all over the country every year. But I won't come to this place to report. Because those people will be arranged to report to their own departments. So people who work here have very little time and can be very bored. In the hall, in addition to Gu Chen and his group, there were several people queuing at the front desk. Someone comes in. They subconsciously looked over here. Such a cold girl, but so pretty, exactly my type. Wow, she has such a fierce figure. The second girl is cute too, I like that. The boys in the team looked at Lang Yuzhu and Xiao Mei with burning eyes and smacked their lips. The girls were no less impressive than the boys, all of them stared at Gu Chen, the man with the most stunning appearance, standing beside the two girls, with fiery eyes, and said fiercely. That boy with short hair is so handsome. Sister, you have good taste. It's just as I thought. The only people who register here are the specially recruited students, so they are also the chosen ones like us. I think we're a perfect match. How about going up and asking for contact information so we can have a deeper conversation and get to know each other better in the future? He, sisters, what a great idea. I have the same idea. He's so handsome. And tall. And the aura he exudes is so strong. Which girl doesn't love a man like this? But the two girls next to him are not bad either. If we don't act quickly, we might not have a chance and they will snatch it away from us. Gu Chen was a very handsome guy when he was in junior high and high school. Not to mention that now that she has grown up, her appearance is even better. It's true that every girl will fall in love with him when they see him. Plus now mature and stable. It has become an added bonus. It's really awesome. And during these 3 stages, every day in his desk there were love letters from other girls who had a crush on him. There are really a lot. In addition to the desks, things may also be stuffed into the school bags without people noticing. The techniques of those girls are really exquisite. But he rejected them all. And many girls shyly ran to him to confess their love. But he also rejected it mercilessly. Far from hating him, the rejected girls. On the contrary, I think he is more charming. Fall in love with him even more. This is the helplessness and headache for this handsome guy. So, this is also the main reason why he doesn't feel much about the attention of girls nowadays. So now those girls have hot eyes. Various words teasing. But he still stood at the back of the line with a calm expression. The same is true for Xiao Mei. Not to mention Lang Yuzhu, the icy beauty, with a cold face. It was as if someone owed her hundreds of millions. It was so cold that people would shiver at the sight of it and wouldn't dare to get close. But there are some men who are more resistant to cold. When one of the hardy boys mustered up the courage to ask for contact information, she rejected it on the spot without hesitation. There were not many staff members at the front desk, only one. So, everyone was very disappointed. But the speed of reporting is still very fast. After a while, Lang Yuzhu, Xiao Mei, and Zhang Kailing arrived. It was Gu Chen's turn last. The front desk clerk lowered his head and asked, "Name?" She didn't even look up to see it, and there was an instrument in her hand for recording. Gu Chen said lightly, "Gu Chen. Which teacher is responsible for recruiting you?" The front desk staff continued to press the instrument while asking. Gu Chen said, "Teacher Yulyuan." The front desk clerk continued, "Yulyuan. Yeah, I found it. Tianlang No. 6 Middle School, Gu Chen, right?" Gu Chen nodded, "Yes." "Okay, just verify the genetic sequence and you'll be done." The staff handed over a square colorful instrument. It is different from the gene verification instrument that Yulyuan mentor used before. This one is bigger. Gu Chen didn't waste any words, raised his hand and pressed his index finger on it. After a while, a small tingling sensation came. Gu Chen just frowned slightly. The gene sequencer collected from the fingertip blood. The indicator sounded. Gu Chen, Level 2024, Special Recruitment Sequence 00, has completed the registration. The presentation sound is off. The first few people have finished reporting. The few people who were about to leave the hall turned back in surprise. The girls who had just spoken out loudly exclaimed. "What? Did I hear it right? It's serial number 00. Hiss, I didn't expect to encounter sequence 0 here. It's truly incredible. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the strongest in our class, right? That should be it. Tisk tisk, it's the 00 sequence. It should be a top-grade king-level divine pattern awakener, right? Wait a minute, does the name Gu Chen sound familiar to you? I think I've heard this name somewhere before, but I can't remember it right now. Gu Chen? I think I've heard it somewhere. Where? Where exactly? Is there something wrong with Sequence 0? After those people left, Gu Chen frowned. Then he asked with some doubt. Why did these people suddenly react like this? It's really weird. When I reported in just now, everyone has a sequence. So he didn't care much. Now it seems that this sequence seems to have another meaning. The admissions ranking is an assessment of new students. The higher the ranking, the more the school values you. Wang Sheng was not surprised by Gu Chen's serial number 00, and explained with a smile. When in the car, he knew that Gu Chen was the god-level divine rune awakener. I'm sequence 05. Does that mean there are 5 freshmen who are stronger than me? Can I understand it this way? Lang Yuzhu heard this and drew inferences from it. She raised her eyebrows and asked. This situation was somewhat unexpected for her. I am sequence 26. There was a smile on Xiao Mei's round face. She doesn't think much of the sequence. After all, she is just a diamond-level divine rune awakener. If it weren't for my innate talent, she won't be specially recruited either. Well, I'm the lowest, I'm sequence 35. Zhang Kailing said helplessly. After knowing that Gu Chen and others have entered the God realm, he was already lying flat. So I wasn't too disappointed. Not to mention, Gu Chen is so dazzling. Student Gu Chen, this is your student ID. At this time, the staff handed over the student ID card. Is this my student ID? Gu Chen looked at the card in his hand. It was unknown what material the card was made of, but it was a jet black color and as cold as jade. Name, Gu Chen. Class, Celestial Beast Department, Special Class. Student ID, 0 trillion. After seeing this information, especially the student number, Gu Chen was also extremely surprised. Does 0 need to give so much? It seems that this student number is closely related to his sequence. Chapter 33. After all the formalities are completed, they headed to their dormitory area. Jinling Divine Rune Academy is one of the top 3 universities in the country. Naturally, I am not short of money. The dormitories for students are naturally not ordinary. But when we arrived at the dormitory area, looking at the scene before my eyes, Gu Chen was very shocked. Because it felt a bit exaggerated. But I reacted quickly. Appearing before him, they are single-family villas. The left row. The right row. It stretches as far as the eye can see. Our dormitory is a villa. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhang Kailing widened his eyes in disbelief. How is it? Not bad, right? Wang Sheng's mouth curled up. There's a sense of pride. He smiled deeply. He likes the freshman's inexperienced look. He began, as long as you're a student at Jinling Divine Rune Academy, whether you're a regular or special recruit, you'll all live in villas. Special recruits will be given extra care. Regular students will have 5 people per villa, while special recruits will have 2 people per villa. After hearing this, even Gu Chen couldn't help but smack his lips in amazement. As expected of Jinling Divine Rune Academy, they are indeed wealthy and powerful. These villas in front of me look about 5 or 6 square meters. His grandfather Gu Long's villa is only more than 400 square meters. It's really amazing, a place for students to live is so luxurious. People outside can't imagine it. This is how a strong academy treats geniuses. And judging from the exquisite decoration outside the villa, this is not an ordinary villa. It's a relatively high-end type. Take out any villa here. It seems that they can be easily purchased for 9 million Central Plains coins. If it is known that it is produced by Jinling Divine Rune Academy, Then it will directly rise to 10 million or even more. Gu Chen, which dormitory are you in? Compared with Gu Chen, Lang Yuzhu is much calmer. There was no trace of emotion on her cold and beautiful face. For her, such a villa, it's just an ordinary standard. Number 3. Gu Chen circumnavigation. Zhang Kailing, like him, also lives in dormitory number 3. We are number 6, we should be not far from you. Lang Yuzhu gently gathered her hair with her jade hands and said. Dormitory arrangements at Jinling Shenwen Academy. It can be done according to students' preferences. She had already agreed with Xiao Mei to stay in the same dormitory at the new student registration office. So, both of them are in dormitory number 6. That's great. It will be convenient to contact you later. When Zhang Kailing heard this, his eyes lit up and he even felt a little excited. Having 2 beautiful neighbors makes me happy just thinking about it. I'll take you to the dormitory area. My mission is now complete. At this time, Wang Sheng said, you guys can wander around freely. I'll be leaving first. Oh, and the school has arranged a meet and greet for the special recruits. You can all get to know each other. You may become comrades in the future, so remember to attend. Okay, we got it. Take care, senior. Gu Chen and his group nodded at the same time. Wang Sheng left. Let's go in and take a look. I can't wait. Zhang Kailing was extremely excited. The next moment, the 4 of them walked towards their own villa. The Jinling Divine Rune Academy's villa dormitory has a total of 6 areas, corresponding to students entering in different academic years. The area where they are located, it is prepared for the new students who will be enrolled this academic year. At this time, ordinary students have not yet enrolled. On the road between the villas in Area 1, there were only a few students walking on it. In the dormitory area, there is a small lawn in front of each villa. There is a small wooden sign in front of the lawn. When passing by the wooden villa numbered 5, 2 people walked out of the villa. Both of them were wearing black clothes. The black man on the left is taller. He is about 2 meters tall, wearing a vest. His muscles bulged high. Start walking. Just like a chimpanzee. The person on the right wearing black clothes is a white person. This person is a little shorter, but he also looks about 1.9 meters tall. And it's also full of oppression. The most striking thing is his eyes. It turned out to be a faint emerald green. This is the dormitory of the 3 top colleges in the Central Plains? It's just so-so. I thought it was so great. The black man sneered disdainfully. His Mandarin is not very standard, but one could hear a strong sense of contempt. Mulatto, we are on someone else's territory now, so it's better to be careful with your words. The white man on the right frowned and reminded. His Mandarin is quite standard. You can tell at a glance that he's been specially practiced, and has a gentlemanly feel. Humph, if it weren't for the spot in Tianlongtan, we wouldn't have come here. This is the only thing that attracts us here. The tall black man said again. But he seems to realize that now is not the right time. So he didn't say anything else. Foreign people. Gu Chen heard everything about their conversation. He frowned and narrowed his eyes slightly. Only since the monster invasion, most of the countries on the blue planet have become extinct. Nowadays, only the Central Plains, Eagle Island, Western Europe, Oceania, and South America remain. Unexpectedly, since there are foreign students in Jinling Divine Rune Academy, these bastards dare to say such things when they come to my Central Plains. It's really infuriating. Zhang Kailing shouted angrily. Lang Yuzhu and Xiao Mei beside them also frowned at the same time. After the divine marker appeared, the war between humans and monsters has entered a stalemate. The intensity of the war gradually weakened. The 5 remaining countries were originally united to fight against the monster. But with the emergence of the divine rune, the monster was temporarily pacified. The other 4 countries are all targeting the Central Plains. Especially in recent years, the targeted trend has been further improved. This also led to these people. I have basically no good feelings towards foreigners. Not to mention, that person just now actually slandered Jinling Divine Rune Academy. They have no good feelings towards me at all. There's no need to be angry about this kind of person, Gu Chen said with a calm expression. As a Central Plains person, naturally, he couldn't stand others slandering his country and school. But as a new student, he didn't want to cause trouble. And the other party also shut up. And I was able to meet these 2 people here. This means that the other party is also a special admission student. In this case, in Jinling Divine Rune Academy, which encourages actual combat, there are plenty of opportunities to deal with these 2 foreigners. Yes, 2 foreigners, there will be plenty of opportunities to learn a lesson in the future. When the time comes, Brother Chen can just wave his hand and these 2 people will be dead. Zhang Kailing chuckled and flattered him casually. I didn't care about these 2 people. Continue to search for dormitory number 3. There are numbers in front of the villas. So, it didn't take the 4 of them too long. We quickly found our respective dormitories. Just as Lang Yuzhu expected. Dormitory number 3 and dormitory number 6 are right next door. You guys go in first. Let's go to the cafeteria together after we finish cleaning up. Okay. Gu Chen nodded. Then he walked into dormitory number 3 with Zhang Kailing. Lang Yuzhu and Xiao Mei continued to move forward. Soon the 2 found their villa and walked in. Chapter 34. At the same time, in the Vice President's office, which is the 2nd highest in the teaching building of Jinling Shenwen Academy, Yu Luan's figure appeared here at this moment. She walked with a brisk pace. The figure is enchanting, charming and sexy. She pushed the door open and walked in. It's like home. At this time, behind the desk in the Vice Principal's office, a middle-aged man wearing glasses is working in the office. Seeing Yuan come in, he raised his head slightly and said, "Is everything going well?" His voice is very magnetic and has a unique charm. Well, the track broke midway, but it was fixed and everything was fine. Apart from that, everything went very smoothly. Yuan nodded gently, her pretty face looking extremely solemn. Principal Tang, all new students from GD province have been safely sent to school. The man in front of him with extremely powerful intimidation was Tang Tianhua, one of the 3 vice presidents of Jinling Divine Rune Academy, with the strength of an early divine emperor. In front of this person, she is a divine marker at the divine king level. I also felt a very strong pressure. She couldn't even breathe. How did that god-level awakener Gu Chen perform? Tang Tianhua was typing on the keyboard with both hands. But it's different from ordinary people. His hands. It has turned into a phantom. The sound of keyboard tapping also became continuous. Well done. You've mastered the dark divine power guiding method and have successfully entered the divine realm. And not just any divine realm, but a 2-star divine realm. After a pause, Yuan raised 2 fingers and added. And just when the railway broke, he took the initiative to ask for his first fight, and succeeded. He easily killed a fiery mad lion that had just entered the first intermediate level. Oh! This is really an unexpected surprise. Is this the terrifying power of a divine rune? In just 7 days, he not only entered the divine realm, but also became a 2-star divine. This is truly incredible. Tang Tianhua paused tapping on the keyboard, then nodded with a satisfied smile. The stronger he performs, the better it will be for all of us. He can prove with his strength that he deserves a place to train at Tianlongtan. He was promoted to a 2-star god so quickly. It is indeed very powerful. And this is not an ordinary 2-star god. But he single-handedly killed a monster that was comparable to a 4-star god of humans. In the eyes of ordinary divine runes, this is an impossible task. But for Tang Tianhua, it can only be described as good. After all, the other party has a god-level divine pattern. If this is not possible, instead, it made him feel that the god-level divine rune awakeners were no different from others. With his presence, it will be even more impossible for the Shanta family to get a spot in Tianlongtan. The smile on Tang Tianhua's face brightened again. Close the computer. He looked at Yuluan in front of him and gave the order. Teacher Yu, the 3-school league will begin in 4 months. During this time, the training of the special recruits will be fully entrusted to you. If you have any questions, please contact me directly. We must ensure that they grow up quickly. We must not let down our top-tier Jinling players. Clear. Yulyuan nodded seriously. On the Central Plains Network, there is no ranking for the 3 top schools, including Jinling Divine Rune Academy. But in reality, 1 month after the new students enter the school each year, all 3 schools will hold a freshman league. While testing students' abilities, it is also a test of the school's teaching strength. Special admissions students who enroll in advance, they are the main training targets for the freshman league. By the way, you can keep a closer eye on Gu Chen. If his performance in the freshman league is okay, Principal Yu will probably accept him as his apprentice and become his exclusive mentor. Tang Tianhua added, and these words exploded like a bomb. Principal Yu wants to take him in as his apprentice. Yuluan's pupil shrank, and her heart was filled with shock. Among the 3 vice presidents, if we talk about who is the strongest, there is no doubt about that. It must be Yu Yuan Zhen who has awakened the ultimate glory-level divine pattern Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. Unexpectedly, that person actually wanted to take in a disciple. But it is also true that a god-level dragon divine pattern awakener is quite impressive. Tang Tianhua said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work during this period. Go down. Your reward has been transferred to your account." Okay. Yuluan suppressed her inner surprise, bowed, and left the office. It's really uncomfortable to be with these people at the Divine Emperor level. I dare not even breathe. It's better to have less contact with them in the future. I wonder when I can finally become a Divine Emperor. In the corridor, Yuluan completely relaxed and muttered to herself. A powerful God Emperor. Even if you don't open up your momentum, the immense divine power contained within the body, they will inevitably bring pressure to the people around them. This pressure. This also led to her existence at the God King level. Every time I went to see the vice president, everyone is walking on thin ice. Swish. Press the button on the side of the smartwatch on your left hand. A pale blue virtual window was projected into the air. After some operations, her information interface appeared on the virtual projection. There are actually 100 contribution points. Looking at the contribution points below my name, Yulyuan's face lit up with joy. Jinling Divine Rune Academy possess massive resources. These resources, both students and teachers can redeem. Students are using credits. Teachers use contribution points. Originally, after this recruitment mission, she should have only received 70 stars. Now it's a full 30 points more. On second thought, she understood. It should be because he recruited Gu Chen, the god-level divine rune awakener. Additional rewards issued by the school. Gu Chen, you really are my lucky star. It seems that the next special recruits training, I have to keep an eye on you. Yuluan licked her sexy red lips. Walking with long legs, her towering breasts swayed slightly. Leave here with light steps. The freshman league began 20 years ago. During these 20 years, most of them were from Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Occasionally the other 2 colleges. 5 years ago, Jinling Divine Rune Academy welcomed its 6th president. under the leadership of the new principal. In these 5 years of Freshman League, the first place is from Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Originally, with the result of winning the first place for 5 consecutive years, she is the person in charge of special recruitment training. The pressure is enormous. However, Gu Chen's performance was beyond her expectations. Already entered the realm of 2-star god. This is absolutely good news. This guy is a monster. He will soon become a god king, even surpassing me. I just don't know how many years it will take. I'm really looking forward to what class he'll be graduating in 6 years. And just now, after seeing the admission list at the admissions office, she also discovered that there was a proud son of heaven who has awakened the lower grade king level divine pattern, also enrolled in Jinling Divine Rune Academy. In this way, her stress was relieved instantly. After all, as long as we can train these 2 people well, first place in the Freshman League, it's easy to get. Although there are more people, with these 2 here, I can relax a lot. When the time comes, train these 2 first, and then let them train the rest of the students for me. And I'll just eat watermelon and watch. Ha ha ha, I'm really smart. Yuluan walked and thought, feeling very happy. In an instant, all the pressure is gone. Perhaps this session is also the easiest one for her. Chapter 35. When Yuluan was happy. At this moment, he was also in the Jinling Divine Rune Academy, in the luxurious villa number 3, Area 1. After finding my villa, Gu Chen took the clothes first. Entered the bathroom. This bathroom is also very big. And the equipment is very complete. If you like hot springs, go ahead. After Gu Chen washed himself, the whole person was immersed in the hot spring. This hot spring is a special medicine. After the bubble enters, the medicinal power will directly penetrate into the body through the capillaries. At that moment, the fatigue of the whole day disappeared instantly. Gu Chen showed a relieved expression. The more I soak in this hot spring, the more I don't want to leave. It's so comfortable, he murmured with enjoyment. But after soaking for a while, he decided to leave. Change into clean clothes. He walked into the practice room in the villa. Close the door. Then he sat cross-legged. He did not waste this opportunity. I decisively said to myself in my mind, the system will be upgraded. But the system didn't respond. So he controlled his mind and suddenly clicked the plus sign behind the level on the panel. Boom! The next second, in the 200 square meter training room, invisible divine power rushed into his body crazily. Then, with the help of the dark divine power guidance method, he quickly refined it, and this power traveled throughout his body, eventually entering his central danshan. Because the conversion rate is too fast, the divine power wrapped around his body was extremely strong. And the black glare it emits, it made him look like a small black hole. Everything around seemed to be distorted at this moment. The light that was originally in this training room also lost its color. The entire promotion process, it didn't last long. Soon, peace returned to the training room. The black glow on Gu Chen's body also gradually disappeared. Hey! Feeling that the promotion was over, Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and showed a satisfied look. The fist is clenched, what a powerful force! It turns out that system advancement is similar to cultivation advancement, it just shortens the process dramatically. According to his estimate, normal practice, it will probably take him more than half a month to advance. And just now, after clicking the plus sign behind the system level, it takes half a month of practice to absorb the huge transformed divine power. It was completed in just over 10 seconds. It doesn't matter how the upgrade is done, as long as it's successful. Gu Chen stood up, his heart slightly moved. The next second, he muttered to himself. Open the system's character panel. Soon, a familiar blue screen appeared in front of me. The color of the screen does not seem to be fixed. Host, Gu Chen. Level, 3-star God. Divine Mark Points, 100. Divine Rune, Dark Dragon God, Super God Level. Passive Talents, God Level Dark Element Affinity, Dragon God Fury, Dragon God Body, Dragon God Might, All Elemental Control, Darkness Arrives, Forbidden, Dragon God's Twilight Symphony, Forbidden. Active Talents, Dark Ball Jade, 1/1, Elemental Burst. Forbidden, Dark Tide, Forbidden, Dark Dragon Sword, Forbidden. Divine Rune Skill, Earthly Evil Sword Technique, Beginner. Current status, 10% unlocked, 90% sealed. 3-star God, this feeling is really great. A Divine Rune Master who just awakened the Divine Rune has become a 3-star Divine Rune Master in just 7 or 8 days. This is unprecedented in the world, right? If they knew about this, they would definitely go crazy. By then, the assassination attempts by foreign forces against me will be even faster and more ferocious. Gu Chen thought about it and became more eager to improve his cultivation even more. But he understood that this goal could not be achieved in a short period of time. Unless he keeps killing monsters to get more Divine Rune points from them. Otherwise, even if he was a Super God level Divine Rune Awakener, he would not be able to do it. Unfortunately, the most powerful instrument currently known in the world can only test the grade of Divine Runes at the Divine level. If they knew that my Dark Dragon God was at the Super Divine level, they would definitely go even crazier. Gu Chen said to himself. The next second, a dark divine power that was more than twice as condensed as before rose up. Behind him, the shadow of a winged black dragon with dark pupils vaguely condensed. The moment the divine pattern appeared, the colors around me have just been restored. Disappeared again. Drink. He walked to the fist strength tester in the training room. Concentrate your own powerful divine power on your right fist. The next moment, swing with all your strength. Bang! There was a sound of explosion. The test target on top of the punch force tester shook violently. At the same time, an electronic prompt sounded from the machine. Punch force, 4,000 kilograms. 4,000 kilograms? Not bad, right? Perhaps I'm the only one who can achieve such a powerful kilogram punch force at the 3-star divine realm. And I am the precedent for all of this. Many things in the future will be like this. Gu Chen's mouth curled up into a bright smile. Punching force of 4,000 kilograms. This is a full-strength attack. Under normal circumstances, his full strength is doubled. And his current average punching strength may have reached 1,500 kilograms. Because the difference between 1 star and 2 stars is 500. So, he is very powerful now. Certainly. This also includes the amplification effect brought by the Dark Dragon God's passive talent Dragon God's Body. Next, it's time to test the strength of my divine power. Gu Chen turned and walked to another instrument next to the fist strength tester. The appearance of this instrument is somewhat similar to the Divine Mark Awakening instrument. 2 meters high. The whole body emits colorful light. Full of technology. But there is no awakening crystal in the middle of this instrument. There is only one vacant depression. He placed his hand in the hollow. Then the divine power in his body suddenly surged. Divine Power Strength, 5,000 kilograms. Ordinary Divine Power Tester. The divine power can only be estimated through attack. For example, the one in Grandpa Gulong's training room. But Jinling Divine Rune Academy is different. The test equipment randomly configured for students is all high-end goods. No need to attack. The strength of the divine power can be easily tested just by stimulating it. 5,000 kilograms of divine power, not bad. Gu Chen nodded slightly. The basic divine strength is 5,000 kilograms. When using the earthly evil sword technique, The final blow can reach more than 10,000 kilograms. This power. It also has the ability to protect itself against first-level intermediate monsters. In this way, it is also safer to enter wilderness areas. Brother Chen, Xiao Mei, and the others are almost done packing, let's go out and wait for them. At this time, Zhang Kailing's voice came from downstairs. The student villa has 2 floors. Each floor has the same layout. There are a practice room, bedroom, lounge, and living room. Zhang Kailing chose the first floor. Gu Chen chose the second floor. I know, now come. Gu Chen replied, restrained his divine power, turned around and walked out of the training room. In front of villa number 6. Gu Chen was dressed in casual clothes. His expression was calm. Wait quietly. Zhang Kailing next to him. He looked around. For him, everything around me seems very new and interesting. Brother Chen, look, that woman is so beautiful. Oh my god, how can she be so beautiful? Is she also a freshman like us? I really want to go up and ask for contact information. Chapter 36. Hearing Zhang Kailing's sudden words, Gu Chen couldn't help but look in the direction he pointed. He immediately exclaimed in admiration and said, this girl is indeed very beautiful. Although the girl is beautiful, but he is not the kind of person who can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. After giving a compliment, he looked away. But Zhang Kailing is different. He was staring at that place. Face obsession. My mouth is watering. He is like this now. It's just like Zhu Beiji meeting Quilin. Gu Chen was speechless when he saw this. Just when I was about to remind you. Lang Yuzhu had already walked over with Xiao Mei. They both changed their clothes. Lang Yuzhu was wearing a pure white short-sleeved shirt. Pair it with a pair of light blue denim leggings. And the super long legs showing off the royal sister style. Xiao Mei was wearing a short floral skirt. Looks cute and petite. Gu Chen, you advanced. As soon as she came up, Lang Yuzhi seemed to feel that the man in front of her was even more powerful than before. At least that's the smell. So he asked tentatively with uncertainty. Now the aura on Gu Chen's body. She was quite certain. Even stronger than before. Well, I luckily broke through. Gu Chen smiled slightly and did not intend to hide it. In Jinling Divine Rune Academy, strength is everything. The higher the strength, the more resources you can obtain. Under this condition, only a fool would choose to hide his strength. What? I really advanced? Lang Yuzhu was stunned. Originally she just asked subconsciously. I originally thought the answer would be that my strength has improved. Unexpectedly, I actually advanced. Hey, calm down. Lang Yuzhi's well-developed chest rose and fell. It took me a long time to accept this fact. Unlike her, Xiao Mei's reaction was much calmer. As a god-level divine rune awakener, it's normal for him to practice faster. But Gu Chen, you're really too fast. After the track rupture incident, even if Gu Chen is promoted to the 4-star god realm immediately, she didn't find it strange. There's really no need to be too surprised. Come on, this is the standard configuration of the god-level divine pattern. Otherwise, this god-level divine pattern is too inferior. As for the divine patterns, they must always be different from others. Let's go and eat. I'm starving. At this time, Zhang Kailing also withdrew his gaze with a sense of satisfaction. Invite us to go to the cafeteria together. They had agreed to go to the dormitory, get their things and then go out to eat together. Why is the aura of that person so powerful? In front of dormitory number 8. Zhu Zuqing, wearing a black miniskirt, stared at Gu Chen and his group as they left. The clear and bright eyes under the black-framed glasses. The backs of these 4 people are reflected. Different from reality. The 4 people reflected in the eyeballs were all emitting bright light. The light emanating from Chen, who was walking in the middle, was the most dazzling. It's like a small black hole that can swallow everything around it. And the vitality is also extremely huge. This scared her. The light from the 3 people around was almost ruthlessly covered by this small black hole. King, let's go too. A tall girl with white hair walked out of villa number 8. Seeing that my bestie didn't reply. Then he quietly walked behind her. Then hug it. The hands are very dishonest. Then he took it back and teased mischievously. Since you're so engrossed in watching, don't blame me for a sneak attack. Ayun, stop making trouble. Although it wasn't the first time I was attacked. But Zhu Zuking's face still turned red. It was with great difficulty that I finally broke free from the other party's evil hands. As expected of Qing, this feels really great. The white-haired girl called Ayun said seriously with a devilish smile on her red lips. That soft and elastic waist. As a girl, it is also very enjoyable to touch. I kind of regret choosing the same dormitory with you. Zhu Zuqing rolled her eyes when she heard that. I've already registered for the dormitory. There's no point regretting it now. Ayun smiled. Then back to the topic. He tilted his head curiously. What were you looking at? Nothing. There was a strange glint in Zhu Zuqing's beautiful eyes. With her slender right hand, she straightened her hair, which was a little messy due to playing around. Then he continued. It's just that I discovered that someone's aura of status is stronger than mine. The aura of the person is stronger than yours. No way. The white-haired girl Ayun widened her eyes and exclaimed in a low voice. My best friend. After awakening the divine runes. Then you will have the ability to see through the aura of a person. This personal breath. In simple terms. It refers to the strength of a person's divine runes. And my bestie. What was awakened was a lower grade king level divine pattern. Now she actually saw someone with a stronger aura than her. The meaning of this is self-evident. I didn't expect that besides you, a king, Jinling Divine Rune Academy also recruited the only Divine Rune Awakener from GD province this year. What a great move. I just wonder what conditions will be offered? Aren't you curious? Ayun couldn't help but exclaim. My best friend. Although it looks harmless. Even a feeling of being weak and helpless. But she knew. If you really want to take action. How terrifying would this best friend of mine be? In order to recruit her best friend, Jinling Shenwen Academy. It cost a lot of money. Unexpectedly. Apart from my bestie. Jinling Divine Rune Academy actually captured that god-level Divine Rune Awakener. Yes. Zhu Zuqing nodded slightly. Looking at Gu Chen, who was gradually going away. An interested look appeared on her pretty face. But this way, it's more interesting. The cafeteria of Jinling Divine Rune Academy is very large. There are also a wide variety of dishes. If you have difficulty choosing here, it will definitely be very painful. Because every dish is so exquisite and delicious. The fragrance is particularly attractive. Not only ordinary dishes. There are even rare dishes made from monster meat. Since the group had consumed a lot of spiritual and physical strength in the wilderness this morning. So we just ate all the monster dishes. Don't mention it yet. Canteen dishes. It's actually better than ordinary home-cooked meals. It should taste better. After dinner, Lang Yuzhu and Xiao Mei were going to go shopping in the city center. Zhang Kailing also followed. Gu Chen declined the invitation. I am going to visit the mission building of the school. Find out about the school mission that Senior Wang Sheng mentioned earlier. Now he can't wait to take the mission and go out to the wilderness to hunt monsters. Only in this way can he quickly enter the realm of 4-star god. Only in this way. He has a more powerful power. The day of destroying all the monsters in the world and avenging my parents is getting closer and closer. Mom and Dad, just wait. I'm going to make sure all these beasts go down to the earth and be buried with you. I will definitely crush everything of them easily. As he walked, Chen thought silently in his heart. At the same time, both hands were clenched tightly. Killing intent, fighting spirit, and fanaticism emerged in his eyes. Chapter 37. Jinling Divine Rune Academy is very big. Chen, who had just arrived, had no idea how to get to the mission building. In the end, he found it by checking the college signposts along the way. Arriving in front of the mission building of Jinling Divine Rune Academy, Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The whole person suddenly felt much lighter. Looks like this is it. It's worthy of being one of the top 3 colleges. It's so big. If it weren't for the signposts, I wouldn't have been able to find it so quickly. This place is so huge. Most people want to complete the entire Jinling Divine Rune Academy. It will take at least a day. What appeared before Chen was a 9-story building. There is a huge plaque emitting brilliant colors in the main hall in front. The plaque reads 3 huge words: Mission Building. It's really magnificent, let's go in and take a look. Chen stretched out his hand and made a simple comparison. While confirming that it is here. I was also slightly shocked by the mission building in front of me. Drop. I swiped my student card at the entrance. He was able to enter the first floor lobby. Once you enter the lobby, the first thing that comes into view is. It is a huge electronic screen. Task 1, collect 10 phantom cat ears. Time, 3 days. Award, 10 credits. Danger level, low. Recommended level, 4-star God Realm. Mission 2, go to Area A and assist in capturing the wanted criminal of divine mark. Time, 15 days. Reward, 20 credits. Danger level, medium. Recommended level, 6-star God Realm. Task 3, collect 30 Lingzhu woods. Time, 10 days. Award, 15 credits. Danger level, low. Recommended level, 3-star God Realm. On the huge electronic screen, the tasks are displayed one by one on it. At a glance, there are at least thousands of tasks. These tasks' credit rewards vary in level. The strength requirements are also high and low. Even. He also saw a task that required the Divine Master level. He wasn't surprised, though. Some people have entered the 9-star God Realm in their sophomore year. In higher grades, there will definitely be no shortage of students at the Divine Master level. After all, this is Jinling Divine Rune Academy. A holy place where heroes gather and geniuses emerge. Incredible things happening outside. It is a very common thing here. In the lobby of the mission building, there are many students like him. But the strange thing is, few of these people looked up at the screen above. Instead, he walked in hurriedly. Some were in battle attire. Students carrying backpacks. He asked as he walked towards the elevator with a tired look on his face. Is this just for viewing quests, not accepting them? Chen looked confused. It was his first time coming to this unfamiliar environment, and he couldn't understand why. When I was doubting. A young man's voice with a smile sounded behind him. Are you here to submit a mission? After that. Without waiting for Chen's response. Then he continued. I see you're a newcomer, so it's normal that you don't know. Each floor here represents and handles different tasks. The tasks handed over on the first floor are low-risk tasks. The mission handed over on the second floor is of medium risk. The mission handed over on the third floor is a high-risk one. The mission handed over on the fourth floor is an extremely dangerous one. Chen turned his head and took a look. The young man who appeared beside him. About his age. But it can be seen that the other party is a veteran. At least that's how it seemed to him. The young man has a handsome appearance. Slightly longer hair. With a smile on his face. Different from the simple and honest smile of Senior Wang Sheng before. The young man laughed a little ostentatiously. A little cynical. What caught Gu Chen's attention was not his appearance. Not a smile. But it was a black backpack on the young man's back. This backpack. Huge. He was more than half a meter taller than the young man. In the hall. Like this young man. Wearing battle clothes. There are people carrying backpacks. But no one has a backpack. Expanded to such an extent. The fabric on the surface seemed to be about to tear apart. Seeing Gu Chen looking at the backpack behind him. The young man laughed and said. This is what I gained in the wilderness area in a month. Newbie, let me, the veteran, guide you. Just follow me. The missions I take range from low to high, regardless of the degree of danger. I just need to walk from the first floor to the third floor. Those who can enter the mission building. They are all students of Jinling Divine Rune Academy. The person who appeared before me looked very enthusiastic. It can just answer his doubts. So he stopped hesitating and said. I'm not here to hand in a mission, I'm here to receive one. He was planning to go to the wilderness area. If I could take on a few school tasks before entering. You can also get more benefits. Come here to take the mission. The young man was slightly stunned. To accept the mission, just accept it directly on the student system. Why come here? This is where you submit your mission materials and verify whether you have completed the mission. Student system? What is that? Gu Chen asked doubtfully. The student system doesn't even know. The young man was a little surprised. After looking Gu Chen up and down. Then he smiled and said, are you this year's special recruit? Because this is the only explanation. And the person who can appear in Jinling Divine Rune Academy at this time. There is no one else except the special recruits. Gu Chen nodded, yes. I guess that's it. How could an old student not know about the student system? The young man laughed, seeming very satisfied with his reasoning. We at Jinling Divine Rune Academy have a dedicated student system. Whether it's purchasing equipment, secret manuals, accepting quests, or forming a team to enter the wilderness area, everything can be done on it. You've just started school. After a while, there will be a dedicated tutor to explain it to you. You don't need to worry about this. Excuse me, senior. I wonder who you are. Gu Chen saw that although his tone was arrogant, but still very enthusiastic. Plus, I know nothing about Jinling Divine Rune Academy. This is when the conversation started. Weapons Department, Senior Student Qin Ming. The young man introduced himself and asked, what about you? Gu Chen, freshman. Hearing this, the young man, who had expected this, was not too surprised. He must be a special recruit, right? Gu Chen nodded, yes. You've just enrolled as a special student. Why are you here if you're not practicing divine power guidance to improve your cultivation? And even if you're a special recruit, your strength is at most a one-star god, so it's quite dangerous to go out on a mission. Hearing this, Gu Chen said calmly, learn about it in advance and prepare for the future. That's true, but it's rare for someone like you to come to the mission building right after school. At this point, you haven't even laid a solid foundation yet. It's very dangerous to rashly accept a mission. Qin Ming said this casually, and then returned to the topic. Although you can accept missions in the mission building, most people still accept them directly on the student system. People will come to the mission building after they have collected the mission materials. Gu Chen nodded slightly, I understand. In this case, then he won't be in a hurry to take the task. Anyway, as long as you log into the student system, you can accept tasks at any time. You don't have to run back and forth, which saves a lot of time. Gu Chen suddenly asked this question, by the way, senior, is there a limit to the missions I can accept at school? According to Qin Ming's words just now, you can definitely take on multiple school tasks. But there is a limit on how many tasks you can accept at the same time. We still need to get to know each other better. Perhaps there might be some kind of numerical restriction on freshmen like him. It's all uncertain. So ask proactively in advance. Chapter 38. Qin Ming smiled and stretched out 5 fingers, saying, each person can accept up to 5 tasks at a time. And if these 5 tasks cannot be completed within the specified time, the number of tasks you can accept at the same time will be reduced. This will continue until the number is reduced to the lowest, allowing you to only accept 1 task at a time. Of course, if you can complete 5 tasks on time several times in a row, the number of tasks you can accept at the same time will increase. For example, I can currently accept up to 6 tasks at a time. I can hear it. Qin Ming was very happy that he had the privilege to accept 6 tasks at the same time. Very proud. Wow, you're amazing, senior. Gu Chen also followed suit and deliberately praised him. It's okay. It's nothing. There are many people in our academy who are more powerful than me. Compared to them, I am just an ordinary person. Those awesome people can take on 10 or even 20 missions at once. My 6 are just that in the eyes of these people. This made the other party even more proud and arrogant, but he still spoke with a smile. Although Qin Ming did not release his aura, but he could still feel it. The opponent's pressure. In Gu Chen's view, he is more powerful than the Suzaku team captain Yao Ye we met before. Even if it is not the realm of Divine Master. That is also a 9-star peak god level existence. In previous years, most of the freshmen were young and inexperienced. I thought I was a special recruit. 1 in a million. How amazing it is. After entering Jinling Divine Rune Academy, they will understand. Seniors are to be respected. Senior girls are not meant to be flirted with. Even so, you are still a very impressive senior in my heart. Gu Chen coughed dryly, then smiled and praised. Haha, you're a good guy, I like it, it suits my taste. Qin Ming smiled, reached out and patted Gu Chen's shoulder gently. I was immediately shocked by the other party's hardness. As expected of a special admissions student. This physique is really awesome. It's really hard to tell this way. Although he was surprised, he didn't say much. Instead, he took out his phone, checked the time, and said, according to normal procedures, as a senior, I should naturally take good care of you freshmen, but now my mission is almost due, so I can't accompany you. You will have a special admissions meeting. This is inevitable. At that time, you can ask all the questions you don't understand, and professionals will answer them for you. Okay, I'm leaving now. We'll talk again when we have a chance. Qin Ming patted Gu Chen's shoulder. Then he walked deeper into the hall on the first floor. Although Gu Chen still has many questions to ask. But others have their own things to do. He couldn't stop it either. And he wasn't really that familiar with him. No matter what. Gu Chen could see that. Although Qin Ming's tone was arrogant, but still a warm-hearted person. On the other side, Qin Ming touched his chin as he walked into the task handover room on the first floor. Murmured. The divine power in that guy just now seemed quite strong, as if it had reached the level of a 3-star god. Tisk tisk, this is incredible. He's only just started school, and this guy has already become a 3-star god? These specially recruited students are getting more terrifying every year. Qin Ming exclaimed. Jinling Divine Rune Academy has no shortage of geniuses. But the total amount of school resources is limited. To get more resources, it must be stronger. This has led to more and more internal conflicts among Jinling Shinwen University students. The competition is becoming increasingly fierce. For example, himself can stay in the wilderness for a month. Complete 6 tasks in a row. It's pretty good. But there are those who are even more perverted than him. Stay in the wilderness area for more than 3 months, or even half a year. Complete 10 to 20 tasks in one go. Qin Ming rubbed his temples with a headache, looking distressed. Besides, that genius girl from the Zhu family was also specially recruited into our academy. People like her cultivate very fast. Will we old students have any chance of survival by then? But it's not so bad. The students in her class are even worse off. I'm afraid they will forever feel the terror of being dominated by a top martial god. Qin Ming has a good attitude. 3 years later, he graduated. By then, no matter what genius you are, none of it has anything to do with him. He just needs to reach his goal before graduation. After Qin Ming left, Gu Chen didn't stay in the mission building for long. Quickly returned to the bedroom on the second floor of the villa. Sit at the computer desk. Turn on your computer. Buzz. With a slight sound, the computer started up. This computer. It was equipped by Jinling Divine Rune Academy. It has a full sense of technology and the configuration is top-notch. The keyboard is a virtual keyboard. Even the screen is made of special materials. It can be enlarged to a maximum height of more than 2 meters. Almost like a projector. Da-da-da. Gu Chen tapped the keyboard skillfully. Soon I entered the school's official website. Download the student system. This is a software that uses the emblem of Jinling Shenwen Academy as its icon. Double-click to open. Gu Chen found that he needed to use his student ID to verify his identity. Where do I verify my identity? Gu Chen fumbled for a while. Only then did I discover a rectangular depression next to the black computer host. Put your student ID card on it. It fits perfectly. Student ID holder detected, Gu Chen. Codename, 00. Permissions obtained successfully, login allowed. Along with the crisp prompt sound from the speaker next to it, a gorgeous software interface appeared on the computer screen. Announcements, forums, tasks, and shopping malls. Software interface. It is divided into 4 sections. In addition to these 4 sections, the upper right corner of the interface. Here is Gu Chen's relevant information. Name, specially recruited freshman Gu Chen. Class, Celestial Beast Department, Special Class. Credits, 20. Number of tasks completed, 0. Number of tasks in progress, 0. The number of tasks that can be accepted at the same time is. Is this the 20 basic credits that Senior Wang Sheng said all new students will receive? I'm a god-level awakener after all, so why not give me more? Gu Chen muttered. Then click on the task panel. The same as what you see on the giant screen in the mission building. There are also many tasks on this. Moreover, there is an additional accept button. It seems like there are more missions here than what we saw in the mission building just now. It seems that what was shown in the mission building was only a small part of it. But it's at least 50%. There are so many tasks, I don't know which one to take. Let's see first. Gu Chen stretched out his hand and rubbed his chin. Then click the mouse to open the mall section. Products with pictures and prices are neatly arranged on the screen. His eyes swept over these tasks. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and enthusiasm for these tasks. The more I watch it, the more I love it. Chapter 39. Pills. Qingfeng Pill, First Grade, 10 credits per pill. Explosive Damage Pill, Second Grade, 10 credits per pill. Exercises. Water Divine Power Guidance Method, Elementary, 200 credits. The Method of Guiding the Power of Fire, Elementary Level, 200 credits. The Method of Guiding the Power of Wood, Elementary Level, 200 credits. The Method of Guiding the Power of Earth, Elementary Level, 200 credits. The Method of Guiding the Power of Gold, Elementary Level, 200 credits. Equipment. Divine Fire Series, Primary Alloy Blade. Berserker Series, Primary Alloy Sword. Genesis Series, Primary Battle Suit. Thunder Series, Primary Suit. Miscellaneous. The above products. Just a few of the ones listed on the homepage. Arranged very neatly. It includes 4 major categories: equipment, skills, pills, and miscellaneous items. There are many rare categories under each major category. Tisk tisk, it's really expensive. If you buy it with Central Plains currency, it will cost millions or even tens of millions. But here, you can buy it with credits. No wonder so many people are rushing to earn credits. It turns out these equipment are so expensive. Chen rubbed his chin and muttered. The Divine Rune Man ventures into the wilderness area. The equipment required is divided into 2 categories, weapons and combat uniforms. These 2 categories. They are all sorted according to the levels of beginner, low, intermediate, advanced, top and super top. The higher the level, the sharper the weapon, the higher the armor's defense. But even the lowest primary battle suit, the price is also very high. As expected of Jinling Divine Rune Academy, their actions are so generous. I was given 20 credits all at once. If you convert it that way, there's not a whole lot you can buy. Chen was amazed. Jinling Divine Rune Academy enrolls thousands of students every year. That is to say, the annual subsidy for students is as high as 100 million. He is really rich. My 20 credits are only enough to buy a basic set of combat gear. If I'm going into the wilderness, I'd better buy a better set of equipment. 7 days ago. Not long after signing the enrollment contract with Yuan, the 2 million yuan tuition fee has already been transferred to his card. Now, he also has some assets. In this case, of course, you have to buy better equipment. If I don't have enough credits, can I use Central Plains currency to make up for the shortfall? Otherwise, this will make many freshmen despair, right? Because there are more than just them. Chen tried to find a window to exchange credits with Zhongyuan currency. However, it was not found. No way, there really isn't one. Why wouldn't it be there? It shouldn't be there. This is Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Oh my god, what's going on? Can it be there? Chen frowned. Suddenly I saw in the lower left corner of the mall. There is an option to switch payment methods. Click this option with your mouse. After the software is refreshed. At this time, the situation changed. The payment method for most goods has been changed to Zhongyuan currency. Only a few products still use credits as the checkout unit. Chen pondered. Divine power guidance methods, divine skills, and some rare potions and sundries, can only be purchased with credits. According to this situation, this credit may have uses that you are not aware of. There are many products in the mall. A dazzling array of. If you have read all of them, it will probably take several hours. So, after understanding the settlement method of the goods, he closed the mall section. Open the forum. A 20 credit wilderness mission. Any team members? Requirements: 4-star Divine Master or above. Upon completion of the mission, the rewards will be split equally. Private transaction skills: please contact me if you need them. Big news! The Zhu family's talented girl is suspected to be enrolled today. Forum. It is a section used by all students in the school to exchange information. The information is complex. These include posts about forming a team to complete academy tasks, gossip, and discussions about which teacher is the strongest. Even Chen also saw a blind date channel. The number of replies to this post has reached tens of thousands. It seems that no matter which university you are in, it is human nature to pursue the opposite s*x. During the 6 years of college, the oldest student was only 24 years old. It is the time of youthful restlessness. Moreover, the chi and blood of the divine pattern users are stronger than those of ordinary people. It's not surprising that posts like this appear. Seeing this, Gu Chen smiled slightly. This is also a very normal situation. Everyone likes the opposite S**x. However, in my opinion, one should still prioritize their own strength. In this world, without strength, nothing can be achieved. Suddenly, he saw a high-quality post titled "A Must-Read for Freshmen." Maybe it's because new students are about to enter school. This post is pinned to the top. It's easy to be seen. This is truly timely. I know very little about Jinling Divine Rune Academy right now. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. I quickly clicked in. More than half an hour later. After reading the entire post, Gu Chen leaned back in his chair. While relaxing yourself. Also fell into deep thought. Through this post, many of his doubts were answered. For example, the Divine Power Tower mentioned by Yuluan before. This tower is used to speed up students' practice. When practicing inside, the efficiency of absorbing divine energy is much faster than usual. The higher the floor, the better the amplification effect. Besides, Jinling Divine Rune Academy also has places for training such as gravity rooms and body-quenching pools. However, these places of practice, there are usage restrictions. For an average student, 1 month. Only a few hours of use. Special admissions. It's only 1 or 2 hours more than ordinary students. Certainly. He, a special recruit in the 00th sequence, was treated better. That's a full 10 hours of usage per month. But more than 10 hours. If it is extended further, he also needs to use credits to make purchases. Gu Chen took a deep breath and said, "Credits, credits, and credits." In Jinling Divine Rune Academy, credits are very important. In the previous post, he has learned that whether it is high-end God, can guide the law, advanced skills, or other cultivation resources, all can only be purchased with credits. The Zhongyuan coin has arrived here. In addition to purchasing some commonly used equipment and pills, it has basically no other use. And the end of this post also said 20 credits for a freshman. Incomparably precious. It is far beyond what can be summarized by 200,000 Central Plains coins. 2. The new students are not strong enough. Not for 1 or 2 semesters. Can't accept the mission at all. There is no source of credits. How to make good use of these 20 credits? It is also the key to whether many freshmen can stand out. This information is very useful to Gu Chen. Now, just now, he wanted to use these 20 credits to buy a set of combat uniforms. Once purchased, there was no turning back for him. Unless there is a quality issue. Otherwise, returns will not be supported at all. And the things that can be officially sold by Jinling Divine Rune Academy, it has naturally undergone very rigorous testing. To find flaws, it's just a dream. Chapter 40. Gu Chen really couldn't think of what to buy with the 20 credits. The previous idea of buying a battle suit was also dispelled by the reality. There's no way, credits are really too important. What's more, the current 20 credits must be spent on sharp swords. Gu Chen slid the mouse downwards while muttering, "How about this, I'll use Zhongyuan coins to pay for equipment instead of credits." To be honest, he himself was a little heartbroken. Prepare to find a time. Ask teacher Yuluan. Let's talk about how to use these credits to achieve the greatest effect first. In the forum. In addition to the must-see for freshmen, there are also some other wilderness survival posts. For example, how to survive in the wilderness. What preparations should be made before entering a wilderness area. Such excellent summary guides. These contents, he won't let go. You have to take it all in and let it sink into your brain. After all, this has been going on for decades. The essence summarized by many students of Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Summarizing these contents. Put it outside. I'm afraid it can be sold for hundreds of thousands. Well, let's start watching now. Chen, who couldn't wait any longer, moved the screen to a viewing angle and size that was most suitable and comfortable for his eyes. Then I clicked on the posts one by one. Start viewing. The content of the boutique channel is very rich. No nonsense. Full of thousands of goods. But even so, Chen also spent almost 4 hours. Just finished watching it all. Pick up your phone. I looked at the time. It's already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. This is the first time I've been so engrossed in reading a book. 4 hours have already passed. Time flies. But I have to say, there are really a lot of good things on this forum. After watching it this time, I really benefited a lot. Jinling Divine Rune Academy, I came to the right place. Everyone here is talented, speaks well, and makes great guides. Put down your phone. Chen stretched comfortably. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyebrows with hidden force. After just learning his preparations before entering the wilderness area. How to maximize your survival rate after entering the wilderness. Have a very detailed understanding. At this point, this is something that ordinary Divine Rune Academy cannot do. Go eat first, and then train when you come back. Chen glanced at the sky outside. Even though it was already 6 in the afternoon. But the sky is still clear. But I felt a faint sense of hunger in my stomach. It was already reminding him that he needed to replenish his energy. This also shows that being too involved will consume a lot of energy in the body. Normally I wouldn't be hungry at this time. Could it be that because I've become a 3-star god, and I have a dragon-type beast divine pattern, the energy required has increased a lot? After leaving the second floor of the villa, he walked out while thinking. After entering the realm of God, he also discovered that ordinary meat could no longer meet his daily energy needs and he would get hungry quickly. A bit like diabetes. Only monster meat can make him feel less hungry so quickly. Walk out of the dormitory. Compared with noon, there are more people on the dormitory roads around here. From time to time, you can see students walking on the road in groups of 3 or 4. But there aren't that many people. There were only about 7 or 8 people on the entire road. Tisk tisk, what a generous gesture. All of us students live here. It's truly worthy of being called Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Such a luxurious villa area is actually a student dormitory. It seems that only top-tier colleges like Jinling Divine Rune College can afford such treatment. Jinling Divine Rune Academy is a top university, so its supporting facilities are naturally top-notch as well. These new students, while looking around curiously, while talking excitedly, it seems everyone's reaction is the same. These people are obviously special recruits like us. There are only a few of them now, but when the other ordinary students come in, there will be more people here. Looking at this scene in front of him, Chen couldn't help but sigh. Then he walked quickly towards the cafeteria. Compared with the outside, the monster meat dishes in the cafeteria are much cheaper. But a dish made from monster meat, the price is nearly 700 or 800 Central Plains coins. And his appetite is much bigger than that of ordinary Divine Rune users. It's basically impossible to spend at least 2,000 or 3,000 yuan on a meal. No, I can't. At this rate, even if I have 2 million intuition, I won't be able to afford food for too long, not to mention buying equipment. I have to take on missions and make money quickly. After eating and drinking, Chen stood up and left the cafeteria and sighed. Most freshmen finish their dinner. They'll go around the school. Get familiar with the school while digesting your food. But he didn't have such thoughts. What's interesting to see in school? Isn't there a map on the school's official website? Use this time for spiritual practice. Isn't it fragrant? Adhering to this concept, Gu Chen quickly returned to the dormitory. Just entered the living room on the first floor. I saw Zhang Kailing slumped on the sofa. I switched channels out of boredom. Hey, you're back? Didn't you play with them for a while longer? Gu Chen said in a teasing tone. With the two beauties Lang Yuzhu and Xiao Mei here. With Zhang Kailing's character, he shouldn't be back so early. Play until 8 or 9 in the evening. It suits his character. What are you playing? It's not interesting at all. Zhang Kailing sat on the sofa, feeling hopeless. This afternoon, he has been accompanying two girls shopping. The most asked question. But it's all about Gu Chen. What does Gu Chen like? Which school did Gu Chen attend high school? And so on and so forth. Most of the questions were asked by Xiao Mei. Although Lang Yuzhi didn't ask much. But every time he answered a question, they will also show an interested look. How could he not understand that the two women already had someone in their hearts? So he suddenly felt bored. Came back early. Thinking of this, he still felt a little sad inside. I am so envious. He's obviously quite handsome. Although it is a little worse than Gu Chen. But it's not so bad that I can't attract even one girl. Zhang Kailing glanced at Gu Chen again. Okay, that's a bit off. Could it be related to the other party's divine pattern? That's right, after all, that's a 1 in a million divine pattern. I'm so envious. What? Not having fun? Going shopping with two beautiful girls is what many boys dream of. Gu Chen sat on the sofa. Open a bag of potato chips. Start eating. The cafeteria is too expensive. He only ate until he was 70% full. It's just right to have some snacks to replenish your energy. Hee. Seeing Gu Chen's clueless look, Zhang Kailing's heart suddenly became more bitter. The ups and downs in his heart. Gu Chen, a person who left long ago. I have no idea at all. Go shopping with two girls. He was really embarrassed to death. It's like a light bulb. If this continues, he is likely to have inner demons of his own. Chapter 41. What's wrong with you? If you have to fart, do it now. Gu Chen glanced at him. Wondering what happened to this guy? Why does it feel like seeing an enemy when I come back? It was fine before? So he wondered where he had offended the other party before? But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't come up with anything. Although I have only known Zhang Kailing for half a day. But he has already deeply realized Zhang Kailing's funny nature. From time to time, some inexplicable words pop up. He is no longer surprised. Really? Zhang Kailing just smiled. The resentment on his face disappeared instantly. It's okay, it's okay. After that, he leaned over again with a mysterious look on his face and whispered, Brother Chen, do you know who lives across from our dormitory? As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed to the villa opposite the window. The mystery in his eyes became more and more intense. There is even more of a frenzy. Have no idea. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. I looked at the villa in the past. Suddenly, memories of the day surfaced. The scene came to noon. Zhang Kailing suddenly said what a beautiful woman she was, and he looked over too. That beautiful lady. It was standing in front of the dormitory next door. This person can feel it. A powerful aura fluctuation emanated from the other party's body. But compared to him, it's no match. When I went out just now, I heard the news from those people outside. This is extremely explosive news. Zhang Kailing chuckled and continued, her name is Zhu Zuqing. Like us, she is also a special admissions student. There's nothing exciting about this, said Gu Chen. But he knew it wasn't over yet. As expected, Zhang Kailing smiled mysteriously and said, this isn't exactly groundbreaking news, but I heard from those people, she has a very powerful background. And she's also a low-grade king-level divine rune awakener. A low-grade king-level divine rune awakener? This is indeed quite exciting. I wonder if the explosion of me, a god-level divine rune awakener, would be even more powerful than hers. Gu Chen's eyes flashed with a look of as expected, but his face was surprisingly calm. It seemed to him that he had guessed it a long time ago. Although the lower-grade king-level divine runes are not as powerful as the god-level divine runes. But even in the entire central plains. Yes. It's just that the time is longer. Of course, if the two are to be compared. The number of king-level creatures is naturally greater than that of god-level creatures. What's more, his dark dragon god is not a god-level divine pattern, but a super god-level one. He is the only one who knows this news at the moment. And no one else will know about it for a long time in the future. That will definitely be very exciting. But even though you have a god-level divine pattern, you don't have any background. Brother Chen, aren't you worried? Seeing Gu Chen's indifferent reaction, Zhang Kailing leaned over and asked. The lower-grade king-level divine runes are only one level lower than the god level, and they also have terrifying family resources behind them. It is very likely that your dominance in Jinling Divine Rune Academy will be shaken in the future. I never said I wanted to dominate Jinling Divine Rune Academy, did I? And I'm not interested. Hearing this, Gu Chen looked at Zhang Kailing in disbelief and said in surprise. Brother Chen, don't you really have any ideas? You are the only god-level divine rune user in the Central Plains in the past 100 years. Zhang Kailing's eyes widened. It was as if he had heard some earth-shattering news. Gu Chen was a little amused when he heard this. At this moment, he really admires Zhang Kailing's imagination ability. Forget it, think whatever you want, I'm going up first. He was too lazy to care about what Zhang Kailing was thinking. Throw the bag of potato chips and snacks into the trash can. Go upstairs. Although I experienced a real fight with monsters in the wilderness area this morning. But this does not mean that he can skip daily training. It's 7 o'clock in the evening. It is 11 o'clock from the time when my biological clock goes to bed. 4 more hours. During these 4 hours, he needs to practice the Dark Divine Power Guidance method. And conduct basic training. Practice magical skills. Time is very tight. What a shame. As the only god-level person, how could he not have the idea of becoming the master? Zhang Kailing, a middle school boy sitting on the sofa on the first floor, sighed. Ding dong. At this time, the doorbell of the villa rang. Who is it? Zhang Kailing stood up from the sofa in confusion. Open the door. I saw 2 girls standing at the door. The girl on the left. Slim figure. Pretty face. Upper body clothing. A short-sleeved shirt. She was wearing a pair of hot shorts. A pair of beautiful legs. Long and straight. What is more eye-catching is her hair. It is a rare white color. This white. It's not the white color of leukemia. But like the finest silk. Warm and beautiful. The girl on the right. Willow eyebrows and cherry lips. Pretty appearance. She is even more beautiful than the girl on the left. Different from the casual outfit of the girl on the left. She was wearing a black tight suit. Her proud breasts and long, full legs. It was perfectly outlined. Just standing there. The alluring aura it exudes. It was actually even stronger than the white-haired girl in hot pants next to her. And Zhang Kailing also recognized it. This person was actually the Zhu Zuking he was talking about just now. Who are you looking for? Zhang Kailing's face suddenly turned red and he couldn't speak clearly. This is tense. Partly because Zhu Zuking came to visit suddenly. He was caught off guard. More. Or was it because he was amazed by the 2 women's looks and figures? Let's look for Gu Chen. The white-haired girl at the front smiled. Looking for him? Zhang Kailing felt inexplicably relieved, yet also a little disappointed. Then he turned around and shouted upstairs. Brother Chen, someone is looking for you. Brother Chen just went up for training, you guys wait a moment. Zhang Kailing also calmed down at this time and no longer stuttered when speaking. The white-haired girl smiled slightly and said, practice? That's really positive. It seems we came at the wrong time. How about we leave? Zhang Kailing became anxious upon hearing this and quickly said, no, he just went up there. It's impossible for him to enter the cultivation state so quickly. It's a rare opportunity for two beauties to come over, and he hasn't seen enough. Although it wasn't for him. He also knew that the other party was not looking for him. He is a diamond-level divine rune awakener. He hasn't even entered the realm of God. Why are you looking for him? Hee. Do you mind if we go in and sit down? The white-haired girl smiled teasingly, blinked her big eyes, and asked. Of course I don't mind. Please come in, please come in. Zhang Kailing's face, which had finally returned to normal, turned red again. He quickly invited the two women outside the door in. After a while, a young man in casual clothes came down from upstairs. This young man is about 1.8 meters tall. Strong body. Symmetrical and powerful. His face is resolute and handsome. Deep in the dark eyes, a faint black light is flowing. It also adds a touch of luxury to him. Who's looking for me? Gu Chen was a little unhappy at this time. He was about to change into his training clothes. Start training. But I didn't expect to be disturbed at this time. Hello. At this time, Zhu Zuqing, who had been silent all this time, stood up from the sofa. The proud part swayed slightly. I'm Zhu Zuqing from dormitory number 8 across the street. I heard that the only person to awaken a divine rune in the past 100 years lives here, so I wanted to learn about the special features of the divine rune. She stared at Gu Chen. The heat in her beautiful eyes was not concealed at all. She could feel it. Gu Chen possesses super huge energy. The vigorous breath of life and dignity was much stronger than when he saw it from afar at noon. It seems that this trip was not a mistake. She stuck out her pink tongue and licked her sexy red lips. She was a little excited. The man in front of her attracted her attention. It aroused the desire in her heart. I want to learn more about the power of the God-level divine patterns. She can't wait. Chapter 42. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became quiet. Gu Chen heard what the girl in front of him said. And the way he spoke. Licking lips. For a moment, he felt that this guy was not a good woman. After looking at him, he said hesitantly, You want to know something from me? The girl has curved eyebrows. The eyes under the black-framed glasses are big and bright. The nose is small and delicate. The red lips are as delicate and crisp as rose petals. It is indeed very beautiful. Compared to observing from a distance at noon. At this moment, the girl's charming and delicate face can be seen even more clearly. Continue reading below. She was wearing a set of silver-white combat uniform from the God of War series, which was very gorgeous. This series of combat uniforms. The material is light, thin, and tough. It does not bring any hindrance to physical activities. It can also provide a good level of defense. And this set was better than what he saw on the website. You can tell it's a high-end product at first glance. It's definitely not something a poor guy like him can afford. And since this series of combat uniforms fits closely to the skin, it has the effect of highlighting the body shape. It will magnify the advantages of women's body shape. This combat uniform is very useful for Zhu Zuqing. Under the tight wrapping of the God of War battlesuit, her breasts stood tall and straight. The legs are outlined to be round and slender. She exudes amazing temptation from head to toe. Ordinary people. Suddenly facing such a stunning woman. I was probably so nervous that I couldn't even speak. Regardless of gender. Certainly. Gu Chen is not an ordinary person. He just shook his head slightly and refused, "Sorry, I'm not interested." After saying that, he turned and went upstairs. Time waits for no one. Delayed for a moment. He lost another part. Time spent on training. He is not a rich man. Time is precious now. He must strive for every minute and every second to improve as quickly as possible. When you become strong in the future, naturally, there will be no shortage of levels like the one in front of you. Even beauties beyond this level are courting him. Zhang Kailing, who was still looking at Zhu Zuqing and the other girl, heard that the other party wanted to get to know them in depth. Of course I am happy to do so. Although the object is not him. But he could watch from the sidelines. But unexpectedly, his elder brother directly and ruthlessly rejected him. "Brother Chen, are you just going to refuse like that?" As expected of my brother Chen, he has amazing concentration. If it were him, at the request of this delicate beauty, I'm sure he would have agreed to it a long time ago. He really can't stand this temptation. The white-haired girl next to Zhang Kailing was also a little dazed at this time. As a best friend, he was very aware of Zhu Zuqing's terrifying charm. It was a silent one. Regardless of gender, the temptation charm can make others subconsciously help you do things. For boys of the same age, the effect is excellent. Unexpectedly, this kind of charm has no effect on the man in front of me. This guy is really a unique and strange creature. He truly is worthy of being a god-level divine rune awakener. It's really powerful. For a moment, even she had some thoughts. After hearing this, Zhu Zuqing, slightly stunned. There was doubt in his clear eyes. Just a discussion. With her charm. Such a small request. No boy should be able to refuse. I didn't expect Gu Chen to do this. And without even considering it. Quite interesting. She said to Gu Chen. I am becoming more and more interested. I won't waste your time in vain. I'm willing to pay you 10 credits. Her melodious voice sounded again. Gu Chen, who had already walked up the stairs, paused. He looked back at her and said calmly, 20. Can. Zhu Zuqing narrowed her eyes. There was a smile on her pretty face. Before coming, she had already investigated. Gu Chen doesn't have any big background. Even if there is an admission fee. In this Jinling Divine Rune Academy where money is spent like water. Not good enough either. So she tried to tempt him with credits. Now it seems that, as expected, I got caught. Come with me. Gu Chen didn't waste any words and continued walking towards the training room on the second floor. Tisk tisk, there's something interesting to watch. We can see Brother Chen show off his skills again. Zhang Kailing seized the opportunity to cheer, very happy and excited. After closing the door, he took the two women upstairs. Entering the practice room, Gu Chen skillfully changed into combat training clothes. Opposite him, the slender Zhu Zuqing stood there. His whole body exuded a fanatical fighting spirit. The white-haired girl named Ayun and Zhang Kailing were watching the battle at the edge of the training room. Glancing at the girl in front of him, Gu Chen took the initiative to make a request. Let's set the rules first. Regardless of whether I win or lose, these 20 credits will belong to me. His daily food expenses are now around 4,000 to 5,000. In the absence of a source of income, naturally, he had to get these 20 credits first. Don't waste the credits that are given to you for free. Okay. 4 credits. Zhu Zuqing didn't seem to care much. Because her family is really rich. And if she wants, there are many ways to get a lot of credits at any time. As the daughter of a superpower, naturally, there is no shortage of cultivation methods and magical skills. Even equipping those is the same. Things that can be bought with money outside. For her, it will be. So she doesn't care about credits at all. That's why he agreed to Gu Chen's request for 20 credits in one go. If it were someone else, I will definitely refuse. Zhu Zuqing pursed her lips and smiled, if you can beat me, I will give you 20 more credits. Hearing this, Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. She is indeed a rich woman with plenty of money. As a freshman, the other party has more than 20 credits. This is definitely related to the other party's superpower. And next, he will go all out. Then, let's get started. Gu Chen's eyes fixed. All the power in the body was mobilized crazily. The dark dragon god pattern, which exuded an aura of absolute dominance, quickly condensed. A shrunken but also huge shadow appeared behind him, terrifying and powerful. Without waiting, he took the lead in attacking. With a bang. Like a cheetah. He jumped out more than 10 meters. Good job. Zhu Zuqing's eyes lit up and she also mobilized her divine power. The next second, a long sword emitting an ancient green color appeared in her hand. The moment this long sword came out, her divine pattern is a sword? It made Gu Chen feel an ancient sense of sharpness. Very strong. It is worthy of being a lower grade king level divine pattern. But it's not enough. And observe carefully. You can see that its blade is extremely sharp. There are mysterious runes flashing in the middle of the sword. Gu Chen was shocked. God level dark element affinity talent activated. Dark jade sword. Boom. The dark power rushed into Gu Chen's right palm crazily. Under Gu Chen's call, it quickly condensed into a long sword about 1 meter long, black, and shining like star jade. Although his dragon body has a strengthening effect on the body, but it is not terrifying enough to withstand the strength of weapons with the body. Not to mention, that was still a low-grade king-level sword divine pattern. If the distinction between grades is excluded, this is the king level, only 1 level lower than the god level and 2 levels lower than the super god level. What's more, he hasn't really grown up yet. This sword is sharper than ordinary alloy weapons. Of course, he couldn't fight naked. The dark jade sword slashed towards Zhu Zuqing in front of him with terrifying power. His single arm strength has now reached a terrifying 1,500 kilograms. Plus the amplification brought by the dark dragon god and the weakening and devouring effects of the dark power. Everything around at this moment was flashing with black light and lost its color. This blow. He has the confidence to defeat even a 6-star divine mark user. It's really powerful, worthy of being a god-level divine pattern. The dark jade sword continued to grow larger in Zhu Zuqing's pupils. Her eyes became even more fiery, and there was no trace of panic. Instead, her excitement was evident in her expression. A green divine power rose from her body. Then, the right hand holding the sword swung out gently. She is confident that she can block it. Chapter 43. Bang! The two swords collided, making a sharp sound. The sparks that would have been emitted, directly swallowed by the power of darkness. Her slender arms held the ancient long sword. He actually blocked the attack. Feeling the recoil from the dark jade sword, Gu Chen was a little surprised. You know, the dark jade sword formed by the power of dark elements has the effect of weakening and devouring attacks. Although this power is much weaker than hers. But it was unexpected enough. It's incredible. He did not fight, but drew his sword and retreated quickly. After standing at a distance, only then did he look at the green soul power lingering around Zhu Zuqing with some fear. According to the quality of this divine power, Zhu Zuqing had surprisingly entered the 3-star divine realm. And it is under the blessing of a higher level divine power. She can block his attack. You are actually at the 3-star god level. When Gu Chen was surprised, Zhu Zuqing on the opposite side was even more surprised than him. Because she was able to acquire this level of cultivation so quickly. It was completely built up by my family with crazy massive resources from childhood to adulthood. These resources also consumed a lot of wealth. This is why the divine power remaining in her body is so huge. It is precisely because of this that only then can you awaken the divine pattern. After practicing the divine power guidance method, in just a short period of time, his cultivation level soared to the 3-star divine realm. This would not have been possible if one resource had not been baptized over the years. You have to know that the man in front of you has no background at all. It was possible to awaken the divine pattern within 7 days. Raise your level to the same 3-star God realm as yourself. This is really subverting my worldview. Hey, is this the God level divine pattern awakener? Sure enough, a genius. Her full bosom rose and fell. I feel extremely uneasy. The gap between the king level and the god level is really too big. However, she is not a vegetarian. Let me see how strong you are. Zhu Zuqing shouted softly. Holding the king hen sword. Walking with long legs. Rushed towards Gu Chen quickly. Dark eyes under black framed glasses. Exuding a fanatical fighting spirit. I was just careless just now. No one in the same level can match me. Gu Chen licked his lips and also felt a strong desire to fight. Holding the dark jade sword. He also rushed forward without hesitation. Fighting monsters. After all, it's different from fighting with people. This. Or after he awakened the divine pattern. The first time fighting with a divine rune user of the same age. He is also very much looking forward to it. Block. 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 In the practice room. One black and one blue. The two figures collided fiercely. The collision of the dark jade sword and the ancient green long sword. There were constant loud noises. The two of them used their full strength to exert their divine power. It also makes this training room of more than 100 square meters. It's filled with a depressing atmosphere. Aren't they too strong? But I don't think Brother Chen has fully utilized all his methods. Zhang Kailing took a deep breath. You know, Gu Chen has the talent of 6 accompanying divine runes. He began to doubt his life. We're all freshmen, how come you're all so strong? I didn't expect this guy's strength to have reached this level. Yun Yoxian stared at the front. Her right hand unconsciously played with her white hair. My best friend. Before the divine pattern was awakened. Possesses amazing talent. Fighting, kendo, actual combat. All aspects are top-notch. She is truly a talented and beautiful girl. After awakening the king-level divine pattern blue sky sword. It is even more powerful. Even some elders in the family. After being suppressed to the same level. Can't defeat it. It was barely a draw. As for myself, who possesses the strength of a 2-star god. In Zhu Zuqing's hands. He couldn't even make it 10 moves. We'll lose. In the blink of an eye. 10 minutes passed. Zhu Zuqing, who was in the middle of the training room, became more and more frightened as the fight went on. She could feel it. Gu Chen's strength is increasing rapidly. In fact, if Gu Chen's methods were fully unleashed on someone of the same level, she would not be able to resist at all and would be defeated instantly, but he did not do so. This is a good opportunity to train herself. Gu Chen will not kill her easily. Continuously becoming stronger in battle, what kind of divine rune talent is this? Zhu Zuqing's heart trembled. She knew the talents that some of the divine rune awakeners possessed. The more you fight, the stronger you will become. An elder in his family was like this. Once in combat, strength will increase as the battle time increases. It can increase strength by up to about 70%. Unexpectedly, Gu Chen in front of him also has this talent. And this strength increase is not low. From the beginning till now. She could feel it. Gu Chen's strength has at least doubled. And it can be seen that the opponent did not seem to have really unleashed all his strength. That power is really terrifying. Otherwise, she would be defeated quickly. How dare you be distracted while fighting me? As Gu Chen's voice sounded, the dark jade sword attacked again with a sound of breaking through the air. Interrupted Zhu Zuking's thoughts. She didn't even think about it. The Qingtian sword slashed out directly. Zhu Zuking immediately launched a resistance. Block. The two swords collided again. The recoil from the hilt of the sword made Zhu Zuking frown. Her arm felt numb. This feeling is very uncomfortable. It happens again. It happens again. A feeling of powerlessness rose within her. On tactics, her swordsmanship is much more powerful than Gu Chen's. But no matter how you do it, the opponent can block it accurately. Moreover, the recoil force generated by the collision of the two swords was too much for her to bear. The most terrifying thing is that the black sword in Gu Chen's hand seems to have the special effect of weakening and absorbing the power emitted by her Qingtian sword. She had never felt this way before, but the more she beat him, the more she realized that it was true. Is this also the wonder of the dark elemental power? In her feeling, Gu Chen at this moment, the power erupting from his body became more and more fierce. She began to feel a little breathless. This feeling of oppression is so strong. It was not right for her to hit him. It's not right not to fight. Be timid. The more Zhu Zuking thought about it, the angrier she became. I am very unwilling. She is the daughter of a genius. After another move, she stepped back suddenly. The green divine power that enveloped his body quickly dissipated. The king-level divine pattern Qingtian sword, which was between reality and illusion, also dissipated. I won't fight anymore, you win. Zhu Zuking pouted and said angrily. Back and forth. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, she also broke out in a sweat. Under the moistening of this tiny sweat, God of War series combat suit tights. The effect is more prominent. The figure outlined is extremely hot, with a frustrated expression on his face, and the flushed color of the face. It also exudes a different kind of temptation of defeat. At this moment, Gu Chen was enjoying the rush. I don't know tiredness at all. I still want to keep fighting. Hearing what the other party said. Just give up? This made him very uncomfortable. Chapter 44. Will you not hold on a little longer? At this moment, Gu Chen felt a little restless and hot inside. No more fighting. Zhu Zuking shook her head, snorted, and was very angry. All right. Hearing the other party's decisiveness and determination, Gu Chen finally dispersed the dark jade sword and gathered all his divine power. Because they were just exchanging ideas, neither of them used any special skills. The final trump cards were not actually used. If the fight continues, Gu Chen can wear Zhu Zuking out even if he just uses attrition tactics. In fact, he really wanted to see Zhu Zuking giving her all. Because he could feel it. There is still a powerful force in her that has not yet erupted. That should be the active talent of the king-level divine pattern Qingtian sword. But he was confident that he would not be afraid even if the opponent attacked with all his strength. Because his divine pattern is a super god-level existence. But there is still a huge gap between them that cannot be crossed by gods. Certainly. This is just a discussion. There's no need to use powerful active talents. The same goes for him. You're stronger than I expected. Zhu Zuking spoke. Give me your student ID number and I'll transfer 40 credits to you. After hearing this, Gu Chen naturally did not show any pretense. This is what he deserved. In fact, from the moment Zhu Zuking said that she wanted to use her credits as a bet, there was no doubt that these credits were given to him for free. Because only he himself knows how powerful he is right now. At the same level and in the same rank, he is completely invincible. What's more, he is really short of money now. Ding dong. Gu Chen handed his student ID number to Zhu Zuqing. After getting the number, Zhu Zuqing entered it into the student system software on his mobile phone. Soon, Gu Chen received a notification on his phone that 20 credits had been credited to his account. And a friend request. The student system can be installed on both computers and mobile phones. And similar to WeChat in the previous life, the software also has a dating function. Just click agree to confirm. A friend with the nickname King Zhu appeared in his friend list. And me, classmate Gu Chen. Yun Yoxian came up with a smile on her face. He shook the phone in his hand. Actively asked to add friends. Ding dong. Another friend request appeared on Gu Chen's phone interface. Just started school. Can make more friends. Of course it's good. So. He didn't hesitate. Click accept as well. Student Gu, will be leaving first. See you tomorrow at the special admissions meeting. Zhu Zuqing also recovered from her exasperated state at this time. There was a smile on her charming face. Only. When looking at Gu Chen, there was an inexplicable light flickering in her beautiful eyes. Okay, I'll see you off. Gu Chen was naturally polite to the kind person who came to give away credits for free. He wouldn't even have time to see someone off. Send people out of the dormitory. After watching the two girls' slim figures enter the dormitory opposite, he then withdrew his gaze. Turn around and go back to the dormitory on the second floor. My swordsmanship is still too weak. I need more training. In the training room, Gu Chen frowned slightly. In the battle with Zhu Zuqing just now, he was almost beaten. If it weren't for his keen combat awareness. Strong single-arm power burst. In addition, there is a passive talent called Dragon God Fury to enhance combat effectiveness. He was defeated a long time ago. Although he is a super god level divine pattern. But after all, it's just a divine pattern. Not the dark dragon god himself. The real fighter is himself. Even if you awaken to the super god level. If you can't grow up, it's still useless. Hey, let's start with the basics. After calming down, Gu Chen took a deep breath. After condensing the dark jade sword again, he then began basic swordsmanship training. While waving, he can also continue to increase the weight of the sword appropriately. Not only can you practice swordsmanship, and you can also practice the accuracy of your control over your own divine power. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. In one of the luxurious student villas, a tall and thin white man sat in the training room with his eyes slightly closed. His breathing followed a strange rhythm. Around his body, the lingering light blue divine power. It also rises and falls with this rhythm. Crack! The door of the practice room was opened. A black man as strong as a chimpanzee walked in. Seeing the white man still practicing, he didn't bother. Standing respectfully aside, without making a sound. Even his breathing was deliberately slowed down. I don't know how long it took. The white man just finished his practice. Open your eyes. Slick. The information about the god-level divine rune awakener has been collected. The black man stepped forward immediately upon seeing this. The reporting posture was extremely respectful. The white man in front of me is named Shanta Sririka. He is a famous pure-blood genius of the Shanta family. Deeply valued by the Shanta family. He is even hailed as the direct candidate for the next head of the Shanta family. Although I am also a member of the Shanta family. According to seniority, he is Slick's cousin. But I am a branch of the family with black blood. And Slick is the pure blood master. So, even if the other party asks me to do some chores, he didn't dare to complain at all. This behavior has been going on for a long time. They have tried to gain more benefits before. But in the end it ended in failure. In the end, there was no more rebellion. Because the strength does not allow it. Yes, Bumba, you are quite fast. Go ahead, I need to know him well enough. Slick looked calmly at the man in black in front of him and spoke in a flat tone. Just finished practicing. There was still a lingering sense of oppression emanating from his divine power. Under this oppressive feeling, he looked like a sleeping monster waking up, exuding a faint smell of danger. Yes. Feeling the oppression emanating from Slick, a sense of fear arose in his heart. Instinctively, Bumba nodded and reported the information he had gathered about Gu Chen. Gu Chen, born in GD province, is the only god-level divine rune awakener in this Central Plains nation. His divine emblem is called the Dark Dragon God, and he belongs to the celestial beast family, the Megalosaurus family. I attended Tianlang No. 6 middle school and high school. During my time at school, I ranked first in both fighting and actual combat. His parents died in a monster attack, but his family has a grandfather who is a 4-star god and an uncle who is a 5-star god. Including the entire Gu family, the total is about 80,000 to 90,000 Central Plains coins. They are not from a wealthy family. They belong to an ordinary family. At this point, his voice paused. Because he has finished his report. Finish these words in Mandarin in one breath. He really felt a little uncomfortable. But when communicating in Mandarin, it's Slick's rule. He dared not disobey. In order to collect information about Gu Chen, he also spent a lot of money on his connections. After all, they are unfamiliar with this place. Chapter 45. After hearing the content of Bumba's report, Slick was a little surprised. But this surprise soon disappeared. Instead, he frowned. Just an ordinary family. Does that mean he might not even have reached the divine realm yet? Yes. Bumba nodded, and then couldn't help but say. Slick, even though he has awakened a god-level divine rune, without a large supply of resources, he won't be able to make any waves. Besides, it will take at least several months for him to enter the divine realm. By that time, the gap between you will have already become enormous. In fact, there is no need for you to pay attention to a god-level divine rune awakener from an ordinary family. Behind every high-level divine rune user, there are a lot of resources piled up. Although Gu Chen possesses the divine pattern of the god level, there is also the allocation of resources from Jinling Divine Rune Academy. But the growth rate should not be much faster. After all, Slick has the support of the entire Shanta family behind him. That's a behemoth spanning 5 countries. A god-level divine rune awakener is a rare talent even in our Eagle Island nation. Slick said in a deep voice, Jinling Divine Rune Academy only has 2 places in the secret realm. And one of them is the woman from the Zhu family. The remaining spot must be mine. No one can take it away. Tomorrow night, there will be a meeting for special admissions students. When the time comes, I need you to test his level for me. There was a cold glint in his eyes, and even a hint of murderous intent. If he could, he really wanted to kill the other person. Whether it is for Eagle Island or their family. All good things. Such a genius. Since I cannot be used by the Shanta family and cannot work for them, then you can only die. This world is so realistic. There is no genius that grows up. Then you are not a genius. Tomorrow night's test. It would be fine if Gu Chen entered the God realm. If I really haven't reached the God realm, then he will make the other party lose the motivation to become strong as much as possible. The best way to defeat a person is to defeat his heart first. Let him fear you first. Then even if you don't need to fight, can easily win. After all, the potential of a god-level divine rune awakener. Even he himself was a little scared. Clear. But I just received the latest news. Tomorrow's special recruits meeting has been changed from evening to 9 o'clock in the morning. Bumba immediately understood what Slick meant, and a cruel expression appeared on his face. There are many ways to prevent geniuses from growing. One of them is to crush his faith and make him afraid. If you beat your opponent so hard that he is afraid and terrified, and trembles uncontrollably when he sees you, then you are successful. Such people will have shadows in their hearts and will have no potential in the future. At this point, this is also true for those who have awakened God-level divine runes. The time has been changed. I see. Slick took out his cell phone and looked at the message on it. There was indeed an announcement about this. He didn't know why the college changed the time, but it had nothing to do with him. He just needs to complete his mission. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next morning. Chen got up early in the morning. After washing up, go straight to the playground. He also received the news last night. The special admissions student meeting was changed to start at 9 in the morning. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. It's still early. So he decided to go to the playground to exercise. The playground is very big, and Chen is not the only one exercising. Everyone here is very enthusiastic and works very hard. There are even more people who get up earlier than Chen. It's just getting light now. Most students are honing their skills. Only a small number of them are practicing magical skills. Yes, it's quite lively. Chen looked at all of this calmly. I didn't pay any attention to it. In this college, it is very normal to have such behavior. If he can think of exercising in the morning, others will naturally think of it too. Hey! He took a deep breath and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Although the villa's practice room is large, it's over 100 square meters. But it is a closed space after all. It's still more comfortable in this open playground. This way you can better integrate into nature and feel the embrace of nature. Moreover, the fragrance of flowers from the surrounding flower beds is even more refreshing. Let's get started. Let's run 100 laps to warm up. Chen, who was about to run after doing some light stretching. He was interrupted by a sudden and surprising voice. Chen. It really is you, what a coincidence. You come for morning jogging training too. When Chen turned around, it was the girl Zhu who came to talk to him last night. Today he didn't wear the God of War series combat uniform. He was just wearing a loose white training suit. Her black hair. It was also tied up high with a bunch of red silk. Compared with last night, at this time, it looks much purer. But even so, still very eye-catching. Many students around have stopped training. Turn your gaze here. It seems we have a good fate. She came up smiling. As her slender waist twisted. Even in loose training clothes, there is also an alluring temperament revealed. Yeah, it's good. Chen smiled slightly, and looked up at the sky. Try not to focus your eyes on certain places. No way. This girl's figure is really outstanding. She was only 18 years old. This development is better than Yulyuan. Train together. It seemed that she didn't notice Chen's little action, and Zhu invited. After last night's battle, she became more and more interested in Chen. That's why I took the initiative to invite you. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid she won't even say a word. Not to mention any invitation to train together. Good. There was a beautiful lady accompanying me in training. Chen naturally would not refuse. 2 hours later, Chen and Zhu walked out of the playground side by side. In the past 2 hours, in addition to the initial warm-up, it is more about cultivating divine power and realizing divine skills. The same is true for Zhu. So neither of them sweated. So I don't plan to go back to the dormitory to take a shower. At this time, Zhu took the initiative to ask softly, do you want to have breakfast together? I know a delicious delicacy. This was also an invitation from her. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. The morning sun shone on her. It makes her already beautiful profile look even more crystal clear. Now that you mention it, I am indeed hungry. Gu Chen did not refuse. Although the time spent with Zhu Zuqing was short. But with each other, there is a very comfortable atmosphere. This atmosphere, he likes it very much. And, although it is a simple training, but he was indeed hungry. This feeling of hunger told him, I'm going to eat a lot for breakfast today. I wonder if that will scare the beautiful lady next to me? Chapter 46. Time flies by quickly. After just a little training, it was already 8 o'clock. There is only 1 hour left until the meeting for the special admissions students. At this moment, on the street which originally had fewer people, there are already many more students walking on the road. Start a new day. Many people noticed Gu Chen and Zhu Zuqing walking on the side of the road. The moment I saw it, everyone's eyes were fascinated. The boys all looked at the beautiful Zhu Zuqing. The girls all looked at the tall and handsome Gu Chen. For this case, both Gu Chen and Zhu Zuqing were used to it. His expression was calm, and he didn't think there was anything strange. I've already become immune. Although Gu Chen usually likes fighting and training. But this does not mean that he has low emotional intelligence. On the contrary, he has a high emotional intelligence. In between chatting, from time to time, Zhu Zuqing would laugh sweetly like a silver bell. This attracted the attention of students on the road. Jinling Divine Rune Academy is very big. The two walked for a while. Just arrived at a stall. This stall, it doesn't take up much space. It's only about 10 square meters. But there are many students around. There is a long queue. The stall owner is a middle-aged couple. They were busy at this time. Pack breakfast such as buns and steamed buns for the students in line. There are so many people here. Looking at the scene in front of him, Gu Chen said, this must taste great, right? Such a remote place. If it tastes bad, no one would come looking for it specifically. It must be the first person who tastes it. So I went out to help promote it. The other diners heard the news and came. That's why there are so many people here now. Yes. Zhu Zuqing smiled slightly. Take Gu Chen to the back of the line. I'm a native of Jinling, and my home is not far from Jinling Divine Rune Academy. I've often come here to play since high school, and I've long been familiar with Jinling Divine Rune Academy. She smiled lightly and said. She chose to study at Jinling Divine Rune Academy because it was close to home. Who doesn't want a place close to home? So when she awakened the divine pattern, when mentors from 3 top colleges came to recruit her, she chose this one without hesitation. I see. Gu Chen nodded slightly. Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Although it will restrict the entry and exit of ordinary people. But Zhu Zuqing was obviously not among them. Hey, you're awesome, what a coincidence. You're here for breakfast too. Oh, that's great, Junior. You got a girlfriend so quickly. Awesome, awesome. Suddenly a surprised voice sounded. Qin Ming was carrying a basket of steamed buns. Looking at Gu Chen in the team in surprise. Unexpectedly, the junior classmate I met yesterday actually had a girl with him. And still such a beautiful lady. Looking next to Gu Chen. Appearance and figure. They are all top-notch. Zhu Zuqing. He was envious to death. I'm greedy. The huge Jinling Divine Rune Academy. The place is big. But there are not many students. Each class enrolls only about 1,000 students. The whole school. There are only about 6,000 students. And there is a huge disparity between the proportions of men and women. There are more than 2,000 girls, and less than 1/3 of them are good-looking. Among this 1/3, there are senior students in their 5th and 6th years who are often absent from school. The rest of the flowers have already been taken. Some of them also carry out missions outside all year round. There are so few pretty girls left in school. Everyone says there are many beauties in Jinling. But Qin Ming felt that he was almost despairing of women. This year's freshman admission. He also wanted to see if he could hook up with the pretty school girl. Unexpectedly, my junior classmate actually got there first. Senior Qin. Gu Chen greeted with a smile, didn't you go to the wilderness area today? You just came back, why are you leaving again so soon? Do you think I'm made of iron? Qin understood Gu Chen at a glance. Looking at the beautiful girl next to me. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Just leave immediately. He waved his hand without turning his head, okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I have something to do and I'll leave first. You guys eat slowly. Take care, senior. Gu Chen said goodbye with a smile. Leaving the breakfast stall. Qin Ming bit the bun fiercely. Still a little angry. FK, this girl is really beautiful. The more I look at her, the more envious I become. Why do the same people have different fates? Wait, why does that girl look familiar to me? Where have you seen me before? While feeling envious, he also remembered something and felt that something was wrong. So I fell into deep thought. After a while, I came back to my senses. He was shocked and said, oh shit! It's her. I remember now, she is the talented girl from the Zhu family. In Jinling Divine Rune Academy, in addition to the teams, there are also community organizations. These societies. Every year when new students enter school, they will attract students. Join your own club. The Wuxian Society where he belongs is no exception. A few days ago, he had just left the wilderness. I received a message from within the club about paying attention to talented freshmen. There was the information and appearance of the talented girl from the Zhu family. Qin Ming thought, anyone who can make the daughter of the Zhu family so close to him must be quite powerful. After I come down, I will check and see if I can recruit him into our club. The club he belongs to is called Wuxian Club. It is one of the largest clubs in the entire Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Despite its large size. However, the Wuxian Society needs to absorb fresh blood every year to maintain its prosperity. And the boy who was favored by the daughter of the Zhu family. There must be something outstanding about it. If you can form your own club, it must be a great achievement. Maybe the president is happy. You can also give yourself a few more credits. Thinking of this, he became happy again. Humming a little tune. With brisk steps. Leave quickly. After purchasing breakfast, the two left the stall and headed to the admissions classroom. When Gu Chen and Zhu Zuqing finished their breakfast. When we arrived here, it's already 8:30 in the morning. Passing through this large corridor in front of me, you can already hear the discussion coming from the classroom. It's really lively. This year's enrollment meeting will definitely be exciting. Zhu Zuqing, who was eating breakfast on the side, smiled and said, I'm looking forward to it too. Gu Chen nodded while chewing his breakfast. At this time, the originally empty classroom. Most of the seats are already full. Brother Chen, this way. As soon as I came in, I heard Zhang Kailing calling me. This guy is really enthusiastic. Luckily I don't have social anxiety, otherwise I would easily become withdrawn if you called me like that. Gu Chen looked over and saw Zhang Kailing sitting in the back seat, waving at him with a smile. Lang Yuzhu and Xiao Mei, who were sitting quietly beside them, also smiling. But this smile, after seeing Zhu Zuqing next to him, it soon became a little stiff. Who is this woman? Why did you get together with Gu Chen? And this temperament is too fierce. The two women couldn't help but look at Zhu Zuqing's proud and fierce thing. Chapter 47. As soon as the two of them came in, the already lively classroom was instantly ignited. Soared to a climax. Many people looked over. It became a chain reaction. But this is also a very normal thing. After all, which boy or girl doesn't love beautiful people of the opposite s*x? What's more, the aura emanating from these two people is very powerful. Two more special recruits have arrived. There are quite a lot of people here. Wow, that girl is so beautiful, she is like the fairy in my dreams. Such a beautiful girl is actually a special admission student from the same class as us. It's really a feast for the eyes. This figure is so curvy and beautiful. I have to go to the bathroom because my stomach suddenly hurts. This year's campus beauty has been chosen, and it has to be her. The boy she's with is so handsome too, he's my type. So handsome, so domineering, I love you. In the classroom, those people turned around. Almost everyone's eyes were fixed on Gu Chen and Zhu Zuqing. After discovering Zhu Zuqing's charming and stunning appearance and enchanting figure. Although not 100%. But 95% of the boys suddenly saw stars. I wish I could fly over and lick him. 2. We are all 18 years old. They are in adolescence, young men and women full of vigor and vitality. The genes in their bodies control them to find their other half. Now, it has been completely activated by Zhu Zuqing. Suddenly seeing such a beautiful lady. You should have the figure, appearance, and temperament. Naturally, I can't control myself. It's really lively walking with you. There have been so many such cases along the way. Gu Chen was no longer surprised. When walking on the street, they just ignore it and walk past. Now, looking at the wolf-like impulsive demeanor of these people in the classroom. Because we're all going to get to know each other later. So, the meaning is a little different. But Gu Chen still didn't have much facial expression. You really are popular. He looked at Zhu Zuqing and said, I'm planning to go to my friend's place. Are you coming with me or do you have other plans? Then I'll go with you. Zhu Zuqing glanced around and said softly. Her best friend Yun Yoxian hasn't come yet. Originally, she wanted to find a place to sit down. But after looking at the burning gazes in the classroom, she thought it would be better to sit next to Gu Chen. Okay. Gu Chen brought Zhu Zuqing to Zhang Kailing and introduced him. You've already met this person. His name is Zhang Kailing. This one is Lang Yuzhu, and this one is Xiao Mei. These three are special recruits from GD province, just like me. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing understood. Hello, I'm Zhu Zuqing, and I'm also a special admissions student this year. Zhu Zuqing said it openly with a smile on her pretty face. She was very pretty. At this moment, a smile. It gives people a gentle feeling. It doesn't evoke any negative emotions. Even the stiffness on Lang Yuzhu and Xiao Mei's faces. It also eased a lot. Zhu Zuqing is originally a lively and lovely girl. After the introduction, he quickly became friends with the two women. Gu Chen occasionally chimed in. But there are not many opportunities to speak. He doesn't understand the cosmetics and perfumes that girls discuss. A classroom. Slick and Bimba from the Santa family sat here. Bimba was wearing casual clothes. However, his huge size still gives people a strong sense of oppression. When the students around him looked at him, they all had a hint of fear on their faces. But Slick next to him is different. He was wearing a casual suit. There's no air pressure at all. Just like a sunny older brother. Plus, he has blonde hair and blue eyes and is handsome. Many girls would look over here shyly. Slick, he is Gu Chen. Seeing that Gu Chen had come in, Benba quickly spoke to Slick next to him. Oh. Slick turned his head and looked back, and saw Gu Chen and Zhu Zuqing sitting in the back row of seats. How come these two are together? It seems they've become one and the same. They're really a nuisance. He snorted coldly, and a hint of coldness flashed across his sunny face. The talented girl of the Zhu family. For him. Although a competitor, but he is also an object that can be won over. Especially when the other person is a beautiful woman. He naturally had other thoughts. Original. According to the plan, he will approach Zhu Zuqing first. Then conquer them with your charm. In this way, even if one of the two secret realm places is lost, he can also enter the secret realm through Zhu Zuqing's quota. However, I didn't expect that. This is just the beginning of the special recruitment meeting. There was a man standing next to the other person. And he was the god-level divine rune awakener that he was afraid of. Call. Slick exhaled slowly. Calm was soon restored. As a pure-blooded genius of the Shanta family, he knew that anger would not solve the problem. On the contrary, it will affect your judgment. Gu Chen has already approached Zhu Zuqing. This is an unchangeable fact. In this case, then he can't fall behind too much. His eyes flashed. Stand up. I sorted out my clothes. He walked towards Zhu Zuqing with a smile. Just like a gentleman. Hello, I'm Shanta Slick, can I get to know you? Back row of seats. Zhu Zuqing was chatting enthusiastically with Lang Yuzhu and Xiao Mei. A voice came from the side. Zhu Zuqing turned her head when she heard this. Then he saw Slick next to him. She frowned slightly. Santa Slick? Are you from the Shanta family? She has never had a good impression of foreigners. But this Shanta family? It seems that I have some business dealings with their family. Exactly. Slick smiled slightly. Appear polite. Very gentlemanly. The Shanta family sounds familiar. Where have you heard of it? I know this. This family seems to be very rich. This guy's family is incredibly wealthy, one of the true elite, with businesses spread across the entire blue planet. Their financial resources are terrifying. They're truly a super capitalist with immense capital. It's really terrifying. It seems that our special recruits are really full of hidden talents. Several students who were nearby. Suddenly there were bursts of exclamations. Looking towards the mountain tower. Full of surprise. You should know that the industries under the control of the Shanta family are among the top 100 in the world. This has reached the trillion level, which is extremely terrifying. Hearing the discussions of people around me. The smile on Slick's face brightened again. Student Zhu Zuqing, when I was still in Eagle Island country, I heard my father mention you and your Zhu family. His Mandarin is very fluent. You can't tell at all that he is a foreigner. Even the tone and word choice are similar to those of Huaxia people. The gentlemanly appearance of Slick is engraved in his bones. At least that's the case from the outside, and it has to be someone who poses no threat to him. A beautiful woman like Zhu Zuqing. As a man, he naturally loves it. But he has seen many women like this. So they were not as surprised as those boys who had never seen the world. Chapter 48. Looking at the man in front of me. There was no trace of emotion on Zhu Zuqing's face. She even felt that the gentleman in front of her was a little disgusting. But because she represents the family behind her. So I nodded slightly. With a standardized smile on his face, I heard about you from my father. Although she was interested in this Slick. There is an innate antipathy. I totally don't like it. I feel like the other person is just a nuisance. But outside, she represents the Zhu family. Proper etiquette should still be observed. Upon hearing Zhu Zuqing's words, the smile on Slick's face became even more intense. It's rare for my uncle to mention me. It's really an honor for me. This smile matches his already good looks. Looks more handsome. Although compared with Gu Chen, it is still far behind. But he has the support of a super large financial group behind him. These will be completely ignored by many people. He is the most perfect him now. The next second, he slowly said, since classmate Zhu already knows me, I won't bother you anymore. As a love expert, I have seen more of the world than the average person has eaten. He knows when to come in, when to retreat. For example, at this time. It's time for him to leave. At this moment, it was Zhu Zuking's turn to be surprised. She couldn't understand what the other party was trying to do. Seeing this, Slick's plan succeeded, and he appeared as he imagined. He has already taken control of this situation. Next, we just wait for the good show to begin. A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Without even looking at Gu Chen. Turn around and leave. I'm so annoyed with this guy. He looks like he deserves a beating. Zhang Kailing frowned and said with an unhappy look on his face. Yesterday, he had heard with his own ears this foreigner and his friend slandering Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Now, he even flirted with girls in front of them. As a person from the Central Plains, I have the blood of the Central Plains flowing in my veins. He really wanted to beat up the other person to catch his breath. But he also heard what happened just now. The other party's background is too powerful. It's not someone that someone with an ordinary background like him can mess with. If you really go up and beat him up, the person being beaten may not be the other person. If I get killed in return, I won't know where to put my face. Please be patient. There's no need to argue with such a person. Gu Chen's expression was indifferent. Some people just think they're very handsome, but in fact, in the eyes of others, they are just a bunch of idiots. It's useless. It's just a way to attract the opposite S**x. 2 lives as a human being. He could naturally see that Zhu Zuqing didn't want to pay attention to the other party. But I still have to suppress the awkwardness of speaking. But also, as the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Even a dog. When it comes over wagging its tail. Don't you want to throw a bone too? King, this foreigner is not a good person. At this time, Xiao Mei next to her also looked at Zhu Zuqing angrily and said. Yesterday when we passed by their dormitory, we heard them even disparaging our school. She is the petite type. At this moment, the expression on Xiaowen's face was extremely serious. Looks extremely cute. That's right, none of these foreigners are good. Lang Yuzhu, who was also standing aside with a cold face, nodded in agreement. This kind of man, who always hangs out with girls, is really bad. The friendship between girls is so magical. The two had only known Zhu Zuqing for a few minutes. They are about to become best friends. Don't worry, I know all this, and I know exactly what kind of person he is. Zhu Zuqing's red lips were drawn up. Blinked her big clear eyes. Said, my divine pattern has the ability to distinguish between good and bad people. In my eyes, this Slick is a bad guy. She wasn't kidding. Her eyes. After awakening the blue sky sword divine mark, you can see a person's personality and aura. This personal breath. Generally speaking, it refers to the strength of the divine runes. But sometimes there is some other information attached. For example, the 7 emotions and 6 desires such as fear and terror. And just now, from the aura of personality she saw in Slick, it is filled with strong greed and desire, as well as a hint of murderous intent. The meaning of this is self-evident. Zhu Zuqing subconsciously glanced at Gu Chen who was sitting quietly next to her. He reminded me, I can sense a murderous intent in him. It seems he is targeting you. You should be careful. These guys are not simple in their methods. And in her eyes. In addition to the powerful ultra-pure dark energy light bursting out from Gu Chen, there is also the breath of other elements. This made her very strange. Among them, she also felt a green aura similar to hers from these elemental auras. I didn't pay attention to it before, but now I see it up close. Zhu Zuqing was shocked when she discovered this. His pupils shrank as he thought to himself, he not only controls the dark element, but also other elements. Although these elements only appear in a subsidiary form, the dark element is still the dominant one. What on earth is this guy's dark dragon god? These things about Gu Chen really shocked her. Generally speaking, there are very few such instances. But there are also divine patterns with multiple elements. But in general, there are only 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, and at most 7. But the other elements in Gu Chen seem to be countless. She quickly put away her expression. In addition to this discovery, last night she did see a hint of desire in Gu Chen. That was when she promised to pay 20 credits. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Could it be that the fact that I don't have even 20 credits can arouse his desire even more? It shouldn't be. Zhu Zuqing is very aware of her own charm. From childhood to adulthood, there has never been a shortage of people pursuing her. So, she is absolutely confident in her charm. Since there is no problem with my own charm, that can only mean Gu Chen's determination is strong. It is not something that can be easily shaken by beauty. After reaching this conclusion, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled up slightly. So, it seems pretty good. Time slowly passes. It's already 8:50. At this time, the white-haired girl Yun Yoxian came over. Put your hands together. Apologize to your best friend Zhu Zuqing. King, I'm sorry, I overslept. After saying that, he stuck out his tongue, which was very cute. Zhu Zuqing said helplessly, forget it, it's okay. She also understood what kind of personality her best friend had. For less important things, never really cared. I knew Qing wouldn't blame me. Yun Yoxian giggled and sat next to Zhu Zuqing. Under Zhu Zuqing's introduction, she also got to know Lang Yuzhu and Xiao Mei. Including Gu Chen and Zhang Kailing, there were a total of 6 people sitting in this row of seats. 4 girls stood together. Gu Chen leaned against Zhu Zuqing. Zhang Kailing sat alone in a seat. It looked like he had won. But in fact, he was the one who lost the most. He feels so helpless now and has an urge to cry. 4 beauties at once. Why doesn't anyone like me? He was in tears. Chapter 49. At this time, a tall and plump woman walked in from outside the classroom door with long legs. The students around were also attracted by such a charming woman. Good morning, everyone. The woman stopped in front of the podium. He smiled and glanced at the group of special recruits in front of him. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yuluan, and I'm the instructor in charge of this special recruits meeting. Next, I will call out the names according to the special recruitment sequence. Students who have been called, please introduce yourselves. Including information such as name, department, class, and divine rune name and level. As soon as he finished speaking, the students below immediately started to discuss in low voices. Oh, since you're calling the roll in this way, it's quite interesting. It's going to be very busy here soon. Calling them out by special recruitment order? I heard that the higher the special recruitment order, the higher the potential. Is that true? That's true. I asked the senior yesterday. Tisk tisk, I have a diamond level divine rune, and it's only at the 50th sequence. Is this a mistake? Haha, this is Jinling, not your hometown. Diamond level divine patterns are not that powerful. Here, diamonds are everywhere. I'm a diamond too, but I can't be proud at all. Back home I was a top student, but here I'm just an average student. I heard that among the special recruits, there are also glory level and king level divine rune awakeners. Tisk tisk, I'm really looking forward to who the 01 sequence will be. Don't worry, you'll know soon. Students who can be specially recruited by Jinling Shinwen Academy. They are all the elite among the elite. The earlier the sequence, the higher the potential. They are a little curious. Who is that sequence 01? I can actually rank ahead of them. Yuluan said, Sequence 0, Gu Chen. What? Sequence 0? What the hell is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Sequence 00, is this an existence that is even more advanced and powerful than Sequence 01? Oh my god, this is a hidden serial number. It seems that 01 isn't the strongest, but 00 is. At least I haven't heard of it before. Wait a minute, why does the name Gu Chen sound familiar? As Yuluan's voice rang out, the people around were shocked when they heard the serial number. Even Zhu Zuqing, who was standing beside her, was the same. Hearing Yuluan calling out his name, Gu Chen stood up helplessly. Gu Chen, special class of celestial beasts, divine pattern dark dragon god, god level. His self-introduction was very brief. But just finished speaking. It was like a meteorite falling into the sea where the waves had already calmed down, instantly stirring up thousands of waves. Oh shit! It's him. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. I remember. It's him. It's really him. God level divine mark dark dragon god. Is he the one who created that huge divine mark vision on the internet, shrouding the entire Tianlang area in a dark world? Awesome! Looks like the pressure on our class has become even greater. Even someone like this is in the same class as us. We're screwed. How can we survive? GG. In the classroom, almost all the students' eyes were focused on Gu Chen. There were endless exclamations. These people! Everyone has more or less seen the divine patterns and visions when the dark dragon god appears on the internet. Seeing the real master right beside him. Naturally, I was a little shocked. For this situation, Gu Chen was not surprised at all. Although he wanted to keep a low profile. But teacher Yuluan doesn't allow it. Okay, Gu Chen, you can sit down now. Next. Yuluan nodded with satisfaction. Special enrollment team. He was the main player in the 3-school exchange competition 4 months later. This meeting. The main purpose is to make everyone more familiar with it. Lay the foundation for future cooperation. Next, Sequence 01, Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing was still in a daze, because when she got this sequence before, she subconsciously thought that she was the strongest, but she didn't expect that the academy would come up with a 00 sequence that she had never even heard of. Now, after hearing Yuluan's name being called, she quickly came back to her senses. He stood up with a smile and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm Zhu Zuqing, from Jinling, in the weapons department, special class. My awakened divine pattern is the blue sky sword, lower grade king level. She did not choose to end her speech as briefly as Gu Chen did. But it's a longer statement. Her sweet and melodious voice. Many students in the classroom were immersed in it. What a nice voice, I really love it. Don't look at us, there's no hope for us. That person must be Gu Chen, the god-level divine marker. Tisk tisk, lower grade king level, amazing. In the discussion among the students below, Yuluan smiled and nodded. He gestured to Zhu Zuqing to sit down. Next. She continued to call the roll one by one. It took about half an hour. Only then did he finish calling out all the students' names. Gu Chen said, I didn't expect that such a large Jinling Divine Rune Academy would only have 100 special admissions this year. It's much lower than I expected. From the roll call just now, he had learned that the total number of specially recruited students was 100. In addition to him who possesses the God-level Divine Rune and Zhu Zuqing's King-level Divine Rune. There are 3 other owners of Glory-level Divine Runes. One of them is Lang Yuzhu. There is also a boy named Ma Hongjun. And the last person was the white man named Shantaslik who was sitting with the black people. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Look to the right side of the classroom. And the opponent is still sequence 02. That is to say, his potential is second only to him and Zhu Zuqing. This guy, I'm really getting more and more annoyed with him. I'm going to give him a good beating when I get the chance. Special enrollment. except for Slick and the black man next to him. There are also a few foreigners. To several other foreigners, Chen didn't feel anything special. Only Slick. He felt a faint sense of disgust. Do you have murderous intentions towards me? It seems that my existence has already threatened these foreign forces. I must grow up quickly to face the attacks that may come my way in the future. Chen thought silently in his heart, and now it was even more urgent. And the words that slandered Jinling Divine Rune Academy. It came from the mouth of a man called Bimba. He won't let this guy go. After this introduction, I believe everyone has gained a general understanding of the students around them. Yuluan on the podium continued. Next, I will introduce the subsequent training arrangements to everyone. Starting tomorrow, we will maintain a 4-month training camp to help you improve your strength and successfully enter the 1-star Divine Realm. Of course, students who have already reached the Divine Realm must also participate. The training course is the same as a normal class schedule, 6 days a week, from 8 am to 6 pm, with Sundays off. And I will be your main instructor. Do you understand? Clear. Including Chen, all the students nodded. They had anticipated this. After all, they were forced to report early, so it was impossible for them to come here just to play. And this training camp is the purpose of their coming here. Chen felt like he was going through military training in his previous life. He is very much looking forward to it. Chapter 50. At this time, a young man in the seat raised his hand and said, "Teacher, I have a question." Yuluan nodded, "Speak." Something suddenly happened during the training camp. "Can I ask for leave?" The young man asked this question. This is actually the question that most people want to know. Even if he doesn't bring it up, someone else will. The boy's behavior now just satisfies those people's appetite. Yuluan nodded, "Of course it's possible. The purpose of this special recruits training is to significantly improve your abilities. As long as your abilities meet my requirements ahead of time, you don't have to come later. I won't mind you eating watermelon and seeds and watching the show from the side. When the student reaches the level she wants, there is really no need to train. Because the growth potential of that kind of training is limited. Most of them have just entered the realm of 1-star gods." At this time, another student asked, "Instructor Yu, during our training, can we use the training equipment in the school?" "Can." Yuluan smiled and nodded. "You are all registered students and are officially students of Jinling Divine Rune Academy. As long as you have enough credits, you can use them. But..." Buzz. She pointed with her right hand. A virtual projection screen appeared on the wall behind her. On the screen, what is displayed is the map of Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Among them, several places are highlighted. At this moment, we will only open up the Divine Power Tower, the Body Tempering Pool, and the Gravity Chamber for you to practice. The rest will need to wait until your cultivation level improves. Yuluan pointed at these places one by one. "Teacher, these places are only used for 1 or 2 hours a month, which is not enough. Can you add more?" Through their interactions just now, they discovered that Yuluan was not a very strict mentor. Therefore, the students below became more cheerful when asking questions. "Of course you can, but it requires your own efforts. There are 2 ways to extend the use of these 3 training grounds. The first is to purchase through credits. The second method is to extend the rankings through the Dark Horse list and the Leaping Dragon list. Enter the top 400 on the Dark Horse rankings, and your training ground usage time will increase by 5 hours per month. Enter the top 300 and add 10 hours. Get into the first 200, add 20 hours. If you're strong enough to make it into the top 100, the reward will more than double, giving you an additional 50 hours of training time each month." There was a smile on Yuluan's pretty face. "SHH, such a huge increase. Teacher, can you explain in a little more detail how this Dark Horse ranking is done?" A muscular student asked impatiently. They don't understand this thing and this is the first time they have heard of it. Good. The Dark Horse ranking is a ranking of the strength of students at the Divine Realm. The higher the strength, the higher the ranking. As for how to determine strength, our school also has two methods. The first method is to enter the Dark Horse secret realm and undergo virtual trials. The more trials you pass, the higher your ranking will be. The second way is to challenge the top-ranked student. If you succeed, you can take his place. Of course, besides the amount of training time, there are many other benefits to ranking high on the Dark Horse list. I won't go into detail here. You can find out more on the official forum. There are detailed guides created by your seniors. Anyone who is not a fool can understand it. Yuluan put one hand on her waist and said with a smile. The Dark Horse ranking is the ranking of the Divine Realm, so am I interpreting the Leaping Dragon ranking as the ranking of the Divine Master Realm. The Divine Master Realm. It's still a bit far away from us. Haha, I love playing ranked battles. Now I can't wait. That's right, a mere Dark Horse ranking is no problem. We are all specially recruited talented people. They all have sufficient confidence in themselves. They excitedly discussed what position they could reach on the Dark Horse list. Everyone's excited anyway. There is absolutely no thought of failure. As expected of Jinling Divine Rune Academy, this setting is perfect for me. I can fight my way up step by step and obtain the resources that belong to me. Gu Chen listened carefully and became even more excited. In this system, the stronger you are, the more rights you can obtain. In this way, students will be more willing to spend time on practice. Certainly. He will not be like the students around him. I think this Dark Horse list is a good way to improve the ranking. After all, this is the overall ranking of more than 6,000 students in the school. This includes seniors in their 5th and 6th years. With these people here, freshmen want to improve their ranking to the top 100 in a short period of time. This is not as simple as you think. Everyone's strength is different. And those seniors are those who have experienced the wilderness area. Very rich combat experience. But these are all for ordinary students. I am a god-level awakener, so it's different. Just wait and see how I attack and shock everyone. Gu Chen smiled and thought to himself. With the system and his terrifying talent as the Dark Dragon God. Want to surpass those seniors. Isn't it an easy thing? Next. Yulyuan then talked a lot about how to download the student system. Common sense information such as how to accept tasks. Near noon. Just finished saying it all. Okay, that's it for the special recruits meeting. Don't forget to gather at the training building tomorrow. Clear. All students in the classroom answer at the same time. Gu Chen and others echoed, then stood up and prepared to leave. Sequence 0, what a grand title. But why do I feel that the owner of this Sequence 0 is a bit weak? In the classroom. A poor Mandarin voice suddenly rang out. The whole classroom fell silent in an instant. Immediately, bursts of low shouts broke out. Well, are you looking for trouble? There's going to be some fun to watch next. Regarding Sequence 0, it seems someone wants to use him as a stepping stone. I happen to bring some sunflower seeds and peanuts. Let's sit down and watch together. Suddenly there's no rush to leave. Next, let's see how Sequence 0 breaks through. Because of the overall policy of the Central Plains, high school students begin to receive unarmed fighting and actual combat training. Entering university. This kind of scene is not surprising. On the contrary, it seems that many students who were originally planning to leave stayed. Get ready to watch the show. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. Turning around. Then I saw a strong black man walking towards me. As he walked, while moving the body, there was a crackling sound of bones rubbing against each other. It looks very powerful and intimidating. But Gu Chen was not afraid at all. Didn't even take it into consideration. Just a clown. And this person is from the Shanta family. It must be that slick who asked him to come here to cause trouble. This is how the plot progressed in the novel in my previous life. I'm familiar with this plot. As an old bookworm, Gu Chen immediately curled up the corners of his mouth and revealed a meaningful smile. Chapter 51. A hint of cold murderous intent flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. But his expression was very calm as he said, "So you don't accept me? You want to challenge me? Yes, you can understand it that way. My name is Shanta Bumba. I'm very skeptical about whether you're worthy of the special serial number 00, so I'm challenging you." As soon as Benba came up, he first introduced himself and then stated the main purpose. In my opinion, since the sequence number arrangement is made by the Academy, it is definitely not arranged according to strength, but according to awakened talent. If you don't even know this, it's really shameful. Gu Chen's tone was a little mocking, but his expression was unusually calm, without any ripples. Bumba felt humiliated when he was told this in public. He angrily said, "Ha! You people from the Central Plains are really sharp-tongued. Very well, I'm here to challenge you. I won't submit to you." He has a hot temper and doesn't have the inner qualities of Slick. Although there wasn't a single curse word in Gu Chen's words, it still broke his defense. Gu Chen smiled mysteriously, "Haha, what good will it do me to fight with you? These credits are delivered to your door, don't miss them. It must be a good blackmail." Bumba said grimly and coldly, "Haha, good thing, you don't have to go around me when you see me next time." He is more than 2 meters tall. Plus a strong body. And black skin. Standing there. It's as oppressive as a chimpanzee. FK. This guy is too arrogant. Brother Chen, beat him to death. Zhang Kailing was immediately furious when he heard this and couldn't help but speak out. He knows how powerful Gu Chen is. That is a 3-star god-level existence. Teach a foreigner a lesson. Isn't it a simple matter? Lang Yuzhu and Xiao Mei next to them were also extremely angry. But Zhu Zuqing kept smiling. But this smile was full of sarcasm. This ridicule was naturally directed at Bimba. And she also wanted to see how Gu Chen would handle the current situation. Moreover, when the people around heard what Bimba said. As a native of the Central Plains with Central Plains blood flowing in my body, I am naturally very angry. They couldn't stand this black man acting so wildly on their territory. Everyone hopes that Gu Chen, the god-level divine rune user, can teach the other party a lesson. Since you insist on seeking death, I will show no mercy. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Deep in his eyes, there was a barely perceptible cold murderous intent flashing across his face. The black glare dotted deep in the pupils. Like a black hole, it can swallow everything in front of it. Seeing that his provocation had achieved its purpose, Bimba laughed cruelly, "Haha, just agree to it. Let's go to the ring. Soon, he will cripple a god-level divine rune user from the Central Plains." Thinking of this, he became extremely excited. "You think too highly of yourself. It's unnecessary to deal with you in the ring. It's fine right here." Gu Chen shook his head and smiled, "However, I want to add a bet. If you lose, you will give all your credits to me. If I lose, I will also give all my credits to you. Everyone here can be a witness." "Okay, we'll testify," the special recruits said in unison. "Okay, I promise you, since you want to give me credits, I'll help you do it. Then I will test your power here as a god-level divine rune user." A dark power surged from Bumba's body. A chimpanzee with a grey ring on its chest condensed from behind him. His entire body also swelled up. His height, which was already 2 meters high. It's almost 2.5 meters. Cooperating with the chimpanzee behind him with scarlet eyes. A solemn and powerful aura rushed towards me. This is the diamond level divine marked powerful gorilla. Why does it feel like his power is so much stronger than mine even though we both have diamond level divine runes? Nonsense. He has already entered the god realm, so he is naturally stronger than you, an awakened one. His divine realm? So powerful. Haha, and this isn't just an ordinary god realm. I think the divine power around him has already reached the level of a 2-star god realm. It's terrifying. He's already a 2-star god just after entering school. He's worthy of being a member of the Shanta family. Oh no, Chen is going to lose. Listening to the discussions of classmates around me, the complacency on Bumba's face deepened again. I originally wanted to take you to the ring. There are guards and instructors there who can keep an eye on you. With terrifying power. Black Bimba walked along. He said regretfully, "What a pity, you are courting death by having to fight with me here." Bang! Suddenly, before he could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and his eyes popped out. The next second, his entire body flew out like a cannonball and hit the wall behind him. After smashing a dent in the wall, he fell to the ground helplessly. In his original position, Chen, who had already activated the Dark Dragon God's divine pattern, had appeared here at some point. The raised leg was slowly retracted. His eyes were indifferent. Disdain. Behind him, the terrifying Dark Dragon God roared. The terrifying power swept across the whole place. And the surrounding colors were instantly swallowed up by this terrifying dark energy. The entire classroom turned into a dark world without any light. Sudden changes. It makes all the students in the classroom feel suffocated. Take a breath of cold air. This is dark energy. I can't see the colors in front of me. Why are you just a skeleton left? And it's black. Where am I? It's so dark. My divine pattern is trembling. It's afraid. This is the god-level dark dragon god with divine patterns. How terrifying. How is that possible? 3-star god realm. Slick, who was also in the dark world, also felt the fear coming from the divine pattern. However, the next second, she lost color and her face changed drastically, as if she had seen a devil. Your mouth stinks. I thought you were tough, but I didn't expect you to be such a loser. You couldn't even take a kick from me that didn't even have enough strength. You really are trash. How can a rubbish like you be so arrogant in front of me? Which idiot gave you the courage? Chen. From time to time, he glanced at Slick. The person the words are directed at is self-evident. Then he walked forward. At this moment, Bumba is holding his abdomen. He endured the pain and stood up tremblingly. Very angry and horrified. Be careful in your next life. Dark Dragon Fist. Die. Chen's voice was indifferent, and his fist as big as a sandbag hit Bumba directly. No. Benbar really thought he was going to die and shouted in horror. Alright Chen, stop fighting. Yuluan's voice suddenly rang out. Sneak. The huge fist emitting a terrifying dark aura stopped in front of Bumba, who had a terrified look on his face. Chen suddenly raised his foot and, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, stomped Bumba's head to the ground. His cold and murderous voice echoed throughout the classroom. From now on, when you see me, Chen, you must bow your head and behave yourself, or I will kill you. Chapter 52. You. Bimba's face was ferocious. This was a great humiliation to him. He was so angry that he wanted to kill Chen. But he couldn't do it. And I can't speak. His eyes were looking at Chen. Today, Chen is a towering figure, like the supreme ruler of the dark world. And he is that tiny ant. Vulnerable. Chen's words were not just for this guy. This guy is also used to scare the monkeys. Intimidate the rest. The effect is perfect. He retracted his foot, the dark dragon god retracted, and the classroom regained its light. At this moment, Bimba was so frightened that his heart and liver were trembling. He was still in shock and didn't dare to speak. Gu Chen smiled gently, remember to transfer the credits, otherwise I will beat you every time I see you. Come with me, I want to talk to you in private. Seeing this, Yu Luan was also very satisfied with Gu Chen's approach. However, as a mentor, she did not show it in her expression, but her slightly upturned red lips had betrayed her. In fact, she did not like foreigners either. So he waved to Gu Chen and turned away. Gu Chen also left the classroom. Holy crap! So cool! Holy crap! So handsome! So strong! As expected of Sequence 0, they are incredibly powerful. Is this the suppressive power of a god-level divine rune awakener? It's too terrifying. I felt like I couldn't breathe just now. I don't want to experience the dark world again. It was so scary. This guy really deserves it. If the instructor hadn't shown up, he would definitely be lying on the ground right now. But Gu Chen's kick was really satisfying. After Gu Chen left, a burst of shocked discussion broke out in the classroom. 00 Sequence Gu Chen, at this moment, left an indelible impression on them. FK, that's so satisfying. Zhang Kailing was also extremely excited, Brother Chen, you are my idol. He knew that Gu Chen was strong, but he didn't expect that he would be this strong. Why does it feel like Gu Chen is even stronger than last night? Zhu Zuqing was also slightly surprised. The outburst just now was obviously much more intense than last night's exchange. Did he give in to me yesterday? She was a little suspicious. However, what she didn't know was that Gu Chen had always been good at unarmed close combat. Fighting with a sword is actually his weakness, which will limit his ability to exert his strength. What's more, he is a 3-star god. The other party is only a 2-star god. It's a sure kill. Teacher, you won't blame me, right? If I had known that guy was so vulnerable, I would have been gentler. In the corridor outside the classroom, Gu Chen, who was walking behind him, spoke. You behaved very well. That's how you deal with people like this. And everyone saw that he was the one who provoked you first. But I really didn't realize that besides sword skills, you also have fist skills. If you have it, why didn't you use it in the wilderness area? Yu Luan had a smile on her face, without a trace of blame. That was just an ordinary punch, not a magical skill. It looks like a divine skill, but it only looks like one because I'm using the Dark Dragon God's blessing. Gu Chen raised his hand and said, as for the name, I just called it randomly. Although he has been honing his swordsmanship since awakening the divine runes. But in fact, he is best at fighting with fists. Gu Chen thought to himself. The weapons are too lethal. If you're not careful, you'll kill someone. It's okay against monsters. But it is not suitable for dealing with classmates. And the fist? At most, they would just beat others to the point of vomiting blood. It won't cause serious consequences. Moreover, it is very enjoyable. He really likes the feeling of punching someone in the flesh. It's not a magical skill? Then why are you yelling so loudly? Hearing this, Yu Luan was speechless and rolled her eyes. Gu Chen chuckled, scare him to death. Just now I was fighting in the classroom, which was considered a violation of the rules. Are you going to arrest me? Gu Chen asked, even though the other party had just said that he didn't blame him. But not blaming someone and not catching them are two completely different things. Moreover, in Jinling Divine Rune Academy, students are prohibited from fighting. To exchange ideas, you can only go to the ring. If it is a foul, they'll be taken to law enforcement. Serious cases may even lead to direct dismissal. This is what Yu Luan said at the meeting just now. Foul? What rule did you break? Yu Luan smiled slightly, it's not a violation as the law enforcement team didn't see it, don't worry. Even if you're caught, if the circumstances aren't serious, you'll just be punished with credits. Oh. Gu Chen nodded thoughtfully. It is indeed a school that encourages practical application. This atmosphere can be said to be extremely fierce. Do you know why Bumba came to you just now? Yuluan suddenly asked. It should be a test. Gu Chen thought for a moment and said. Those who can enter Jinling Divine Rune Academy are all smart people. In this case. Why when everyone is not familiar with it yet? Will Bimba come up and provoke me directly? In addition to testing. He could find no other reason. Oh, that's good, you can actually see it. Yuluan said with a smile. Then do you know why Bumba would test you? Is it because of the order of that slick guy? Gu Chen glanced around and saw that it was exactly 12 o'clock noon. The students who were originally in school just finished their classes. After seeing Yuluan, many students. They all respectfully called her teacher Yu. Yuluan also smiled and nodded. Yes, you are half right. Forget it, let me tell you. After responding to the student with another smile, Yuluan explained. Our Jinling Divine Rune Academy has 2 admission slots to a secret realm. These 2 places will be selected from among the students. These 2 people from the Shanta family originally enrolled in our school for these 2 places. Your presence threatens their chances of getting a spot. Do you think they'd want to test you first? Secret realm? How often does this secret realm open? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard this. The secret realm is like a small world. After the monster invasion. A special phenomenon that occurs along with divine power. The divine marker is in the secret realm. Often huge benefits can be obtained. Before, Gu Chen thought that the other party was after the quota for Tianlongtan. These secret realms also involve some things about ancient civilizations. It opens every 2 years, and only those with divine runes at the divine realm can enter. The last time it was opened was last October. Yuluan said. Does that mean there's still a year and a half until the next opening? Gu Chen asked, is this secret realm important to them? Why would they target me like this? Don't underestimate this secret realm spot. Yuluan crossed her arms and warned, if this secret realm could only be entered by those with divine patterns at the divine realm, even I would be tempted. Now that I'm here, I'll fight for a spot in this secret realm with my own fists. Gu Chen couldn't help but say. I believe you can do it. Yuluan nodded slightly. To be honest. The Shanta family's previous move. She also felt a little disgusted. Certainly. This also shows from the side that Gu Chen did give them a sense of oppression. By the way, let me tell you first, your Tianlongtan is also located in a secret place. Yuluan said, this secret realm will be opened in half a year. I will notify you when the time comes. Okay. Gu Chen nodded. Okay, I've told you almost everything I need to say. Now let's go to the vice principal. The main reason I called you out was for this matter. This vice president's name is Yu Yuanzhen, and he wants to be your personal mentor. Yuan walked out of the teaching building. Gu Chen followed behind. Chapter 53. The moment I heard Yuluan's words, even Gu Chen reacted. My personal mentor is the vice principal. Does happiness come so suddenly? A trace of surprise flashed across Gu Chen's calm face. Then came. It was a burst of ecstasy. The significance of a dedicated mentor. This is completely different from the concept of an ordinary mentor. This exclusive mentor is like an ancient master from the previous life. Both teacher and father. It means a lot. He imparts everything he has to his students without reservation. It is not an exaggeration to describe this student as a direct disciple. Perhaps now that society is progressing, this traditional concept has been changed by another name, but the meaning remains the same, without any change. And teacher Yuan also mentioned this at the meeting just now. He listened very carefully. He knew he would be taken in. But I didn't expect that he would be one of the 3 vice presidents. You know, the 3 vice presidents of Jinling Shenwen Academy. They are all beings at the level of Divine Emperor. To be accepted as a disciple by a strong man of this level, the future achievements will definitely be limitless. From now on, no need to worry about resources anymore. Green lights all the way. Moreover, his growth rate will accelerate again. He will enter the realm of Divine Master much faster than he expected. This is for ordinary students. Or for him. The significance is very important. Teacher Yu, what should I pay attention to when I meet this vice principal later? Even if he is a god-level divine pattern awakener. But it is still in its nascent stage. He was still a little nervous, after all, he was the vice president at the divine emperor level. That is one of the closest beings to the peak of humankind, possessing supernatural powers that can reach the sky. The commander of a province is, at best, a 9-star peak god king. Don't worry, you're not asking for help, but the vice principal wants to take you in as a disciple. Yuluan said lightly, just be careful with your attitude and don't be arrogant. Just treat us teachers the same way. Okay, I understand. Gu Chen nodded. He was very excited. This is how every weak person treats the strong. What's more, this is a strong man who has surpassed 3 major levels. Although the strong ones in the God Emperor realm will bring a strong sense of oppression to others. But it also depends on who it is for. For mentors, letting go of their aura serves as a form of training. As for ordinary students at this level of God, it is impossible for a big man at the Divine Emperor realm to let go of his aura. Because the students simply can't stand it. Follow Yulyuan. The 2 of them quickly left the teaching area. Arrived at the building complex where the instructors of Jinling Divine Rune Academy lived. The buildings of these mentors. Like the buildings in the student area. They are all villas. But the decoration is much more exquisite. And it occupies a larger area. Under the leadership of Yulyuan, Gu Chen came to a seemingly ordinary and quiet villa. This villa has the style of ancient villas in the central plains. Compared with other Tudor villas nearby, the only special point is the floor space should be larger. It's over 10,000 square meters. Teacher Yulyuan, the vice principal is waiting for you and Gu Chen inside. At the door of the villa, an old man had been waiting here for a long time. It was as if he had known they would come. This old man is the housekeeper of this villa, he said with a smile. Okay, Uncle Fu. Yuluan nodded politely. This housekeeper's identity is not simple either. Naturally, it cannot be underestimated. Entering the villa, Gu Chen saw it at a glance. In the lobby on the first floor of this villa, there were 3 women chatting and laughing there. Hey, it's Xiaoyu. One of them is well maintained. He looks to be in his 30s. The lady with a noble temperament said with a smile. Lao Zhen is in the living room upstairs. Lao Zhen just said that we can just ask the student named Gu Chen to go upstairs. Xiaoyu, come over and chat with us. Yeah, Xiaoyu, don't always think about the students. Another woman said. The women in the villa. Most of them are the tutors' families. Everyone, I understand. Yuluan responded to them with a smile, then looked at Gu Chen, then go up by yourself. This is also a test from Vice Principal Yu. Good. Gu Chen nodded slightly. Then he walked up the stairs alone. Go to the 2nd floor. He found the reception room easily. The reception room door was open. Come in. A slightly low voice sounded. Gu Chen walked into the reception room. The first thing I saw in the living room was the only one besides myself. A tall man. A man with a face as firm as a rock. He looks to be around 40 years old. With short hair. With that muscular figure. It gives people a tough and powerful feeling. Even when Gu Chen was being watched by him, There was a vague feeling of being stared at by the most ferocious monster. This invisible pressure took his breath away. "Good afternoon, Vice Principal Yu." Gu Chen bowed slightly, being very humble and polite. Every powerful person in the Divine Emperor realm. They all emerged alive from a pile of monsters. He is his predecessor. Bowing is necessary courtesy. "Well, sit down." Yu Yuanzhen, standing behind the coffee table, pointed across at the opposite side. There is a quaint wooden seat. I believe Teacher Yulyuan has already told you what I mean. I'll tell you more about it now. Seeing Gu Chen sitting down, Yu Yuanzhen said. For students, there are two types of mentors in school. One type is a regular instructor, responsible for teaching classes and providing practical training. Other than that, they offer no other assistance to students. The other type is a dedicated mentor, who is responsible for passing on his or her skills to students, or disciples, without reservation. Of course, this inheritance may pay you back at some point in the future. I wonder if you would be willing to let me be your personal mentor. Disciple Gu Chen, meeting Teacher Yu. Gu Chen did not hesitate at all. Salute directly and respectfully. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Since you have chosen to have a strong teacher, in the future, I will be stronger. Of course, you also have to help your teacher. At this point, he knew it very well. Ha ha ha, good, good. From now on, you will be my disciple, Yu Yuanzhen. Yu Yuanzhen laughed with satisfaction and was very happy. Originally, he did not summon Gu Chen so quickly. It's not so quick to accept the other person as a disciple. His plan was to wait until the three-school exchange competition was over before taking action. But yesterday, after learning that Gu Chen had entered the God realm, and you can kill several monsters in a row, he changed his mind and decided to accept a disciple immediately. The longer the night, the more dreams you have. What if a cunning old man from another academy takes a fancy to me? That's not good. Chapter 54. Yu Yuanzhen took out the secret book that he had prepared long ago from under the table and handed it over. At the same time he said, Gu Chen, my disciple, has 12 senior brothers and sisters above you, of whom only 4 are formal disciples, and the remaining 8 are nominal disciples. You are the 5th formal disciple, and also my direct disciple. This Thunder Abyss Divine Power Guidance Method is an advanced divine power guidance method. It is your apprenticeship gift. Although you are a dark element, this book also contains guidance on dark elements. Combined with your current training, the effect will definitely be doubled. After hearing this, Gu Chen was delighted and quickly took it over. Thank you, teacher. Advanced Divine Power Guidance Method. But it is even more powerful than the intermediate Divine Power Guidance Method he is practicing now. Such a secret book. Even if it's just a copy. In the school's student system, the selling price is as high as 100,000 credits. If converted into Central Plains currency, that's 1 billion Central Plains coins. Besides, this thing is priceless if it is put out there. It's the same even in school. In the student system, credits can only be earned through tasks. Want to collect 100,000 credits by completing tasks. This difficulty is comparable to climbing to the sky. But now, such a rare method of guiding divine power is right in his hand. This is the benefit of having a powerful teacher. Although I was surprised. But Gu Chen has lived 2 lives. He quickly controlled his emotions. Seeing this, Yu Yuanzhen nodded slightly. I've heard Yu Luan say this before. The student was very calm and composed. Now it seems that it is true. In addition to this divine power guidance method, I also prepared 2 secret books with reference to your dark dragon god. See which one you need. Yu Yuanzhen suddenly asked. You are now a 2-star god, right? Gu Chen said respectfully, 3-star god. What? 3 stars? So fast. This time it was his turn to be shocked. Yesterday I heard from Yuluan that when you were in the wilderness area, your strength was only that of a 2-star god. I broke through yesterday afternoon. Gu Chen did not hide it and said it directly. Good, good, good breakthrough. Yu Yuanzhen said good 3 times in a row. He looked a little excited. At his level, there are very few things that can make his emotions fluctuate. But Gu Chen's breakthrough speed. It's really amazing. With his experience, I have never seen anyone break through so quickly before. How much punching power do you have now? How strong is your single arm strength? He asked again. Punching force is 2,000 kilograms, and single arm strength is about 1,500 kilograms. Gu Chen remembered the test conducted yesterday afternoon very clearly. There are so many. This is already the physical fitness of a 6-star god. Yu Yuanzhen's eyes became brighter and brighter. The tone was even more excited. There is no longer the mysterious feeling that I had when I first saw it. So, you should also have the innate talent of the dragon body divine rune. Moreover, combined with your dark dragon god, the dragon body's enhancement of the flesh has almost reached its limit. By the way, my divine emblem is the glory level Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yu Yuanzhen said, I also possess the divine talent of dragon body, but when I was a 3-star god, the physical enhancement that dragon body brought me was only about half of yours. Glory class, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Gu Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had heard of this divine pattern. Also read about it on the official website. This is a very awesome creature. Isn't the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex a top-level king? Gu Chen asked curiously. Yes, but it's not absolute. It also depends on talent and luck. From the Great Nirvana to the present, only the first generation has awakened the ultimate king-level Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and no one has awakened since then. Although mine is only at the glory level, its explosive power is also terrifying, not at all close to the king level. After all, the divine runes are only auxiliary, and the real battle is within oneself. Yu Yuanzhen had a smile on his face. Your dark dragon god has both elemental and physical amplification. Mine is mainly physical amplification. The skills I teach you are mainly physical skills. Besides me, your celestial beast department has another instructor named Yu Tianzheng. He also possesses dragon-type divine patterns, and they tend to be elemental amplification types. When the time comes, you can ask him any questions you have. I see. Gu Chen nodded to show that he understood. With a dedicated mentor. This does not mean that you cannot ask other instructors for advice. As long as it does not involve key practice methods. Ordinary tutors usually answer questions raised by students. Those of us who possess divine runes that enhance our physical strength generally cultivate a divine body refining technique to maximize our physical enhancement abilities. Yu Yuanzhen tapped the watch on his right hand lightly. With a buzzing sound, a light blue virtual screen was projected between the two of them. On this virtual screen, there are 2 secret books. A book called Overlord Dharmakaya. Another book is called Yuanju. Behind these 2 secret books, there are densely packed descriptions of it. These 2 secret books are both bodybuilding skills. Overlord Dharma Body is a high-level earth-level skill with 15 levels. When practiced to the limit, the physical strength is comparable to that of a god-level alloy. But the difficulty is extremely terrifying. And this Yuanju is a primary earth-level divine skill. It has 9 levels in total, and each level requires the absorption of special substances to advance. These special substances are all recorded in the Yuanju. Also, this divine skill is quite special. Although it is only at the primary level of the earth rank, the more special substances it absorbs, the higher its level will be in the later stages. According to the secret manual, as long as each layer absorbs the rarest special substances, this divine skill can eventually reach the heavenly level. The reason I gave you the Yuan Ju is that my intuition tells me that perhaps both of these books will be useful to you. The two bodybuilding skills are both earth level. Gu Chen did not make a decision immediately. Instead, carefully examine the description on the virtual screen in front of you. The Overlord Dharmakaya has 15 levels in total. There is no need to say too much. Just from the name you can tell that this is a practice that emphasizes physical cultivation. And after he saw the introduction, he found that it was indeed the case. Actually, this is not bad. But he didn't make a choice right away. His gaze turned to another bodybuilding skill, Yuan Ju. This bodybuilding skill. There are 9 floors in total. The special items required for each level of cultivation are different. And he had never heard of any of these things. This thing gave Gu Chen the feeling that it was a bit like the burning technique practiced by Emperor Yan Xiaoyan in the Doqi continent in his previous life. That is the evolution of devouring strange fire. And this one evolves by absorbing other special items. Gu Chen fell into deep thought. These two bodybuilding skills. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. The starting point of Overlord Dharmakaya is very high. It was at the advanced level of Earth rank from the beginning. To be honest, he was very moved by this. But he also thought Yuan Ju was good. Although the starting point is lower. However, it can absorb special substances to evolve, and in the later stage it is expected to surpass the Overlord Dharmakaya. Teacher Yu, have you ever practiced the Yuan Ju? After thinking for a moment, Gu Chen asked. Of course I have practiced. Yu Yuanzhen smiled faintly and said. Gu Chen asked again, what is the highest level you have built it to? Yu Yuanzhen said, I only came into contact with this divine skill after I entered the Divine Emperor realm. With the resources I had at the time, I could only cultivate to the 5th level at most and push this technique to the advanced level of the Earth rank. Chapter 55. Since even you, the teacher, can only cultivate to the 5th level. Gu Chen frowned when he heard this. When he saw such a powerful existence in the Divine Emperor realm, the resources he controlled were very terrifying. At the very least, one can cultivate to the 6th or even 7th level. I didn't expect there was only a 5th floor. Although I have given you this method, you don't have to choose it. I must remind you that even someone like me, at the Divine Emperor level, cannot provide the resources for subsequent cultivation. If you truly wish to cultivate, you must seek it out on your own. Having said that, Yu Yuanzhen also admitted a little bit of his powerlessness. Yuan Ju is the most perverted martial arts technique he has ever seen. There are some things even he can't get. We can only settle for the next best thing. Use some common substances to advance. It is precisely because of this that the Yuan Ju is in his hands. Only pushed to the advanced level of the Earth rank. Did not enter the heavenly realm. According to his estimation, if the first 5 levels were all advanced using top-notch natural materials and treasures, this magical skill, it has already reached the power of the heavenly level. Disciple understands. After hearing this, Gu Chen also realized that he had to make a careful choice. After a moment's silence, there is a pulling force in the dark. Let him choose the Yuan Ju. A voice seemed to tell him. He will be able to obtain those rare treasures that are needed for promotion in the future. And this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. So he followed his heart and said, Teacher Yu, after thinking about it, I decided to ask for the Yuan Ju. Besides, he is a man with a system. Special natural treasures are hard to find. If he uses the system to advance, what will be the result? So, he is looking forward to the final result. If it succeeds, then he is in the future. You can obtain a heavenly level magical skill. Even if it doesn't develop as expected. A high level earth level bodybuilding skill. It's already very good. Are you really sure? Yu Yuanzhen actually wanted Gu Chen to choose Overlord Dharmakaya. So I asked again to be sure. Gu Chen nodded, okay. I want him. Well, I won't advise you anymore. I can provide you with the initial training, but you will need to find it yourself later. Clear. Gu Chen nodded. This is a teacher, not a nanny. Some things you still have to fight for yourself. After all, teachers are not omnipotent. That's all for the Dharma. I will guide you in your practice from now on. If you have any questions during this period, feel free to ask. Yu Yuanzhen said with a smile. Yes. Gu Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately began to ask questions about cultivation. Time flies by quickly. Unconsciously. 3 hours have passed. This is the difference between having a teacher and not having a teacher. Gu Chen's expression was still intoxicated when he left the villa. The harvest this time is really huge. Not only did he obtain the advanced divine power guidance method, he also obtained a magical earth-level bodybuilding skill. And in the past 3 hours, Teacher Yu provided him with a lot of advice on spiritual practice. Corrected some of his incorrect training methods. It's great to have a teacher. My choice was right. Those who graduated from Jinling, whether in terms of strength or equipment, they are much stronger than casual cultivators. That's because there are teachers to guide. You can avoid many detours. And the scattered cultivators, I can only explore on my own. You don't even realize you've gone astray in your cultivation. Walk all the way back to the dormitory. As usual. Zhang Kailing collapsed on the sofa watching TV. Seeing Gu Chen come back, he was overjoyed. Immediately pull up the sand. He said with a smile. Brother Chen, you're back. You were awesome today. You've become the idol of the whole class. Everyone is proud of you. After you left, the foreigner was too embarrassed to stay and just ran away with his head down. It really made us laugh to death. After saying this, he became a little worried. But that guy is backed by the Shanta family. I think he's likely to retaliate against you. You have to be careful. Even if it does, I'm not afraid. This is Jinling. The 3 vice presidents are all powerful divine emperors. Do you think they are vegetarians? Gu Chen heard this. If it was before, he might be worried, but there is no need to worry in the academy. No matter how powerful the other party is, they can't interfere. At most, after leaving the academy. But now he has the powerful divine emperor standing behind him. Moreover, this powerful divine emperor has a wide network of contacts. If the Shanta family really wants to take action, it will never be obvious. But they do things secretly. 2. Zhang Kailing breathed a sigh of relief. Ding dong. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Gu Chen walked over and opened the door. I saw a man in a suit. A middle-aged man exuding a faint sense of oppression stood in front of the door. And in his right hand, carrying a rectangular black password box. The man in the suit said, "Hello, this is something Vice Principal Yu asked me to deliver. Please sign for it, Gu Chen." Gu Chen said, "I am." "Okay, please hold up your finger. I need to verify your genetic sequence." The man in the suit took out a genetic testing instrument. Beep, the person being tested is Gu Chen, identity verified. Gu Chen had just put his finger on it for a while. The instrument prompt sounded quickly. Verification successful. The man in the suit didn't delay any longer. He handed over the black password box directly. "You know how to turn it on," he said. Gu Chen nodded, "The teacher told me." The man said, "Okay, the things have been handed over to you. My mission is completed, so I will leave first." "Okay." Gu Chen nodded. "This guy is pretty heavy. The man in front of me is very strong. It is the realm of Divine Master. Because his teacher taught him how to judge his own general state of mind. He felt it. Carrying a password box. Gu Chen returned to the second floor of the villa. Place it on the coffee table in the living room. Gu Chen followed the teacher's instructions and carefully opened the box. After opening, there are several test tubes lying quietly. The test tube contains white and yellow liquid. He picked one up carefully, looking at the mysterious white liquid inside. Even if there is a tube between us, he could also feel the surging power contained in it. The special treasure needed to cultivate the first level of Yuan Ju is something called Tianyi Beidi Lei. I haven't heard of it before. It seems this is it. Gu Chen watched carefully. When I turned it over, I saw that there was indeed a label with 5 big words Longicorn white tears written on it. This is for him to practice Yuan Ju. And the other few yellow ones are definitely used for daily training. They are the Asenmu super concentrated liquid that the teacher mentioned before. Tisk tisk, such a small test tube requires 20 million Central Plains coins. It's really terrifying. Gu Chen felt a little emotional. Not bad, don't look at these gadgets. But it's super expensive. Most people really can't afford it. According to the Yuan Ju secret book, the white tears of the Longicorn is the best special treasure for entering the first level of Yuan Ju. Once you use it to advance, then the Yuan Ju can be pushed to the intermediate level of the earth rank. Gu Chen clenched his fists and said, now I have everything I need. In the days ahead, I will use them to reach a higher level even faster. Originally, he was planning to visit the nearest wilderness area in a few days. But in the current situation, it is obviously better to stay in school and accumulate strength. What's more, I have offended someone, so it's not a good idea to leave too early. You must quickly reach a higher level before you can get out. Chapter 56. There is no rush to use it now. He plans to strengthen his body first. A more stable foundation leads to better growth. Take out the method of guiding Lei Yuan's divine power and study it carefully. Although Yuan Ju is a great bodybuilding skill, but it is time-consuming. It would be quicker to start with the divine power guidance method. This can improve efficiency. Also at this time, he took out the dark divine power guidance method. Practice these two together. Maybe there will be some benefits. However, at this time, the prompt sound from the system in my mind. I've detected a connection between the Thunder Abyss Divine Power Guidance Method and the Dark Divine Power Guidance Method. Should they be integrated? After hearing this, Gu Chen was shocked and then overjoyed. Can it still be fused? This is good news, quickly fuse it for me. He agreed decisively. The next second, the 2 secret books in his hands disappeared. Fusion complete. This is a brand new secret technique, upgraded to the highest level of divine power guidance. This method possesses everything from the Liwen and Dark Divine Power guiding methods, and has been revised and improved. While controlling the Dark Divine Power, you can also begin to control the Divine Power of Thunder. It is especially suitable for you. Please name the new technique. Hiss, a top-grade divine power guidance method. Oh my goodness, from what I've heard, there doesn't seem to be a technique of this level. The system is really awesome. Then let's call it the Dark Thunder Abyss Divine Power Guidance Method. Gu Chen is a bad name, since it combines the advantages of both and corrects and fills the gaps. Then let's keep it simple and combine the names of the two. The Dark Thunder Abyss Divine Power Guidance Method is a bit awkward to pronounce, so let's just call it the Dark Thunder Abyss Guidance Method. Anyway, what we are cultivating is divine power, so there is no need to emphasize this. After thinking about it, he said again. Naming complete. The new technique's full name is Dark Thunder Abyss Divine Power Guidance Method. Its nickname is Dark Thunder Abyss Guidance Method. The system is more humane at this time. Hehe, not bad, not bad. The system is very capable. Gu Chen was very satisfied. A completely new technique has appeared in his hands. This technique is not a copy, but the original. The cover of the technique is as dark as the abyss, but there is also terrifying black thunder flashing around the darkness. The oppressive feeling it gives people is very scary just by looking at it. I can't explain the reason for this technique. Before my strength grows, I can't show it to anyone else, including my teacher. Thinking of something, Gu Chen said in his heart. The secrets of the system must never be exposed. So he read the book again. The above content has changed. Many of the previous confusions have been cleared up. Even some bugs have been fixed. A lot of missing content has also been filled in. It can be said that Gu Chen gained a lot. So that's it. A gleam flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. From then on, Gu Chen lived an extremely regular life. During the day, I train with other special recruits. At night, he would return to the dormitory to practice the Dark Thunder Abyss Guidance Method and Yuanju. Of course, I take a break occasionally. And sometimes Zhu Zuqing and others would come over and ask for a competition. But there is no doubt that he won. The training will be stopped on Sunday. On this day, he will go to teacher Yu Yuanzhen to ask for guidance in his practice. In this way, time passes quickly in an extremely fulfilling process. This day, in the training room on the second floor of the villa where Gu Chen is. Boom boom boom. Gu Chen stood in the middle of the training room. Shake left and right. He kept punching in coordination with his body movements. Because the punch speed was too fast, the air in Zhouguo was squeezed out by his clenched fists. The resulting sound of breaking through the air is rapid and continuous. There is a special rhythm contained in it. Laugh. Suddenly, the fist stopped abruptly, and steaming hot air spread out in all directions. After practicing 100,000 punches, it's time to practice swordsmanship. Gu Chen, who was sweating profusely, raised his hand and the dark divine power instantly condensed into a jade sword in his hand. Now his control over divine power is even stronger. Swordsmanship is my weakness, so I'll practice it 200,000 times this time. If you can't finish it, you won't eat. I saw Gu Chen standing in the middle of the training room. The dark jade sword in his hand was swung out again and again. After a month of training, and with Yu Yuanzhen's guidance. Nowadays, his swordsmanship. It is no longer as naive as it was before. Every time you swing, they are all very experienced. He was extremely devoted in his cultivation. Time has become a decoration for him. Before I knew it, a long time had passed. He also completed his 200,000 sword exercises. The moment he stopped, steam rose from his head. The whole body turned red. My whole body was already drenched in sweat. It's worse than falling into the water. But his naked upper body had well-proportioned muscles that bulged slightly. The blue veins were slightly exposed due to the force. In this case, his whole person. They all look a bit ferocious. But Gu Chen didn't care about it at all. His focus was on what was inside him. At this time, inside his body, inside the invisible meridians, thunderous black divine power. It is running madly along a special trajectory. I practiced a total of 300,000 times this time. It was really tiring, but the feedback I got after practicing was really great. This is what the ancients meant by bitter first, sweet later. This feeling is truly amazing. And during this period, my Yuanju also received a huge improvement in operation. This way, my body will become stronger. Gu Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. From that day till now, he insists on practicing Yuanju every day. The practice of this magical skill was not as complicated as he had learned. It's just that time is slower. Just need to squeeze your own physical strength at the same time. The trajectory of the special divine power that circulates the Yuanju in the body. Then, take another dose of annihilating tears liquid to complete the training. In this way, during this month, his physical fitness improved rapidly. Now his explosive power is one hand. It can easily exceed 2,500 kilograms. As his power increased, he also gained a lot of experience with the weight increase of the Dark Jade Sword. Now the weight has reached 1,000 kilograms. If an ordinary Divine Rune user is hit, he will really die. SHH. Suddenly, an imperceptible sound rang out from within him. He knew that the latest Yuanju was a sign of the completion of the divine power cycle. Logically speaking, after the cycle is completed, you should take Tianyi Bei Dailai to complete a complete body training session. But this time, he did not do so. Instead, he took out the white liquid in the middle of the box, which was the thickest and had the most terrifying aura and power. This is a super concentrated liquid of the white tears of the Longicorn. One bottle is equivalent to 10 bottles of ordinary Longicorn white tears. After a month of practice, he is now able to attempt to reach the first level of Yuanju. Whether you can enter or not depends on your efforts. I hope I won't need a second one. As an awakened dark dragon god, I must pass it in one try. Gu Chen pulled the plug. He tilted his head back and swallowed the super concentrated white liquid in the test tube in one breath. Gurgle. This smell is so strong. Chapter 57. After Gu Chen swallowed the super concentrated liquid of Longicorn white tears, a burning sensation instantly came over my whole body. The next second, there was also a hissing sound. It's like a chemical reaction. Steam continued to rise from his body. His entire skin was red and hot, as if it were roasted. At the same time, a sharp pain that penetrated deep into his bones surged from his body. Gu Chen's face was solemn, with a flash of surprise on his face. This reaction is too strong. It's uncomfortable, but it feels good. Because this kind of reaction had never happened to him before. It was the same Longicorn white tears, but what he was drinking now was just the super concentrated version. There is such a huge difference. It's really scary. But this is still within the range he can tolerate. Even if my whole body is twitching with pain. But he didn't cry out. But I have been enduring it. At the same time, use the Dark Thunder Abyss guidance method to maximize the effectiveness of the medicine. If all of it is absorbed, it will only benefit the body and not cause any harm. In this pain, he felt that each day was like a year. I don't know how long it took for this intense pain reaction to gradually disappear. His expression also relaxed as a result. It's finally over. It hurts so much. Gu Chen reacted and reached out to touch his chest. My skin has become harder now. The next second, he couldn't wait to open the character panel to check it out. The system opens the character panel. Host, Gu Chen. Level, 4-star God. Skill, Dark Thunder Abyss Guidance Method, Top Grade. Secret Book, Yuanju Level 1. Divine Mark Points, 15. Divine Rune, Dark Dragon God, Super God Level. Passive Talents, God Level Dark Element Affinity, Dragon God Fury, Dragon God Body, Dragon God Might, All Elemental Control, Darkness Arrives, Forbidden, Dragon God's Twilight Symphony, Forbidden. Active Talents, Dark Ball Jade, 1/1, Elemental Burst, Banned, Dark Tide, Banned, Dark Dragon Sword, Banned. Divine Rune Skills, Earthly Evil Sword Technique, Great Mastery, Flash Dragon Body Technique, Great Mastery, Dragon Fist Blast, Great Mastery. Current status, 10% unlocked, 90% sealed. This system panel is indeed constantly updating its columns based on the skills I've learned. Now I have finally entered the first level of Yuanju. Looking at the content on the screen in front of him, Gu Chen was in a good mood. This month, through self-cultivation, stepped into the realm of a 4-star god. I also asked the teacher for 2 books on alternative methods of practice. They are the intermediate level Xian grade Flash Dragon Body Skill and the advanced level Xian grade Dragon Fist Blast. One is body movement and the other is fist. Now, he, combined with his own cultivation. The power that erupts will be terrifying. Even if you encounter a 7-star god, he is not afraid at all. Challenging higher levels is the minimum standard for being a genius. Now, Lian Yuanju finally broke through. It can be said that within the realm of God, he is actually invincible. Try it first and see how much the strength has increased. Gu Chen stood up and walked to the punch strength testing machine. Then, he suddenly threw a punch. Bang! The target head of the test aircraft shook violently, and at the same time, a warning sounded. Punch force, 7,000 kilograms. Hiss, it's improved so much. Oh my goodness! After seeing this number, Gu Chen was instantly overjoyed. A perfect punch. To exert force from the feet. Transfer the power to the waist. Then use your waist to drive your upper arms. All the strength in the body is concentrated in the fist. Then swing with all your strength. It can be said that a person's physical fitness can be estimated from his punching strength. Compared with a month ago, he is now. It really is a world of difference. The increase in power brought about by the condensation of the first level of this Yuanju was somewhat beyond his expectations. Try entering the special state again. Gu Chen's eyes flashed. The special state of Yuanju was directly activated by him. Extreme Yuan Kai. Boom! Gu Chen's jet black hair suddenly stood up, becoming thicker and golden at the same time. The dark pupils suddenly turned golden. The whole body was also covered by a layer of golden flame. Then the whole person swelled up. He was already 1.8 meters tall. Directly raised to more than 2 meters high. Just like an extremely strong beast. His muscles are like steel. In some key areas, the knees, shoulders, and chest all showed a faint black protective scale armor. There are golden stripes on the scales, which is very strange. It looks even scarier. A terrifying aura emanated from him. It makes people feel suffocated and terrified. It feels really good. I feel like there is an endless amount of power overflowing from my body. This form is a bit like a super scion. Gu Chen looked at himself in the mirror carefully, and while he was intoxicated by this powerful force, I also feel that I look a little familiar in this form. After trying hard to recall, isn't this a bit similar to the Super Saiyan in the Dragon Ball anime in my previous life? Moreover, his hair stood up and turned golden. Although he grew taller and stronger. But no matter whether it is the golden hair that stands up and becomes thicker, still full of golden aura, or maybe golden pupils with a hint of black, they all suit my current figure very well. Very domineering and majestic. It's recorded in the Yuanju secret book that depending on the different awakened divine patterns, the enhanced performance after entering the extreme Yuan state will also be different. Normally I should be black, why am I golden? Could it be because there are other elements in my body? Gu Chen himself was a little confused. But it's not a big problem, as long as you are strong, that's enough. The appearance of these scales. It didn't make him look like a monster. Instead, it adds a touch of wild charm to him. With his golden and black eyes, it is even more luxurious. Try and see how much stronger my body is now. Gu Chen punched the target again. Bang! Punch force, 8,999 kilograms. Good boy, you've increased your weight by 1,999 kilograms. Why don't you round it up to 2,000 kilograms for me? While he was delighted with this number, he was also a little unhappy. This number is very distressing to see. Forget it, I'll work hard in the future, and breaking through to 9,000 won't be a problem. The punching strength test is complete. Next, let's test the defense and see how it goes. Gu Chen walked to the weapons storage box and pulled out an alloy sword. These weapons were equipped in this training room, but he had never used them because he was more comfortable using his dark jade sword. The reason why he didn't use the dark jade sword was because he couldn't hurt the master at all. He picked up the alloy sword and used 10% of his strength to chop his left arm. Clang! It's like chopping at the tough hide of a monster. The sword didn't leave even a trace on the skin. Not bad, come again. This time, Gu Chen increased his strength to 60%. This power is simple and has no other skills attached. This time. Finally, a shallow wound only 4 centimeters long was left on the skin of the left arm. And this wound? It's just starting to bleed. It solidifies immediately. Start healing. This feels really good. His self-healing ability is amazing too. 60% of his current strength is equivalent to that of an ordinary 6-star high-level god. However, even with such power, plus the alloy sword, it was just a cut on the skin. He looked at the wound on his left arm again. The scars there have almost healed. Chapter 58. The healing speed is also very fast. Gu Chen nodded with satisfaction. I really didn't make the wrong choice for this Yuan Ju. It would be great if I could cultivate the Overlord Dharmakaya as well. With both of them combined, my physical strength will be even more terrifying. Wait a minute, since 2 guidance methods with the same attributes can be synthesized by the system, then can Overlord Dharmakaya and Yuan Ju, both of which are bodybuilding techniques, be combined to form a new technique. How about we try it sometime later? Gu Chen planned to ask teacher Yu Yuanzhen later. If he could, he would be happy. But he won't go now. Because this will leave a bad impression on the other party. He had just cultivated the Yuan Ju to the first level, and he wanted to have the best of both worlds. Now that you have made your choice, just go ahead. Let's wait until we really can't find any special treasures. No matter what, even if I can't defeat these people in my basic state now, as long as I can activate the extreme Yuan and enter the Super Saiyan form, I will be absolutely invincible in the god realm. Now he is only a 4-star god. Who would have thought? He added up a series of amplifications. How can the strength be so terrifying? Challenging those above one's level is indeed a standard characteristic of genius, but it is impossible to challenge too many levels. And he was the one who broke those rules. Of course, this is how we treat most people. If you encounter people whose talents are not inferior to his, whose talents are very strong, or who have special talents, it is difficult to make a conclusion before fighting them. Gu Chen thought of the fact that he still had a trump card for leveling up by killing monsters, and he was even more delighted. This is just one of my methods. I haven't used the system yet. Once I enter the wilderness area and frantically hunt monsters to obtain divine rune points, that will be my time to take off. During this month, apart from using the system to increase it by 1 star, it has never been used again. Because there are not enough divine points. Therefore, the following are all manifestations of his extraordinary talent. I have already mastered the Yuan Ju technique to the 1st level. Next, I will go to the wilderness area. That is my main battlefield. Monsters await, your nightmare is coming. You will be the whetstone for me to become a strong man. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I will quickly become stronger and destroy all the monsters to avenge you. Gu Chen's golden eyes flashed with cold hatred and murderous intent. Now he has a good ability to protect himself. Just be careful in the wilderness area. There is basically no life-threatening danger. This means that he can hunt the beasts without worry. Obtain divine pattern points. You can take a little rest for the rest of the day. As soon as tomorrow comes, I will ask for leave from teacher Yulyuan. Before I leave school, I have to use up all that time. It can't be wasted. Once all this is packed up, we can set off for the wilderness area the day after tomorrow. Make the next arrangements. Gu Chen took a change of clothes with him. Go into the outside bathroom. Just now I condensed the Yuan Ju. The body discharges a lot of harmful substances that accumulate in the body. It needs to be cleaned thoroughly. In the blink of an eye, night falls and day rises. It's the same scene day after day. They are like an assembly line. The same work is done every day. Early in the morning. Training building. Here. It is a training place specially built for students of Jinling Divine Rune Academy. The whole building is built extremely tall. There are 22 floors in total. Each floor covers an area of about 2,000 square meters. In addition to the various equipment placed. This whole building. It can also accommodate nearly 6,000 students at the same time. The third floor of the training building. All the first-year special recruits are trained here. Hello. Hello. Hello, ha ha ha. At this time, many special recruits have already arrived here. They started their respective training. Some use exercise equipment. Some were armed with weapons. After a month of training, they are not rookies. Each one found his or her own training direction. Some people even got itchy and started sparring directly. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. I finally broke through to the divine realm. Humph, what's there to brag about? We already made the breakthrough. All of this is fake. Only being on the dark horse list is real. Haha, I'm now ranked 5990th on the dark horse list. Oh, that's good. Damn it, what's there to brag about? It's only this number, and those people ahead of us have already rushed to over 2,000. What the hell? Over 2,000? Isn't that a level that only seniors at the 5 or 6 star divine realm can achieve? Haha, those perverts, in terms of actual combat strength, which one of them hasn't reached the level of a 5-star god? Tisk tisk, that's right. In the training area, there are 2 people training at the same time. While chatting, from time to time, there would be exclamations of admiration. Although we are all from the same batch of special recruits. But after a month, the gap has gradually emerged. Silic and Zhu Zuqing are the first echelon. Zhu Zuqing's ranking on the dark horse list has already reached around 2,000. Slick is a little behind, but is still around 2,200th. That place is usually only accessible to juniors and seniors. Lang Yuzhu, Ma Hongjun and several students with better talents are in the second echelon. The ranking is around 3,000. The students behind. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Some. He hasn't even entered the realm of God and is not qualified to be on the list. By the way, have you forgotten about this amazing person, Gu Chen? He possesses a divine rune. Why didn't I see him? One of them asked. They were deeply impressed by Gu Chen. He didn't seem to make the cut, about the same as us. The other boy with short hair replied. What? That's impossible. Everyone was puzzled. He is in the same team as Zhu Zuqing. I heard that in several private competitions, Zhu Zuqing couldn't even beat Gu Chen. He wasn't in the real rankings. One of the boys explained. The Dark Horse ranking is determined based on the number of levels the students have passed in the virtual trials. Gu Chen hasn't broken in yet. I see, why doesn't he break in? The tall and thin man nodded quickly, looked around, and after confirming that no one was paying attention to this side, he whispered. He's really patient. Yes. The short-haired boy nodded slightly, then turned to look more than 20 meters to the left. There, Slick was chatting and laughing with a girl. Also, I heard that Slick seems to be interested in Zhu Zuqing. The tall and thin boy whispered gossipingly. Haha, even if you give him 100 years, he still won't be able to catch up. The short-haired boy said disdainfully, Zhu Zuqing seems to be interested in Gu Chen. That pretty and charming face, and the sexy and hot body. Zhu Zuqing is recognized as a goddess by all special recruits, regardless of gender. Gu Chen, however, is considered the public enemy of boys because he is surrounded by too many beautiful girls. But compared with the foreigner Sri Lanka, it is much better. Suddenly, the door of the training room was pushed open. The tall and oppressive Gu Chen walked in from outside. The people around him immediately greeted him. Chapter 59. In normal training. Because of Gu Chen's excellence, many people will humbly ask for advice when they have questions they don't understand. Gu Chen will also be happy to answer their questions. He really enjoys this process. So he has a very good reputation in the class. He's here. A place in here. Bumba, who was training, heard the noise of people around him. He looked over immediately, and the moment he saw Gu Chen, he showed a look of horror, just like the ones above him. This feeling is like being branded in my heart. Gu Chen became his shadow. He also recalled the scene a month ago where he was stepped on as a warning by the other party. Even though I was ashamed and angry, I was also afraid. Moreover, he is now feeling pain in his abdomen. Focus on your own training. If you want revenge, you must work harder. Seeing Bumba's fear and even cold sweat on his forehead, Slick next to him frowned slightly and said. He somewhat regretted letting Bumba test Gu Chen. Now, as soon as Bumba saw Gu Chen, he looked timid. It has brought shame to the Shanta family. Why are you so late today? At this time, Zhu Zuking's sweet voice sounded. As usual, she was wearing training clothes. Only. Even the loosest training suit. It can't hide her curvy figure. Gu Chen chuckled and said, I slept a little late. Maybe it was because of the condensation of Yuan Ju last night. The physical energy consumed is too intense. The fatigue in his body made him sleep a little longer. I didn't expect that someone as self-disciplined as you would sleep late one day. It's really rare. Zhu Zuqing teased with a pure smile on her pretty face. After a month of getting along, the two became more familiar with each other. This kind of ridicule. It's part of daily life. Gu Chen's mouth curled up into a playful smile. You dare to laugh at me? If you have the guts, come to my villa tonight and I'll have a deep discussion with you. Basically, every once in a while, the two of them would have an in-depth discussion and exchange. Although Zhu Zuqing sometimes wins, but most of the time, they are all slightly better. Now he has cultivated the Yuan Ju to the first level. Our own strength is even stronger. To crush Zhu Zuqing, all you need is your hands. Okay. Zhu Zuqing blinked her clear eyes, came up directly, and said seductively. Then I'll go find you tonight to spar with you. Ahem. Sniffing the touching virgin fragrance at the tip of my nose. Gu Chen almost choked. This girl is getting bolder and bolder. I was just kidding. I'll come back to spar with you later. Seeing Gu Chen's embarrassed look, Zhu Zuqing took a step back. Chuckling. Her plump breasts also swayed slightly. Ever since she found out that she couldn't beat Gu Chen in actual combat, she just liked the feeling of teasing Gu Chen. Gu Chen smiled evilly. Well, I'll give you a good beating then. Zhu Zuqing's smile was even more full of teasing. Walking with long legs. Following him with a smile. Training building, 3rd floor. The area is more than 1,500 square meters. On such a large area, the special recruits were divided into groups. Separate area. Everyone trains in a fixed area. The same is true for Gu Chen. Come to your training area. Gu Chen directly called over several people who were training nearby. Everyone come here, I have something to say. Brother Chen, what's wrong? Zhang Kailing was the first to run over and asked curiously. 5 days ago, he had already entered the 1-star god level. Now, after this period of training, his temperament has also become much sharper. It's not as limp as it was before. Let's wait until they are all here. After a while, Lang Yuzhu, Xiao Mei, and Yun Yaxian all came over. Seeing everyone is here, Gu Chen said, Everyone, I'm ready to leave the training camp. Leaving the training camp? Where are you going? There are still 3 months of training left. Are you leaving now? Lang Yuzhu and Xiao Mei couldn't believe it. I didn't expect Gu Chen to say this. Zhu Zuqing was also slightly stunned. Quickly reacted. Are you going to be trained individually by Vice Principal Yu? During this month, many specially recruited students were selected by their instructors to become their disciples. The news that Gu Chen was accepted as a disciple by Vice Principal Yu Yuanzhen. It has already spread throughout the entire special admissions population. Lang Yuzhu nodded, yes, following the powerful Divine Emperor is much better than being here. She also already has her own exclusive mentor. Although he is not as good as Vice Principal Yu, he is also a powerful person in the realm of God King. Under the guidance of this tutor, she has made great progress this month. No. Gu Chen shook his head, I plan to go to the wilderness area alone to train. He planned to go to the wilderness area E which was closest to Jinling. This is a small wilderness area. The highest level of monsters is only level 2, and the danger level is low. Many students from Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Everyone goes here to complete school tasks such as collecting materials and killing monsters. This place is also a good place to collect divine pattern points. Although the highest level is only level 2, there are many lower levels. You're going to the wilderness area alone. Hearing this, everyone looked worried. Lang Yuzhu said, you are too impatient. Although you are very capable, it is still too dangerous to go now, especially alone. Generally, those who go there are seniors from grades 4, 5, and 6. And Gu Chen hasn't even finished his freshman phase yet. Gu Chen smiled and comforted, don't worry, I won't joke with my life. With my current strength, as long as I am careful and have the life-saving methods my teacher gave me, I will be fine in the wilderness-y area. Only by killing monsters and obtaining divine points can you quickly increase your strength. He had been delayed for a month and now he had to go. All right. Since the other party had said this much, no one continued to dissuade him. They also know that Gu Chen has a strong character. Once a decision is made, most people can't be persuaded at all. Zhu Zuqing on the side did not try to persuade him. Instead, he said with interest. You're going it alone, how about I accompany you? No, I have no worries. Gu Chen shook his head and refused. Even small wilderness areas have powerful second-level monsters. This time, even he himself couldn't tell whether his life would be in danger. Although Zhu Zuqing is quite strong now. But there is absolutely no need to take risks with yourself. At school, her strength improved faster. There is absolutely no risk to life. Teacher Jade. Good morning, Instructor Yu. Good morning, Teacher Yu. At this time, wearing a close-fitting tutor uniform, the enchanting Yulyuan, walking into the training building with slender steps. The students around greeted him one after another. And Yulyuan also nodded. Walk into your office. Okay, I'm going to ask for leave. If nothing unexpected happens, I will head to Area E of the wilderness tomorrow. I haven't decided on a return date yet. If you can't contact me by then, just leave me a message. Gu Chen gave a final warning, then turned and walked towards Yulyuan's office. Don't worry, I believe in Brother Chen. Looking at Gu Chen's tall back as he left, Zhang Kailing said. Although they lived in the same dormitory, but the two can be said to be two extremes. Gu Chen has been practicing very hard in the morning and evening for the past month. As for himself, after training during the day, he just wants to lie down when he gets home at night. Yes. Upon hearing this, the women nodded slightly in agreement. In their small group, Gu Chen can be said to be their benchmark. For example, Yun Yaxian herself. Every time I am ready to be lazy. You can see that Gu Chen is still training hard. Under such a strong contrast, she had no choice but to give up being lazy. It is precisely because of this. Her laziness. During this month. Much better. This is the benefit of following the right people. You can be influenced by him. Give up laziness and practice hard. If everyone was like this, why worry about the Central Plains not prospering? Chapter 60. The office door opened. Gu Chen walked in. It immediately caught Yuluan's attention. It's rare that you would come to me on your own initiative, she teased. It seems like the two of them have a secret that they cannot reveal. Gu Chen smiled awkwardly and said, Teacher Yu, I'm here to ask for leave. Ask for leave? No wonder you came. Tell me, how long will it take? In the office, Yuluan sat lazily in the chair, crossed her legs, drank soy milk, and looked at the outstanding student in front of her. Her round legs wrapped in black stockings stacked up together make her look sexy and attractive. About 3 months. Gu Chen pondered for a moment and said. Wilderness Area E, although very close to Jinling. But it takes almost half a day to go back and forth. So, he planned to stay in the wilderness area for 3 months. After obtaining enough divine pattern points in one go, return to school. 3 months is too long. No. Yuluan was a little surprised and leaned forward slightly. Her clear eyes stared straight at Gu Chen. You're currently ranked last in the school on the dark horse list. How dare you let me criticize you for 3 months? Gu Chen said, I'm focused on training and don't have time for a challenge. If I really wanted to, I would definitely shock the whole school. Dark horse ranking. This is determined by the number of virtual trials you have passed. It takes 1 or 2 hours to brush up the ranking here. It was too time-consuming, so he gave up. The dark horse ranking is the most intuitive reflection of a student's strength. I spend every day with you special recruits, so I can naturally know your true strength without looking at the rankings. But some people only look at the dark horse rankings, do you understand? Yuluan spread her hands helplessly. She serves as the chief instructor for the special recruits training camp, and there are also assessment requirements. If the higher UPS were to investigate, Gu Chen, the god-level divine rune awakener. After the training camp, they were still ranked last in the school. What was her final assessment result? I'm afraid I'll get a failing grade. It's unfair to her efforts. Gu Chen was not a fool. He heard the instructor's difficulties and quickly said. I understand. I'll go and challenge the dark horse list now. You can ask for leave for me then. For him, Yuluan is not only his training instructor, but also his recruitment teacher. Moreover, during this month, Yuluan also applied for many resources for him. It can be said that without Yuluan's help, he would not have been able to enter the 4-star god realm so quickly and practice the first level of Yuanju. Now that he knew that instructor Yu was in trouble, he naturally wanted to help. Besides, he didn't have time to improve his rankings before. Okay, go ahead. I'm looking forward to your performance. Yuluan smiled happily. This kid finally woke up. Now Gu Chen has time. Just to see what ranking I can get in the end. He turned and left the office. Arriving at the virtual trial floor, Gu Chen walked out of the elevator and took in everything here. The style is similar and full of technology. Here are placed a number of high-tech virtual submarine cabins. Hello, classmate. Do you want to use the stealth pod to conduct a virtual trial? A girl who looked to be in her 20s, wearing a uniform and with shoulder-length hair, walked over slowly with a gentle smile on her face. Many places in Jinling Shenwen Academy cooperate with off-campus enterprises, and this stealth cabin is one of them. The cooperation partner is a technology company called Tiankang. As a commercial company, they naturally know how to give guests a better experience. For example, the uniform worn by the staff member. It's just a black short dress, paired with black over-the-knee socks that are slightly tight. Although she is not as beautiful and charming as Zhu Zuqing and other girls, but she is also a pretty beauty. And staff like this are just the norm here. Of course, if it is a female student. The handsome male staff member appeared in front of me. Gu Chen nodded. Then please follow me. Under the leadership of the long-haired girl, Gu Chen came to a huge instrument. This instrument is rectangular in shape. It is about 3 meters high and has a space of about 3 or 4 square meters inside. This is a strength collection device. Just go in and follow the prompts. The long-haired girl said with a sweet smile. Okay. Gu Chen stepped inside. Laugh. The instrument door closed and a beam of light shot out from the virtual light instrument. Starting from the top of his head, he scanned him completely from top to bottom. Freshman Special Class, Gu Chen, Physical Data Collection successful. Next, please unleash your divine power with all your might and unleash the divine skills you possess. Before entering the virtual trial, the highest divine power burst will be recorded, and the intensity after the explosion of various magical skills. Only in this way, the strength displayed after entering the virtual trial. It is closest to real combat effectiveness. The last time I came, Gu Chen has already entered it once. This time, the route is familiar as well. Boom! The divine power burst out with all its strength, the dark divine power spread, and a huge dark dragon god pattern appeared behind him. At this moment, the entire space fell into a brief darkness. Gu Chen took a deep breath and began to practice the magical skills he had mastered. Such a powerful pressure! Outside the instrument, the short-haired girl in uniform did not leave. Instead, he stood aside and waited with a look of shock on his face. Her name is Lu Yan, and she studies at another college in Jinling. Her relative is an executive at Tiankang Network Technology Company. Thanks to this relationship, she had the opportunity to work as a summer intern here. Before she came again, her relatives told her, tell her to try her best to find a boyfriend from Jinling Divine Rune Academy during the summer vacation. These men have unlimited prospects. If she can find one, she will have no worries about food and clothing in the future, and she won't have to worry about status or rights. Students who graduate from Jinling Divine Rune Academy are at least 6-star gods. And these people are definitely not ordinary beings. Everyone's divine runes start at least at the diamond level. Such a person, no matter where you are after graduation, they are all objects of competition among various forces. And she, a student from an ordinary liberal arts university. If only I could find a boyfriend like this. The future is not only for yourself. Even your entire family will benefit from it. Having said that, but Lu Yan also has her own pride. Even if the other party is a student of Jinling Divine Rune Academy. If you don't see the right eye, nor will I lower myself to lick your boots. As a person with dignity, she would not allow these. But this little brother is really good looking. It wouldn't be a problem if it were him. She murmured to herself, a blush flashing across her face. Gu Chen's strong body suddenly came to mind. It made her feel embarrassed. Chapter 61. So just now, she was attracted to the other person inside. That's why she rushed over to be the guide. Just now, I could feel the powerful fluctuations of his divine power. He must be a very talented player. But it's hard to say, let's wait and see. When Lu Yan thought of this, she did not act impulsively, but chose to investigate. Wait a minute, the data will be out soon. Hehe, I have permission to view background data, so I can take a look in advance. Lu Yan took out her work ID card. Brush on the instrument. Gu Chen's general information appeared on the monitor next to him. Name, Gu Chen. Student ID, 000. Level, 4-star God. Certified Strength, 7-star God. What? Is it fake? 4-star God level, but the strength is that of a 7-star God. Lu Yan's pupil shrank, and her heart was filled with turmoil. The method to confirm potential is very simple. It depends on how much higher the level is than the certified strength. Some people's certification strength will be lower than their cultivation level. Some are the same, some are just a small level above. This can be used to judge the potential of this person. From the serial number. This person is still a freshman. A freshman has such powerful strength. I still have to stay in school for 6 more years. She couldn't imagine what she would achieve after 6 years. Lu Yan looked at the display panel with burning eyes. When he comes out later, I must get his contact information. Lu Yan unconsciously played with the hem of her skirt with her right hand, feeling a little nervous inside. This was the first time she took the initiative to ask for a boy's contact information. Usually at school, it was those boys who took the initiative to ask for her contact information. Keep calm, keep calm. Lu Yan took a few deep breaths before her emotions calmed down a little. Swish. At this moment, swipe the screen. The column of Gu Chen's certified strength jumped. Became an 8-star god. 8-star god. Lu Yan took a breath and her beautiful eyes trembled. She didn't expect that Gu Chen's certification strength could increase further. Hey. The calmed emotions began to fluctuate again. It took a while before he managed to calm down again. How did you achieve this strength? At this moment, she became extremely curious about Gu Chen. If you surpass 3 levels, you can be called a monster. After 4 levels, she couldn't imagine how the other party did it. I remember that this device has a monitoring function to prevent students from getting into accidents. I found it. This is it. Lu Yan clicked the monitoring function in the upper right corner of the screen. The scene changes. The scene inside the instrument appeared on the screen. Ah! The moment the display screen appears, she was so frightened that she took several steps back. Finally I stood still. The legs in black knee-high stockings. They were still trembling slightly. Is this still human? In the instrument screen in front of her, a man over 2 meters tall appeared. Possessing golden eyes. The hair stood up, turned golden, and was thicker than what I had seen before. His whole body was wrapped in golden flames. The key parts of the body are covered with black scales. The muscles of the body are like steel. A creature full of violent beauty. And behind this creature, there is a dark dragon. It gives people the feeling of a terrifying existence emerging from the dark abyss. Black thunder flashed and thundered on both of them. Is he Gu Chen? Lu Yan trembled as she approached. Only then did I recognize the terrifying creature on the screen. It was the young man who just went in. This is too scary. Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. At least this is a person, not a monster. You know what? Once you get used to it, it feels pretty domineering. The next second, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light. Gu Chen on the screen. His entire body was filled with dark divine power, and pitch-black divine energy surrounded him. Combined with his resolute and calm expression, and strong and ferocious physique, he is truly domineering. However, this form shouldn't be his normal state. A blush flashed across Lu Yan's face. If this is the other party's true form, how can she bear it in the future? If you go in like this, you will definitely die. Thinking of this, her beautiful face, it quickly turned as red as blood. No, what am I thinking about? We haven't even started yet, why are you thinking so far ahead? Lu Yan quickly broke free from her chaotic thoughts and imagination. Except for the remaining redness on the face, there was no longer anything unusual. Only, when looking at Gu Chen in the picture, her slender legs were wrapped in black knee-high socks. I can't help but tremble slightly. Laugh. The instrument door opened, and Gu Chen, who had completed the strength entry, walked out. Every time I enter the virtual trial, I have to re-enter my strength data. It's too troublesome. Gu Chen frowned slightly. But he also knew. able to simulate one's true strength in the virtual world. It is already a very black technology. Hello, Mr. Gu, are you going to use the dive pod next? Beside her, the shy Lu Yan asked. Gu Chen gave her a strange look. He felt that the other person's gaze was a little strange. In addition to respecting guests, it seemed to carry an inexplicable heat. That feeling. It was like seeing something exciting. Under the leadership of Lu Yan, Gu Chen came to an empty stealth cabin. He opened the hatch and was about to go in. Lu Yan next to him suddenly said, "Student Gu, I'm Lu Yan from the nearby Jinling College of Arts and Sciences. I'm a sophomore this year. Could you please give me your contact information?" After saying that, she stood there with her pretty face flushed, lowered her head, and did not dare to look directly at Gu Chen. Contact information. Gu Chen could tell that this girl seemed to be interested in him. Although he was not very interested in this girl, it didn't seem right to reject her so directly. So he gave the other party his contact information. Then he waded into the diving cabin. Laugh. The hatch closed and the virtual trial began. Outside the cabin, Lu Yan quickly wrote down the phone number and waved her fist. With a joyful look on his face. I didn't expect it to be easier than I thought. With the contact information, I will be able to take him down. At this moment, a projection shot out from the front. On the vast white earth, Gu Chen Gundam's figure appeared. Is this the virtual trial world? It's quite realistic. This feels really good. Gu Chen looked around and tried to move again. It was no different from outside. This technology is amazing. If I had this technology in my past life, I would have been able to play games like Sword Art Online a long time ago. Gu Chen thought with emotion. Just as he was sighing, a magnificent voice sounded from the sky. Welcome student Gu Chen, student number 00 sequence, to the virtual trial. You have currently cleared 0 levels and are ranked 6050th at the bottom of the Dark Horse list. Next, please choose your weapons and combat uniform. A large amount of equipment appeared before Gu Chen's eyes. He glanced at it. There is an option to bring your own weapons. He clicked. This interface disappears. The next second, he moved his mind, dark divine power condensed, and the dark jade sword appeared. You're still the best. This setting is also very user-friendly. Gu Chen waved the sword in his hand, just like in reality, giving him a heavy feeling. The heavier the sword, the higher the damage. After the equipment selection is completed, the virtual trial begins. At this time, the magnificent voice sounded again. Rumble. The earth trembled, and the surrounding scene changed rapidly with Gu Chen as the center. In an instant, it turned into a vast grassland. Standing on this, I can still smell the faint fragrance of mud. Feel the breeze. So real. Gu Chen exclaimed again. Rumble. Suddenly, a dull sound came from a distance. A thorn bison, as big as a small car, rushed over with a roar. The dull sound just now was made by its huge feet kicking on the muddy ground. Good job. Gu Chen didn't even use his divine power. Standing in place, he slashed down with the dark jade sword in his hand. Phew! A blood mist spurted out from the body of the thorn bison, was separated by a powerful force, and then disappeared. Kill instantly. Chapter 62. Boring. Gu Chen's eyes were cold and he looked uninterested. This is the first level of the virtual trial. The strength of this thorny buffalo. Not even a one-star god. It is for other students to test the waters. For him, there is absolutely no threat at all. The previous trials were very weak. This is perfect for me. I can see how far I can go with my physical strength alone, without using any divine power. Gu Chen looked towards the upper right corner. There was a message box. Name, Gu Chen. Number of virtual trial levels, 1. Dark Horse Ranking, 5930. He had just passed the first level of the trial, and his ranking had risen so much. In the first 10 levels of the virtual trial, there will be no rest time. After clearing the first level, the second level of trial will follow. Roar! Roar! Soon. 2 roars sounded. 2 thorn bison, much more powerful than before, rushed towards this side. Their eyes are scarlet and their mouths are filled with dense and sharp fangs. There is no doubt that even steel can be broken into pieces by one bite. For others, it's very scary. In the mimicry world, Chen leisurely walked on the dilapidated streets. He didn't even look at the thorn buffaloes that would rush out, and killed them casually with the dark jade sword like cutting melons and vegetables. Squeak! 2 more thorn buffaloes fell in a pool of blood, then turned into points of light and disappeared into thin air. The monsters in front of the virtual trial are quite difficult for ordinary divine rune users. But for Chen, it didn't cause any trouble at all. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Soon. He passed the virtual trials at a terrifying speed. And his ranking on the Dark Horse list also soared. 5,500. 5,111. 4,111. 3,111. 2,300. His ranking quickly reached 2,300th. At the same time, the third floor of the training building. The special trainees have just finished their training. Just about to take a break. Their training is very intense. So most students, during the rest period after training, choose a variety of ways to relax. Some choose to jog. Some choose to do aerobics. Others take out their mobile phones to watch videos. Suddenly, a man looked at his phone and exclaimed, "Holy crap! How did Chen's ranking suddenly rise so much? It's already 2300th. This is too fast. We were at the bottom before. Let me see. Holy crap! It really is." When the other students heard this, they took out their phones to check and were also shocked. So he went to the mimicry training room. Chen is a god-level divine rune user, so it's normal for him to charge so much at once. That's right. Ji's strength is similar to Zhu Zuking's. It's normal for him to rush to over 2,000 in one go. Everyone was watching with their phones. Many people also think it is very normal. If an opponent with such terrifying strength can't rush forward, then they are even worse off. Slick, Chen is starting to rush to the top of the list. In a corner of the training room, Ben Ba frowned and said in a deep voice. That's normal. He already has this ability, but he just didn't rush into it before. Slick closed his eyes slightly and concentrated on practicing the divine power guidance method. The failure last time left a psychological shadow on Chen. In addition, the other party also worshipped a master at the level of Divine Emperor. Now he no longer has the desire to attack Chen. I can only wait for a year and a half. In the selection of secret realm places. Then it depends on your own means. Zhu Zuking's training area. At this time, she was sitting cross-legged on the ground, practicing the method of guiding divine power. A charming and pretty face, and a curvy and seductive figure. Whether it is appearance or figure, she is of the best quality. Even if you just sit there quietly and do nothing, there is a kind of captivating beauty. Paired with the black framed glasses on her pretty face, she exudes an inexplicable charm. After hearing the content of Zhou Guo's discussion, she slowly opened her eyes. The beautiful eyes as clear as a baby sparkled with a strange brilliance, and some of the expectations were low. He murmured, "Let me see your limits." Although she often seeks out Chen for competition. But both of them stopped at the right time. None of them can use magical skills. So, even if it was her, I don't know how strong Chen's true strength is. But it's different in virtual space. You can give full play to your. There won't be any worries. In there. Her divine rune talents, skills, and swordsmanship. Various means are frequently used. Push your strength to the limit. In the end, I only reached the 20th floor. Stuck around 2000 on the dark horse list. So. She is looking forward to it. After Gu Chen exerted his full strength. How strong will it be? It's so easy for this guy to rush. Yes, the gap is really too big. The beautiful faces of Yun Yoxian and Lang Yuzha beside them moved slightly. After expressing his feelings out loud, he wasn't really surprised. After all, Gu Chen's training site is right next to them. Just be a little more careful. I just know that Gu Chen's strength is much stronger than theirs. This rate of improvement is quite normal. In the office, Yuluan, who had just finished her instruction, seemed a little tired and sat on a chair. Then he leaned forward imperceptibly. Lu Xian's heavy and turbulent body was gently placed on the table. Call. After sitting down, I felt much more relaxed. At this time, I heard a burst of noise coming from outside the door. This little guy is finally starting to show his strength. Yuluan breathed a sigh of relief and ruffled her hair with her jade hand. This way, they won't say that my test results are not good. As soon as Gu Chen's ranking goes up, she felt more relaxed. And it can also shut those people up. Instead, we need to consider that. I should ask the vice principal for some reward when the time comes. Just increasing contribution points by 25 is not enough. It's up. It's up. Gu Chen's ranking has risen again. That's amazing. It's only been 10 minutes and Gu Chen has already reached 2200th place. This clearance speed is terrifying. Training building, 3rd floor. Many people gathered together. Pay attention to the changes in Gu Chen's ranking on the dark horse list. Everyone, please concentrate. We are about to start the second period of training. Yuluan walked out of the office and reminded him with her hand. She is in charge of all the morning classes. Other teachers will be replaced in the afternoon. It's a shame we can't always keep an eye on Brother Chen's ranking. This is a historic moment. Even so, they still put down their phones and devoted themselves to training. Compared with Gu Chen's ranking, one's own strength is more important. In this class I will teach you something new. Soon, Yuluan's melodious voice was heard in the training room. The specially recruited students also focused their attention and cooperated with the training under her guidance. But no one noticed that. On the mobile phone interfaces that are casually placed on the equipment, Gu Chen's dark horse ranking. Still rising rapidly. Roar. In the virtual trial, a thorny buffalo rushed towards Gu Chen with a fishy smell. Die. Gu Chen looked relaxed. Slightly sideways. A sword pierced his abdomen. It's just this sword. After entering 10 centimeters. It's stuck and can't move. Can't go any deeper. Roar. The thorn bison roared and charged forward with its huge horns. Chapter 63. The attack of the horns was very fierce. But Gu Chen was not afraid at all. His expression was as calm as ever. The next second, in front of him, dark energy quickly condensed, forming a dark shield. Buzz! The huge horns struck upon it. Not only was it successfully resisted, the shield didn't even vibrate. And the damage of the bull's horns was almost negligible the moment they touched. Dark elements is so awesome. The next second, a powerful force surged from the dark jade sword. The sword stuck inside the abdomen was cut off directly. Roar L. A shrill roar sounded. The thorn bison was cut in half, and blood splattered as it turned into particles and disappeared. Congratulations to student Gu Chen for passing the 19th level. The next level will be the 20th level. As this mechanical voice sounded, a blue screen appeared. It contains Gu Chen's information. Challenger, Gu Chen. Number of virtual trial levels, 19. Dark Horse ranking, 2020. More than 2000. This is my current physical strength alone. Next, I'm going to use my other methods. Let me continue to shock the crowd. A confident smile appeared on Gu Chen's lips. Starting from the 15th level trial. All that appeared were first level intermediate elite beasts, equivalent to 6-star human gods. And just now on the 19th floor, a group of first level intermediate ferocious beasts appeared. It is already a bit insufficient to kill these ferocious beasts with just physical strength. He did not activate the extreme state. Because this state will not last long. It also consumes a lot of his physical strength. He plans to use it in the final sprint level. Next, let's continue. His eyes looked ahead sharply. Zhu Zuqing's current ranking is around 2000. In other words, he will fight with Zhu Zuqing in the future. Even without divine power. Relying solely on the flesh. I can tie with her. Even suppress it. Please pay attention, Trialist Gu Chen, the 20th level trial is about to begin. Within 30 minutes, kill the 51st level intermediate flaming lions that are attacking you. If you die midway, you fail. If you kill less than 50 fiery lions after 30 minutes, you will fail the level. A familiar voice sounded. What? Kill 51st level intermediate flaming lions in 30 minutes. Gu Chen frowned. At this moment, I finally felt a little pressure. But it's not very big. The flaming lion is a very tricky thing. This thing is not weak at all in terms of power, size, explosiveness, and physical strength. He took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Looks like I have to be serious. It seems that the reason why Zhu Zuqing didn't move forward must be because of this level. Indeed, she's only a 3-star god right now, not someone as powerful as me with cheats, so it's normal that she can't get through. And I will pass it. When I thought of the scene where Zhu Zuqing's thin and slender figure was constantly knocked away by these things, he couldn't help but be amazed. Come on, I'm ready. Gu Chen's heart moved. Dark divine power quickly covered the whole body. A huge and domineering dark dragon god pattern appeared on his body. Everything around was affected and entered the dark world. At the same time, he activated the god-level dark element affinity. Mobilize dark energy and attach it to him. Behind him, one dark ball jade after another was floating. In addition, the dark dragon god's divine ring swirled around. Now he gives people the feeling that he is a bit like the six-path sage. Gu Chen clenched his fists. Under my dark power, the strength of these lions will be greatly weakened, and their attacks will be swallowed by me. All the advantages are on my side. As long as I am careful, killing them will be a piece of cake. The 20th level trial begins. At this moment, the sound of the trial rang out. The surrounding scene changed into a world of flames. The ground cracked and molten lava flowed. But under the influence of the dark world, what I see is black and colorless white. A large group of huge flaming lions rushed out at the same time. Abnormally ferocious. The offensive was terrible. Roar! 50 flaming lions. Each flaming lion exudes bloody murderous aura. It's like the god of death has descended, extremely bloodthirsty. If you get hit by something like this, it will be very painful. Roar! Roar! With that strange roar. Rumble! 50 of them were all first-level intermediate flaming lions with red eyes. In their eyes, there is only Gu Chen as a prey. Do whatever it takes to kill him. The distance between the two sides was 100 meters. Soon he rushed to Gu Chen. Thunder. Thunder is naturally penetrating. To deal with these flaming lions with strong defense. It's perfect. Rumble. The dark sea of thunder swallowed up 50 flaming lions. The thunder penetrates their thick skin and enters their bodies. Make them feel severe pain. The scarlet in the eyes became more and more obvious. Completely enraged. Some were knocked down. But he didn't die. After standing up, together with the rest of his companions, he was bound to drown Gu Chen. Roar! They trampled the flames. Let out an extremely angry roar. The skin is really tough. I didn't kill him instantly. Facing the flaming lion that could still stand up, Gu Chen was not too surprised. So he rushed forward, waving the dark jade sword in his hand. Perform the earthly evil sword technique. Wow! The dark jade sword filled with earthly evil and dark power, combined with the flash of thunder outside. Just like that, the killing began. Puff puff. In just a moment, several flaming lions had their heads chopped off. The huge body lost control. He fell heavily in a pool of blood. When the rest of the fiery lion bulls also took advantage of this to rush in front of Gu Chen, it leaped up, its sharp claws flashing with cold light, and attacked his head. If Gu Chen was hit by so many, even now, I can't stand it either. Flash Dragon. Without any hesitation, he decisively used the Flash Dragon technique to successfully dodge. His figure turned into lightning and thunder, and he disappeared on the spot with strange dragon steps. When he appeared again, he was already 10 meters away from the fiery lion. With this kind of body skills, it's absolutely impossible for you to attack me. Looking at the flaming lions that missed their target, a smile played at the corner of his mouth. His teacher had taught him that no matter how strong your body is or how fierce you are in close combat, it's all in vain if you can't touch others. Body forging divine runes. Only when paired with the body movement skills, only then can you bring your powerful body to its fullest potential. Roar! The angry group of fiery lions quickly found Gu Chen's location and rushed towards him again. The best way to deal with group attacks is to use the attack damage of Dafan Kingdom. Want to kill these guys quickly? And finished before the time limit? Then the only way is to use group attack. In that case, the power of the Dragon God, come out. Gu Chen activated the Dark Dragon God pattern. Burst out passive talent. Chapter 64. The powerful might of the Dragon God frightened the group of flaming lions that were rushing over. They seemed to have seen an almighty terrifying existence. The sprinting body breaks instantly. Make a very low crawling posture. The huge lion's body trembles. There was fear in his eyes. Dark Ball Jade, condense for me. Gu Chen shouted. Active talent activated. The dark jade sword in his hand also disappeared. Together with the dark energy that quickly condensed from the surroundings, it turned into a spherical jade and floated on his body. In a moment, densely packed dark spherical jades appeared. This number is really astonishing. Gu Chen waved his finger. All the dark spheres turned into heavy rain. Shoot quickly towards the group of flaming lions. Boom! All the flaming lions pierced by the dark ball jade. They were all devoured, even the blood lost its color. The other party had no power to resist. In just a moment, the remaining flaming lions, the whole team was wiped out instantly. Congratulations to student Gu Chen for successfully passing the 20th level. He completed it in just 10 minutes, exceeding expectations. He will be awarded an additional ranking bonus. We will enter the 21st floor in 10 minutes. Please be prepared. With the death of the flaming lion, the completion of customs clearance, the surrounding world of fire also turned back into daytime. Tisk tisk, this thing is even more awesome than I thought. If I had known this thing was so good at killing monsters, I would have used it directly. This saves a lot of energy. Gu Chen was also shocked by the power of the dark ball jade. After many battles, even he feels tired now. He looked up to the sky to the upper right. The information there has been updated. Name, Gu Chen. Number of virtual trial levels, 20. Dark Horse ranking, 1,500. FK, they jumped up 500 ranks in one go. Gu Chen's face lit up with joy. Without further delay. Sitting cross-legged on the grass. Hurry up and use the Dark Thunder Abyss guidance method to recover. Starting from this layer, he must keep his strength full to face increasingly powerful monsters. 10 minutes passed in a flash. At this time, the electronic sound of the trial sounded. Time is up, the trial on the 21st floor begins. Please kill the 80 flaming lions besieging you within 60 minutes. If you run out of time or fail to complete the required number, you will be considered to have failed the challenge. Completing it quickly will result in an additional ranking increase. After the voice fell, the world is back in flames again. 80 flaming lions were galloping towards them from 100 meters ahead. The number of monsters has increased by 30, and the difficulty has increased significantly. But it is increasing exponentially. However, Gu Chen, whose divine power was fully replenished, was not afraid of this. Bring it on! The power of the Dragon God. Dark Ball Jade. Gu Chen rushed forward with a long sword in hand. The flash dragon flashed past. If the long sword slashes across, there will be no doubt of death. The dark ball jade shot out in all directions. The power was so great that everyone was killed or injured in an instant. At this time, the special training students class had already ended. The specially recruited students in the training room were talking in groups of 3 or 4 and then dispersed. Some were ready to discuss the content of the class, while those who had already mastered it relaxed. There are also some students who are concerned about Gu Chen's ranking. On the other side, after the get out of class was announced to be over, Yu Luan turned around a little tiredly and prepared to go back to the office to rest. A training class lasts for 1 hour. Throughout the class, she would personally use her divine power from time to time to demonstrate divine power or the trajectory of divine power. Actually, this is all fine. This was not difficult for her. But individual guidance is tiring. If only everyone could be like Gu Chen and Zhu Zuqing. Yu Luan couldn't help but sigh. These two were the students that gave her the least worry. With their current achievements, they can still do well even without special training. Because they passed. FK, Brother Chen is already ranked over 1,200. Suddenly, a cry of surprise erupted in the training room. What? Don't lie to me. My heart can't take it. Let me see, are you seeing things? Holy crap, it's true. Brother Chen is already ranked 1220th on the Dark Horse list. FK, this is terrifying. After a few students who were standing close by took a look at the phone screen. He also exclaimed in surprise, his face filled with disbelief. What did you say? Gu Chen reached 1220th place. A slightly excited and crisp voice sounded. Turning around, I saw that it was coming from the plump Yulyuan in the distance. I saw her pretty face flushed slightly. A hint of blue and white divine power emerged on the round legs wrapped in black stockings. Teacher Jade! Teacher Yulyuan! The surrounding students shouted respectfully. Yulyuan did not respond. Staring straight at the student holding a mobile phone in his hand. With a burning gaze, he asked, is Gu Chen really ranked 1220th? The ranking I just updated must be correct. The student quickly handed the phone to Yulyuan. It's actually true. On the Dark Horse list ranking of mobile phone screens. Behind Gu Chen, it clearly shows 1220. Looking at this ranking, Yulyuan's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. 1220 people. What is this concept? Even if they are talented students from the previous class. The highest ranking on the Dark Horse list is only around 1900. And Gu Chen actually exceeded that by so much. It's hard to believe. Gu Chen hasn't come down yet. Could it be that this isn't his limit? Yulyuan suddenly thought of this terrible guess. If this is true, Gu Chen's ranking is likely to rise again. Thinking of this, she quickly paid attention to Gu Chen's ranking again. Gu Chen's strength is simply incredible. Over 1220th place, this is a ranking that only those close to the 8-star god can reach. I knew Gu Chen would make a splash on the charts this time. Brother Chen is mighty. On the other side, Yun Yoxian, Lang Yuzhu, Xiao Mei and Zhang Kailing also noticed Gu Chen's rising ranking. Everyone gathered together and expressed their feelings. 1220th place, is this your true strength? Next to the few people, Zhu Zuqing crossed her left arm over her chest, and the expression on her pretty face was extremely complicated. I originally thought that although there was some gap between her and Gu Chen, it shouldn't be much. But the facts told her that there was a world of difference between them. Ah Qing, are you okay? The white-haired girl Yun Yoxian walked over and said softly. Gu Chen is a pervert. You don't need to compete with him. She knows her best friend. Although she looks weak, she is actually a person who never gives up. Otherwise, he wouldn't always go looking for Gu Chen to challenge and learn from him. I'm fine. Zhu Zuqing shook her head slightly, her red lips moving slightly, but, it is also really shocking. During this month, she not only trained hard but also practiced diligently. The family behind him also provides resources and full support. In this case, she quickly entered the 4-star god realm. Several profound level magical skills have also been cultivated to perfection. Even so. But there is still such a big gap between him and Gu Chen. No wonder she felt a little unbalanced. He's still at the top now, and my intuition tells me that this ranking is probably not his limit. Zhu Zuqing stretched, and the graceful curves outlined by her training suit made the girls around her look envious. Some young men who were full of vigor and vitality even had a slightly hot complexion. Yun Yoxian giggled and took her best friend's hand, looking very intimate. But in fact, only she herself knew that this would not only allow her to get closer to Zhu Zuqing, and it can leave no trace. It's really a great location. Chapter 65. Gu Chen in the virtual trial space. I don't know, my ranking changes are outside. It caused such a sensation. At this moment, his attention was all focused on the monster not far ahead. Under the baptism of dark ball jade, he successfully passed the level. The 22nd level trial has been cleared. In 10 minutes, the 23rd level trial will begin. As the sound rang out, the picture returned to white again. Tria list, Gu Chen. Number of virtual trial levels, 22. Dark Horse ranking, 1005. After looking at the changes in the rankings, Gu Chen did not dare to delay and quickly sat down cross-legged. With his eyes slightly closed, he used all his strength to activate the Dark Thunder Abyss guiding technique. The previous 21 levels were also passed in seconds. The difficulty of the next 22 levels becomes extremely strong. Even with the help of the Dark Ball Jade. Because of the level, it is impossible to kill these beasts instantly. He also rushed in and fought with the Dark Jade sword in hand. 10 minutes passed in a flash. The electronic sound of the trial sounded in my ears. The 23rd level trial begins. Participant Gu Chen is requested to kill a first-level advanced Titan Ape within 60 minutes. If the time limit is exceeded or the Titan Ape is not killed, it will be considered a failure. What? Gu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his expression changed drastically. You actually want to kill the Titan Ape? Among the monsters, there are several groups that belong to the mythical race. For example, dragon, phoenix, and unicorn. Even the cubs. It also has the power to destroy a city. Some monsters are at the overlord level. Titan Ape is one of them. This legendary monster. Great power. Very strong defense. Even machine gun fire equipped with armor-piercing bullets can't penetrate it. Such an existence, even if it is only at the first level, is equivalent to a human god at the 8th, 9th, or even 9th star level. Very powerful. Even when facing an ordinary divine master. Because of the legendary bloodline blessing. Not afraid at all. Ordinary divine masters would have to stay away. This thing shouldn't be ordinary. Now I have something to play with. Gu Chen smiled bitterly. Even if the Dark Thunder Abyss guidance method is of the highest quality. But 10 minutes. He had only recovered 50% of his spiritual and physical strength. If nothing unexpected happens, this level is my limit. I'm going to use all my skills. Gu Chen stood up slowly, his eyes extremely solemn and serious. Hei Yao's pupils shrank and turned golden, with a hint of dark light in them. The hair stood up, grew thicker and golden. His body was also enveloped by the rapidly rising golden flames. At the same time, from his chest, knees, elbows, pieces of black scales kept emerging. Armor formed. And his whole body swelled up. The battle suit that was accidentally torn apart by the monster's claws. Directly broken. Exposing the muscles inside that are as hard as steel. After activating Ji-Yuan and entering the Super Saiyan state, his body grew to 2 meters tall. In line with the increased size of the body. Standing there, he looked like an extremely ferocious humanoid monster. And originally held in his hand a dark jade sword more than 1 meter long. It's more like a toy. The sword is not my strong point yet. In that case, I'll just use my fists. Gu Chen looked at the dark jade sword in his hand, which seemed to be underestimated because of his own growth. With a thought, it turned into a pair of boxing gloves with black diamond-colored sharp spikes attached to his fists. He casually waved a few times, causing a blast of wind, and grinned, "This feels really good." Roar. Accompanied by terrifying roars. One is 5 meters high. A giant ape, nearly 3 meters wide, appeared in the white ground. Its eyes are scarlet. The extremely strong muscles all over the body are covered with a layer of indestructible armor. Gu Chen took a deep breath. It's really not an ordinary first-level advanced. This kind of power is already considered the elite among the first-level advanced ones. In terms of level, it is comparable to a 9-star god. Roar. The Titan ape roared and rushed over here. Every time it steps, the entire grassland ground will shake slightly. Gu Chen used the dark ball jade to shoot over. Rumble. The Titan ape was not penetrated. There was only a dent where it was hit. There were only some scars left, but no blood flowed. So hard. My dark orb not only weakens combat power but also eliminates defense, but it's not as strong on this thing. It seems my level is too low. Forget it, let's fight in close combat. Gu Chen's expression changed in shock. This attack also angered the Titan ape. The speed of rushing towards him increased even faster. Gu Chen flew over directly. The dark dragon god behind him flapped his huge wings, leaving a long black trail in the air. Dragon Fist Blast. Gu Chen's right arm suddenly grew bigger. As the black divine power flashed, there seemed to be a dragon roar. Dark Dragon God's passive talent, Dragon God Fury. He had already pushed it to the extreme state. In addition, the Ji-Yuan was activated. Physical fitness has been greatly enhanced again. It can be said that this punch is the strongest attack he can launch so far. Bang! The huge fist smashed hard on the Titan ape. The spikes condensed from dark energy pierced into it. A trace of blood splattered. The next moment, it bounced violently on the ground like a cannonball. After a few hits, 5 or 6 holes were made, and then it lay far away on the ground. Roar! It quickly got up and let out a deafening roar. That punch just now. It only left a deep fist mark on its chest. Only a small amount of blood was shed. It's harder than I thought. Gu Chen's eyes were cold. Mobilize all your divine power. Continue to pounce on the Titan ape in the distance. Uppercut, side kick, jab, Kick. After approaching the Titan ape, Chen almost turned into a black and gold phantom. And there is no rules at all. He kept flying around the Titan ape madly and killing it. The Titan ape was beaten back again and again, waving his strong arms to block continuously. For a moment, I could only defend myself. Bang! 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 At the beginning, the Titan ape's armor was only slightly dented and bleeding in places. To the back, the depressions are getting deeper and deeper. The blood began to flow. It's like there are no platelets. Soon the blood dyed its whole body red. Brush! At this moment, Chen slowed down. His right foot was actually caught by the Titan ape. Roar! On the huge head of the Titan ape, a cruel and ferocious smile appeared on his face. As if to say, I got you. Oops! A long burst of both divine power and physical strength. Because he couldn't hold on, he revealed his flaws. Bang! He pushed hard on the Titan ape's chest with his left foot, trying to use the force to break free. Unexpectedly, the Titan ape's huge hands. It was like an iron clamp, grasping his left foot firmly, so that he can't break free. Roar! The Titan ape's scarlet eyes sparkled with excitement. Lift Chen high. Throw yourself down to the ground. At this time, the dark ball jade condenses. It transformed into a soft black water bed and caught him. Behind him, the dark dragon god's divine pattern opened its huge dragon mouth. A jet black light wave emanated from it. This is the automatic master protecting talent that only super god level divine patterns possess. Boom! The light wave instantly swallowed up the huge Titan ape. Chen took this opportunity to break free. Hey, hey! Chen squatted on the ground, supporting himself with one hand, breathing heavily. His face showed pain. Under the 100% pain simulation of the virtual trial, he only felt a burning sensation on his right foot. I can't even move. The entire right foot. In just a few seconds, it was crushed directly. Even if I use all my strength now, I can easily deal with ordinary 9-star gods, but I am no match for the Titan ape. Unless I can use those forbidden talents. If it weren't for the Dark Dragon God's automatic protective attack, I would probably have failed the challenge now. Chen, sweating profusely, looked forward. The Titan ape was swallowed by the dark light wave. Waving his arms wildly. This is a good opportunity, die. Chen's face turned ferocious, and he kicked his left leg hard, activating the Flash Dragon technique. With the help of the impact of the wings behind him, he moved at a very fast speed. Chapter 66. For my record, you'll die. When it bursts out, the broken leg felt a piercing pain. Makes him break out in a cold sweat. But he still forced himself to hold back. The most important thing now is to kill the beast in front of us. Although due to the severe pain, his speed was not as fast as before. But he was not slow either. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the Titan ape. Dragon Fist Blast! He roared and swung his right fist, and the dark energy quickly gathered into a huge, hard, and sharp thorn. His right arm quickly swelled to be thicker than an ordinary person's thigh, and his fist was also extremely large. And the black divine power wrapped around his huge fist. The shadow of the dark dragon god's divine pattern also appeared on his fist at this time. Boom! The desperate punch instantly penetrated the Titan ape's hard body. The powerful dark thunder flashed with the power of thunder, spreading all over the body of the Titan ape. It started to disintegrate from its internal organs such as the internal organs. Roar! The Titan ape let out a desperate and painful wail, waving its giant hands, trying to tear the man in front of it to pieces. Unfortunately, it was not possible in the end. Bang! The huge ape body fell down with a loud bang. The blood is like turning on a tap. It flowed out from the huge through wound in the chest. Then, the entire ape's body turned into a point of light and disappeared. Gu Chen also fell to the ground, gasping for breath and in great pain. Congratulations to Gu Chen from the Academy for passing the 23rd level. I've detected that your current condition is very poor. Would you like to continue to challenge the 24th level? The electronic sound of the trial came out. No, let me out of here. It hurts so much. Gu Chen said while enduring the excruciating pain. Now he only felt pain all over his body. The right foot was even more horrific. Minced meat and blood were everywhere. Titan Ape has a strong recoil force. Although his dark energy can be weakened, but it has not been completely weakened. He still felt a lot of pain from the backlash. So now he is super embarrassed. Trial list, Gu Chen. Number of virtual trial levels, 23. Dark Horse ranking, 888. 888, haha, this number is really a bit unlucky. Gu Chen glanced at the message in the sky and shouted loudly, "End the trial. It's impossible for him to get through to the next level now. In that case, it's better to get out early." He didn't want to stay even a second longer. It has been detected that the participant is about to exit the trial. The results are being recorded. The battle record is complete. Trial list Gu Chen, you have killed a total of 500 monsters in this trial. Among them, there are 200 first-level primary monsters, 299 first-level intermediate monsters, and 1 first-level advanced monster. The number of virtual trial levels cleared is 23, and the ranking on the Dark Horse list is 888. Congratulations, you've passed this trial. Bang bang bang. In the trial space, fireworks suddenly exploded, forming a beautiful cross pattern. At the same time, this battle statistics information is recorded in the database. After system judgment, it was sent directly to senior school officials. 500 monsters. If they were all real, how many divine rune points would I get? It's such a pity. But it's not a big problem. I'll be leaving the academy and entering the wilderness soon. Then I can go on a killing spree against the monsters. A look of pity flashed across Gu Chen's face, and he sighed. At this time, the prompt sounded again, "Please pay attention, the neural connection is about to be disconnected." After the prompt tone ends, Gu Chen lying on the ground turned into a point of light. Disappeared in this trial space. His consciousness was also blurred. When I came back to my senses, he had already returned to the virtual stealth cabin. Laugh. The hatch opens. Hey, hey. As soon as he came back, Gu Chen immediately sat up and gasped for breath. Although the pain inside is simulated, but the feeling transmitted to the nerves is real. Even now, the excruciating pain still lingers in his brain. It makes my heart palpitate just thinking about it. "Student Gu, are you okay?" Lu Yan, who was standing by, quickly handed over the buffer solution that had been prepared long ago. This is a pale white liquid in a glass bottle. It has the effect of soothing nerve touch, used to offset the side effects of leaving the virtual space. Thanks. Gu Chen took the bottle. Drink the liquid inside. Only then did I feel that the severe pain all over my body eased a lot. Thank you. I'm feeling much better now. Gu Chen thanked him again and stood up and walked out of the submarine cabin. No. It's okay. Lu Yan said in a low voice with a blush on her pretty face. Gu Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Why did this girl seem so shy? Okay, I'm leaving. See you next time. Gu Chen waved his hand and turned to leave. A ranking of 888 is enough for teacher Yulyuan to take a leave of absence. I feel happy when I think about this. He hummed a little tune. Quickly leave here and go to instructor Yulyuan's office. Looking at the tall figure leaving, Lu Yan opened her mouth. It seemed like he wanted to call out to Gu Chen. But after thinking about it, there seemed to be no reason for me to call him. So let it go. I must trip him. She checked the contact information on her phone. Cheer yourself up. Soon. A beautiful smile appeared on her face again. Then he took a step with his slender legs. Continue your work. Jinling Divine Rune Academy, in an ancient tutor's villa. Yu Yuanzhen sat on the floor of the training room, breathing steadily. Around his body, a blue-purple divine power as heavy as a mountain surrounded him quietly. Drop. Suddenly, a notification sound came from the communication watch next to him. This voice came from the intelligent brain. Yu Yuanzhen slowly opened his eyes, picked up his watch, and clicked on the message casually. The next second, the pupils suddenly contracted. The rock-hard face was filled with shock. What? Ranked 888th on the Dark Horse list. This name belongs to Gu Chen. Yu Yuanzhen checked the message several times. He even went to the official website of Jinling Divine Rune Academy to check it out in person. This confirmed that the information was not false. Ha ha ha. Well. As expected of a god-level awakener, he shot up from the bottom to 888th place in just 1 month. Yu Yuanzhen let out a hearty laugh, and the entire training room shook slightly. Beep, beep. Suddenly, a caller ID appeared on the communication watch. Tang Tianhua? It seems he is here for this matter as well. Yu Yuanzhen smiled and clicked the connection button. Really? Another vice president, Tang Tianhua. At the moment of connecting, it appears on the virtual screen. Lao Zhen, did you see the message? Yeah, I see. Yu Yuanzhen said with a smile. There is also a strong sense of pride. Look how proud you are. I really envy you for picking up such a good seedling. Tang Tianhua laughed and also teased. After a pause, he continued. In that case, let's prepare and contact Dean Fu to hold a meeting. That matter should also be decided. Chapter 67. When Dean Fu was mentioned, Yu Yuanzhen also became serious. Okay. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Dean Fu for a long time. If it weren't for Gu Chen, it would be difficult for us to meet. Flanders, the only principal of Jinling Divine Rune Academy, is at the Divine Sect level. He was away on military campaigns all year round, and even the vice principals like him hadn't seen him for several years. On the other side, Gu Chen had already arrived at the office door and was walking towards it. There were lively exclamations from the opposite wall. Gu Chen has made it into the top 1,000. Oh my god, this is fake. Too strong. Terribly strong. 888. That's terrifying. Hiss. Is this the perversion of a god-level divine marker? Oh, comparison is the thief of anger. The group of people exclaimed and sighed at the same time. This group of people is quite lively. Gu Chen smiled. Forget it, never mind, let's go in and take a look first. He pushed open the door to the training room. When he wanted to step in, the students who were talking inside, they all looked over here. After discovering it was Gu Chen, they all fell silent at the same time. For a moment, the entire training room, very quiet. You can hear a pin drop. I'd be embarrassed if you looked at me like that. Gu Chen said lightly. FK, Brother Chen is back. After the silence, the entire training room suddenly erupted in cheers. Some girls. There is a burning heat in her beautiful eyes. There are some young people. His eyes were full of admiration. And not far away, Zhu Zuqing and others also had smiles on their faces. Only Slick had a face as gloomy as water, as ugly as if he had eaten a dead mouse. 888 people. Even he. It will take another half a year. It is not certain that you can reach this ranking. The gap is really too big. Alright everyone, be quiet and train on your own. At this time, Yu Luan walked out with her slender legs and a bright smile on her face. Gu Chen, you did a good job, follow me. As soon as he entered the office, Gu Chen asked anxiously, Teacher, can you approve my leave this time? Approved leave? Yuluan was stunned. Just now. She has been paying attention to the rankings with her students. Didn't even attend class. Regarding Gu Chen's leave, I have already forgotten it. Now. Just remembered. So she smiled and said, Okay, I agree. You can leave anytime. You don't have to come to training when you come back. You can move freely before school officially starts. But let's not talk about that for now. Do you know what your number 888 means? Yuluan asked with a satisfied look on her pretty face. Gu Chen said subconsciously, it means that I can get more cultivation resources. Haha, this is just the most basic reward. Yuluan smiled faintly and said, a freshman who has only been enrolled for a month has already made it to the 888th place on the Dark Horse list. You are the first person to do so since the founding of Jinling Divine Rune Academy. This also means that you possess an extremely terrifying talent. Just wait, you'll find out soon. Your resources will be enormous. The resources are enormous. Gu Chen's eyes lit up, how big can it be? Every school year, there will be at least 20 million Central Plains Coins Indiana Activity Funds. In addition, various rare resources will also be allocated to you. Yuluan stretched out a white and tender finger, with a tone that was filled with poorly concealed envy. As a mentor at Jinling Divine Rune Academy, she naturally knew how important this treatment was. It can be said that in the entire school, there are no more than 3 students who receive this treatment. Gu Chen was ecstatic, 20 million Central Plains coins, various rare resources. He was not happy about the 20 million Central Plains coins. But various rare resources. This is the big deal. Gu Chen left the office in a good mood. Planning to go see Zhu Zuqing and the others one last time. Gu Chen, I didn't realize you were so strong. As soon as he walked over there, the white-haired girl Yun Yaxian teased with a smile. Brother Chen is awesome. Zhang Kailing immediately flattered him. Gu Chen, you are so amazing. The cold and beautiful Lady Lang Yuzhu also came over and congratulated with a smile. Tisk tisk, 888th place. I don't know how long it will take to get there. Xiao Mei was thinking about her future with a silly look on her face. Zhu Zuqing could no longer hold back and asked fiercely, You've been hiding this from me for so long. Combined with her pretty face, she doesn't look threatening, but rather looks very cute. Even Gu Chen rarely saw Zhu Zuqing like this. He couldn't help but spread his hands with a smile, there's nothing I can do. I'm too strong. I'm afraid your Tao heart will be unstable. You're so abominable. No, I must challenge you to a duel tonight. Just wait. Okay. Gu Chen smiled evilly. This girl seems to be really itching for trouble. Next, he chatted with a few people for a while. Wait till noon. Had a meal with everyone. He went to the Tower of Divine Power alone. This month, each practice point has 2 hours of usage time. The Tower of Power. It can speed up the concentration of divine power, tempering the body to improve physical strength. The gravity room can deeply exercise your body cells. So, these 3 practice points. He couldn't let any of them go. All practice time must be used up. Otherwise, if you wait until next month to clear your practice time, it will be wasted. When Gu Chen went to the Power Tower. In virtual space. In the endless grassland world. Buzz. Above the grass. Suddenly, a colorful light burst out. A slender figure slowly emerged. This is a tall figure. A stunningly beautiful woman with a gorgeous appearance. Her long blue hair fluttered in the wind. There was a faint smile on her beautiful face. The next moment, she slowly scanned the surroundings with her sky-blue eyes. Then she stretched out her jade hand and pointed at the air. Virtual Parliament, Open. Rumble. The entire grassland world shook, and walls, tables and chairs rose from the ground. Soon, this grassland world, it was transformed into a luxurious conference hall. In the middle of this conference room, there is a silver round table. In the four directions of the round table, each seat has a pure black chair. Whoosh! 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 After the conference hall was formed, 3 figures were projected one after another. Occupies the other 3 seats except the one directly above. These 3 people. One of them is tall. Yu Yuanzhen with a resolute expression. Another one is tall and thin. Always have a smile on your face. It seemed as if Tang Tianhua had everything under his control. The last one. She is a slender woman. He fell in love with a beautiful woman in her 30s. She is also the vice president of Jinling Divine Rune Academy, and her name is Ye Areo. Master Bai, hasn't Dean Fu arrived yet? Tang Tianhua asked the blue-haired girl next to the empty seat. White. It is the artificial intelligence life that Dean Fu brought back from outside. The computing power is as high as 12.5 quadrillion times per second. Basically everything in the school is left to her. Dean Fu will be here soon. Bai smiled slightly and replied. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure slowly gathered on the seat directly in front of him. This is a dignified middle-aged man. He looks ordinary, but he exudes a sense of majesty without being angry. There seem to be stars moving in a pair of dark eyes. He wears a monocular. Dean Fu. Dean Fu. Dean Fu. When Yu Yuanzhen and the other 2 saw this person, they all stood up and saluted. Well, sit down. Dean Fu nodded slightly. Xiao Bai, play all the clearance videos of Gu Chen. Okay. White hand point. With a humming sound, the video of Gu Chen entering the trial space was projected onto the round table and began to play. Yes, overall it's great. It's very compatible. It's just that his swordsmanship isn't very good. It seems he's better at close combat with his fists. He needs to be trained in that area. His divine power is already close to that of a 5-star god. His divine rune talent should include one that enhances his strength. The previous clearances went smoothly. Those black balls of his are a pretty good monster killing skill. And he has a strong fighting awareness. If he had been a little later and been knocked to the ground by the Titan ape, everything would have been over. As the video played, several bigwigs also expressed their opinions. In their eyes, everything about Gu Chen was seen through. After watching the video, what are everyone's thoughts? Should he be given the most special treatment? After the video finished playing, Dean Fu asked in a deep voice. Although he himself was seriously injured, it was already quite impressive that he could kill the Titan giant ape, which was close to being a 9-star god, with the strength of a 4-star god. So, I think he should be given the most special treatment. Yu Yuanzhen spoke first, followed by Tang Tianhua and Ye Areo. Yes, he deserves it. Well, Xiao Bai, you should give Gu Chen the most special treatment. Once he signs the contract, school resources will be tilted towards him. Vice Principal Yu, you are his exclusive mentor. You will be the one to tell him about the authority changes and contract signing. Dean Fu spoke. He never judged geniuses by the level of divine runes. He will only upgrade the sequence level if his requirements are met. So, even if Gu Chen possesses a god-level divine pattern. When I first enrolled, he was in the mood to take a look first. Clear. Yu Yuanzhen and Bai nodded at the same time. Then, a stream of data flashed across Bai Tian's blue eyes. Help Gu Chen upgrade his permissions in the background. Dean Fu, how is the war on the front line? After finishing the business, Tang Tianhua asked casually. Nowadays, monsters and humans have stopped large-scale wars and killings. But there were still small-scale battles. As a divine sect fighter, Dean Fu spends most of his time fighting outside. It's still a stalemate. Dean Fu said in a deep voice, the regiment I lead has only been on the battlefield for 2 years, and the casualties have already exceeded 20%. So tragic. Yu Yuanzhen was shocked. The regiment is the main force to resist monsters, and is composed entirely of high-level divine runes. The smallest battle group has as many as 4,000 people. The regiment brought by Dean Fu is called the Divine Fire Regiment. Many of those who joined the Divine Fire Corps were geniuses who graduated from the Jinling Divine Rune Academy. 2 years. The battle losses were as high as 20%. As you can imagine. Other ordinary war bands. The battle losses will definitely be greater. Yes. Dean Fu nodded slightly gravely, paused, and then said. But it should be soon. The monster camp has suffered more casualties than us. I estimate that after 2 more years of fighting, those beast emperors will have to declare a ceasefire. Then I wish Dean Fu to lead the Divine Fire Regiment back victoriously as soon as possible. Yu Yuanzhen and the others looked at each other and congratulated. Flanders, the Dean of the Divine Sect Realm, is the backbone of Jinling Divine Rune Academy. If I return. To all teachers and students. It's all a happy event. Chapter 68. On the other side. In the next few hours, Gu Chen practiced frantically. Don't dare to waste a single minute. He wants to improve himself madly in the shortest possible time. Time flies by so fast. It would be great if I could practice here forever. After leaving the gravity room, Gu Chen still felt unsatisfied. The place where he had just practiced was a building only 6 stories high. Every room inside has the effect of enhancing gravity. Normal exercise can only exercise the surface of the body. Exercising in a gravity room can exercise every cell in your body. If you stay in the gravity room for a long time, it will be hard not to become physically strong. But now, he only uses the gravity room for 10 hours a month. It's impossible to stay in there for a long time. Before heading to the wilderness area, I met Teacher Yu again. It's July now. Ordinary universities have already had their summer vacation. The campus is extremely deserted. But the situation is different on the campus of Jinling Shenwen Academy. You can see people walking in groups of 3 or 2 everywhere. A girl in cool clothes. Some of them even looked at him from time to time. He was already used to this, so he just avoided her gaze and quickened his pace. Arriving in front of Teacher Yu's villa. It's evening now. Good evening, classmate Gu. As soon as he arrived, the old butler Fu Bo came forward and greeted him with a smile. Good evening, Uncle Fu. Gu Chen also greeted. The old man in front of him was a peak 9-star divine master. If he were to be placed outside, he would also be the commander-in-chief of a military region. Xiao Gu is here, let's go to the 2nd floor, Lao Yu is on the 2nd floor. Walking into the lobby on the 1st floor, several women were sitting on the sofa chatting and killing time as usual. One of the women who looked younger said. That's Yu Yuanzhen's wife. That is his master's wife. Thank you, master's wife. Gu Chen thanked him and walked up the stairs. As soon as he reached the 2nd floor, Gu Chen was startled by the terrifying aura of divine power emanating from the training room. As expected of a powerful person at the Divine Emperor level, the aura of his cultivation is so terrifying. Gu Chen was shocked. Even though this is not the first time, I will have this feeling every time. Gu Chen is here. Yu Yuanzhen opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Teacher, I'm here. Gu Chen walked over with a smile. I came to bother you this time just to say hello. Next, I plan to go to the Wilderness Area E for training alone. Going to Wilderness Area E, so soon. But with your strength, it's indeed possible. Hearing this, Yu Yuanzhen was a little surprised that Gu Chen was so impatient. But he nodded in agreement. Because the strong are never at ease, but constantly fight and kill their way out. No matter how high the simulation of the virtual trial is. But it can't simulate the feeling of fighting a real monster to the death. Going to the wilderness area for actual combat experience is also a good choice. Suddenly, he took out a jade token and handed it to Chen, saying, "Take this jade token with you. It can save your life in times of crisis." This is. Chen took the jade token and looked at it carefully. The jade pendant is not big, only the size of a thumb. The whole body emits a faint white light and feels as smooth as jade. This is a defensive artifact. Yuanzhen said casually. Chen was surprised, a divine artifact. Such a small one. Artifacts refer to special items that are infused with divine power. At critical moments, the divine power inside can be released for protection or attack. The creation of artifacts is not simple, it is very difficult and time-consuming. Each one is very precious. Thank you, Teacher Yu. Chen quickly thanked him. This is a good thing that can save your life. Yuanzhen nodded slightly. After seeing Chen put the jade token away, he smiled and said, "It's just right that you're here. Take a look at this contract. If you have no problem, sign it. Because of your performance on the Dark Horse list, this is the most special training and welfare contract approved by the Dean for you." Yuanzhen stood up, picked up a contract from the side and handed it over. Chen was a little excited, because what he lacked most now was resources. He took it and looked at it carefully. "As long as I sign this contract, can I get a large amount of resources?" "Yes." Yuanzhen nodded. "This is the most special contract of Jinling Divine Rune Academy. It is another top-level training model. Funds are a small matter, the biggest thing is those rare and special treasures from heaven and earth. This is what Chen needs most right now. Especially the practice of Yuanju." After seeing these benefits, Chen continued reading. Party B, if they reach the top 30 of the Dark Horse ranking before the end of the first academic year, will receive any series of gold-grade combat uniforms, a full set of weapons, and any one high-level Xian-level divine skill. Party B, if they reach the top 20 of the Dark Horse ranking before the end of the first academic year, will receive any series of platinum-grade combat uniforms, a complete set of weapons, and any one Earth-level primary divine skill. Party B, if they place in the top 10 of the Dark Horse ranking before the end of the first academic year, will receive any series of diamond-grade combat uniforms, a complete set of weapons, and any one Earth-level intermediate divine skill. Party B, if he reaches the Divine Master realm before the end of the second academic year, will receive a complete set of glory-grade combat uniforms and weapons from any series, as well as a portion of dragon blood worth 1 billion. At the end of the contract, there are 4 bonus clauses. The rewards for each one are quite tempting. But the requirements are also very high. Good things are not so easy to get. Chen sighed secretly. The top 10 on the Dark Horse list are basically all geniuses with the strength of a divine master. After 1 month at school, he was no longer the ignorant newbie he used to be. Students who can enter the top 10 of Jinling Shenwen Academy's Dark Horse list. Each of them is at the peak of God. And it has the ability to fight across levels. Want to enter the top 10 of the Dark Horse list within a year? It's very difficult. It's only been a short while since school started, but I've already reached the level of a 4-star Divine Master. As long as I head to the wilderness to kill a large number of monsters and obtain Divine Mark points, my level will quickly increase. It's not a big deal, I believe I can do it. As long as the Divine points are enough. Don't even mention the top 10 on the Dark Horse list. Even if it is the first on the Dark Horse list, he can also get it easily. It's indeed a bit difficult, but this is a test for you. Yuanzhen's low voice sounded. In fact, the 3 most special contract geniuses in the school. Only one can fulfill the terms attached later. And only one completed yet. He didn't say this. Afraid of hitting Chen. Clear. Gu Chen nodded and signed the contract immediately. Then I verified my identity on the genetic sequencer handed to me by Teacher Yu. Ding dong. At the moment of identity verification, a bank deposit message appeared on his mobile phone. When he checked, it was exactly 20 million Central Plains coins. Gu Chen was surprised, and then a little happy. This is 20 million Central Plains coins. Just signed a contract. He instantly became a multimillionaire. Looking at Gu Chen with a smile on his face, Yu Yuanzhen also nodded slightly. His apprentice. Usually she just looks too mature. Sometimes. Look more like people your own age. It's better. After the happiness, Gu Chen also quickly calmed down. A calm expression returned to his face. 20 million seems like a lot. In fact, I can't even afford a Xian-level magical skill. This money, most of it is used for daily consumption. By the way, Teacher Yu, how can we, as divine rune users, attack monsters with thick skin and armor to inflict the most effective damage? Gu Chen suddenly asked. In the virtual trial, if he could find a way to break through the defense. Not until the last moment. It's not that miserable. Take the Titan Ape, for example. When dealing with a monster like this, the most important thing is speed. Whether it's swordplay or boxing, you have to be extremely fast. There are two magical skills here, the Divine Light Sword and the Lightning Fist, both of which emphasize speed. Yu Yuanzhen took out the two magical skills that he had already prepared. After seeing Gu Chen's battle, he also discovered the other party's shortcomings. So he carefully selected these two magical skills to give to the other party. Chapter 69. Gu Chen's fighting style is very domineering, similar to the way of breaking all laws with force. But this approach also has disadvantages. If you don't have enough strength, you can't break it. At this time, you need to use speed to reconcile. After all, the only way to defeat martial arts in the world is speed. Thank you, teacher. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. It's great to have a great teacher. If there are any difficulties, the other party will solve them. After a few pleasantries, Gu Chen hurried back to his practice room in his villa. Don't rush to practice two magical skills. But first turn on the computer. Enter the student system. Start selecting tasks regarding Wilderness Area E. I'm going to stay in the wilderness for 3 months this time, but I can only accept 5 missions. I have to choose the 5 with the best value for money. Gu Chen carefully looked through the task list in the student system. Half an hour later, he checked off 5 tasks. Mission: gather 70 blue silver grasses. Time: 50 days. Reward: 50 credits. Danger level: high. Recommended level: 6-star divine. Mission: collect 100 first-level high-level thorn bison tusks. Time limit: 60 days. Reward: 60 credits. Danger level: high. Recommended level: 7-star divine. Mission: gather 100 longicorn white tears. Time limit: 70 days. Reward: 80 credits. Danger level: high. Recommended level: 8-star divine. Mission: collect 10 pairs of first-level intermediate bloodthirsty wolf eyeballs. Time: 70 days. Reward: 90 credits. Danger level: high. Recommended level: 6-star divine. Mission: collect 50 first-level, primary bloodthirsty wolf hearts. Time: 60 days. Reward: 80 credits. Danger level: high. Recommended level: 5-star divine. These 5 tasks were the ones he finally selected. It's perfect for him to complete. And there are quite a few credits. Gu Chen took one last careful look. After confirming that there is no problem, immediately click the Accept button at the bottom of the interface. To accept this mission, you need to sign a risk agreement. Do you accept? A window popped up with 2 buttons, yes and no. Risk protocol. Chen frowned slightly. Just click the mouse. Open the protocol above. The agreement is not long. After spending 2 or 3 minutes browsing, he also knew the specific content of the agreement. It is probably a death risk notification for entering a wilderness area. To choose to accept the mission of Jinling Divine Rune Academy, a risk identification agreement needs to be signed. So, if a student dies in a wilderness area, it can also give an explanation to the student's parents. Certainly. This agreement is different from a disclaimer. It details the story of a student who died in the wilderness area. The amount of compensation that Jinling Divine Rune Academy needs to pay. The minimum is 3 million Central Plains coins. I shouldn't die. Chen didn't hesitate and immediately clicked the confirmation button. After clicking the confirm button, on the student system information bar, a detailed description of the 5 tasks then appeared. There is also a countdown to completion time. Done, now it's time to prepare the equipment for the wilderness area. Chen was just about to pack up when his cell phone rang. I looked at the caller ID and saw it was Grandpa Gulong calling. After the call was connected, Grandpa Gulong's voice came from the other end of the line. Xiao Chen, how are you doing recently? Are you doing well in school? I live a good life here. The teachers are very responsible and the classmates are very friendly. Chen smiled. The unfriendly ones have been defeated. That's good. Grandpa Gulong said with a smile. I called you this time to tell you that the admission results for Gu Feng and Gu Suner are out. Oh? Which school did you get accepted to? Chen's eyes lit up. He has been practicing these days. I almost forgot about this. They are all pretty good. Gu Suner was admitted to your Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Gu Feng was not good enough and didn't get into Jinling Divine Rune College, but he was admitted to the nearby Shenfeng Divine Rune College. When they arrive in Jinling, you, as their eldest brother, must take good care of them. There was unstoppable joy in Grandpa Gulong's words. Okay. Chen also smiled slightly. He was not surprised that Gu Suner was able to be admitted to Jinling Divine Rune Academy. However, Gu Feng's situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. There are 3 Divine Rune Academy in Jinling. And the Kamikaze Divine Mark Academy is one of them. It seems that this kid has also tried hard. After finishing the phone call with Grandpa Gulong, Chen continued to organize his equipment. It took another half an hour to pack all the equipment for going to Wilderness Area E. He received another call from Zhu Zuqing, saying that she was waiting for him downstairs. You came so late, are you impatient to have an in-depth discussion with me? After hanging up the phone, Chen went down to the villa dormitory with doubts. It's 10 o'clock in the evening. It was completely dark. The street lights on the dormitory road had already been turned on. And just under the street light in front of his dormitory, there stood a fair-skinned girl. The girl has a charming face, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. The long hair is a beautiful black. It was tied up high with a bunch of red silk. She was wearing a grey knitted short sweater. The chest is filled with full breasts. She was wearing a black short skirt. The exposed thighs are round and slender. Beautiful face. Plus her slim and proud figure. Some students were passing by here. They would look at her with amazement. It seems that you are not looking for me for an in-depth discussion. Chen walked up with a smile. You've already made it to 888th place. How can I possibly defeat you? Zhu Zuqing tossed her hair and smiled. Come on, walk around with me. Even at night, the environment here is very beautiful. There are not only classical pavilions everywhere in the college for people to cool off. All along the roads, there are trees planted here that emit a subtle fragrance. At this time, on the fragrant road outside the dormitory area, Gu Chen and Zhu Zuqing walked side by side. Neither of them spoke. But it didn't seem awkward. Instead, there is an inexplicable sense of harmony. Gu Chen, how come you are so strong? Zhu Zuqing spoke first, with a complicated expression. Gu Chen said, keep working hard, double your efforts, and work 10 times harder. His answer was simple. He could feel that Zhu Zuqing was not in a good condition. She used to be a lively and cute type. But now, there is an indescribable feeling of loneliness. Is that so? Zhu Zuqing felt a little lost. Whether it is junior high school or high school. Since starting training, she has always been the best one in the school. After awakening the king level divine mark, she thought it would be the same when she went to college. However, after Gu Chen, who had no background, appeared. But it shattered her pride. Subconsciously, she looked at Gu Chen who was walking beside her. A strong body. Jianqin's handsome appearance. And that dazzling. The delicate breath of life and the faint sense of oppression emanating from his body. Just look. You can feel the obvious difference between Gu Chen and other people of the same age. It turns out that hard work can really help people surpass those of us who are born with abundant resources. Zhu Zuqing said silently in her heart. But this is also his most attractive feature. Suddenly, Zhu Zuqing raised her red lips. He showed a smile of unwillingness to admit defeat and said, Gu Chen, I will definitely surpass you. Chapter 70. Zhu Zuqing's clear eyes behind her glasses were full of fighting spirit. She had never lost to her peers before. But the emergence of Gu Chen. It shattered her pride. But it also woke her up. There is no shortage of geniuses and evildoers in this world. We must remember that there is always someone better than you. And Gu Chen is this person. Next, she will redouble her efforts. Surpass Gu Chen. Defeat Gu Chen. Step on Gu Chen. I look forward to your transcendence, but I will not stand still. Gu Chen's mouth curled up into a wicked smile. Even though it's night. But due to the season, it's still quite hot and stuffy. So many students who had practiced for a day go outside and relax with a cold beer. At this time, there happened to be some drunk boys walking on the road. In the opposite direction to Gu Chen and the others. Walk towards the dormitory. Wow, what a beautiful lady. Such a big hill, such a nice round A, I love it. I love it so much. Is that guy his boyfriend? In front of Ao Xiao, I won't care about these things, I will grab it all the same. The group of students who drank alcohol. The voice was not loud. But Gu Chen and Zhu Zuqing, who are divine runes. But I heard it very clearly. The voices of those people sounded like they were shouting through a loudspeaker. After hearing this, both of them looked very unhappy. That group of guys walked towards Gu Chen. Beautiful lady, please give me some face and go have a couple of drinks with us. A somewhat handsome ruffian-looking man spoke. If he hadn't been drunk, maybe it can really attract some girls. Zhu Zuqing almost laughed out of anger when she heard this. Grow up like this. No one has ever dared to tease her like this. When she was about to explode, Gu Chen's low voice came from the side. Either get out or lie down. Gu Chen's voice was cold, but it was obvious that he was in a very bad mood. I don't know why, these days, the two of them are constantly communicating. In his heart, he actually had some thoughts about Zhu Zuqing. Now the other party comes to tease. It's simply courting death. The handsome man looked Gu Chen up and down, searching for a moment in memory. After discovering that there was no such person, he said disdainfully, "You're a freshman, don't you know me? If you know what's good for you, just leave and don't make things awkward." Gu Chen frowned. The Dark Dragon God's passive talent, the power of the Dragon God, suddenly erupted. The man closest to him felt as if he was being stared at by a powerful monster and sobered up instantly. I got goosebumps all over my body and didn't dare to move. You will die, you will definitely die if you provoke him. Every cell in the man's body was sending out warnings. I was wrong. I'll leave right away. The man confessed his crime tremblingly, then turned around and fled. Oh, our master Chen has a very strong aura. Zhu Zuking's beautiful eyes turned and she teased. Average, but it's still easy to deal with this kind of student. Gu Chen shrugged and smiled. Even in the top Jinling Divine Rune Academy, there are bad students. Unfortunately, they had just encountered one of them. On the other side, the man in white returned to his companions and became angrier and angrier. Why was I scared back? Oh, it seems our Ao Shao also has his moments of failure. Tisk tisk, that woman is obviously not that easy to deal with, so it's normal for her to fail. Listening to his companion's connotations, Galio felt humiliated instantly. When has Galio ever been so cowardly? I am a 7-star god. No, I must fight back and vent my anger. Brothers, I was just bullied. Come on, fight back with me and vent your anger. Although Galio was angry, he was not a fool. Knowing that there was something strange about Gu Chen, he naturally couldn't go up alone. The average level of the 6 people in their group is around 6 or 7-star gods. No matter what strangeness there is in Gu Chen, it can be forcibly suppressed. Ha ha ha, young Master Ao has already said this, so let's go over and teach this guy a lesson. The group reeked of alcohol and walked towards Gu Chen aggressively. Although it was night, there were still many students on the road to the school. Looking at this aggressive group of people, one couldn't help but exclaim. It's Galio and the others. Who offended them again? Someone is going to be in trouble. Notify the law enforcement team first. Galio is the son of Galeb, the mentor of the plant god king realm. He often causes trouble in school because he has a tutor father. Even if you are caught by the law enforcement team, with the intervention of Galbi, in the end, nothing will come of it. Tisk, here they come again. Looking at the group of people walking towards this side, Zhu Zuqing covered her mouth and chuckled. Gu Chen said in a cold tone, this time I want them all to lie down. Things like this. He had encountered quite a few of these before in high school. In the end, often, those people would cry and shout for others to stop beating them. How about 3 of you and 3 of me? Gu Chen moved his body. A dark divine power emanated from him. The terrifying dark dragon god pattern also emerged. The one in white is for you. He's disgusting. Zhu Zuking's eyes flashed, and the Qingtian sword was already in her hand. Good. Gu Chen's eyes were cold and gleaming with a chilling light. Haha, I thought you had some confidence, but it turns out to be a dragon divine pattern. The leader Galio shouted disdainfully. But you're only a 4-star god. Even if you have a dragon-type divine pattern, can you really eat me? He seemed to have forgotten that Gu Chen was a freshman. Ivy out. Behind him, a divine pattern of green vines appeared. It was his divine pattern, the ivy. The vines are very large and long, like snakes, flying all over the sky with terrifying power. I won't eat you, but I can let you lie down for a month. Gu Chen took a step. The black divine power is suspended. With a whoosh, he appeared in front of Galio. What? Such a fast speed! Galio's expression changed drastically. I haven't reacted yet. I saw a huge fist enlarged in my pupils. Bang! Between the splattering nose blood, Gu Chen punched him 10 meters away. Finally, he fell to the ground in the grass, and his life or death was unknown. Mr. Ao. So strong. Even the strongest Galio couldn't withstand the power of the opponent's punch. His companions were startled. Looking at the light, Gu Chen, with a sinister smile on his face. I swallowed my saliva subconsciously. There was a vague idea of retreating. They also understood that this guy was no simple matter. How can a 4-star god be so powerful? My dear classmate, we are actually here to clear up any misunderstandings. A man swallowed and said in fear. But he found that Gu Chen was rushing towards him like a ghost. Bang! Bang! 2 more people were blown onto the grass. Hey, please wait for me. Only then did Zhu Zuqing slowly walk over. The Qingtian sword turned into a phantom. Under the horrified gazes of the remaining 3 people, he knocked the 3 men down directly with the sword. So weak. Zhu Zuqing stretched out her body. The thin sweater that fits closely to the body instantly outlines a breathtaking curve. These people really couldn't inspire her at all. Chapter 71. Although these people are all at the level of 6 or 7-star gods, but the divine pattern is not particularly powerful. Moreover, his physical fitness is extremely poor and his reaction is too slow. In terms of actual combat capability, I'm afraid he's not even as strong as a 3-star god. There was no way to get her interested. How did such garbage get into the academy? Gu Chen murmured in confusion. This couple is so strong. They easily defeated Galio and the others. Haha, these people from Galio have hit a wall. The people around saw that Gu and Chen easily dealt with these troublemakers. It was also extremely shocking and very enjoyable to watch. Many people have long been dissatisfied with Galio and others. It was just because there was a God King mentor standing behind the other party. Hurry, hurry up, the law enforcement team is here. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. It was obviously a reminder to Gu Chen and the others. Then let's go first. Although they are right at this time. But after all, I beat someone up. He didn't want to have anything to do with the law enforcement team before leaving. The 2 left quickly. After running far away. Stop at a corner. I didn't expect you would run away. After stopping, Zhu Zuqing giggled and teased. Gu Chen said calmly, when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Gu Chen's serious expression, Zhu Zuqing burst out laughing. Silver bell-like laughter echoed. Her plump breasts rose and fell. Ahem. Gu Chen coughed dryly. Try your best not to look that way. But he found that this is really difficult. I just watched it with appreciation. Does it look good? Suddenly, a crisp voice was heard. Nice. Gu Chen replied subconsciously. After feeling something was wrong. When I look up, I saw Zhu Zuqing's big clear eyes looking straight at me. There was also a hint of shyness and anger on her charming face. I mean the tree behind you is pretty nice. Gu Chen thought quickly and said. Zhu Zuqing hummed on the surface, but she was actually a little excited in her heart. She can judge a person's emotions and desires through his or her life breath. And just now, she finally saw the existence of desire from Gu Chen's life breath. It seems that this guy Gu Chen still has feelings for me. Zhu Zuqing thought to herself, feeling secretly delighted that her charm was still there. Isn't this a way to save face? By the way, if you're going to the wilderness area, I'll give this to you. Zhu Zuqing took off a necklace from her neck. Putting it in Gu Chen's hand, you must remember, you can't take this necklace off for a moment. Is this a divine artifact? The necklace still retains Zhu Zuqing's body temperature and that hint of virgin fragrance. But what surprised Gu Chen even more was, it was still that familiar fluctuation of divine power. It's the same as the talisman given by teacher Yu Yuanzhen. Zhu Zuqing nodded slightly. Attacks below the level of a God King can save you 3 times, but a God King attack won't stop you in one. This thing was given to you by your family to save your life. I can't take it. Before I left, the teacher also gave me a lifesaver, which was enough. Gu Chen didn't really want to accept this gift. because it involves the family behind the other party. Moreover, there are dangers in Jinling, so it is better to be safe than sorry. Maybe it was precisely because of this magical artifact that he saved his life? Don't worry, these have nothing to do with the family behind me. This is what I give you. Zhu Zuqing was surprisingly firm at this time. And I have more than just this one magical weapon. She lightly tapped her jade fingers, and several ornaments that also emitted divine power appeared in her palm. Sumeru collects divine artifacts. Gu Chen's eyes almost popped out. In the artifact, there is a special artifact that can store items. It is called the Sumeru storage artifact. This kind of artifact is very rare. When he found this information, still wondering when I can have one. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zuqing already has one in her hand. How powerful is the family behind the other party? So just take it. I really don't need it. Zhu Zuqing said with a smile as if coaxing a child. I'm so envious. This guy has no shortage of magical tools. Seeing that Zhu Zuqing did not lack this magical weapon, Gu Chen no longer insisted. Receive this artifact. Then chatted with her for a while. Just return to the dormitory area. I will work 10 times harder to catch up with you in these 3 months. When you come back in 3 months, I will have an in-depth discussion with you. A flirtatious and charming smile appeared on Zhu Zuqing's playful face. Okay. Gu Chen smiled. See you in 3 months. I wish you a fruitful harvest in the wilderness area. Zhu Zuqing waved her hand. Then she took a step with her round and slender legs, turned around and walked towards the dormitory opposite. Under the light, her slim figure and perfect waist and hips are charming. There's still some time, so I'll try to practice more. After watching Zhu Zuqing walk into the dormitory, Gu Chen did not delay any longer. Turned around and walked into his dormitory. For a school, cultivate outstanding students. It is something that is very worth promoting. It is conducive to expanding the school's influence and visibility. So, under the promotion of Vice President Tang Tianhua, Gu Chen, a freshman, in just 1 month, it reached the 888th place on the Dark Horse list. And the matter of signing the most special training contract, it quickly spread throughout the campus. Big news, everyone come and take a look. This prospective freshman is amazing. He's already ranked 888th on the Dark Horse list in just 1 month. As expected of the only God-level Divine Rune Awakener in the past 100 years. That's awesome. I'm so envious. How terrifying. Is this still a human being? If the prospective freshmen are this scary, what will it be like when they become full-time freshmen? The next morning, in front of a breakfast stall inside the school, the students in line were all discussing this matter, and their words were filled with shock. There is a huge difference between people. This is especially true between geniuses. My friend, what are you talking about? At the back of the team, a handsome young man with slightly long hair asked in confusion. Why does this name sound a bit like the junior student I met before? It's Senior Qin Ming. The senior turned around and saw that it was a familiar face. He immediately smiled and said, Senior, you didn't know this, but this is big news. A freshman named Gu Chen rushed into the Dark Horse list at 888th place in just 1 month. He is also an awakener of the God-level Divine Mark Dark Dragon God. You can check the official website for details. What? When Qin Ming heard this, he was stunned at first, and then his eyes widened in disbelief. He had been training hard since returning from the wilderness area a month ago. Recently, he even went into seclusion for 3 consecutive days to concentrate on studying his magical skills. I didn't expect to hear such exciting news when I went out to buy breakfast this morning. Take out your phone immediately and log into the official website to check the information. Holy shit! It's really him. Looking at the information on the phone, Qin Ming's already wide eyes widened even wider. He never expected it. This guy is really a perverted monster. The prospective freshman already possesses exceptionally terrifying strength. After signing the most special training contract, his strength will increase even more terrifyingly quickly. I wonder how much he will achieve in the future. I'm really looking forward to it. The next second, he suppressed his shocked expression and spoke to himself. For a moment, I was actually looking forward to Gu Chen's future. Chapter 72. Qin Ming muttered, but no matter how much I look forward to it, I have to recruit such a powerful genius into our club. When he thought of such an important matter, he didn't even bother to eat breakfast and turned around and ran to the president's dormitory. After all, some benefits and so on still require the other party to release them. At this time, at the gate of Jinling Divine Rune Academy, even though it's only 8 in the morning, there were quite a few people at the door. It looked very lively. Many of them are tourists from other provinces. For them, it was so difficult to come here. It would be a waste of your trip if you don't come to visit Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Even if you can't enter. It also does not prevent everyone from visiting this top university in the Central Plains. Just a school gate. It shocked many people. At this moment, a group of 5 people walked out of the gate of Jinling Divine Rune Academy. This group of people, all in combat uniforms, carrying a backpack behind him. This team, they are all made up of girls who look only about 18 or 19 years old. Led by, she is a slim girl with black hair. And behind her, but he had a huge fiery red halberd slung across his body. The contrast between the slender girl and the bulky alloy weapon. Many tourists around were surprised. Captain, I've found a new member who is very suitable to join our team. Take a look. In the team, a woman with shoulder-length hair said with a smile. Hand the phone to the other person. Specially recruited student Gu Chen, serial number 00, a god-level Dark Dragon God Awakener, has reached 888th place on the Dark Horse list in just 1 month of training. Such a talented person has a promising future. Is this possible? The woman said with a smile. Ace Yang, didn't we agree that our team only recruits female members? Why are you recommending a boy now? Are you having sexual thoughts? The tall girl next to her teased with a smile. Nonsense. I didn't. The girl with shoulder-length hair glared and said angrily. I'm also thinking about our team. With one more fighter ranked 888th on the Dark Horse list, we'll have an easier time in the wilderness. Among the 5 members of the Suzaku team, only the Captain Yao Ye is in the top 1000 of the Dark Horse list. The rest of the team members are more than 1,000. Upon hearing this, Captain Yao Ye said calmly, we're about to go to Area E of the wilderness, so let's put this matter aside for now. I'll go and test him after we get back, and if he passes, I'll bring him in. Yes. Hearing this, both of them nodded. Yao Ye murmured softly, God-level divine pattern? I hope you won't let me down. She is the strong attacker of the entire Suzaku team. The rest of the team. The damage is good though. But it's a lot worse in terms of durability. In the past, although the speed of killing monsters is a little slower, but it's still acceptable. But as she entered the 9-star god, when you want to kill a stronger monster, she found that the strength of her team members, I can't cooperate with her anymore. So, she is in urgent need of a strong attacker like her. At least, it also needs to be in the top 1000 on the Dark Horse list. And the awakened divine runes cannot be bad either. After all, she herself is a glory level divine rune. The divine rune level is too low. The same problem of poor coordination will also occur. And the appearance of Gu Chen just solved her problem. As for the other party's male identity, even though she didn't want to admit it, but in terms of physical fitness, men are indeed much stronger than women. if Gu Chen joins. Instead, she doesn't have to worry about the other person's physical fitness and endurance. At this time, on the other side, Mentor Villa area. There are many green plants here. Very pleasing to the eyes. People who are tired of playing with their mobile phones will feel much more comfortable looking at this sea of green grass. This guy called Gu Chen is really a monster. It's a pity that he is not a plant, otherwise I would definitely snatch him away. The celestial beast type is really lucky. In the villa hall, Caleb said with some envy. In Jinling Divine Rune Academy, the celestial beast department, the plant department, and the weapon department are all in competition with each other. In the past, the celestial beast department was the strongest, and the botanical college was at the bottom. Now, the department of celestial beasts has another talented student. How could he not worry? Jialbi sighed. Now they've signed a very special cultivation contract, allocating a large area of high-quality resources. As the last place plant department, our lives are becoming increasingly difficult. When will we have a plant-based genius to cheer me up? While he was worried, a cry came from outside. Dad! Dad! You have to make the decision for me. What are you yelling about? Aren't you embarrassed enough? When I heard this sound, Galbi knew it. His prodigal son is in trouble again. Dad! I was beaten. Galio rushed in. He was covered in bandages all over his body. Only a pair of eyes were exposed. It looks extremely miserable. What the hell, what happened? Who hurt you like this? Seeing his son in such a state, Galibi was shocked, then flew into a rage and questioned him angrily. Although he often causes trouble for me, he is still my own son after all. Galio said angrily, it was Gu Chen. Last night, I drank a little with my classmates and flirted with his girlfriend on the street, and he beat me up like this. What did you say? UBD, why don't you learn something else and try to pick up someone else's girlfriend? If not you, who should I kill? And Gu Chen? Which Gu Chen? Hearing his son's shameless words, Galbi was shocked and became even more furious. This time he was angry at his own son. I was drunk at the time, and I couldn't resist seeing his girlfriend was pretty. I didn't really do anything. Galio said viciously, and don't worry, Dad. I've asked someone to check. He's a special recruit this year and has no connections. Help me teach him a lesson. Last night, he was severely injured and fell into coma. He was sent to the school doctor by the law enforcement team. When he wakes up, it's already 6 o'clock in the morning. He immediately asked someone to find out about Gu Chen's characteristics last night. I didn't expect that I actually found out the other person's name and some simple information. That's why I hurried to the villa. I want to use my father's power to vent my anger. FKU, why did I give birth to a loser like you? Gu Chen? Newborn. Galbi's expression changed instantly. More convinced of something. The aura of a powerful god king instantly spread out. Seeing a cold glint in his son's eyes, he said in a deep voice, does he have a black dragon-like divine pattern? Galio nodded excitedly, yeah, that's right, that's it. Dad, help me beat him to death. Ah, Dad, what are you doing? Although I don't know why my father knows the other person. But he felt. Things seem to be going wrong. Whoosh. The next second, the feeling came true. A green shadow flashed by. With a buzzing sound, Galio was caught in midair by a vine that exuded terrifying power. Dad, what are you doing? I'm your son. Chapter 73. Feeling the vines getting tighter and tighter, Galio started to panic. Dad, what are you doing? What are you doing? Today I'm going to teach you a lesson, you loser. Galbi snorted coldly. More than 10 slender vines flew up behind him. Snap! 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 Ah! UBD, you get into trouble for me every day, and I have to clean up your mess every day. You're still flirting with someone else's girlfriend in the academy, and she's Gu Chen's too. UBD, do you want to kill me? Did you know that Gu Chen has been listed as the person with the most special training contract? The entire academy is allocating resources to him. Did you know that he recently became a disciple of Vice Principal Yu, one of the 3 vice principals? He has a divine emperor as his backer, and you say he has no background? Are you trying to kill our entire family? From now on, you must practice cultivation. If you dare to mess around outside again, I won't want you as my son anymore. Snap! 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 One after another, slender vines with a fishy wind whipped Galio fiercely. With the control power of the realm of the god King Galbi, it is easy to control these vines. While whipping and causing pain, it won't cause any serious damage to Galio. Ah! Dad, please don't hit me. I was wrong. Woo. It hurts. I'm still hurtful. Ah! At this time, Galio realized that he had offended someone he shouldn't have. But it was too late to beg for mercy now. Long time no see. He once again felt the heavy fatherly love from Galibi. Clubs, teams, mentors. The entire Jinling Divine Rune Academy. All of this became active because Gu Chen was listed as one of the most special training contract recipients. And he himself. But he had already left Jinling Divine Rune Academy. Went to the nearest supply point base area in the Wilderness E area. This is one of the 10 administrative divisions of Jinling. One of the busier areas. And just over 25 kilometers away from the supply area, there is a wilderness area E where monsters are rampant. In there, you can hunt monster meat, monster materials, and various herbs and fruits with magical powers. Therefore, a large number of Divine Rune teams gathered here to hunt monsters and obtain materials. A large number of Divine Runes gathered. Trading of various materials. Naturally, this also drives the economic development of the supply area. This is why the supply area is the farthest from Jinling district. The reason why it can still prosper despite facing the monster invasion. Of course, this is just a general supply point. There are also some supply branches within the wilderness area. Boom! The bulletproof train stopped in front of the supply base. One by one, in combat uniform. Soul warriors carrying weapons and shields on their backs walked out of the train one after another. There were more than 20 people in total. These 20 people, naturally divided into 3 teams. Only a few Divine Rune users are alone. Among these people, there was a man with a resolute face, carrying a tactical backpack on his back. A tall young man exuding a faint sense of oppression. This young man was Gu Chen, who came alone. This is the supply base. Gu Chen looked up at the building in front of him. The height of this building is at least 200 meters. On the front of the building, the 6 large characters E area supply base are inlaid in a flamboyant style. And on the top of that building, you can vaguely see a strong divine power fluctuation. Huge. An object shaped like an eyeball. Sky Eye. Gu Chen's eyes flashed. The Sky Eye is a large artifact that the Central Plains Kingdom equips in every wilderness area. Through it, you can observe the activities of monsters in the wilderness area. Let's go to the supply store and register as an adventurer first. 500 meters away from the base, there is a giant level. All those who enter the wilderness area with divine runes, you need to pass the level to verify your identity before you can enter. Retract your gaze. He walked towards the entrance to the first floor lobby of the supply base. Sir, please come in. The doorman at the entrance of the base hall saluted respectfully. Gu Chen walked directly into the base building. As soon as we entered the supply base, a delicate fragrance entered his nostrils. It's refreshing. Then, looking around, The entire hall scene is visible at a glance. Wherever there is wilderness, there will be a supply base. This is also the result of the joint efforts of various superfamilies and consortiums in the Central Plains. As the last supply base before the Divine Rune users enter the wilderness area, the entire building is built to the utmost luxury. Ground. It is made of a special alloy and is extremely hard. In the hall, many waiters shuttled in and out. The men are handsome and the women are beautiful and charming. Besides, there are also many sofas in the hall. At this time, there were a large number of divine runes wearing battle uniforms sitting on it. A beautiful woman with long hair stepped forward and asked with a smile, "Sir, is there anything you need?" She looked down and saw that Chen was wearing the school badge of Jinling Shenwen Academy on his chest. My eyes became even hotter. Chen smiled slightly, "I want to apply for Adventurer Identity Certification. In Wilderness Area E, the only small wilderness area near Jinling. All the Divine Rune students in Jinling come here to train. As long as you are a student of the Divine Rune University, they will buy combat uniforms with the school emblem at school. This is a tradition that shows identity and is also a deterrent. After all, in wilderness areas, be on guard. But not only monsters. There are other divine runes. With the school as support, some criminals will also be afraid. And Chen, as the first of the three schools, a student of Jinling Divine Rune Academy, one of the top universities in the country. In this supply base, obviously, he is also the most popular type of person. Okay, please follow me. The procedure for obtaining adventurer identity verification is very simple. In less than 10 minutes, Chen had entered his relevant information. "Sir, we will take care of everything for you within 20 minutes. All you have to do is sit here and wait," the staff member said enthusiastically. "Thank you very much." Chen nodded and found an empty sofa in the hall to sit down. Then he carefully observed the other Divine Rune users in the hall. In the hall, many of them are young students from the 3 Divine Rune Academies in Jinling. These people, although most of them look young, but his whole body exuded a fierce aura. Obviously he is a veteran who frequently visits wilderness areas. There are some more. A look of novelty. Looking around with curiosity. These people are all newcomers. "Classmate, is this your first time at a supply base like this?" Suddenly, a tall and strong man in black combat clothes and with a smile on his face walked over. "Yes, what's wrong?" Chen nodded and did not deny it. "As an adventurer, you can register at any supply base. Just register once and it will be valid nationwide." As soon as he came in, he registered as an adventurer. It was reasonable to discover that he was a newcomer entering the supply base for the first time. "My name is Yu Xiaogang.